Speak, Prosody, P. Chapter 500 to 471. Can you give me an autograph? _1 Chapter 500, Chapter 471. Can you give me an autograph? _1 The interrogation room was empty as Tang Jianghai was led out and a woman was brought in. The woman appeared quite frightened and her gaze somewhat vacant, seeming somewhat abnormal. Zhou Ning slightly furrowed his brows. Was this He Jiahong's mother? One of the police officers who brought her handed a piece of paper to Lu Yufei and whispered something to her and Fang Mu. Zhou Ning did not hear clearly, nor did he make out what the paper was, but Mr. Zhao's face showed shock. Zhou Ning glanced at Mr. Zhao. What's wrong? Mr. Zhao pointed inside the interrogation room and said quickly, I saw the title on the paper. It's a diagnosis certificate from Qidong Psychiatric Hospital. Could it be that He Jiahong's mother has a mental illness? Then are they having her mother take care of her, or is she supposed to take care of her mother? This unexpected development surprised everyone. Zhou Ning looked toward Mr. Chu, who immediately raised his hand, opened another laptop, and quickly entered a web page to search. In a moment, he located He Hongjian's household registration information. It listed 3 individuals. The head of the household was He Hongjian, with a daughter He Jiahong and a wife named Zhang Qiuju. As for their parents, there were no records of their residency cancellation, which was unexpected to Mr. Chu. He checked further, but found no siblings for He Hongjian either. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, Prosody, P. This person has no one from the older or the current generation. Could he be an orphan? Zhou Ning also found it odd and dialed Lu Yufei's mobile phone. Mrs. Fei, Mr. Chu just checked He Hongjian's household registration info. His family has no records of parents or siblings, nor his migration info. I'm not sure if he's an orphan. Also, his wife Zhang Qiuju seems to have a psychiatric diagnosis. Maybe we should bring He Hongjian in for an investigation too? Lu Yufei hummed in acknowledgement before saying, I saw the diagnosis. It says reactive psychosis, which seems to have been triggered by a past stimulus, leading to the illness. The diagnosis was made in July 2006. I'll have Fang Mu bring the diagnosis to you to see. I just had an officer inquire He Hongjian, and he said that after 2006, his wife controlled her condition well with medication and hadn't had an episode in many years. However, the death of He Jiahong seems to have stressed her, and she's been in a poor state these days. As she spoke, Lu Yufei hung up, instructed Fang Mu, and then handed him the diagnosis. Zhang Qiuju, seated in the observation room, looked anxious and stared at the back of Lu Yufei's head. As Lu Yufei turned and rubbed her neck, her gaze went from initially vacant to eventually showing a hint of confusion and fierceness. Just as Zhou Ning was about to take a closer look at the diagnosis, Mr. Zhao let out a cry of alarm. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, Prosody, P. Zhou Ning looked back to see Zhang Qiuju in the interrogation room lunging at Lu Yufei, clinging onto her neck. Mr. Shan, seated inside, was not quick enough to get out and intervene. As he reached to stop Zhang Qiuju, the laptop tumbled down as well. Zhou Ning and the others rushed to the next room where Lu Yufei had already grabbed Zhang Qiuju's arm, twisted her hands behind her, and pinned her to the ground. 2 streaks of blood marked Lu Yufei's neck. Seeing everyone rushing in, she quickly shouted, Don't all come over, you might scare her. Director Zhou, just you come over and see if she's been triggered. Why would she react so violently all of a sudden? Lu Yufei's reaction impressed Zhou Ning. He hurried forward and dialed a video call request to He Shansuan. After a moment, He Shansuan answered, evidently in a corridor with his face close to the screen. What's wrong? Mr. He, can you take a look for me? This person is named Zhang Qiuju, diagnosed with reactive psychosis in 2006. After treatment, her condition was good, but her daughter was murdered a month ago, and she's not been right. She just attacked Lu Yufei. As he spoke, Zhou Ning passed the diagnosis to He Shansuan to see. After checking Zhang Qiuju and asking her a few questions, Mr. He said, It seems she has been triggered by something. Normally, reactive psychosis doesn't recur after recovery, but the cause you mentioned might only be part of it. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Give her a sedative to calm her down, and then see if you can induce a response later, like Dr. Sher's hypnotism. Zhou Ning nodded, but he was scratching his head, being unfamiliar with Xinhua. Don't hang up in a rush. Do you have any familiar doctors in Xinhua City? Sending her to the hospital might further upset her. I think it might be better to have someone come by and give her an injection, let her rest a bit. He shansu inside, gave Zhou Ning a resentful glance. I knew it. I shouldn't have answered your call. What sins did I commit in my past life to know you as a friend? Wait for my message. Let her rest in a dim room, find a family member or someone she knows well to comfort her, and she might feel a bit better. Now, send me your location. After speaking, the video call ended with a click. Zhou Ning rubbed his nose and gestured to the others. Don't just stand there, call He Hongjian over and take Zhang Qiuju to the observation room next door. It's dimly lit there. Mr. Zhao, accompany He Hongjian in the room, and don't look for any female officers for now. Mr. Zhao, take off your uniform. I remember Zhang Qiuju attacked Mrs. Fei just now. She was fixated on Mrs. Fei's police cap. Lu Yufei was taken aback and glanced at the still struggling Zhang Qiuju. Indeed, she was biting Lu Yufei's sleeve and making whining noises from her mouth, similar to the sound of a small dog guarding its food. For some reason, seeing Zhang Qiuju like this made Lu Yufei's nose sting. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than a mother, particularly one who is a meek psychiatric patient from an honest family, to be driven to the point of attacking like a wild beast, seemed to be related to the death of He Jiahong or perhaps the investigation and threats thereafter that stressed her. After waiting for a while, He Hongjian hurried in. Seeing Zhang Qiuju's condition, he rushed over with his hand raised to hit her, but was caught by Lu Yufei. She just bit onto my sleeve. It's not a big deal. Don't agitate her. Just now, our forensic director asked a professional doctor, and comforting her is beneficial for her emotional control. A doctor will come later, so don't worry too much. About 15 minutes later, Mr. Yang hurried in with a doctor. Upon seeing Zhou Ning, the man took out his cell phone to compare a photo, then quickly approached Zhou Ning. You're Dr. Zhou, right? I'm Mr. He's classmate, named Zhang Zhuochuan. Where's the patient? I'd like to take a look. Zhou Ning shook hands with him. Zhang Zhuochuan seemed a bit excited, constantly controlling the expression on his face. This reaction left Zhou Ning somewhat puzzled, but he didn't say much, hastily checked Zhang Qiuju's body, gave her an injection, and administered a few medications. Then he turned to He Hongjian, handed him the remaining medicine, and as he wrote on a piece of paper, he instructed, "This medicine needs to be taken continuously for half a month, before meals in the morning and evening, all the same. /p. Break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The last number is my phone. Contact me anytime if there is any problem. However, the person taking care of her should be someone familiar. Don't let her meet strangers for now. Rest for half an hour later, and if you wish to ask questions, you can continue, but don't take too long. I'll wait here for a bit." Upon hearing these instructions, He Hongjian was so touched he didn't know what to say. Suddenly remembering that the medicine was given to him for free by the doctor, he quickly reached for his pocket, pulling out crumpled cash that was dirty, with bills of all denominations. It was apparent that his financial situation wasn't good. After all, adding up the total, it was just over 200 yuan. Zhang Zhuochuan waved his hand. Don't be formal with me. Thank Zhang Dr. Zhou if you want to thank someone. I'm leaving now. Call me if there's anything. Seeing Zhang Zhuochuan carrying his suitcase out, Zhou Ning got up to see him off. Although it was time for dinner, with something to attend to here, he naturally had no time to invite guests. Reaching the corridor, Zhou Ning grasped Zhang Zhuochuan's hand. Thank you so much, Dr. Zhang. Zhang Zhuochuan waved his hand, smiled shyly, and glancing around to see that no one was coming, he quickly opened his suitcase, took out a book and a pen, and handed them to Zhou Ning. Don't mention it. Even without Mr. Hisake, I would have come. After all, seeing my idol up close, could you sign for me? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. Zhou Ning was taken aback, then smiled when he saw the book in his hand. On the cover of the book, there was a scalpel and a blood-stained hand with bullet holes beside it. The title was prominently speaking for the dead, along with a blurb that a practicing forensic doctor takes you through the mysteries of murder scenes and reveals the true nature of good and evil. This was actually a book he had written. Editor Guan Jian had told him that the book had been published and had mailed him 20 copies, saying they were reprinting due to very good sales figures. But because of timing, he had never looked at it, and unexpectedly, today he met someone who wanted an autograph, something he had never anticipated. Taking the pen, he wrote a blessing on the title page, duly signing his own name, and then handed the book back to Zhang Zhuochuan with both hands. It's my first time encountering someone asking for my autograph. Thank you too. Zhang Zhuo smiled. I really like this kind of book. I've recommended it to my friends and colleagues. It's very good. But when will you publish the second volume? Zhou Ning waved his hand. Wait patiently, the second volume is still being written. I'll pick up the pace when I have more time. Okay, then I won't disturb you with your case. Send me a copy of the second volume when it's out, don't forget. Zhou Ning nodded, and Zhang Zhuochuan hastily left. Mr. Zhao opened the door and peeked out, clicking his tongue from the inside. Meta fan? Less nonsense. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. As they spoke, Lu Yufei and the others came out. She wearily tilted her neck and waved to Zhou Ning. That will be all for today. You all go and rest. Since the various tests won't be out until tomorrow, there's no point in waiting here. We still have a few more people to question. By the way, that Dr. Zhang, does he know much about the inside story? Zhou Ning shook his head. At the funeral home, I pressed Zhang Cheng. His expression was conflicted, but in the end, he didn't say much. I don't think he was threatened. It's possible someone gave him an order. I wonder if he will regret sacrificing his career. Lu Yufei narrowed her eyes, her emotion not overly apparent. He chose his own path, so he must bear the consequences. Stop talking and go have dinner, then rest at the hotel. Mr. Wang knows the place. Send me the report no matter the time when it comes out. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Chapter 501 to 472 Similarity of 25% _1 Chapter 501. Chapter 472 Similarity of 25% _1 Zhou Ning led his team downstairs and encountered Deputy Director Zheng on the way. Zhou Ning didn't take the initiative to greet him, and that person also turned his head away, pretending not to see, thus they perfectly missed each other. Downstairs, Mr. Wang had already parked the car at the front door, holding a bucket. Seeing people coming out, he hurried over. Here, wash your hands. I just went in there. The smell in the bathroom was quite eye-watering. I'm guessing you couldn't go wash your hands either. Mr. Zhao raised a finger in appreciation and said, Mr. Wang, your observational skills are unmatched. Even if anyone disagrees, I can't deny it. Truly worthy of working at the technical department, you're more sensitive than the average officer and even catered to Zhou Xiao's preference. You talk too much. Wash up and go rest. Zhou Ning pushed him and was the first to stretch out his hands. Mr. Wang poured water for him to wash, and he immediately felt revived. After all, the entire corridor smelled like a toilet. It really got to your head. If the management of the municipal bureau's office building was like this, then there was no need to talk about other aspects. They all got into the car with Mr. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhao sitting next to Zhou Ning, speaking in a lowered voice. Not only are the locals uncooperative, but it looks like Deputy Director Zheng from Xinhua Municipal Bureau doesn't think much of it either. He seems not to be afraid of our meticulous investigation. Is it confidence in their handling of the case, or confidence in their ability to erase traces? Zhou Ning didn't contradict him because ever since they arrived in Xinhua City, not to mention cooperation, they were met with obstacles all around. Moreover, after the crime scene investigation, it wasn't hard to see that the scene had been professionally cleaned, deliberately erasing all traces. Zhou Ning closed his eyes, feeling parched, tired, and hungry, all the uncomfortable sensations rushing at him all at once, and even the motion of the car made him feel nauseous. Of course, today's experiences had also disgusted him. Since entering the Public Security Bureau, the people he knew, like Liu Yangxin, Su Dayuan, Mr. Sun, Mr. Hu, and others, all worked diligently. Even people like Mr. Zheng and Mr. Bai, who had average abilities, were innately kind and had a sense of justice, knowing what they should and shouldn't do. Only Cui Haibin was an exception. Of course, Mr. Rin, who was suspended, was a different case altogether. Besides these, this was the first time he had encountered a place where everyone in the bureau, from top to bottom, had issues. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. It shouldn't be because of the distance, as Rudong City was even further from Qidong City District than Xinhua City. It appeared that the people in the black sedan were very likely the murderers in this case. The relationships of their family members could sway the forensic doctor, could instruct Chief Zheng, could find professionals to clean up the scene, and even a deputy director was helping with the cover-up and tipping them off. The position of such a person was not hard to guess. They soon arrived at a hotel. Mr. Wang went down to check in, apparently without any arrangements from the local police bureau. By now, even if they had made arrangements, it wouldn't be possible to accept, so Mr. Zhao ordered takeout. The morning of April 28th. As soon as Zhou Ning opened his eyes, he grabbed his phone and checked his email. There were several test reports received. The blood found on the brick discovered on the top floor of the Salt Company community was confirmed through DNA testing to belong to the victim. There were also samples of blood traces found at the scene, but the various test results from the body of the deceased had not all come back yet. After Zhou Ning finished washing up, Mr. Zhao also got up, rubbing his eyes and checking the time. I'm saying, there's no need for us to get ready at 6 a.m., right? And don't rush Mrs. Cui. They were probably busy all night. I reckon they will send over the test reports in a bit. Zhou Ning nodded. Get up. Let's prepare a bit. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. In a while, let's see how Lu Yufei and her team are doing. Furthermore, if Zhang Kuju's condition has stabilized, I want to take a look at her home. Mr. Zhao was somewhat puzzled. Her hometown? Zhou Ning nodded. According to what Tang Jianhai said, He Jiahong knew the people in the black sedan. We have to start with their social relations. Going to her hometown might yield some results. We need to find the car first to find those suspects, otherwise, even if we find DNA on the body, we can't confirm their identities. Mr. Zhao nodded, understanding the crux of the issue as outlined by Zhou Ning. I'll go see if Luda and the others are at the hotel. You go down and have breakfast first and bring me a portion. I'll eat on the way. Remember to get enough for 2 people. Without waiting for a response, as if afraid Zhou Ning might change his mind, he quickly dashed into the bathroom, and after finishing, he grabbed his police uniform and ran off. Zhou Ning organized his things, opened the door to his room, and Mr. Wang entered just as he was leaving. Director Zhou, will you have breakfast in your room, or shall we go to the dining area? Zhou Ning, carrying his bag, followed Mr. Wang out. Is everyone up? Yeah, Mr. Zhao knocked on everyone's doors. Luda and the others left even earlier. They didn't get back until after midnight last night. Zhou Ning was a little surprised. Thinking of Mr. Chu, he asked hastily, did Mr. Chu also return late at night? Mr. Wang nodded. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. He's washing up now. Let's head down first. Without any further talk, they quickly reached the dining area, where everyone from their municipal bureau task force was present. The waitstaff had been asked to leave, given that it essentially served as an early meeting. Lu Yufei waved at Zhou Ning from across the room. "Come over and sit down." Zhou Ning went over, and Mr. Zhao had already placed a breakfast plate for him, filled with items he could stomach. Mr. Chu also hurried over at this time, and Mr. Wang helped him grab a plate, too. Mr. Chu seemed a bit embarrassed, but Mr. Wang just waved it off. "You all work so hard. Go ahead and eat. I can provide logistics support. That's quite enough, as we can't have any waiters listening in. Hurry up and eat." Mr. Zhao grinned with a show of teeth. Mr. Wang is really something, a true soldier at heart. He has a work ethic my old man would have adored, meticulous, thoughtful of everyone's feelings, and a man of true ability, not just talk. Zhou Ning didn't bite and turned to look at Mr. Chu, who was sporting 2 dark circles worthy of national treasures, yawning continuously. Clearly, they hadn't made any real breakthroughs in their busy night. "So, there was no information on the vehicle?" Mr. Chu weakly nodded. "I tracked it all the way. Once it left Xinghua City and headed east, I lost it. I could only find its general location, but this car definitely appeared in front of Zhuluofeng Park at 23:54 that night. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. This park is free and has vehicle access." The black car drove straight southward, and after about 20 minutes, left the park, continuing eastward. At 23:19, it appeared on the side of the road east of the high school, with its headlights off, in a blind spot of the surveillance, so we couldn't see if anyone got out, just the front of the car. After analyzing it, based on how the car moved, someone indeed got out at 23:19, and the first departure was at 0:22. Zhou Ning heard the key point, raised his head, and stopped chewing. "The first time? You mean the cars came back afterwards?" Mr. Chu nodded. "About an hour after they left, on March 29th at 1:37, the car stopped again at the same spot, though a bit further back. The car shook even more this time, leaving at 3:18. Zhou Ning furrowed his brow and noted down these times in his notebook. Considering this timeline, He Jiahong returned home at 23:12 to retrieve her keys and personal items. It seems that these people pretended to leave, only to go straight to He Jiahong's house to lie in wait for her return. After all, the time He Jiahong ran into the community was 23:35, and the time her shoes were seen falling in the surveillance footage was 23:37. This indicated that at that time, He Jiahong was not yet dead. Maybe she was struggling, maybe being threatened on the rooftop, or even injured. However, with no blood found in the stairwell, Zhou Ning was even more puzzled. What exactly happened? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. Lu Yufei sighed at this point, took a bite of a boiled egg, and said forcefully, "In the second unit of Building 3, except for the 2 households on the 5th floor, whose owners we didn't find, we've checked the others. And the homes are quite old with no signs of deliberate cleaning. Do you think the primary crime scene could have been on the rooftop?" Zhou Ning remained silent. He wasn't sure, but considering the temperature on the rooftop and the completely non-soundproof environment, it seemed unlikely such an act could take place there. Recalling the fracture on the victim's temporal bone, Zhou Ning waved at Mr. Zhao. "Let me see the scan of the victim's skull again." Mr. Zhao quickly opened his laptop, found the relevant image, and Zhou Ning stared at it for a moment before saying, "The strike to the right side of the temporal area was powerful, judging by the fracture pattern caused by a single strike. Such a heavy blow would immediately cause the victim to lose consciousness, but she would not die instantly. Intracranial bleeding would occur gradually, and I estimate the time of death to be around 3 hours after." Lu Yufei was stunned, finding it hard to believe. "Are you saying that after He Jiahong was struck on the head and knocked unconscious, the brain hemorrhage didn't kill her instantly, but developed over time? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. At this point, the murderer may have thought she had just passed out, committed the assault, and, when realizing the victim was not breathing, out of fear, staged the scene as a suicide. Zhou Ning nodded and pointed to the times he had just recorded, narrowing his eyes slightly. According to the stop times of this black car, when they returned the second time, the victim was not dead. The victim's intracranial hemorrhage would initially cause unconsciousness from the blow, but seizures or delirium would gradually follow, and that wouldn't be quiet. Lu Yufei caught the implications. If what Zhou Ning said was accurate, when these people left, they found He Jiahong in a bad state, panicked, but by the time they came back, they had already planned their response, staging the suicide scene upon finding the person dead or barely alive. Of course, arrangements for who would respond to the scene after dawn had also been put in place, further suggesting that the murderer was someone of no ordinary status. At that moment, Mr. Zhao's laptop kept pinging nonstop, and Zhou Ning's phone also received an email notification at the same time. Without saying much, Mr. Zhao began downloading the email and passed the laptop to Zhou Ning. Zhou Ning quickly skimmed through it. Some of the information could be overlooked, but forensic analysis found the DNA of 4 men in residues from under the victim's fingernails, in her mouth, on her wrists, and in her vaginal cavity. /P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. Of course, the male DNA from under the nails matched that of Tang Jianghai. Among the remaining 3 sets of male DNA, 2 showed a 25% similarity. Seeing this, Zhou Ning was taken aback. Lu Yufei came over to have a look, but couldn't make heads or tails of what it all meant. "What's going on, Director Zhou?" Zhou Ning hurriedly responded. It's no surprise to find Tang Jianghai's DNA under the victim's nails, as they had contact that day, especially since we found deliberate scraping inside the nails during sampling. What surprised me is that among the 3 men who violated He Jiahong, 2 are blood-related, likely immediate brothers or cousins. Mr. Zhao cleared his throat, and everyone looked at him, the attention making him somewhat nervous. "I don't mean anything else, I'm just asking what's the next step. We won't be doing a citywide DNA match, right? If it comes to that, Mrs. Cui will hunt down Zhou Xiao. So how do we narrow the scope? /P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. Chapter 502 to 473 or 3 good friends _1 Chapter 502. Chapter 473 or 3 good friends _1. Mr. Zhao's words left Lu Yufei directionless. Actually, what we know now is that among the leaders of Xinhua City, there must be a connection to the murderer, but it's not like we can conduct DNA screening on this entire family and then gradually analyze each person. The workload would be too immense. It's not feasible to do so. Fang Mu thought for a moment and then said, "Lu De, hey race, what I'm thinking. First, according to what Tang Jianghai said, Chief Zheng is just a pawn. He not only covered up the process of reporting the crime, but also contacted the forensic doctor for the autopsy and even detained He Hongjian when he went to argue at the school. It might make sense to start the investigation with him. The second method is more laborious. Thoroughly investigate He Jiahong's social relations, from her school classmates to the members of the track team, and even the villagers or anyone who knew He Jiahong, review them all. Of course, this will be very time-consuming and require a significant manpower investment." Zhou Ning glanced at Fang Mu, not to mention that this last suggestion coincided with Zhou Ning's own plans. He indeed intended to visit the victim's village. Lu Yufei nodded her head. "Last night we gathered quite a few officers. I'll assign them in a moment. Right now, we don't have any evidence that Zheng Tianlong is a participant or derelict in his duty. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. The only thing we can prove is that Zheng Chang, the forensic doctor, concealed something in the autopsy report. We'll start with him. As for Zheng Tianlong and the subordinates of Mr. Zheng, we will keep an eye on them. Fang Mu, you'll take Director Zhou later to the victim's hometown for a visit. Director Zhou mentioned wanting to go yesterday, and it just so happens that He Hongjian's wife, Zhang Qiujiu, has also been sent back to her hometown. I think it's less stressful for her if we take her statement there. I'll handle the investigation at the school." Fang Mu nodded his head. Despite being a beautiful woman, Lu Yufei's presence and her icy gaze were enough to deter most from looking at her squarely. She was the most suitable to negotiate with the school. All right, let's set out now, but what about the investigation into the black sedan? Are we stopping that? Lu Yufei waved her hand and pointed at Mr. Chu, saying, Mr. Chu will stay behind. I've found a few technical experts to assist him as he meticulously searches for the direction the black sedan disappeared in. We'll conduct a dragnet search once we have a definite target. Zhou Ning made an okay gesture, called out to the people other than Mr. Chu, and quickly left the restaurant. Half an hour later, Zhou Ning and his team arrived at the He family's old house. Fang Mu had gone to knock on the door, and after waiting for a long while, sounds finally could be heard from the yard. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He Hongjian hurried out, dressing as he ran, a look of surprise on his face when he saw Zhou Ning and the others. Comrade officers, what brings you here? Mr. Zhao stepped forward, his smile closing the distance. How's your wife? The leadership is very concerned about her condition and sent us to check on her. After all, we're visiting the village today. If she's stable, we'll ask her a few questions. Otherwise, we'll drop the matter and can even contact Dr. Zhang for a further examination. He Hongjian's face showed deep gratitude as he opened the door, making way at the entrance and slipped on his coat. After taking the medicine, she slept well initially, but awoke in the latter part of the night and became restless, wanting to find our demonaire. I walked with her around the yard for over an hour, and she gradually became more clear-headed. After crying for a while with me, she fell asleep again at the break of dawn, so I didn't get up too early this morning. Please don't stand outside, come in and have a seat inside. Before entering the house, Zhou Ning stopped Mr. Yang and the others, signaling them to wait outside, and only Mr. Zhao and Fang Mu followed Zhou Ning in. Upon entering the main room, they were greeted with the smell of a burnt pot. Mr. Zhao quickly searched and then swiftly pointed towards the kitchen, shouting, Master He, is there a fire burning on your stove? There's a smell like something's burned dry. He Hongjian slapped his forehead and rushed to the kitchen. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Following some fumbling and a hiss, it seemed he had added water to the dry pot. He then hurried back, wiping his hands and smiling sheepishly. I was preoccupied, please take a seat. The house isn't very clean. He started to tidy up, but Zhou Ning stopped him. They had chosen to enter without uniforms, considering the agitation that struck Zhang Qiuju yesterday was triggered by staring at Lu Yufei's uniform. No need to fuss. Is Zhang Qiuju still asleep? No, she woke up and just took her medicine. I'll go call her. With those words, he turned and headed to the inner room. Zhou Ning swept a glance over the room, a traditional Qidong region-style dwelling. This place could be considered as a living room, furnished with a circle of old-style wooden sofas. The surfaces where people often sat glistened with polish, while the edges accumulated thick layers of dust. A bulky old TV, definitely an antique. Under the glass coffee table, various medications were strewn about, with sedatives being the most numerous. The room was a mess and dirty. To the right of the entrance there were all sorts of tools practically spread out on the floor. Perhaps for convenience, there was an angle grinder, laser measure, trowel, and also a metal sign, sectioned and tied together with wire, listing wall smashing, plastering, ceramic tile laying, and plumbing renovation. It was clear to Zhou Ning what sort of work He Hongjian did. In the Qidong region, there were many such people. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. They usually contracted their land out to larger households and did odd jobs elsewhere, adding an extra source of income. The sign listed a variety of skills, and by looking at the tools it was evident that He Hongjian had been at this work for more than just a day or two. However, in the countryside, families with only one daughter, who they brought up with such care, weren't that common. It might have been just as He Hongjian said. His wife had suffered from a bout of mental illness early on, and so they hadn't had more children. With a condition like Zhang Kuju's, it was easier to attract stares and gossip. Her effort to overcome the difficulties, to accompany her child to and from school in town, to prepare 3 meals a day, indeed showed she was doing her best. Especially given the variety of medications she had taken, if she took them at night, not to mention waking to noises, she probably wouldn't even realize if she were carried out of the house. Thinking this, Zhou Ning felt somewhat ashamed. When he first heard Mr. Zhao describe this case, his initial thought was that the parents really had no sense of responsibility, not knowing to go out and look for their child when she didn't come home at night, a girl facing the night alone at 11. Having thrown the keys between 2 doors must have been coerced at the time. Zhou Ning took a deep breath, suspecting that many people shared his initial view. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Without understanding the facts, just knowing part of the truth, it was easy to take a moral high ground and accuse others. It seemed he had been too quick to judge. At this moment, He Hongjian helped Zhang Qiuju out. She appeared much more listless than yesterday. Zhou Ning knew that most of it was probably due to the medication. Not to mention anything else, but the drugs used to treat mental illness, even if taken by a normal person for some time, would cause a listless spirit akin to that of a patient. As Zhang Qiuju sat down, He Hongjian said to her, "This is a forensic doctor from Qidong, here to seek justice for our demonaire. He has a few questions for you. Whatever you know or recall, just speak your mind, don't be afraid, after all, this is our home." Zhou Ning nodded in affirmation of He Hongjian's words. Zhang Qiuju seemed to be comforted as well, looking Zhou Ning up and down and then casting a glance at Feng Mu and Mr. Zhao sitting beside him. Mr. Zhao, with his playful grin, wasn't the least bit intimidating, while Feng Mu might well make one feel they needed to stand up straight and answer sharply just with a glance. Zhang Qiuju, maybe because she didn't see a police uniform, was not overly agitated this time. She nodded, mirroring Zhou Ning, and even said to He Hongjian, "These 2 young men are quite handsome." He Hongjian was taken aback, then Mr. Zhao was the first to follow up with a laugh along with He Hongjian, giving Zhang Qiuju a thumbs up. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Auntie, you've got taste. These 2 are the handsomest young men in our Qidong City Bureau. Zhang Qiuju smiled. Zhou Ning took a good look at her. The smile added color to her appearance. Despite the messy hair with some whites in it, Zhang Qiuju was quite fair, with distinctive features. She would not have looked bad in her youth, given that He Jiahong was quite attractive, inheriting all her good traits. "Big sister, my name is Zhou Ning. Could you tell me, did your daughter He Jiahong have any close friends? Whether they're from the village, school, or neighborhood, think carefully, anyone she went to school with or played with during the holidays, boys or girls, you can tell." Zhou Ning didn't start by asking what happened on March 28th. One reason was that doing so might make Zhang Qiuju, who just relaxed, tense up again and more likely to disturb her. It was better to proceed step by step. Another reason was to move from simple to complex, which would help close the gap and more easily gain Zhang Kuju's trust. As expected, Zhang Qiuju showed no particular resistance, pondered for a moment, and began counting on her fingers. "Demonaire didn't have many friends in the village because of my condition. Many kids teased her, calling her little fool or psycho. She got on relatively well with Tang Jianghai from the Tang family, at least he didn't bully Demonaire. In junior high, Demonaire did well and got into Jinping Town Middle School. From then on, she lived at the school. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The teachers took care of her. Without my burden, there was no one from the village at that school, and those 3 years were the happiest for Demonaire. Every time she came back, I could see her smiling. She had quite a few friends in junior high: Zhang Chunhua, Zhu Xiaoxia, Chui Lian, Mao Chunwan. These 4 were her closest friends, all girls. They never came over to our place, but during summer and winter vacations, Demonaire stayed at their homes. Her grades were good, and their parents liked her too. Ever since she started high school at number 5 middle school, I don't know if it was the study load or she was unhappy, but de Monaire didn't have many friends anymore, only keeping in touch with Zhu Xiaoxia and Zheng Chunhua, who also made it into the same school. They were art students learning painting. As for boys, there were a few she knew from the track team, but I never heard de Monaire call them friends. She spoke at length slowly, but Zhang Keju's narration was very clear. Do you know which village Zheng Chunhua and Zhu Xiaoxia are from? Before Zhang Qiuju could speak up, He Hongjian continued, I know that. I've picked up de Monaire before. Both of their families live in Jinping Town. One runs an auto repair shop, the other a supermarket. Both are in good financial standing. Zhou Ning glanced sideways at Mr. Zhao. They had worked together for the longest time, and with that look, Mr./P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhao understood what was meant, quickly taking out his police PDA to conduct a search, as Zhou Ning strived to keep his expression neutral. They all live in town, huh? How many children do they have, 1 or 2? The one with the auto repair shop. What kind of vehicles do they service? Is it a large repair workshop with a parking lot, or a small-time garage with just 1 or 2 mechanics? /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody. P. Chapter 503 to 474. A diary _1 Chapter 503. Chapter 474. A diary _1. He Hongjian was startled. Zhou Ning's consecutive questions seemed a bit too many, but looking at Zhou Ning's expression, still so indifferent, and his pace of speech not fast, He Hongjian didn't react too much and pondered before speaking, as far as I know. Each of these girls from de Moinaire's family has at least 2 children. Anyway, they're all the youngest in their families, de Monaire mentioned it. Zhang Qiuju on the side suddenly had a spark of realization and stretched out a finger, saying, right, de Monaire mentioned that she was envious of them, that their older brothers always stood up for them, and they wouldn't get bullied. If Shed had brothers when she was young, maybe those brats in the village wouldn't have followed her, calling her little idiot or mental case, and nobody would have dared to throw trash at our house. As she spoke, Zhang Qiuju seemed to be reminded of her own daughter and suddenly became overwhelmed with sorrow, tears streaming down her face. Feng Mu, somewhat at a loss, glanced at Zhou Ning and hurriedly comforted her, Auntie, don't be sad. We're talking like this to ensure your child didn't die in vain. The more detailed your recollection, the more it helps us with the investigation. So this isn't the time to be sad. If de Monaire knew she was causing you such grief, she'd feel very guilty. The title was a bit mixed up, but no one minded. Mr. Zhao looked at Feng Mu with some surprise. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody. P. He didn't know much about Feng Mu, only occasional interactions during cases, conversing no more than 10 sentences. Moreover, due to his relationship with Dr. Chen, he seemed to have an inherent hostility towards him. Yet now, with just a few words, Feng Mu had demonstrated his impressive skills, not verbose, but clear in his message, able to guide the victim's family to actively cooperate. Indeed, he was quite professional. Zhang Keju's crying stopped abruptly, and she nodded vigorously at Feng Mu. You're right, I didn't go to school and have this illness. I've embarrassed my child. Please, ask whatever you want. I'll try my best to cooperate. Feng Mu looked towards Zhou Ning, the meaning clear, hoping Zhou Ning would continue, since Zhou Ning's tone and pace were gentle, making others less resistant. Whose family owns an auto repair factory? It was then He Hongjian remembered that Zhou Ning had already asked this once before, and he hadn't finished speaking due to being interrupted. He pondered for a moment, as if remembering something important, and hurriedly said, It's Zhu Xiaoxia's family that owns the auto repair factory. Zhu Xiaoxia's dad has some connections. His son didn't do well in his studies and didn't even finish high school, but their family business is doing exceptionally well. In the village, his younger brother has a repair shop for agricultural machinery and vehicles, and they also sell electric bikes. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. speak. Speak, prosody, P in the town. They opened a big auto repair factory, the kind that repairs luxury cars. I'm not sure if they have ties with insurance companies or the traffic police, but the cars repaired there are all designated locations that are reimbursable. That's the general idea. I don't understand it too well. Mr. Zhao became excited, leaning in to ask He Hongjian, "Do you know the name of the auto repair factory?" He Hongjian thought carefully and then shook his head with an embarrassed expression. "I really don't know, but the auto repair factory is over by Jinping Avenue Auto City. I think it's called Jinrui Auto Repair Factory." Mr. Zhao had already opened his phone to search. He couldn't find Jinrui Auto Repair Factory, but he found a Jinrui Auto Repair Company nearby the Auto City. He checked the legal representative, and the name listed was Zhu Pingong. Then he looked for Zhu Pingong and found 3 people with the same name in Xinhua City. Choosing the one registered in Jinping Town, 57 years old, with 3 sons and 1 daughter, the youngest daughter named Zhu Xiaoxia. The 3 sons were Zhu Xiaojun, Zhu Xiaoguang, Zhu Xiaoming respectively. The oldest son was married, but their household registration hadn't split off, and together with the son's wife and 2 grandchildren, this family had quite a few members. Still, this situation was quite normal in rural areas as, after all, the old homes anticipated demolition someday. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Even if living in the city, they wouldn't want their household registration moved, as it also involved land allocation issues. Regarding the 4 children, Zhu Xiaojun was already in his early 30s, and Zhu Xiaoguang and Zhu Xiaoming were both 22, 2 years older than Zhu Xiaoxia, and with the same birth date. Apparently, they were twins. Zhu Xiaoxia was listed as a student with her workplace being the local number 5 high school. Mr. Zhao showed the information to Zhou Ning and then found Zhu Xiaoxia's ID photo, passing his phone to He Hongjian. "Take a look. Is this Zhu Xiaoxia?" He Hongjian and Zhang Qiuju both leaned in to look at the photo. It was Zhang Qiuju who spoke first. "That's her, but she looks thinner in this picture. The girl has gained a lot of weight since last summer. Rumor has it that she got into a car accident during the summer break and gained weight due to steroid treatments. My daughter de Monaire has been comforting her and even running with her, but it hasn't helped her lose any weight." Zhou Ning cast a meaningful glance at Fang Mu, who stood up to take the phone from Mr. Zhao. He had understood the meaning and quickly walked out to make a call. Zhou Ning turned to Zhang Qiuju with a smile. "She moved to the salt company community, and you've been taking care of He Jiahong, haven't you? What does she like to eat, and what time does she usually get back from school? Does she often go out to eat with friends or classmates? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I see she uses a phone. The teachers aren't too strict about it, are they?" Though Zhou Ning asked several questions in one breath, his pace was slow and his tone friendly. Zhang Qiuju showed no sign of annoyance or distress, but smiled as she responded. "De Monaire likes to eat meat, probably because her trainings are exhausting, plus her high school workload is also heavy. At noon and in the evening, I always stew meat for her to eat. She usually gets home around 10 o'clock after evening self-study and often eats supper, dumplings, wontons, noodles, whatever we have at home. She usually returns home promptly, except on her days off, when she might go out to have meals or play with her classmates for a day or 2. But she always tells me not to wait up for her come dinner time. As for her phone, her dad reported it to the school, allowing her to have her phone for easy contact with him. I can't use that thing. I don't go out during the day, except early in the morning when it's barely light to buy some groceries and necessities, since I have this illness, and I can't shame my child. So I don't know anyone in the community. It seems like all the residents above and below are there to accompany their school-aged children. But I don't know who they are." On the day of the incident, at dinner time, de Monaire ran back and told me to take my medicine and go to bed early because she was going to a celebration feast. She said a lot and seemed very happy when she left. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I don't believe she could have killed herself. I just don't believe it. By the end, Zhang Qiuju was crying again, though not as hysterically as before, simply wiping away her tears. The more Zhou Ning engaged with Dr. Shi, the more he focused on issues of psychology. From Zhang Qiuju's initial breakdown to now just shedding tears, repeated sharing of her emotions seemed to be a way to release her sadness. Zhou Ning took a deep breath and stood up abruptly. Our visit today is also to take a look at He Jiahong's room. To overturn the suicide conclusion, one method is through autopsy and scene investigation, but as you know, those have been severely compromised. We hope to understand her social relationships and start an investigation among the people she knew, to see her diaries or contact lists, hoping to find some clues. He Hongjian stood up with Zhang Qiuju, nodding continuously. Understood. You can search as you please. Jiahong's room is in the east wing. I'll take my wife to sit in the yard for a while. It seems Jiahong had a diary, but I don't know where it is. Zhu Xiaoxia and others came over to play at my house before, and the kids were fighting over wanting to read it, chattering away. By the end, He Hongjian was somewhat choked up as he supported Zhang Qiuju, trying to hide his sorrow. They went to sit under the cherry tree in the yard, while Mr. Zhao had already gone out to call Mr. Yang and the others in. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Without any nonsense, the group directly entered the east wing, an en-suite room. It might be a modest rural house, and the family wasn't wealthy, but with only one child, they naturally afforded her the best they could. To the south, there was a space resembling a study with an aged writing desk and a circle of solid wood chairs with thickly padded seats. They were piled with a lot of dolls. To the north, a curtain separated the space, behind which was a bed and 2 wardrobes, along with 2 old camphor wood trunks. Pulling back the curtain, one could see a collection of male celebrity posters under the north window, a true touch of a young girl's heart. Mr. Zhao leaned towards Zhou Ning and asked in a low voice, "You're not just looking for a contact list and diary by letting us investigate the scene, are you?" Zhou Ning nodded his head. He Jiahong's hymen was torn long ago. She was an 18-year-old girl by her nominal age, with excellent academic and sports achievements. Although it's possible that the tear was caused by sports, it doesn't match her condition. There are many old scars from tears around it. Moreover, she was liked by teachers and classmates at school. One can say a better future awaited her. We've been here for 2 days and have never heard from anyone that He Jiahong had a boyfriend. So, how did those old tears occur? Mr. Zhao narrowed his eyes as if he understood something but was still puzzled. So are you suggesting she might have an unspeakable boyfriend? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhou Ning shook a finger side to side. Not necessarily a boyfriend. Let's just say a man she had relations with, and rather frequently and violently at that. This statement caught Mr. Zhao and Fong Mu off guard. They had not expected Zhou Ning to reach such a conclusion. Zhou Ning turned to Fong Mu and added another comment. Did you tell Luda about the auto repair company? Fong Mu nodded. Luda asked Mr. Chu to check out the information on the sons first. Then he went to find Zhu Xiaoxia to see if he could get some useful information. No one spoke further. Everyone quickly got to work, understanding that to prove anything, one needs to find remaining evidence, since old homes are less likely to have been touched by those who may wish to hide traces. The search wasn't quick. After more than half an hour passed, young Qidong let out an exclamation. Mr. Zhao and the others rushed over, knowing Mr. Yang to be a very composed person and that his exclamation meant a discovery had been made. They all crowded around as Mr. Yang pulled out a locked notebook from underneath the mattress. The notebook looked quite new and was carefully preserved in a plastic bag. Mr. Zhao stepped forward, sprinkled some carbon powder for fingerprint collection, and quickly made a comparison, then nodded at the others. All the fingerprints are He Jiahong's. There's no second persons. Yang Xuedong looked at Fong Mu. Mr. Dui, how should we handle this? We haven't seen a key. Should we break it open by force? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Fong Mu wasted no words, simply gesturing with his hand. Break it open. There's no need to hesitate. With a clamp from Yang Zitong's pliers, the lock snapped off. As the notebook opened, several torn-up photos fell out. As they looked at the photos scattered on the floor, with their glaring images, everyone, including Zhou Ning, was stunned. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Chapter 504 to 475 The Victim Blaming Theory _1 Chapter 504. Chapter 475 The Victim Blaming Theory _1 Mr. Zhou hurriedly picked it up, carefully pieced it together, and laid it on the bed. There were a total of 6 photos that could rival the screenshots from Sapporo action movies. Each one was a close-up of genitalia. Although there were no faces shown, you could see a mole on the right little finger and the shape of the nails. Zhou Ning was certain that this was He Jiahong, but she didn't know whether He Jiahong had cooperated willingly or had been forced to pose for these photos. Such explicit poses were shocking. Sun Gaodai was already having a hard time articulating, gesturing for quite some time before saying, "Boss, these photos of He Jiahong. They must have been taken under coercion, right? If she wasn't being threatened, why would she cooperate willingly? She'd be no different from those AV actresses. She's still a student. If we go by the timeline, these must have been taken at the latest during the Spring Festival when she was at home." Then. Mr. Zhao pushed Sun Gaodai's hands away, his expression turning more serious. "Stop prattling and keep looking. See if there's anything else suspicious in the house. Oh, and gifts. See if there are any particular gifts." Mr. Yang continued the search with them. Seeing the crowd disperse, Zhou Ning interlaced her fingers, tightened her gloves, and then picked up the assembled photos, studying them intently. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. The angle of the shots was from above, showing the point of union. The woman's hand was placed at the root of the thigh, while the man had withdrawn slightly, burying himself in part. It is safe to say that the photos were taken from a very seductive angle, and it was clear that the photos were taken from a male perspective. Yet, as Zhou Ning looked at the male genitalia, he slightly furrowed his brows. Mr. Zhao, visibly intrigued, noted Zhou Ning's expression, glanced at the photos, then back at Zhou Ning's face. "What's up? Did you notice something?" The man's pubic hair is light in color, and his skin is excessively pale. This is not a retouched photo, but an instant photo that appeared on the spot, with a faint watermark date on it. It's from August 17, 2012. These few are from February 12, 2013 and February 14, 2013. The earlier ones are easy to understand. That would be during the summer vacation. The latter dates are during the new year, around the 3rd day of the first lunar month, right? Mr. Zhao practically pressed his face against the photos, but couldn't make out anything unusual and quickly handed Zhou Ning a magnifying glass. Zhou Ning didn't refuse and inspected each photo closely. Fong Mu was somewhat embarrassed, as it was his first time dealing with such a case. Seeing Zhou Ning's seriousness, he also suppressed his embarrassment and leaned in closer. "Director Zhou, did you find anything?" Zhou Ning nodded. In these photos, the female is the same person. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Judging by the mole on the finger and the shape of the nails, we can determine that this person is He Jiahong. As for the male, I believe there are 2 different men. This statement dropped like a bombshell, causing everyone to gasp. Fong Mu's expression paused. 2 people? I didn't notice any difference though. Look here, as I just mentioned, the pubic hair is light in color. This is an instant photo, which can't be edited, and the photo appears immediately after taking it. But the lower abdomen of the 2 men, one has a faint scar on the right lower abdomen, while the other does not. I suspect that the person with the scar had an inguinal hernia surgery on the right side, and it was done at a very young age. As for the light color, I think all the hairs on their bodies would have a light color. Also accompanied by excessively pale skin, this color is different from Caucasians. It should be due to a lack of tyrosinase or a malfunction that causes a deficiency in melanin or a disruption in its synthesis, in layman's terms, albinism. However, their condition is very mild. With such a mild case of albinism occurring simultaneously, I suspect these two individuals are relatives. As for whether they carry the maternal gene or acquired it from the paternal side, that would require comparison. Mr. Zhao's eyes bulged as he recalled the information he had just found about Zhu Xiaoxia having twin brothers. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. He couldn't help but connect this with the partial photos they'd discovered and their distinct features. He quickly pulled out his police terminal to look up the information he had just searched. Could it be the Zhu family twins? Do these two look like mild albinism patients to you? Zhou Ning looked at the identity photos that Mr. Zhao raised. Zhu Xiaoguang and Zhu Xiaoming looked nearly identical, except for different hairstyles. From the photos, both had brown hair, their eyebrows were not thick, and the color wasn't light. Their facial skin was pale with noticeable freckles on the cheekbones, and their pupils were light brown, but still within the norm. However, having found to this extent, the resemblance was very high. Zhou Ning nodded faintly and said, "Luda went to check. Let's have a look. We found 2 DNA samples with a very high similarity in He Jiahong's body. A blood sample comparison will tell us if it's them. This is the most direct method." Fong Mu nodded eagerly, grabbing his phone to make a call, barely concealing his excitement. Zhou Ning, however, calmly flipped open a diary, which mostly contained a young girl's daily records. There weren't entries every day, but occasionally, most were about her being bullied or chased and cursed at. The journal entry from June 21, 2011, noted that a few days prior, a senior boy had lifted her clothes to see the color of her underwear, frightening He Jiahong. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. She went to a teacher, hoping to adjust the monitoring, but the teacher blamed her instead, scolding her for wearing thin clothes. If she had been wearing the school uniform, nobody would have peered at her. He Jiahong felt extremely wronged. She didn't mention this incident to her friends because both of them were attending makeup classes during the holiday, and she didn't want to interrupt their progress. The night she came home, she stood on the bridge, feeling an urge to jump. Zhou Ning quickly turned the pages. During the summer vacation, there was a line without a specified date. Xiaoxia said her brother beat up the idiot from the 11th class of second year for me, broke his leg, and the other side demanded compensation. Xiaoxia said her brother had settled it and told me not to worry. How touched I am. 3 exclamation marks. I can feel He Jiahong's excitement. I bet that idiot from class 11 of the high school's second year might be the one who lifted her clothes, but the teacher's handling of it left Zhou Ning unsettled for a long time. Wasn't this a typical case of blaming the victim? The following entries were shorter, all about moods, gifts, and food. However, the details revealed that the girl was experiencing her first brush with love. She mentioned smiling foolishly from time to time and seeing him peeping at her from outside the school walls during training. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. Everything written was sugary sweet. After all, from the beginning, this diary had been a trash can, recording mostly her unhappiness. So, she did not want to put her happiness in it. Perhaps it would be sacrilege. Flipping casually to a page with more words, Zhou Ning stopped turning the pages. Some parts of this page had been perforated by a pen, with messy handwriting, and there were also dried stains left by some liquid. He Jiahong had cried. Zhou Ning quickly read the content. Skipping over the first half filled with descriptions of her mood and emotional outbursts, the main content came afterward. He was embracing that girl, his hand on her waist. I knew she was the freshman class belle. She's very pretty and has fairer skin than I do, at least fairer than mine. I've become dark and thin due to the recent training, not at all his type. I shouldn't have chosen to be a PE student. It seemed all his sweet nothings were just to win me over. Once he really got me, he didn't treasure me at all. I want revenge, to take it out on someone he's closest to. There was an angry emoticon drawn next, and Zhou Ning squinted his eyes. The date written at the end of this diary entry was August 10th, 2012. This date was very close to when the instant photos were taken. Could it be? The subsequent entries were pitifully few and lacked any mention of him. The most significant word used was they. What should I do? They've given me a choice, but how should I choose? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I want to go to university, make my parents proud, earn a lot of money to treat my mother, become the child other parents refer to, and make them regret. There were only 2 more entries after that. One was about New Year's. She wanted to give her coach a gift. Her father had given her 1,000 renminbi, and she wasn't sure what to buy, feeling bad about spending the money and eventually deciding to just give the cash as a gift. On the very last page, there was only one sentence. He Jiahong, you must get into Qibei University, find the best boy in Hua country, and live a happy life. Keep it up. That was the end of the diary, with no records of any phone numbers at the back. There wasn't much useful information inside, mostly just her grumbling, writing about her sadness and her experiences of being hurt. Based on the timeline, if these photo-taking sessions with men were painful memories for her or simply bad memories, they would surely be mentioned in this diary. But since they're not, does that mean He Jiahong's interactions with him were consensual, and moreover, that she agreed to those moments? Mr. Zhao leaned in, glancing at the diary. What did the young girl write? Any valuable information? Zhou Ning shook his head. No. But it mentions that in her first year of high school, someone lifted her clothes, the teachers didn't do anything, and Zhu Xiaoxia's brother stood up for her, beat up the culprit, and even compensated them for medical expenses. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Then it moved on to her liking a boy who later found someone else. He Jiahong then got together with the person the boy cared about the most. Mr. Zhao's eyes seemed to whirl with confusion as he blinked in bewilderment. A love triangle? Not exactly. Let's wrap up the investigation and leave. According to the diary, not many in the village left a good impression on her. Tang Jianhai seems to be the only one who didn't look down on her. Mr. Zhao called out, and Yang Xuedong and the others gathered around. Sun Gaotai was holding a bag containing several dolls. Boss, these dolls have dates written on the bottom with a carbon pen, 2.12, 2.14, 8.17. I don't know what they mean, he said. Mr. Zhao clicked his tongue. February 14th is Valentine's Day. What's there not to know? As for the other 2, damn, aren't those the dates recorded on the instant photos? Zhou Ning nodded, motioning for Sun Gaotai to come closer to examine the dolls, some of which looked quite similar. Send them back for sampling. These 3 dates match the dates on the instant photos. If someone else collected these for He Jiahong, there might be DNA left on them, assuming they haven't been washed. It all depends on how lucky we are, he stated. Fang Mu walked over, took the bag, and Sun Gaotai quickly wrote on it, marking it with information about the content to be tested before letting go. Director Zhou, I'll send someone to submit this for testing. Shall we meet up with Lu De now? Fang Mu inquired. Zhou Ning nodded. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Let's go. To the auto repair shop. I want to meet those twins. Also, has the owner of the apartment at the Salt Industry Company Building 2, Unit 5, floor not arrived yet? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 505 to 476. The bloodstains underneath the paint _1 Chapter 505, Chapter 476. The bloodstains underneath the paint _1 Fang Mu hurriedly made a phone call and hung up with a hint of joy, saying, finally found the homeowner's information. The homeowner said that after the tenant moved out, they voluntarily gave him 2,000 yuan, saying the house had gotten a bit dirty and needed cleaning, which was quite embarrassing. He didn't take over the house himself, but just had a renovation company repaint and clean it up. He also contacted a cleaning company to tidy it up and instructed them to throw the keys into his yard. Unfortunately, he broke his leg and is hospitalized in Qidong. As for his home address, it was just sent over. He mentioned that the police should be careful when they go there. There's a dog in his yard that has a bad temper. These last few days, a neighbor has been helping to feed it, but even then, the neighbor got bitten. While speaking, Feng Mu's phone chimed a few times. He opened WeChat to see a photo that had been forwarded to him. In the picture stood a German shepherd with a dark expression in the center of a courtyard with a one-story house, behind which was a red wooden doghouse. Next to it was the house's balcony French window, and a key tied with a red string lay next to the dog's food bowl. The courtyard gate had a lot of scattered dog food, obviously put there by someone who didn't dare enter. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p let's go. Before we meet up with Luda, do we have to battle it out with this German shepherd, Director Zhou? Do you have any anesthesia? Mr. Zhao couldn't stop laughing as he stepped closer. Come on, let's go. We're forensic doctors. How could we have anesthesia? We'll see what to do when we get there. If it really comes to it, we can call someone from a pet hospital over. They'll have a way, and besides, I still have a secret weapon. Feng Mu looked intrigued. What secret weapon? Can Mr. Yao train dogs too? Zhou Ning kept silent, as he truly couldn't feel happy about it. After all, the renovation mentioned by the homeowner had left him half cold. Half an hour later, in front of an apartment building in Xinhua City, this place was considered a rare upscale community in Xinhua City, with 4 units per building and a duplex layout for each unit. The upper residence had an additional rooftop while the lower ones had a courtyard, everyone getting what they needed. Following the address, with security guard accompaniment, they found the homeowner's yard. Looking inside the yard, they didn't see the dog. Sun Gaodai leaned on the fence, took a careful look, and just as he was about to speak, a black shadow rushed over. Feng Mu, quick as a flash, pulled Sun Gaodai away. The German shepherd snapped at the air, and the sound of its upper and lower jaws clacking together was enough to make everyone's hairs stand on end. Afterward, the dog barked incessantly. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p from the building. The sound of a window opening could be heard. A woman, seeing people below along with a security guard, asked uncertainly, "What are you guys doing?" "That dog is pretty fierce, don't get close." Feng Mu held up his police badge and shook it towards the woman. "Police. We've contacted the homeowner. He said he's in Qidong with a broken leg, and he placed the keys in the yard, told us to come get them ourselves. Sorry for the disturbance, we'll leave shortly." Upon hearing this, the woman didn't say another word and promptly closed the window. The group thought she was impatient, but not long after, she came downstairs wearing slippers, stopped in front of them, and pointed towards the spot next to the doghouse. "You want that bunch of keys, right?" Feng Mu nodded, and the woman made a phone call, presumably confirming with the homeowner before nodding to them. "Okay, I've confirmed it with him. I'll go find some tasty food. This dog is greedy. If you have something to do inside, you must bring meat." Mr. Zhao stopped the woman, smiling as he opened a bag, from which the rich aroma of roasted chicken emerged. "How about this? It'll peel off the skin since dogs shouldn't eat too much salt." The woman gave Mr. Zhao a few more glances and then laughed. "Oh, you're well prepared." Mr. Zhao smiled in response. "The key thing is we didn't know the neighbor lady would be so enthusiastic. Had I known, I would have saved it for my midnight snack. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. This is from Qidong, Sanxian Residence's roasted chicken, unbelievably delicious." The woman laughed and, using a pole-like object, poked at the roasted chicken, opened the door with the key, and the German shepherd, now drooling profusely, focused entirely on the chicken. The woman pointed to a set of steps to the west side of the courtyard, where the air conditioning maintenance was accessed, and which was a bit farther from the doghouse. "Babeo, go sit over there." At her command, like a well-trained individual, The German Shepherd dashed over and plopped down, making endearing grunting sounds while the woman hummed twice. "You foodie, wait until I count to 3. Lie down first, then I'll give you the chicken." The German Shepherd immediately lay down, and as the chicken was placed in front of it, Mr. Zhou quickly dashed inside, grabbed the keys, and ran back out. The entire series of actions were smooth and fluid. He then closed the door behind him. The German Shepherd looked up at Mr. Zhao's direction when it heard the noise, whining twice before the woman tapped the rail with the pole. "Don't want to eat anymore? I'm taking the chicken away, all right?" Hearing this, the German Shepherd buried its head in the chicken. Mr. Zhao quickly gestured for everyone to leave, being the last one out, continuously waving to the woman. "Big sister, thank you so much." The woman smiled and waved back as the group hurried back to their car. Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhao wanted to wash the keys, but Zhou Ning stopped him. "It appears the key is very old." According to the homeowner, he gave the keys directly to the renovation company, so there might be traces left on it. Mr. Zhao gasped and quickly ceased his actions. "I forgot about that, but the smell is too strong, forget it. Should we go find Luda first or head straight to the salt company community?" Zhou Ning thought for a moment, waved his hand, and said, "Let's go to the salt company community first." Mr. Zhao grinned with a snarl and gestured towards Mr. Wang. "Off goes Mr. Wang, let's get to work." Feng Mu got into the car with them. Once driver Mr. Wang got in, the first thing he did was turn on the air conditioning and then close all the windows. This action made Zhou Ning pause because although it was a bit sunny outside, it definitely wasn't hot enough to need the air conditioner. Mr. Wang, always steady, must have had his reasons. "What's going on, Mr. Wang?" Mr. Wang started the car, but didn't leave quickly. Considering his skills, he could easily have pulled out without any issues. However, this time, he reversed a bit on the spot and then moved forward a little, as if he was adjusting his position, but he didn't leave the original spot. He kept saying, 2 o'clock direction, see that black, old Santana? The person inside has been following us all the way since we left Jinping Town Shuijia village. There's also a gray Wuling Hongguang with the license plate ending in 372/P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. These two cars have been switching places back and forth. Just now, that Wuling Hongguang was outside the community. Not sure if it's still there right now. Feng Mu squinted his eyes, but didn't lean over to look out the window, as the film on the windows of the Iveco wasn't dark enough to hide them from view. "Got it, Mr. Wang. Drive normally. We'll go straight to the salt company. I'll have someone look up that car right now. We've got plenty of people with us. If all else fails, we can call 122 and have them stopped. Then we'll find out what these people are really up to." Mr. Zhao raised an eyebrow, amused by the cunning trick, yet quite liking it. "Sounds good, Mr. DUI. Have them turn on their enforcement recorders. I want to see the video afterwards. It's going to be a blockbuster at the scene. Too bad we can't watch it." Trying to suppress his laughter, Feng Mu hurriedly made arrangements. With 2 phone calls out, Mr. Wang had already turned the car around and began driving towards the salt company community. On the way, he deliberately didn't use his turn signals, and the trailing car clung tightly to them. When approaching a traffic light at an intersection, Mr. Wang pretended to slow down and pull over, but as soon as he saw the following car stop, he floored the accelerator and sped away. The following car instinctively sped up to follow, and the Wuling Hongguang behind it did the same, but it ran a red light. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. The cars from the other side of the intersection didn't give way and blocked them, causing the old Santana, unable to react in time, to slam into them. Of course, the Wuling Hongguang behind it crunched into the pileup in a sandwich-style collision. The drivers got out, tugging at their collars, and yanked the Santana driver out of his car. The others from the Santana also got out, seemingly trying to calm the situation. Feng Mu hung up the phone and turned his gaze away from the rear. Called 122 and we've managed to stop them. But I guess whoever is coming will blow it off as a minor incident. Mr. Zhao shook his head with a smile. When it comes to identity, that's the least of our worries. Let's declare ours too, we're also officials. And local police following the City Bureau's special case team, they really don't know who's in charge here. Do they think Xinhua City is their autonomous region? Zhou Ning glanced at him, and Mr. Zhao quickly fell silent. It was better for Fangmu to handle these matters, as talking too much didn't help their work. Mr. Zhao understood all this. He was just a bit irritated earlier. With no further conversation, they arrived at the Salt Company community, and without even getting out of the car, they saw Mr. Shan loitering at the entrance of the community. What's the meaning of this, kid? Why didn't you stick with Luda? Aren't you the shadowless hand, best at taking notes? Did Luda abandon you? Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Shan shook his head and quickly walked up beside Zhou Ning. Director Zhou, Luda asked me to tell you that they went to the repair shop. They left just 5 minutes before you arrived here, saying you should come here, check the place, and then head to Zhulofeng Park. Zhou Ning thought for a moment. It seemed that right next to Auto City was Zhulofeng Park. The victim had run into it to hide. The implication of going there. Could it be that there was something discovered in that area? Mr. Shan quickly handed his phone to Zhou Ning, who then realized it was their email. Presumably, they had been too busy on the road to hear any notifications. Opening the email and browsing through, he found that the lung effusions and some of the lung tissue sent for examination contained a high amount of water. After conducting the diatom test, they found various algae and microorganisms. This discovery made Zhou Ning suddenly realize. Is there a lake or pond in Zhulofeng Park? There used to be a spring, then they built a pond around it, quite a big one, but the spring dried up and they started to artificially refill it. Zhou Ning waved to those behind him. There was no use in hurrying now. Their delay wouldn't allow the pond to run away after all. The most important thing was still the crime scene investigation. Don't just stand there, hurry up. For the 2 apartments on the 5th floor, conduct a thorough examination. If necessary, you can break apart parts of the renovation. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Upon receiving Zhou Ning's affirmation, the team was naturally quite pleased. They ascended to the 5th floor and, before even entering, Mr. Zhao pulled out the keys. Zhou Ning stopped his movement. Did you take samples from the keys? Relax, I've sampled everything. With that, the door was swiftly opened, and everyone spread out, one to a room, to begin a carpet-style search. Zhou Ning, taking Mr. Zhao with him, first entered the east apartment on the 5th floor. The room was simply decorated, just painted, with the floor cleaned. Looking at the cleanliness of the cleaning, Mr. Zhao shook his head slightly. The floor has been scrubbed, and there are replacement floorboards here. Zhou Xiao, where do we even start looking? As he finished asking, Mr. Zhao noticed Zhou Ning slowly walking towards him, his face serious and puzzled. Mr. Zhao felt a bit silly and coughed. Zhou Xiao, don't look at me like that, it's freaking me out. Hey, say something, will you? Zhou Ning reached out, pushed Mr. Zhao aside, and stared at the wall behind him. He wiped his hand across it and said with conviction, "Shut up, I think I've found a bloodstain. Come, let's chip this painted plaster off the wall. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Chapter 506 to 477 Eyewitness _1 Chapter 506. Chapter 477 Eyewitness _1 This sentence, like a shot of adrenaline, drew everyone in instantly. Director Zhou, do we need to scrape off the wall paint? Boss, let me do it. Is it this spot, Zhou Xiao? The barrage of questions overwhelmed Zhou Ning, who waved his hand to scatter the crowd. He stared intently at the spot on the wall and reached out to Mr. Zhao. Luminol reagent, spray this area. Without waiting for Zhou Ning to act, Mr. Zhao had already grabbed the reagent and rushed forward, beginning to spray the entire wall, especially the spot Zhou Ning had indicated. Actually, from the wall, one could only see a faint series of slightly darker shadows. To say they were bloodstains, Feng Mu was not entirely certain, but based on experience, Zhou Ning certainly had the authority to speak. Feng Mu, curbing his curiosity, watched quietly. As the luminol was sprayed and the wall paint thoroughly wetted, for spindle-shaped fluorescent traces soon appeared. Mr. Zhao whistled, his small eyes crinkling into a narrow slit with a smile. I didn't expect to find blood traces so easily. Seeing the traces of the blood droplets, Zhou Ning didn't show much joy but instead frowned slightly. Don't celebrate too early. According to the injury on the victim's head, there was only one blow to the temple area, and these 4 drops of blood seemed to have a direction, as if splashed from below upwards. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. If the victim's head had been bleeding continuously, it would have been discovered in the corridor long ago. It also couldn't have caused this kind of injury. Scrape off the wall paint and take samples. Then search carefully. I want to find brushed, dripped, and pooled bloodstain residues. The door frames, the walls beside the bed, and the windowsills, these are the key spots. Let's just pray that the decorators didn't deliberately sand them down. Mr. Yang was the first to react, calling out to Sun Gaodai to hurry towards the 2 bedrooms. Mr. Zhao sighed, shaking his head as he walked to the entrance, lifting a magnifying glass to carefully examine the door. Zhou Ning stood in the living room, looking at the layout of the rooms for a moment before closing his eyes. Feng Mu seemed about to say something to Zhou Ning, but Mr. Zhao stopped him with a gesture, raising a gloved hand just millimeters from Feng Mu's mouth. Zhou Xiao is trying to put himself in the killer's shoes during the crime. Don't interrupt him now. Let him get a feel for the layout of the room. Based on the injuries suffered by the victim, it will be easier to find the locations of the remaining evidence. Feng Mu's eyes widened in disbelief. Eastern sorcery? Is it really that mystical? Mr. Zhao looked at Feng Mu as if sizing him up. It's not, Mr. Dui. I see you as sharp and spirited, a well-educated professional. Eastern sorcery? How could you ask such a question? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. The wounds on the victim's body have a chronological order. Whether the marks were caused by impact, restraint, or violent dragging, compared with the items at the scene, all these have to be considered comprehensively to make findings. Feng Mu rubbed his nose and cautiously stepped back, pointing in the direction of the household directly across the door. Then I'll take a look across the door. There's so little here, just 2 wooden beds and a table. How does anyone live here? Mr. Zhao nodded, and Feng Mu left the room. At this time, Zhou Ning was still standing with his eyes closed. Before him, he visualized the dimly lit guard's lamp. Beneath that light, He Jiahong ran into the stairwell, pausing halfway up the first floor to catch her breath, leaning on the brickwork patterns. She peered through the cracks toward the entrance of the complex, seemingly to check if anyone was following her. Relieved not to see anyone, she exhaled. Upon reaching the second floor, just as she inserted her key into the lock of the Western household, a knife was pressed to her neck. Simultaneously, her hair was grabbed from the top, and a man threatened her to keep quiet or he'd go in and kill her mother, demanding her to drop the key. He Jiahong did as she was told, gently placing the key between the 2 doors, trying to make no sound, as she didn't want these people to harm Zhang Qiuju. The man then yanked her hair and handcuffed her hands behind her back. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Perhaps at that moment she was bound at the wrists. She was carried directly to the rooftop, where she was threatened and enticed. He Jiahong fought back with all her might. Her shoes were knocked off, and she was hit on the head and fell, but the bleeding wasn't severe, and the assailants didn't think she was badly injured. Seeing her collapse, the men didn't back away, but instead carried her to the 5th floor and raped her in turns. Of course, during the descent, He Jiahong's arms and shoulders hit the door frames and walls, leaving abrasions. During the assault, He Jiahong might have regained consciousness, but with severe head trauma and increased intracranial bleeding, she may have experienced delirium and vomiting. The men panicked and quickly left the scene. He Jiahong's vital signs gradually faded, and in her struggle, she might have fallen off the bed or tried to crawl, but she still lost consciousness. An hour or two later, when the men returned and found that she wasn't breathing, they threw her body down from the building, locked the room, and left. Zhou Ning opened his eyes and glanced at the position of the bed in the room. Mr. Yang had already sprayed the walls and floor with the reagent. Seeing Zhou Ning looking over, he shook his head slightly, obviously finding nothing. As for Sun Gaodai in another room, he too gave a hand wave to indicate no discovery. Leaving the eastern household, Zhou Ning headed straight for the western household where Fang Mu was. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Upon entering, he smelled a faint stench of decay mingled with the scent of latex paint. He observed the room for a moment, walked to the larger bedroom, and nudged the foot of the bed slightly. Under the foot of the bed was a dirty circle that looked like a black eye. Clearly, although someone had cleaned the place, the bed had not been moved. Just as Zhou Ning was about to turn around to check the head of the bed, he noticed the joints in the floorboards seemed somewhat darker. He quickly knelt down and sprayed luminol on it, revealing a fluorescent glow after a moment. Zhou Ning was somewhat excited and quickly stepped back, spraying the area extending to the doorway with luminol reagent. As he sprayed, several fluorescent traces appeared, seemingly fingerprints mixed with bloodstains, and on the bedroom door frame, even a layer-like fluorescent trace could be found. "Mr. Zhao, come here quickly. The primary crime scene is this room," he called out. With that shout, everyone hastened over. Seeing the traces on the ground and the door frame, smiles finally appeared on their faces. "Wow, looks like we found it. It must be right here, let's get to work. Spray carefully all door frames, handles, walls, and floors, and don't miss any details," Mr. Zhao said. At Mr. Zhao's words, Mr. Yang and Sun Gaodai quickly nodded and busily set about their work, attaching scale rulers, sampling, and taking photographs. After the bustle, Fang Mu came over. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Director Zhou, can we confirm this is the primary crime scene? Shall I report to Luda now? He asked. Zhou Ning nodded. Yes, we'll wrap up here shortly and send the evidence for examination as soon as possible. Then we head straight to Zhiliufeng Park, he said. Fang Mu paused. Aren't we heading to the auto repair shop first? He asked. Zhou Ning shook his head. We have already provided the information to Luda. If things are progressing smoothly on her end, she should have given us feedback by now. No news means that the person is not there or is completely uncooperative, so rushing over there would be pointless. On the other hand, the diatoms in the victim's lungs have not yet been confirmed. Fang Mu had no objections at this point, as both Director Su and Luda trusted Zhou Ning immensely, and his abilities were indeed impressive. Naturally, he respected Zhou Ning's opinion. Once everything was organized, all the samples were packed into a box. Mr. Zhao even dismantled part of the floor. To their surprise, they found a palm-sized bloodstain in the floor crevices and some dried, unidentifiable fragments. Zhou Xiao, the site examination is finished, but with He Jiahong's head being smashed so severely, why is there so little blood? There was severe internal bleeding in the skull, and the external bleeding was due to abrasion, so only part of it bled externally. I estimate there were also bloodstains on the original bed sheets in this room, but they've been dealt with. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. If it had been the new type of composite flooring, maybe even these remnants wouldn't have been found, he explained. Mr. Zhao nodded. No significant traces on the walls were found. It indeed seems to be thoroughly cleaned here. Can we contact the landlord now and ask him to provide information about the tenant? He asked. Zhou Ning looked at Fang Mu and smiled. Mr. Dui has already made contact, and Ma Liang has gone to the hospital. All right, let's head downstairs quickly and make our way to Juliofeng Park, he said. Without wasting any words, everyone headed downstairs. As they reached the second floor, the door opposite to He Hongjian's house closed slightly, creating a small noise. Zhou Ning glanced over, and Feng Mu went straight over to knock on the door. A young man looking like a student opened the door and asked warily through the security door, "Who are you looking for?" Feng Mu showed his police badge. "We are from the Qingdao City Bureau Special Case Team, investigating the case where He Jiahong was murdered. I'd like to ask you a few questions," he said. No sooner had he finished speaking, a woman approached and opened the inner door wider, her face showing hesitation and vigilance. "We didn't see or hear anything, so stop asking and leave quickly," she said. Her words, however, did not make Feng Mu back down. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P, the chief of Juquan Police Station who originally investigated this case, along with the forensic doctor who performed the autopsy, have been suspended and are under investigation. Of course, there are others not suspended who will still face subsequent actions. I understand we're all parents here. That girl was an only child, just killed like that. Anything you could tell us would be helpful, right? He reasoned. The young man looked at his mother, that look pleading for permission, but the woman bit her lip and still shook her head. "Stop asking. My child is only in the second year of high school, and we can't possibly leave this place anytime soon. If I said anything, once your special case team leaves, we would have to face the consequences alone. Just treat us as uncooperative citizens. I have my reasons," she said, moving to close the door. Feng Mu, quick as lightning, had already stuck his hand in, grabbing the door frame of the inner door. "Hold on, I understand what you're saying and don't want to force you to do anything. This is my number. Today, just pretend you never saw us. You can call this number later or send a message to tell me what happened," he said, showing understanding. The woman glanced at the card in Feng Mu's hand, took it, and Feng Mu didn't stop her from closing the door this time. From inside, the boy's voice could be heard. "Mom, why won't you let me speak? We heard everything. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. You stopped me from calling the police then, and that student's sister is already dead. She's gone. We couldn't prevent it then. Can't we at least speak up now?" he questioned. Feng Mu exchanged a look with Zhou Ning, who raised his finger to his lips, gesturing for silence. Everyone stepped back toward the first floor, and soon after, the door opened. The young man pushed the security door open and waved at them, lowering his voice to speak. "Officer, please come in. My mom agreed to let me talk to you," he said, inviting them inside. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. Chapter 507 to 478 shadow_1 Chapter 507. Chapter 478 shadow_1 Zhou Ning let out a sigh of relief. Having someone willing to speak out was the best evidence. Upon entering the room, Zhou Ning and Feng Mu sat on chairs. The woman and the teenager sat opposite them. The woman sighed, and it took her a long while to say, "It's not that we refused to talk. We were warned that if we spoke out of turn, we would bear the consequences. This is our only child. It's not that we're unwilling to cooperate, but we truly are afraid." Feng Mu nodded. "We understand." Zhou Ning thought for a moment, then sent a message to Zhou Xiaoyu asking, essentially, since there was a witness being threatened and unable to attend school locally in Xinhua City, could they arrange for the child to attend high school under the name of the Public Security Bureau? Zhou Xiaoyu replied almost instantly, saying she happened to be in the principal's office. She showed the message to the principal, who said that there was no problem. The student could directly transfer their registration. They would be accepted unconditionally and accommodations would be provided. This result pleased Zhou Ning greatly. He expressed his thanks and handed his phone to the woman for her to see. "I just got in touch with Qidong No. 2 Middle School. That's our joint construction unit. The principal has stated that your son can transfer there. I think this way. You won't have any further concerns, right? Slash P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. The woman was stunned, finding it hard to believe at first. She wiped her hands before taking the phone to read carefully. No need for anyone to explain what kind of place the second middle school was. People would crack their heads just for a chance to be picked. And here were the special task force officers arranging it all with a single text message. Evidently, these people really were extraordinary. The woman clenched her teeth and stood up to bow deeply to Zhou Ning. Thank you so much, officer. It's not that we didn't want to talk, we truly were afraid. That morning when the incident occurred, when the police from 110 came over, the officers went to inspect the scene across the way. I told the police that I'd seen someone go upstairs that night. But the officer just glanced at me, didn't even open his notebook, then gestured towards someone behind him, and a man in plain clothes came in, grabbed my hand, and twisted it behind my back. I felt like my arm was about to break. He asked me to think carefully about what I saw. With such intimidation, how could I dare say anything? I immediately said I saw nothing, that the child had come home and gone straight to sleep, slept very soundly, even taken sleeping pills. Only then did that person let go of my arm, and after lingering in my apartment for a bit, he came out of my son's room with a paper in his hand. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. He tore off the part that had the class and name written on it, tucked it into his pocket, then smiled at me, a truly chilling smile. He said he knew my son's class and name now and that if I said one word too much, I would be responsible for the consequences, and that I should prepare myself for the same outcome as Jiahong across the door. Mr. Zhao's eyes blazed with anger as he pulled out his phone, scrolling through to find a photo, which he then handed to the woman. Big sister, see if the policeman who was at the scene is this guy? The woman took one look and nodded immediately. It's him. I heard people calling him Chief Zheng from the window. I don't know which police station he's from. Mr. Zhao quickly found a group photo from Juquan Police Station, which Mr. Chu had retrieved the day before. He continued to show the phone to the woman, smiling slightly to ease her tension. Don't be nervous, big sister. Take a good look at this group photo. Is the man who threatened you the one who twisted your arm in here? Mr. Zhao zoomed in the picture and moved it around until, upon spotting someone in the back row, the woman shuddered and then pointed shakily at the photo. Him. It's him. He's the one who threatened me. He's also the one who tore up my son's paper. I even kept the rest of that test paper. Give me a moment to remember where I put it. With that, she almost sprang up from the chair and rushed into the bedroom. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Soon she returned with a document bag, which she handed to Zhou Ning. Trust in him had been secured by his recent actions. Zhou Ning put on gloves, untied the string on the document bag, and pulled out the test paper. Indeed, a quarter of it was missing, with crease marks along the edge. He carefully put the test paper away and passed it to Mr. Zhao, who quickly labeled the bag. Only then did Fang Mu continue with his questions. Big sister, please tell us in detail what exactly did you see that night? The woman's gaze grew firmer as she thought for a moment, then spoke hastily. I remember clearly, it was March 28th. My husband left early in the morning to drive the big truck to Lua River. My son finishes school at 9:50 p.m. He arrived home exceptionally late that night, saying the teacher had held them late and discussed the test papers. So many students kept asking questions. By the time he got home, it was already 10:30 p.m. They say teenage boys can eat you out of house and home, and sure enough, as soon as he arrived, he started complaining of hunger. I made him kutsu soup and boiled some prawns and fried some eggs, and he devoured all of it in one go. After all that fuss, it was quite late, and I didn't want to let him go straight to bed, so we both sat down in the living room to relax. But to save electricity, only the bathroom light was on, all others having been turned off earlier. At that moment, footsteps came from the staircase, as though several people were passing by. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody, speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I thought someone from upstairs was returning home. Odd, even later than my son. However, after going upstairs, these people seemed to stop in the hallway. I quickly motioned for my son to shut the bathroom door. I stood in front of the wooden door, looking through the peephole. Only the light on the first floor was on in the hallway, so I could only see a few shadows hiding on the second floor. I was terrified at the time. My son came over, and I covered his mouth. Right then, I heard footsteps in the stairwell again, but this time they were brisk. A figure flashed by, probably Qidong coming back. She seemed to be wringing out her clothes as she went upstairs, with the sound of water dripping. When we got to their door, I was about to go inside when those shadowy figures darted out. I was frightened and wanted to cry out to stop them, but looking at my son, I held back. One of the men said, "Drop the keys and come play with us, or we'll go in and kill your mother." Qidong didn't resist or say a word. Instead, she just let out a clatter as she dropped the keys between the two doors and was dragged upstairs by one of the shadows. The man was more than a head taller than Qidong, and their footsteps faded into the distance. At that moment, I was petrified. My son said, "Let's call the police." I hesitated because there was no noise from upstairs, no sound of doors opening or closing. I didn't know if those people had gone to the rooftop or into someone else's apartment. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. How could I call the police? What would I tell them when they arrived? I know my child meant well, but society doesn't work on goodwill alone. I've seen too much of this, especially here in Xinhua. The woman didn't continue, already beginning to cry. The teenager supported her arm, and Zhou Ning knew she was full of regret. If only she had called the police then, Qidong might have been saved, but even that was just a possibility. Feng Mu was very composed as he continued to question the woman. "So after that, you didn't hear any other noises and just went to rest?" The woman nodded. "Actually, not long after, I thought I saw some kind of shadow flicker past the window to the south. I didn't pay much attention, thinking it was a crow or something. Since everything was quiet and my child needed to go to school, I urged him to sleep. I listened for a while and thought I heard the sound of a door closing. After all, no matter how careful you are with these old-fashioned security doors, they still make a lot of noise. Then there really was no more noise, so I went to rest. I thought I heard someone going up and down the stairs in the middle of the night, but it wasn't clear. Around 5 in the morning, I heard someone scream from the north side. I immediately sensed something was wrong and rushed to the window, only to see the doorman and a few elderly people who were out for morning exercises gathering below. Then someone called the police, saying a girl had jumped from a building. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Zhou Ning glanced at his notebook, which was filled with various data from the autopsy report. Qidong stood at 168 centimeters tall. For the man to be more than a head taller, he must be over 188 centimeters. But according to the household registration information, neither of the Zhou family's sons were that tall. So, the person who coursed Qidong wasn't one of these two? For a moment, Zhou Ning was confused, but Feng Mu was truly insightful, having already grasped the crux of the matter. "Big sister, you said you heard that man speak. If you heard their voices again, could you recognize them?" The woman shook her head. "I was too scared at the time to pay attention. I just remember his voice was very gruff, but I don't remember anything else." The teenager chimed in, "I heard it too, and I can recognize it." The woman instinctively reached out to pull the teenager back, but extended her hand awkwardly towards Feng Mu and Zhou Ning with a look of worry. Everyone understood the gesture, so Feng Mu quickly reassured them. "Don't worry, we're not asking you to identify the killer directly. If we find the suspects, we will record their voices for you to recognize." The woman breathed a sigh of relief, but the teenager stood up, as if he had thought of something, and said excitedly, "I remember in crime shows, if someone touches something, they can leave DNA, right? Can you do that too?" The woman pulled her son's hand, trying to stop his wild talk. "Don't talk nonsense, child. slash p break time equals 300 ms forward slash prosody slash speak. Speak, prosody, p. The officers have other things to do. The teenager pulled his hand away from his mother and opened the wooden door, pointing at the security door across the way. When my mom was covering my mouth, I sneaked a peek out through the peephole. The tall guy pulling my schoolmate banged his head on the security door across from us, right at the top there. Mr. Zhou quickly went out to follow up, finding the spot indicated by the teenager and starting to take samples. Zhou Ning and Fong Mu stood up, the woman still obviously hesitant, which was understandable, given the previous threat. The promise from Zhou Ning didn't seem as reliable as keeping silent. However, this identification was already a significant lead, almost matching Zhou Ning's previous deductions. By now, Mr. Zhou had finished collecting samples, and Fong Mu gestured to the sister that they were about to leave. Zhou Ning was the last to walk out, with the woman's contact details and various information about the teenager written in his notebook. "I'll call you later to arrange the transfer to another school. Also, I have a question, not as a police officer. He Hongjian came to see you after the incident, didn't he?" The woman nodded. "I didn't say anything, really. I was too scared to. After all, I had already been threatened by the police. If the police themselves say this, what can I do? There's a saying, even a mighty dragon can't crush a local snake, slash p break time equals 300 ms forward slash prosody slash speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 508 to 479 I don't underscore 1 chapter 508. Chapter 479 I don't underscore 1 Zhou Ning didn't speak and hastened out. Just as he reached the half-flight of stairs to make a turn, the youngster opened the door, ran out in his slippers, and caught up to Zhou Ning to say urgently, "I just remembered something else." When the senior girl was being controlled, it seemed like she tore at the man's ear, and he cursed, "Damn, my ear's falling off." After that he swore at the senior girl a few times and dragged her upstairs by her hair. Zhou Ning nodded and patted the youngster on the shoulder. "I've got it, thank you." They descended the stairs and walked towards the police car. Mr. Zhou looked back at the building and sighed softly. It's a shame no one was living on the 4th floor at the time. If someone had been there, perhaps they would have heard something. Fong Mu shook his head. This is what the tenants themselves said after we contacted them. Whether someone was there that night is known only to them. I'll have someone review the surveillance footage later. This kid has given me an idea. If we find footage of someone home on the 4th floor, we can have a good talk with them. They were probably intimidated too, otherwise, why would they have moved out so quickly? Zhou Ning nodded and got into the car without a word. Mr. Zhou tossed the sampling case to a junior officer, who then sped away in the car. Mr. Wang also started the car, driving towards Zhuluofeng Park, /p break time equals 300 ms forward slash prosody slash speak. Speak, prosody, p. The distance wasn't far, just a few minutes by car, but it took quite some time to find parking. After getting out of the car, Zhou Ning noticed many unlicensed cars parked in front of the park, all of them brand new. He glanced in the direction of Uniming Car Store and indeed saw security guards continuously watching this way. Unfortunately, these new cars naturally wouldn't have dash cams. They got out of the car and walked into the park with their cases. Mr. Zhou had found the previous surveillance snapshots. He Jiahong had run panic-stricken into Zhuluofeng Park and had turned towards the southwest corner. They followed in the same direction and soon saw a pond in front of them shaped like a lotus leaf, about the size of 2 soccer fields. It was clearly stagnant water, but next to the rockery were people fishing with professional gear. Mr. Zhou kept his hands behind his back, tossing the case aside, and strolled over, crossed his arms, and squatted next to the fisherman, nodding towards the water. "Master, your gear looks very professional. That set must cost a pretty penny, huh?" The man glanced at Mr. Zhou and with a smile, seemed quite comfortable seeing that Mr. Zhou was knowledgeable. Having someone to talk to about the subject, he quickly turned off the radio. "Young man, you really know your stuff." Indeed, it wasn't cheap. These fishing rods together cost me over 4,000. Mr. /p break time equals 300 ms forward slash prosody slash speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhao feigned surprise, leaning in with interest, but certainly without reaching out his hands. Truly professional. But are there any fish in this pond? The fisherman nodded. There are fish, all silver carps. I'm just here for fun, coming every day, rain or shine. Sometimes at night too, since the carps bite more than. You can just fish halfway in the water, and there's no need for worms. My secret recipe is the best. Saying this, the fisherman took out a small box with a piece of pink dough the size of an apricot, and sure enough, it smelled faintly of shrimp. Impressive. You're not just a master, you're Uncle Pro. Recently, have you come here every night to fish? What time do you usually leave? The fisherman was unguarded. Mid-last month, my grandson came over, and I found it too noisy, so I come out every afternoon. I go back for dinner, then continue until about midnight. When I get home, I'm so tired I fall right to sleep. This has been going on for over 40 days. My wife actually enjoys the peace when I'm not at home, and she doesn't nag. Mr. Zhao had an epiphany and surveyed the terrain. The fisherman's spot was right at the edge of the pond near the rocks and a few big trees. If the lighting wasn't very bright at night, it would indeed not be easy to notice someone there. On the evening of March 28th, were you here? The fisherman waved his hand. Like I said, I come every day. By then Fong Mu and the others had approached, with Fong Mu also donning a police uniform. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P seemingly hearing footsteps. The fisherman looked back and saw the officers, suddenly startled, nearly dropping his fishing rod. Mr. Zhao quickly helped pick it up and placed it on the Y-shaped branch to the side, then smiled at the fisherman. Uncle, no need to rush. We're from a special case team from Qidong City, not local cops. We just want to learn about what happened. Since you said you were fishing here on the evening of March 28th, did you see anyone chasing a girl in their car into the park? Don't worry about any repercussions. We just want to understand the situation. After all, we've already seen you in the surveillance footage. You left earlier than usual that night and seemed rather flustered. In fact, Mr. Zhao was making it up as he went along, riding on the fisherman's narrative, since it was not hard to guess. The fisherman looked at them for a moment before finally nodding and sighing. Yes, I was fishing right here at the time, and I hadn't changed spots. But I didn't pay attention to why those people were chasing that girl. I just heard a splash as someone dove in. I quickly stood up and saw a car with its headlights on, parked at the north edge of the pond. I hid behind a tree and saw the girl struggling to stay afloat. It seemed like she was about to give in. However, the people from the car were laughing. A tall one was whistling, while two shorter ones were shouting vile things I can't bring myself to say. Mr. Zhao tilted his head. Uncle, we are the police. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P, we need to know the truth. Didn't you record anything at the time? The fisherman hesitated and subconsciously touched his trouser pocket. This movement made Mr. Zhao's face light up with joy, as he obviously guessed correctly. Can we take a look at it? The fisherman wavered for a long time before finally taking out a cell phone from his pocket, a very trendy smartphone. It seemed this fisherman was a retired official who didn't worry about food and clothing and lived a decent life. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have spent so much on an expensive iPhone 6. In the photo album, the second video was a very dark screen. Clearly, this was it. Mr. Zhao turned the volume to the max and pressed play. The camera was shaky, indicating the fisherman was very nervous, even panicked. He must have been afraid of being silenced then. The headlights were bright, illuminating the girl in the pond, but the several men who got out of the car stood in the shadows, making it hard to see their faces. However, all three were laughing wildly. You want to drown, right? Then drown. The water here is only 2 meters deep, all muck. But drowning here isn't too bad. Once you drown, we'll fish you out, then get it on right on the shore. We can sell the video straight away. We'll probably earn quite a bit, considering we didn't earn too little before. He Jiahong was floating and sinking in the water, refusing to come up, her movements as if she could drown at any moment. She screamed, "Shut up, all of you shut up, slash p break time equals 300 ms forward slash prosody slash speak. Speak, prosody, p. If I'd known you were such people, I would have chopped off that thing of yours with one slash. Get lost. If I die, it'll become a vengeful ghost and torment you every night. You'll never sleep or eat well. I curse you to beg for food, your parents to have accidents, and you'll never be able to get it up for the rest of your lives. Such words enraged the men, and the two who were standing back watching the fun also crowded around. He Jiahong, watch your mouth. Don't yap like a mad dog. If you want to live, get up here and stop your blabbering. I want. The tall man in front looked around. The old man with the cell phone quickly tilted it downwards, avoiding the man's gaze. When the camera returned to the pond, 3 people were already heading towards He Jiahong's direction with sticks and stones. Gradually, the girl became motionless, and not a single bubble surfaced in the water. After a while, someone spoke. Could she be dead? That can't be right. All 3 gathered at the edge of the pond, looking into the water. The camera also turned towards the water, but nothing was visible. After about half a minute, one of them gestured with his hand. Let's go. Just as they stepped back and before getting into the car, one man whispered, she grew up in Shuaijia village, right by the Tuajiang River. She's always been in the water. That girl's a great swimmer. I think waiting here is not the answer. We might as well leave. In the middle of the night, she has to go home eventually. Slash p break time equals 300 ms forward slash prosody slash speak. Speak, prosody, p. Don't you have the keys to her apartment? We. The following words, even with the volume turned up, were inaudible. Zhou Ning stopped Mr. Zhao's action with a slight shake of his head. No need to adjust the volume. The man isn't speaking quietly. He simply didn't go on. The tacit understanding among the 3 men means they understand each other very well. Mr. Zhao nodded and hurriedly clicked to continue playing. All 3 car doors closed, and with a furious engine roar, the car swiftly reversed and left the park with the lights flashing. The fisherman seemed still worried, not daring to get up, but turned the phone's camera towards the pond. After an unknown amount of time, someone climbed up from the other side of the pond. Because it was too dark, it was impossible to see if it was the girl, but the person flitted ghost-like and went straight for the wall on the east side. At this point, the fisherman aimed the camera down and called out softly to the person a couple of times. Hey, miss. Hey, don't go home, you. The video ended there. Fong Mu looked at the fisherman. That's it? What happened next? The fisherman shook his head and sighed. I know what you're looking for. Later, I heard it was the girl who jumped off the building in the salt company community. The police announced it was suicide. What can I say? Would it make sense for me to take this video to the police myself? That's just asking for trouble. Mr. P break time equals 300 ms forward slash prosody slash speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhao held the cell phone, watching the video of the car leaving for about a minute, back and forth, countless times. After some thought, he pulled out a data cable, connected the phone to the laptop, and transferred the video to the computer, playing it again enlarged. Fong Mu was puzzled, but Zhou Ning raised his hand, stopping Fong Mu's question. Don't disturb Mr. Zhao. When it comes to vehicles, there's no one in Qidong City's forensic and trace departments better than him. Maybe he can figure something out. While they were talking, Mr. Zhao lifted his eyes, puzzled. The surveillance footage Mr. Chu gave us earlier showed nothing clear, but this one at least shows some contours and details. The front of the car looks indeed like an Elantra, but I can't find any trace of the Elantra's tail. I thought the tail was pieced together, but it seems that's not the case now. They must have customized the trunk lid, changing the car's tail shape. They probably chose a similar-sized car model for splicing and did a very professional job. But the thing is, why use an Elantra shell for a key modification? I used to think the 4 wheels were different sizes, but now it seems they're not different in size, but different in width, same diameter. Sun Gaodai looked on, utterly confused, and leaned closer, asking with a puzzled expression, what do you mean? I don't understand. /p break time equals 300 ms forward slash prosody slash speak. Speak, Prosody, P. Chapter 509 to 480. Killing by Overpraising, Part 1, Chapter 509, Chapter 480. Killing by Overpraising, Part 1. Mr. Zhao sighed, twisted his fingers as if he wanted to grind them to dust as he carefully explained. But seeing the slight furrow in Zhou Ning's brows, he quickly lowered his voice and just laughed instead. To put it simply, my initial judgment was wrong. This car might not look impressive, and you'd even think it's cobbled together from different parts, but from the width and diameter of the tires, especially after hearing the sound of this engine and analyzing some other details, this car might not be inferior to a $1 million BMW. To be blunt, it's a custom-built vehicle using top-of-the-line components from various brands. This discovery surprised everyone. Feng Mu waved his hand and glanced at the awkward fisherman beside him. Uncle, I need to take down your contact information. Someone will come to you later to take a statement, and don't worry, they absolutely won't wear a police uniform, nor will they let the people around know that you're working with the police. They'll just go over under the pretext of visiting relatives. The fishing man nodded. His phone was already in their hands, and they had obtained his contact information. Not agreeing wouldn't change anything. He immediately thought about packing up, but Mr. Zhao stopped him. Uncle, just stick to your usual routine. There's no need to go back early on purpose. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, Prosody P. We will call you in advance when we come to your house. Don't be so nervous. The fishing man sat down. The group didn't get into the cars right away. Mr. Zhao and Mr. Yang went to the spot where the video showed the car had stopped and then searched for tire tracks around there. Not everyone would drive to the edge of a pond with no regard for rules, so it was easy to find traces. Sun Gaotai also took samples of the pond water, and then they all returned to their vehicle. Sun Gaotai sighed. Had I known earlier, I'd have had the comrades in the inspection wait for us. Now we have to make a second trip. Feng Mu waved his hand, looking unconcerned. No rush, perhaps we'll find something else at the auto repair shop. Following the navigation's guidance, Mr. Wang found the auto repair shop. Truly hidden behind the car city, it was hard to find. And behind the shop, there was a huge parking lot filled with scrapped vehicles, piled up like mountains. Feng Mu contacted Lu Yufei, and after waiting for a short while, Lu Yufei emerged with a glum face. Zhou Ning could tell at a glance that the progress here wasn't going smoothly. Did you guys find the original scene? Seeing Zhou Ning nodding at him, Feng Mu quickly recounted the discoveries they'd made in the Salt Company community and in Zhuluofeng Park. Mr. Zhao also showed Lu Yufei the video, which finally eased the expression on her face somewhat. This is great. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, Prosody P. As long as we find the suspect and compare the DNA, getting the two eyewitnesses to identify the voice, we will have conclusive evidence. However, I contacted Zhu Pingong, and he said his second and third sons aren't involved in managing the Jinrui Auto Repair Company, and he doesn't know their whereabouts. We've asked around in the repair shop, and everyone was evasive at first, but their final answers were surprisingly consistent. The second and third sons aren't managing the company here. They just come to collect money or to boss people around. We went to the Zhu family residence too, but couldn't find the two sons, and their phones were unreachable. Feng Mu thought for a moment, then quickly said, So you're saying, the eldest son is here, working with his father to manage the company, is that correct? Lu Yufei nodded. Yes, I met the eldest. He seems pretty honest and straightforward. He wasn't surprised to see the police. It seems as if his two younger brothers often cause trouble, so he's used to this kind of situation. I've also checked their records. They've been investigated and detained several times for brawling. Additionally, I found something surprising. It turns out that these 4 children of the Zhu family, the eldest son and the other 3 aren't full siblings. The eldest's mother died from complications during his birth, and later Zhu Yongping remarried, which is when the other 3 were born. Zhu Xiaoxia was the one who got fined. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, Prosody P. This outcome somewhat surprised everyone. Zhou Ning slightly furrowed his brow. Could it be that the second and third sons were not favored, and Zhu Yongping wanted to leave the inheritance to the eldest, so they caused trouble or stirred up conflicts, and that was related to this? However, the most urgent issue at the moment was to find these two brothers. Did you go to their house? Liu Yufei nodded. We did. We tried to find toothbrushes or combs or anything that might yield DNA for comparison, but after looking round, there was absolutely nothing of theirs in the house. The eldest son, Zhu Xiaojun, said that those two had stopped living there since they were 16. They only come back when they run out of money or they're in trouble and need their family for bail. He has been speaking up for them, even covering their debts and secretly giving them living expenses. His father has scolded him for it. Over time, everyone got tired of it. As for where those two are living, even he doesn't know. After all, there's a lot to handle in the company, and sometimes he's busy helping with repairs, so he hasn't paid attention to these things. Zhou Ning narrowed his eyes slightly. The eldest son was eloquent in his righteousness, painting himself and his father as fed up with the two younger ones. But such behavior isn't formed overnight. Besides, among the few children, except for the youngest Zhu Xiaoxia, the others had not pursued their education properly. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Given the scale of the auto repair shop, coupled with their partnerships with insurance companies and traffic police, it could be considered as one of the top repair shops in Xinhua City, never short of business. With money and connections, at the very least they could follow Tang Jianghai's approach, using sponsorships or other excuses to continue the children's education. Such negligence, with the eldest son secretly providing funds, wasn't discipline but rather intentional indulgence, not unlike setting up someone for ruin. But if he's not staying at home, where could he be living? According to Mr. Zhao, for them to get hold of such professionally modified vehicles, if they weren't frequenting the auto repair shop, they simply wouldn't have such convenient conditions. Therefore, there's something off about this story. Thinking of this, Zhou Ning looked towards Liu Yufei. Have the surveillance tapes from the auto repair shop been retrieved? Liu Yufei glanced in the direction of the office and nodded slightly. We coordinated for over an hour and finally, they agreed to provide the surveillance content, but they insisted on having someone present. Mr. Chu has been in there for 10 minutes now, not sure if he can find anything. But considering it's been a month since the incident, if these two have left Xinhua City, this case is going to be tough to crack. Mr. Zhao leaned in, a puzzled look on his face, and asked, the wife that Zhu Yongping found later, which village is she from? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Didn't she go to school? I just checked, and this auto repair shop has been open for 25 or 26 years. If you say that Zhu Yongping had no money and it was hard to find someone when he was with his eldest son, but after making money, would he still marry a wife from the countryside? Without saying a word, Fang Mu had already opened his police terminal. Zhou Ning's team was well-versed with this, and although Mr. Zhao appeared plump and somewhat simple-minded, his insights were unmatched by ordinary people. After a search, they found out that the mother of Zhu Xiaoguang and Zhu Xiaoming was named Zhang Xiangfang, aged 44. After checking the household registration migration information, they discovered that she had married Zhu Yongping on December 20, 1992, which was 21 years ago. As Feng Mu was about to click on related information, Zhou Ning stopped him and scrolled down to look at the birth information of Zhu Xiaoguang and Zhu Xiaoming. The twins were born on April 2, 1993. Mr. Zhao's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly pointed it out for everyone to see. I'm saying, they were born less than 4 months after the marriage. Were these two sons premature? Liu Yufei shook her head. I haven't heard anything about that. During the previous inquiry, Zhu Xiaojun even mentioned that although his two younger brothers were twins, they were both born quite large, each weighing over 7 pounds, and grew quickly. He has always helped take care of them. Zhu Xiaojun said that /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Liu Yufei nodded again, but this time, She had also caught on and looked at Zhou Ning with increased seriousness. I understand what you're getting at. The older brother is hinting to us that these two younger brothers are not his biological father's children, so he simply doesn't care about them. As for the indulgence and free-rein upbringing, there must be a reason. Of course, it's also possible that Zhu Xiaojun is doing this on purpose. At this moment, Feng Mu had resumed his search. Upon seeing the information, his eyes widened in surprise, seemingly understanding something, and quickly explained, regarding Zhang Xiangfeng's previous household registration information. She is from Xinhua City and served as the head of the vehicle management office. She has two older brothers and an older sister, and is the youngest daughter in her family. Her father, named Zhang Shuwen, had served as the director of the Xinhua City Health Bureau, and her mother had served as the head of the Xinhua City Education Committee. Her two older brothers, the eldest named Zhang Xianghua, is the current deputy mayor of Xinhua in charge of culture, education, and health, and the other named Zhang Xianghua is the director of the Xinhua City Public Security Bureau. The elder sister named Zhang Xiangfen serves as the deputy principal of the No. 5 middle school, and we have met her husband before. Everyone looked at Feng Mu, and Lu Yufei grew impatient. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p don't beat around the bush. Just tell us who Zhang Xiangfen's husband is? Feng Mu took a deep breath and raised his police terminal for everyone to see. Lu Kai, Zhang Xiangfen's husband's name is Lu Kai. He's also He Jiahong's coach. I don't know what the relationship is here, but there's definitely something wrong. Would a family with such a background like the Zhang family's youngest daughter marry a man who's been married before, one who's lost his wife and has a child to boot? Everyone fell silent, clearly understanding the implications. Feng Mu's conjecture was likely the actual truth. Pregnant before marriage, finding someone to take responsibility. It might be difficult and tricky to find someone involved in politics to handle this, but finding a businessman who could also take care of their business, this kind of marriage alliance could also be a worthwhile arrangement. Zhou Ning caught on and stepped up to Feng Mu. Since we've gotten this far, let's carefully check out Lu Kai, how old his son is, and whether he's also studying at No. 5 middle school. I remember when we inquired earlier, it was said that this Lu Kai is 44 years old, the same age as the Zhang family's youngest daughter, Zhang Xiangfang, so naturally, her elder sister would be a bit older. Feng Mu nodded and started searching at once, connecting the dots they previously hadn't been able to. Shortly after, Feng Mu's police terminal showed the search results. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p Lu Kai's wife, Zhang Xiangfen, was 46 years old, 2 years older than Lu Kai. Their son, named Lu Nian, was 18 years old and attended No. 5 middle school. With such results, there was no need for further explanation. The truth seemed to be gradually surfacing. Mr. Zhao raised his hand, and Lu Yufei nodded, signaling him to speak quickly. I'll go in with Mr. Yang and take a look around. After all, we have some analytical skills when it comes to vehicles. Whether they are lying and whether these two come back often, we should be able to tell upon inspection. As for where they're staying, I'm not too worried. Let's first check the hotel check-in records for information on these two. If not, then we'll look into properties under their families' names. We're bound to find something. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p chapter 510 to 481. Modified car scene _1 chapter 510, chapter 481. Modified car scene _1 Lu Yufei didn't speak, but waved Mr. Zhao over. And Mr. Zhao hurried off as Zhou Ning walked up to Feng Mu. Ask the hospitalized homeowner who exactly is renting the 5th floor. According to the neighbors, students live there too, but unlike this group, they don't have visitors every day. Feng Mu quickly dialed the landlord's number. Upon answering after 3 rings, Feng Mu relayed Zhou Ning's words. The landlord took a moment to think before responding. After you took the keys, I checked. Someone who used to rent from me sublet the apartment. After they left, They just sent me a contact number and then continued the rent without meeting me in person. As for the signature on the contract, it was so scrawly it was illegible, but the phone number was clear enough. I'll take a photo and send it to you. They rented 2 units, the east and west ones on the 5th floor. I just found the transfer information. The person who made the transfer is called Zhu Xiaojun. Upon hearing this name, everyone was taken aback. Zhu Xiaojun. Are you sure? What's there to be uncertain about? Just wait, I'll send you the contract and the transfer records right away. You should be able to check the account information, right? As he spoke, the call ended. Fong Mu's phone received 2 photos from the landlord. The first photo was clearly the last page of a contract, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The signature was indecipherable, resembling a string of letters, but the name in the transfer records was indeed Zhu Xiaojun, not a single letter off. Lu Yufei had already dialed a number, reported an account, and almost immediately received a response with the account holder's information. Fong Mu compared it against Zhu Xiaojun's registration information and found it to be an exact match. Lu Yufei hung up the phone with a furrowed brow. Fong Mu, go and interrogate Zhu Xiaojun alone. Just the fact that he rented the unit at the first crime scene gives us reason to suspect he's connected to this case. Fong Mu nodded, summoning his team and heading straight to the office. Meanwhile, Lu Yufei's phone rang. It was Mr. Chu on the other end. Lu Yufei quickly answered. Mr. Chu, what's up? Did you find something? Lu Da, I've checked the surveillance. Like with the Salt Company community and the number 5 middle school, the footage from several key areas is missing, and the DVR has been replaced too. It's definitely the work of a professional. There's no way to recover it. However, I found some footage at a repair shop. They were fixing a car that I just screenshotted and sent to Mr. Zhao. He says it should be the vehicle the suspect used during the crime. The tires and front face of the vehicle are very similar, but it seems the rear has been modified. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Lu Yufei had the call on speaker, so Zhou Ning heard everything clearly and immediately pressed for more details. What date is on the surveillance footage, and is the car still at the shop? Right now, I can only trace back to the morning of March 29th. The car is inside the shop. However, the windshield and doors have been removed. I didn't notice it at first until I fast-forwarded to a mechanic disassembling the wheel hub. That's when I compared it and realized the hub was similar to that of the black car from the surveillance on the night of March 28th. After that, I noticed the car has significantly been modified, the paint completely sanded off, the rear style changed, and even the interior seats and cushions have been cleaned and replaced. The only thing left untouched are the tires, which now belong to a red car with plates. Tell me the location of the shop, and go there directly. Have Mr. Zhao and his team join you too. It's in a workshop at the very north side of the auto repair factory. Go straight from Center Road, turn east, and it's the first shop. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Ning followed Lu Yufei into the car without needing an invitation, driving toward the back of the shop. With such commotion, many pedestrians stopped to watch. Upon reaching the workshop, Mr. Zhao and his team were already running over. At the door stood an old man in work clothes, arms spread, blocking everyone with a furious face. What's this, you again? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I already told you. My 2 sons don't listen to me. They don't come home or here. Can't you understand what I'm saying? Why are you still here, not leaving? You think you're so great just because you're Qidong police, planning to violently enforce the law on me? You too, film this. Let's see if they dare to barge in here. With that, he motioned for 2 young men to stand by his side, holding cameras aimed at Lu Yufei and her colleagues. Clearly, this man was Zhu Yongping. Zhou Ning had never seen such a spectacle before. Knowing it was a police investigation, she was still so defiant, which was quite brave. Lu Yufei, unflustered, pulled out her phone, found a document, and opened it, holding it up in front of the old man. Look carefully. This is a search warrant issued by the Qidong City Bureau, and there's also an arrest warrant. I don't need to show that to you just yet. We're conducting a lawful search of the premises. If you obstruct us, I can arrest you on the spot. If you've thought it through and want to confront the police, then continue with your obstruction. Having said that, Liu Yufei circled around Zhu Yongping's outstretched arms and walked straight into the factory. Zhu became frantic, reaching out to grab Liu Yufei's arm. But no sooner had Zhu touched her arm when, before Zhou Ning could even see what happened, Liu Yufei had already flipped the man onto the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw. Several police officers rushed up and handcuffed him. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. This sudden change made everyone stop the shouting and commotion they had just been engaged in. The two people holding cameras instinctively stepped back to the left and right, and even set down their cameras. After all, this was just a job, and no one was willing to get thrown in jail over it. With the path cleared, the group entered the factory. The equipment inside was incredibly advanced, with every imaginable device present. There were 3 operating tables, each holding a car. The first 2 were a Land Rover Range Rover and a Mitsubishi Pajero, respectively. The hoods of the engines were all open. Mr. Zhao rushed up to take a look, and his eyes lit up with excitement. He kept spouting technical terms, words that he knew well, but when strung together, meant nothing to Zhou Ning and the others. Catching their expressions, Mr. Zhao quickly curbed his admiring gaze and hopped down. Both cars are the new 2012 models. Except for the shell, almost everything inside has been replaced. They're essentially modified cars, and the modifications are quite professional. Just look at the layout of this factory, and you'll know they've been in this business for more than a day or 2. Zhou Ning gestured toward the red car at the back and urged in a low voice, "Let's remember what we're here for. Don't forget to check whether that car is the black car from the video. Then hurry up with the sampling. Pick the parts that haven't been replaced for examination. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. Without evidence, even with a search warrant, we'll have a hard time." Mr. Zhao saluted Zhou Ning confidently and patted his chest, saying, "Wait for it, Fatty is on it. I've seen the video that Mr. Chu sent me. I know where to start." While saying this, he was already waving at Mr. Yang and Sun Gaodai. The 3 of them rushed to the red car on the corner table. Liu Yufei looked worried as she saw the paint job on the car while crossing her arms and furrowing her brows. "Director Zhou, if the car is indeed the black car used in the crime and it has been modified like this, do you think we can still find any of the previous traces?" Zhou Ning smiled and reassured, "If it were anything else, I wouldn't be confident. But when it comes to cars, no one in the Qidong City Bureau knows more than him. Let him inspect it. Rest assured." Zhou Ning did not explain much, but these words did indeed calm Liu Yufei down. She patted Zhou Ning on the shoulder and gestured towards the door of the factory. "Keep an eye on this place. Zhu Yongping and Zhu Xiaojun need to be dealt with. Since the family is so complicated, we must cut off the spread of the news in time. Otherwise, it will be even harder to find Zhu Xiaoguang and Zhu Xiaoming, and it will prevent anyone from tipping them off. I'm going to interrogate Zhu Xiaojun and Zhu Xiaoyan again. What motives a renter harbors, only he knows. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. And as for Zhu Xiaoyan, even if she didn't know about her brother's activities, didn't she feel anything was amiss after he Jiahong died?" Zhou Ning gave Liu Yufei a thumbs up, saying with a smile, "Clear reasoning, wise decisions, Liu Da. You seem to have a bit of director's style." Liu Yufei gave him a sidelong glance, but couldn't help bursting into laughter. With that, her previously stern face brightened. Liu Yufei didn't waste any more time and left with her team. All the workers from the auto repair shop were gathered together. Ma Liang held a megaphone, separating people from different workshops and leading them to different areas for ID checks and registration. These were just diversions, to buy time and to prevent anyone from communicating with the outside world. Zhou Ning glanced at Mr. Chu, who was still tapping on his computer. This guy was even more relentless, squatting on the ground with one hand holding the laptop and the other typing away, the speed just as fast as if he were using both hands. Found something? Mr. Chu nodded. I'm filtering through the surveillance footage of this workshop. After all, they've cut off most connections inside the compound, and many surveillance records have been cleared. I guess they've kept surveillance here because these two modified cars are very expensive. After all, the cars themselves aren't cheap, and with the modifications, they naturally wouldn't want any mishaps. Director Zhou, look at this. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. This is a surveillance clip from the afternoon of April 7th. I don't know if there are other doors to this workshop that they can enter through, but here you can see two men with sunglasses appear. This mechanic led them to have a look at that car, talked for a few minutes, pointed towards the direction of the camera, and then left. Zhou Ning looked over. He remembered that mechanic. He was the last to leave the workshop. It seemed like he was one of the best technicians here, and Zhou Ning caught a glimpse of him when he passed by. The man was around 180 centimeters tall and very thin. In the surveillance footage, even though it was at a distance, it was apparent that one of the men with sunglasses was slightly shorter than the mechanic, and the other was a good half head taller. That person must be close to 190 centimeters. As for build, the taller man with the sunglasses could fit two of the mechanics inside him. This matched up with the footage taken by the fisherman on his phone. Although he couldn't see the face of the person getting out of the car, his knees were nearly as high as the hood of the car, indicating that he had to be close to 190 centimeters tall and well-built. And the two people who got out of the car after him were noticeably shorter. Just then, Mr. Zhao popped his head out of the car, waved energetically at Zhou Ning, and shouted, "Zhou Xiao, come quick and see what I found. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Chapter 511 to 482. Intentionally left clues _1 Chapter 511. Chapter 482. Intentionally left clues _1 following the sound. Zhou Ning hurriedly walked over. Mr. Zhao wasn't the type to get shocked easily, so if he said he found something, it definitely must be a critical issue. Approaching the car, Mr. Zhao had already come down and stepped aside from the back seat, trying to suppress his excited expression as he said leisurely, "The car has been completely modified, repainted, cleaned on the inside, and even the floor mats are new, along with the seat covers. So, the steering wheel, seats, floor mats, ceiling, and other visible areas indeed don't have any traces. You could say not even a fingerprint was left." Zhou Ning put away his smile, looking at Mr. Zhao seriously. "Cut to the chase, skip the nonsense, and just give me the results," he said. Mr. Zhao rubbed his nose, knowing that Zhou Ning and his team were getting impatient, and that being a tease at this moment was asking for trouble. He sighed, pushed down his desire to elaborate, and quickly pointed to the side door glass. "I want to talk about the trace of the repainting, but the inspection found that they overlooked two places. One is the wheel. The wheel wasn't replaced. We found a lot of residual gravel on it. We have been to Zhulofeng Park Pond, and we can take samples for comparison. If the components match, we can determine that this car is the black suspect car. The other place is the window glass. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. The car doors were not replaced, so the glass hadn't been changed either. I found multiple fingerprints on the inside and outside of all four windows, and even within the gap of the glass on the door behind the passenger seat, I found a blood-stained fingernail. This fracture surface looks somewhat familiar." Zhou Ning quickly opened his phone, found the photo he saved from when He Jiahong was autopsied, and compared the missing piece of the nail. It matched perfectly with He Jiahong's fingernail. Seeing this, everyone's faces showed a trace of joy. This directly proved that He Jiahong had been in this car on the night of the crime, and this car was the same black car seen in the surveillance. No matter how much it had been modified, it didn't matter. This was the best evidence. "Are the fingerprints intact enough for comparison?" he asked. Mr. Zhao shook his head. Although we collected quite a few fingerprints, there aren't many intact ones. Sun Gaodai and his team went to the garbage heap, not sure if they can find any discarded seat covers or the like. Zhou Ning didn't hold out much hope for this. The car was dumped here the day after the incident precisely to clean any traces. Not destroying the car directly was probably due to reluctance to lose money. What Zhou Ning found puzzling was, having gone to such lengths, why hadn't the body of the deceased been carefully cleaned of traces? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Could the professionals they found not have mentioned to them that residues could be used as evidence? This aspect of the case left Zhou Ning perplexed. It seemed like the cleaning of traces had been thorough, yet substantial evidence had been left behind. Indisputable evidence at that. What could be the reason for this? Unable to figure it out, Zhou Ning stopped dwelling on it and turned to look at Mr. Zhao, inquiring, for Zhu Xiaoguang and Zhu Xiaoming, there weren't any fingerprints left on their identity information? Mr. Zhao shook his head. What's baffling is exactly that. Although they have second-generation ID cards, the cards were issued quite early and no fingerprints were collected. They were actually applied for at Jiuquan Police Station. Maybe we should still have Luda and his team check all the hotels. Couldn't these two possibly have left the area? This was precisely what worried Zhou Ning. They had been here for 2 days, and from the time they arrived at the Xinhua Municipal Bureau, Deputy Director Mr. Zheng had already phoned in to report the situation. If these two were alert and got the message, they would leave and hide at the first opportunity, becoming truly untraceable. However, these two had many bad records. Could it really be that no information was left behind? The previous detention records, they didn't keep fingerprints. Wait, they should have left fingerprints on the written records. That couldn't possibly be forged, right? Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Chu quickly performed a search, and after a moment, he shook his head. Their previous case files haven't been uploaded here. I can only see that such records exist, but the content is empty when I click into it, just a brief description. Mr. Zhao curled his lips. Is it the Jiuquan Police Station again? Mr. Chu nodded, and the result was not surprising to anyone. Fong Mu, who had just returned, overheard their last part of the conversation. Hearing this, he furrowed his brows. How about I make a trip to the Jiuquan Police Station? Zhou Ning waved his hand. Even if you go, it would be tough to get cooperation. After all, Jiuquan Police Station is rotten from top to bottom. Fong Mu nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was true. They didn't understand why before, but now it seemed they were starting to untangle the ties within this situation. But we can't find these two now. There are no leads at all. I just went to the front office, and they are all tight-lipped. Mr. Chu shook his head on the side, looking at the display screen without any direction. I've just checked hotels in Xinhua and the surrounding areas, and there's no information about these two checking in. Now that everything is networked, even small hotels require real name registration and synchronizing check-in information. So, I think no one dares to hide that. And regarding planes and trains, there's no information about them either. Zhou Ning looked around, but didn't pick up on Mr. Chu's remark. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Fong Mu was somewhat puzzled. However, Zhou Ning's movement made him quickly step closer, with Mr. Zhao also hurrying over. The three of them huddled together, and then Zhou Ning lowered his voice to say, You say, a car modified to look like this, logically, should have its door windows replaced as well, right? And the fingernails embedded in the seams. Isn't this similar to the villa on Nan Island we dealt with before, where no one paid attention? Could it be that the workers who did the modifications failed to notice this detail? Moreover, according to Mr. Zhao, although the car shell looks quite ordinary and its rear seems like it was repurposed from a junk car, the modifications this time changed almost everything but the framework, a drastic measure just to destroy all traces. Yet leaving behind fingerprints and physical evidence on the glass goes against the original intent of the modifications. Don't you think someone might have deliberately left all this evidence for us to find? I reckon Mr. Sun and the others will soon find other discarded items. Zhou Ning's words stunned Mr. Zhao, and Feng Mu looked incredulously at Zhou Ning, then his eyes flicked toward the factory entrance. Zhou Ning quickly stopped him. Mr. DUI, don't look and don't show any reaction. I think this person might be one of the mechanics. But if Zhu Yongping finds out that one of his workers dared to collaborate with the police, losing his job would be the least of his troubles, perhaps. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhou Ning stopped there, but Feng Mu quickly averted his gaze. He knew that in Xinhua, if this case weren't thoroughly investigated and those acting as protective umbrellas weren't dealt with, the place would continue to be corrupt. At this moment, Sun Gaodai and Mr. Yang returned with a few criminal detectives, one of them carrying a woven bag, the contents unknown. However, both Sun Gaodai and Mr. Yang were filthy and had black ink on their faces. Feng Mu and Mr. Zhao instinctively looked at Zhou Ning, their eyes filled with excitement and shock. Apparently, they had found something, and Zhou Ning's prescience was enough to set anyone's hair on end. Boss, guess what we found? Zhou Ning smiled, his face bearing an encouraging grin, and Mr. Zhao smacked his lips and leaned in closer. Did you find the stuff that was changed out of the black car? But how did you confirm that these were the parts taken from the black car? Sun Gaodai smiled happily while Mr. Yang noticed something and gave Mr. Zhao an inquisitive look. Mr. Zhao sighed, gestured with his thumb towards Zhou Ning behind him, and then Mr. Yang, comprehending, hurriedly said, "At first, we weren't sure, but these interior car parts were all bundled up with packing straps, and atop them was a windshield with an oil-based marker writing, Black Modified Elantra 878007. I felt very familiar with these numbers. I hurried to find the photos we took earlier and compared them. This was the last 6 digits of the new engine number. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than. I think these were records made during repairs. As for these items, all of them have burn marks, but it seems that because of this windshield, the flames went out, allowing what was underneath to be preserved. Seeing that nobody displayed much excitement, Sun Gaodai was puzzled, but carried on maturely following Yang Zutong's words. Upon finding the items, we searched thoroughly, and every car mat had this line of writing underneath, only in more hidden spots, as if deliberately left for us. Boss, should we send all these items back for inspection? Zhou Ning nodded. It was difficult to find fingerprints on mats, but considering the gravel on floor mats and the various oil and water stains on seat covers, especially the steering wheel cover, these indeed required detailed examination. Have someone send them for inspection and take photos of the writing without drawing attention. Lu Yufei had returned by this time, and upon seeing the items on the ground, she seemed surprised. Any findings? Zhou Ning lowered his voice and quickly briefed Lu Yufei on what had happened. Lu Yufei nodded. Send them for inspection first. I think someone among the workers knows what they're up to. Maybe even the disciplinary committee disapproves, but can't do anything overtly, so they helped us by leaving the evidence. We shouldn't dwell on this for now. Not discovering it is the best protection for that person. As for Zhu Xiaoguang and Zhu Xiaoming, I believe they haven't left Xinhua. Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Chu checked hotel records and flights, trains, and there's no information about them leaving. As for driving off, I don't think that's likely either. From their point of view, they had made thorough preparations for this affair. The primary crime scene was renovated, the deceased was disguised as a suicide, and the car was modified. Essentially, all traces have been wiped clean. Why run away? Lu Yufei kept her gaze on Zhou Ning and nodded slightly. Zhou Ning's words soothed her anxious mood. Director Zhou is right, I was too hasty. Initially, they must have thought exactly that, certain that nothing would lead back to them, so they didn't take it seriously. However, they also wouldn't really let these 2 young men meet with us, fearing their hot-headedness might make them spill something, which would ruin everything. Mr. Chu glanced at Lu Yufei and then at Zhou Ning, blinking in confusion, and poked Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao, what are the boss and Luda talking about? I don't get it. Mr. Zhao sighed and patted Mr. Chu's shoulder. Gao Tai, let's not worry about these things. We'll do what we're told. Lu Yufei shot Mr. Zhao a glance, and he reluctantly fell silent. Zhou Ning then walked toward the factory entrance, where several mechanics were standing, seemingly chatting with one another. One had a loud voice, audible even from afar. What exactly are the police investigating? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody, P. Chapter 512 to 483 Escape _1 Chapter 512. Chapter 483 Escape _1 I don't know. They might need to check out that modified car. The two young masters have gotten themselves into some kind of trouble. My daughter is alone in the dorm, and I don't know if she'll start crying when she wakes up. If I had known today was going to be a wash, I wouldn't have come at all. At the mention of the dormitory, Zhou Ning's steps halted. The facility had quite a few employees, and although people weren't allowed to live in the factory area, it generally provided room and board. He had indeed forgotten about the dormitory aspect and quickly made his way over there. Your family, not from around here? The two workers didn't expect a cop to approach them, and for a moment they were nervously at a loss, but they still nodded. From the village down below, we're just regular workers, we don't know anything really. Zhou Ning gestured with his hands, trying to make his expression as friendly as possible, and glanced at the roads within the factory area. Not to mention in front of the factory buildings, there were only 4 or 5 workers here. He waved to them, and they all gathered around. This factory provides you with free room and board? Is the dormitory inside the factory area? At this question, the workers seemed a bit puzzled, but as long as the question didn't involve the boss, they were still willing to answer. The person who had mentioned having a daughter in the dormitory nodded his head. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. They provide free food and accommodation, and you can even live with your family. It's considered the best deal in this area. But our dormitory isn't inside the factory area. They said it wasn't allowed during the fire inspection, so we rented a small building behind the car city. Even so, it's not fully occupied. The place is nice, it's just that sometimes there's a lot of noise, because occasionally, the boss family. The person next to him tugged at the worker, who then seemed to realize he might have said something he shouldn't have. Zhou Ning waved his hand, his gaze moving from worker to worker. When he saw a man in his 40s, the man stared at Zhou Ning for a while, then gave a couple of furtive glances in the direction of the factory's west outer wall. He then held up one finger and quickly lowered his head as if none of this had anything to do with him. In that instant, Zhou Ning knew the one who left behind all the evidence was this man right before his eyes. No worries, I was just making small talk. The dormitory is the first building outside the western wall, right? The police have already gone to check it out and will withdraw soon, so we won't be affecting you for too long. Having said that, Zhou Ning returned to the factory building, where Lu Yufei raised an eyebrow at him. Zhou Ning waved his hand. Seal off this workshop. After everything has been examined, we'll proceed to the next step. Let's go. Sun Gaodai looked bewildered. We're leaving just like that? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Mr. Liu patted the back of his head and whispered a reminder. Weren't you just told to follow orders? How could you forget that so quickly? When they say go, you pick up your things and evacuate. Hurry up and help load the car. Everyone quickly got in the vehicles, but 2 were left behind to seal off the workshop and even stayed in the factory area. Not until they were in the car did Zhou Ning speak up hastily. I think I know who left the traces for us, that 40-something-year-old maintenance man, not very tall. When I asked about the dormitory, he gave me a look towards the west side and then gestured a one. The other maintenance workers let something slip. It's their boss family that occasionally stays there. Lu Yufei's eyes lit up as she waved to the driver, Mr. Wang. Hurry up, follow what Zhou Ning said, and find that dormitory building. As Zhou Ning directed the way, he gave a detailed account of his conversation with the workers. Once they were out of the factory area, They indeed found a small road to the west side, just south of the Auto City. It seemed to be a self-built small property housing estate in the village. The patrol car's lights were off, and Mr. Wang found a secluded spot to park. Only then did Liu Yufei begin coordinating the personnel. After all, although they knew it was Building 1, it was still difficult to pinpoint exactly where. Mr. P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P Zhao took off his police uniform and donned a baseball cap, wandering over to the opposite side of the road where there was a small shop. He struck up a conversation, and soon he came back at a quick pace carrying a pack of cigarettes, his face and Zhou Ning's beaming with delight. Got it all figured out. This area is a small estate built by the original Dingjia village, and it houses migrant workers from the car city. As for the people from their car repair company, they rented units in Building 1, numbers 1 and 2. The place is definitely large enough. The other unit at the top floor on both ends has attics, and it's often noisy at night with men and women jumping and shouting, and the lights are as dazzling as those at a nightclub. Based on this description, I think the top floor units on both ends with attics could belong to Mr. Zhu. Liu Yufei gestured, calling over several detectives and arranging something before instructing Zhou Ning and the others, "Wait down here and listen for my signal." Before Zhou Ning and the others could respond, several officers had already dashed up the stairs. Not long after, there were sounds of knocking and berating, followed by wailing. Mr. Zhao grinned and nudged Zhou Ning's arm. "Zhou Xiao, it looks like Liu De has caught someone." Zhou Ning nodded. Just then his phone rang. It was Liu Yufei. He quickly answered. "Come up, not a single one missing. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P hearing this, without needing Zhou Ning's instruction, the group grabbed their gear and dashed up the stairs. The doors of the two units on the 5th floor were wide open. Two men, wearing only their shorts, were pressed to the ground with their hands twisted behind their backs. They were incessantly shouting insults, their arrogance indicating they were used to being spoiled rotten. "Let me go, damn it. What the fuck? You're hurting me. So the police think they can break into homes whenever they like? I'll see you until you don't have pants to wear." Following the last shout, Feng Mu grabbed a hold of the man's arm, eliciting a scream. "Ow, ow, I'll let go." Liu Yufei sat arms crossed on a chair, looking at the two men. Zhou Ning also stepped over, and upon seeing their faces, he was sure these two were the men from He Jiahong's photos, their genitalia exposed. Their skin was sickly pale, hair dyed in various colors, a look that screamed delinquents. Their scara was a light brown, completely different from Zhu Xiaojun they had seen before, bearing no resemblance whatsoever. Zhou Ning gave a faint smile. It seemed Zhu Yongping was really happy to be a father, managing to marry a wife of such disparate status and by doing so, securing ties with the family and firmly clinching the designated repair business for his own. "Mr. Zhao, Mr. Sun, take their blood and fingerprints for a quick comparison, and also check if the person who just sent the specimens has left. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P if not, have him wait, as we have more samples needing to be sent for testing." Though Zhou Ning's voice was soft, it instantly quieted the two of them down. Neither was a pushover, and according to the records, they had frequently caused trouble. They were well aware of what it meant to have their fingerprints and blood taken. However, after a few seconds of silence, the two started to struggle even more fiercely. Zhou Ning didn't think twice and waved at Mr. Yang, prompting them to quickly enter the room. "Boss, which kind of trace are we looking for?" Zhou Ning held up his mobile phone to show Mr. Yang. "A Polaroid camera. I've matched the film to these models and brands. They are not the common type." Mr. Yang called over several assistants and promptly began the search. Meanwhile, Feng Mu had already hoisted one of the men onto a chair, and though his hands were handcuffed behind him and affixed to the chair, after struggling for so long his physical strength was no longer what it had been, but his mouth was still not keeping still. Liu Yufei picked up the other lad, who was much more compliant. With a cursory glance, Zhou Ning could guess Liu Yufei must have been firm with him, as the man dared not move. With that, the sampling by Mr. Zhao and Mr. Sun went very smoothly. After a short while, Mr. Zhao approached Zhou Ning and Mr.P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, Pichu with a fingerprint sampler and notebook in hand, and the two of them quickly started the comparison process, as there were many fingerprints found on the car window earlier. In a moment, they matched 6 prints, and upon seeing this result, Mr. Zhao broke into a smile. "The results are good, we've found 6, he said. Liu Yufei gestured, instructing Fang Mu to take the cursing lad next door to be isolated. Once the door was shut, Liu Yufei turned to the remaining lad. "Are you Zhu Xiaoming or Zhu Xiaoguang?" The lad glanced at Liu Yufei, initially reluctant to speak, but after Liu Yufei grabbed the collar of his shirt, he became somewhat more submissive. "Zhu Xiaoming." Liu Yufei nodded, pleased with the lad's reaction. "Good, tell me, do you know He Jiahong?" Zhu Xiaoming nodded. Liu Yufei slapped the table with a palm, causing a loud bang that made Zhu Xiaoming jolt and close his eyes reflexively, which along with the tattoos on his arms seemed quite out of place. "Don't just nod or shake your head, speak up and answer the question. How can you not understand why we found you too? Why act like this now? Answer the question." "I know her." "How do you know her?" "Not very well, she's a classmate of my sister. She was bullied once, and I didn't let our gang help her out. We got to know each other after running into each other a few times." Liu Yufei folded her arms, staring into Zhu Xiaoming's eyes. "And then?" Zhu Xiaoming bristled somewhat, but didn't dare show too much defiance. "And then what? /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody p, what do you want to know?" "She's just a classmate. It's that simple. Whether she knows us well, I can't say." Liu Yufei laughed while Zhou Ning let out a sigh. Why annoy Liu Yufei? Just tell the truth straight away. Since they could find him here, it indicated they must have gathered a lot of evidence already. This was just asking for trouble. Liu Yufei glanced at Mr. Sun, who had finished preparing the blood samples for testing and labeled them, then quickly waved her hand. "Go, send these to the city bureau for testing." Without looking back, Mr. Sun ran off. Liu Yufei made a gesture toward Mr. Zhao, who promptly stood up. "You let Mr. Chu make the comparison. Come over and take off his pants for a comparison," she instructed. Zhu Xiaoming was stunned, not expecting this female police officer to be so fierce to demand the taking off of pants. What kind of tactic was this? For a moment, he froze, then screamed in terror like a pig being slaughtered and clamped his legs together. "Ah, you're the police. Why do you want to take off my pants?" Zhou Ning let out a sigh and stood up to approach, as Mr. Zhao had already found the previously shot Polaroid photos and handed them to Zhou Ning, standing with an expression of disgust beside Zhu Xiaoming. "Let me tell you, we are forensic doctors and trace examiners. We found some photos that don't show faces, but only a certain organ, so unfortunately, we have to check yours. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody p, if you don't cooperate and your pants get torn, you'll be the one embarrassed going out like that." Zhu Xiaoming was not listening to anything and kept shouting, twisting left and right regardless of his arms trapped behind the chair back. Mr. Zhao gestured, and the police officers stepped forward, one on each side, and lifted him to his feet, sandwiching his legs in between them. Mr. Zhao grabbed the elastic waistband of the pants and yanked them all the way down, exposing the middle part of Zhu Xiaoming's body. Zhou Ning just glanced and noticed the surgical scar in Zhu Xiaoming's groin, then nodded slightly. "That will do, it's him. /p break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody p, chapter 513 to 484 police can't do it either _1 chapter 513. Chapter 484 police can't do it either _1 Zhou Ning's 6 words sent Zhu Xiaoming into a panic. "What? Just like that it's me? Is it some kind of issue with you all? Take one look at me with my pants down, and you decide I'm the one who did something? Did my brother write something on me? Mr. Zhao disdainfully used 2 fingers to pull up his pants and waved towards the 2 detectives. Luda, there's no need for idle talk, right? Take him to the interrogation room. Later, once the test results are out, there's no point in resisting. Well, let the evidence do the talking, right? Lu Yufei nodded, but she wasn't hurried to speak as Zhu Xiaoming struggled continuously. Stop it. What do you want me to say? I'd need to know what the matter is first, wouldn't I? Lu Yufei turned around, staring into Zhu Xiaoming's eyes. The once struggling Zhu Xiaoming froze, not daring to move wildly anymore. After all, Lu Yufei wasn't one to play by the rules, pulling down pants right off the bat. What this meant, he hadn't figured out yet. Don't understand? Then let me ask you, do you know that He Jiahong is dead? Zhu Xiaoming stared at Lu Yufei, his face appearing quite indifferent, even with a hint of disdain. Yet, his flaring nostrils and his agitatedly heaving chest betrayed his nervousness. Mr. Chu nudged Zhou Ning. At this moment, Mr. Chu had already set up a laptop to enter interrogation mode. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. The snapshot frame on the screen showed that his breathing and heart rate had accelerated, and his eyes had glanced at the upper right corner of the room. Zhou Ning coughed, and Mr. Zhao, understanding the hint, made an okay gesture and went straight upstairs to find Mr. Yang. After all, the direction Zhu Xiaoming glanced at was the attic staircase. It seemed there might be something hidden upstairs. I know, it's all over the 5th middle school. How could I not know? The key point is, she was close friends with Zhu Xiaoxia. Zhu Xiaoxia has cried over it several times. Lu Yufei sighed and gestured to the 2 detectives. Call over the room next door, take the person down, detain him in 2 separate cars. Once the investigation here is concluded, head directly to Xinhua Municipal Bureau. Over there, I've already had someone clear the area to spare us a few offices, find 2 interrogation rooms so they can't collude in their testimony. After finishing, Lu Yufei didn't want to waste any more words on Zhu Xiaoming, and the 2 men took Zhu Xiaoming and opened the door. The moment the door swung open, Zhu Yongping and a woman barged in. The woman's bulky frame was even wider than Zhu Yongping's. Seeing the door open, she reached out to grab Zhu Xiaoming's arm. Kicking towards the 2 detectives who were holding Zhu Xiaoming, such an unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. But the 2 detectives were well trained. They sidestepped the woman's attack. One grabbed Zhu Xiaoming's arm, the other grabbed the woman's arm, blocked her leg with his own and pushed her neck, bringing her down with a fluid motion. The woman fell to the ground, still trying to get up, when one of the detectives immediately slapped handcuffs on her. Lu Yufei walked over, and Zhu Yongping was a bit stunned as he hopped anxiously. Let go. What are you arresting my son for? Release my wife. Lu Yufei approached, glancing at the woman wriggling on the ground like a maggot. Zhang Xiangfang? Though still on the ground, the woman kept up her tirade. You know who I am, so why waste your breath? Are you tired of living? Lu Yufei laughed, folded her arms, and squatted to look Zhang Xiangfang in the eye. Tell me, how exactly am I tired of living? Your sister Zhang Xiangfan is the vice principal of the 5th middle school. Your brother-in-law is the coach for students with sports specialties, considered a star figure there. Your second brother is the chief of Xinhua City Public Security Bureau, and your eldest brother is the deputy mayor of Xinhua City in charge of culture, education, and health. Should I really fear you and the people behind you? The woman showed no sign of holding back, lifting her plump short legs, as if only by kicking out could she vent her anger. Seeing her like this, Lu Yufei stood up. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Holding onto the detective's arm, one could now see 3 deep scratches on it from Zhang Xiangfang, the skin torn open, bleeding. No worries, we've got plenty of cars. Take Zhang Xiangfang down too. Later on, our people will do a unified statement and interrogation. You can't avoid being charged with assaulting a police officer today. Employees of the vehicle management station are considered public servants. You should know what assaulting a police officer entails, right? Using violence or threats to deliberately obstruct the legal execution of state security tasks by state security organs or public security organs shall be sentenced to a fixed term imprisonment of not more than 3 years, criminal detention, public surveillance, or a fine. Once convicted, public officials shall be dismissed from public service. Don't just stand there, take her away. What about it, Zhu Yongping? Do you also want to resist the law with violence? Or else, why don't you join in too, your whole family, all together, wouldn't that be nice? Zhu Yongping shook his head and took a step back, wanting to run downstairs. Lu Yufei cheerfully called out from behind, "Want to tip someone off? Then hurry up and call your 2 uncles. See if they'll immediately aid you, or instantly denounce you and distinguish themselves from your affairs." The mocking expression, nonchalant tone, it quickened Zhu Yongping's steps. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zheng Xiangfang, who had been squirming like a maggot just moments before, had also ceased her wails as if she had just then realized she may have caused a disaster. But before she could ponder further, Lu Yufei had already waved her hand, and several police officers came forward, dragging people down the stairs one by one. Lu Yufei pulled out her phone and headed towards the kitchen, dialing Director Huss' number directly. Zhou Ning didn't listen in but instead climbed up to the attic. There, he saw Mr. Yang and Mr. Zhao flipping through 2 storage boxes, finding a stack of Polaroid photos with various pictures of himself with girls, some showing faces, some not. At first glance, there were about 100 or 80 photos. Mr. Yang, looking utterly curious, held up something shaped like a pink microphone, studied it for a long time, and Mr. Zhao laughed so hard he could barely catch his breath. Zhou Ning gave him an annoyed look. "I'm saying, have you found it or not? Stop messing with Mr. Yang." Yang Xuedong was totally perplexed, looking at the object in his hands and at Mr. Zhao's sinister grin. He seemed to realize it wasn't anything decent, probably something used for sex, and he felt sick in waves. He hurriedly tossed the object aside. "You're just bad news." "Don't worry, boss. We found 2 Polaroids in the box, one old and one brand new, and fingerprints were lifted from it. Now where do we go?" "Let's go downstairs. Luda is in touch with the Municipal Bureau. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody. P. This situation isn't just about dealing with the case. Xinhua City has many issues, and Mr. Hu probably needs to report the situation to the city officials as well. Mr. Zhao smacked his lips and snorted coldly as he picked up the box. The Zhang family in Xinhua City is definitely well established, but they certainly have many enemies too. With such an incident, it seems difficult to investigate since it looks watertight, but actually, tearing off the fig leaf is easy. The key is to see the attitude of Qidong City. Let's move, this isn't our concern. They all went downstairs and Mr. Chu was still fiddling with the computer. As they descended, Zhou Ning walked over to Mr. Chu. "Have you discovered anything over here? Luda asked me to check on Lu Kai's son, and I just did. Lu Nian is in the same class as Zhu Xiaoxia, but there's nothing else. However, I looked at some photos from their school. Boss, take a look at this photo they took together. This person doesn't seem very tall, does he? Could he really be one of the 3 killers?" Zhou Ning glanced at the photo. It was a group picture of the track and field team members. Boys standing at the back were all tall and strong. Following Mr. Chu's pointing finger, Zhou Ning found Lu Nian, who indeed seemed inconspicuous in the track team, of average height, and quite different from the tall figure in the video. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody. P. Actually, when I suspected the Zhu brothers, I also thought about Lu Nian, who is related to them, but I didn't suspect him much because in the DNA test, only 2 male DNAs had a similarity of 47%. The third person had no blood relation at all. If that person were Lu Nian, given that their mothers are sisters, they would certainly be related, and the DNA would show some kinship. If there were a close match, Mrs. Cui would have mentioned it. Shall we still investigate Lu Nian? Zhou Ning straightened his clothes and then spoke. We've got to wait for the results anyway, so let's take a trip to high school number 5 and meet this Lu Nian. Not to mention, we still have some partial fingerprints to compare. As everyone headed downstairs, Lu Yufei had clearly contacted the municipal bureau and wasn't in a hurry to leave. She pulled Zhou Ning aside. I didn't get a chance to tell you earlier, but when I was questioning all the staff, someone mentioned that Lu Kai's son, Lu Nian, is very close to those two brothers. I think a direct visit to high school number 5 is in order. Since Lu Kai and the Zhou family have such marital ties, it's not out of the question that there is a connection between them, so let's take a look. Zhou Ning nodded. We can gather all the track team members together for fingerprinting and blood samples. It won't raise Lu Kai's suspicions. Lu Yufei smiled. No wonder Director Su likes working with you. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p such streamlined thinking, where I start an idea and you complete the following steps, really makes one comfortable. Okay, let's set out. I'll have Fong Mu take those 3 to the Xinhua City Bureau first. Mr. Hu has already gone to report to the city leaders. How vigorously we tackle the issues in Xinhua City is not our concern, but it does relate to the progress of this case. Without further ado, everyone got into the Iveco. Other cars were used to transport the suspects. The Iveco was now fully occupied. The vehicle made a U-turn and took a small road in the Auto City area, directly heading towards high school number 5. Zhou Ning checked the time, 11:20. Passing the training field, he saw many people training and of course noticed Lu Kai, who looked up as he saw the police car and kept watching the vehicle enter the school gates while seeming to reach for his phone. Luda, it seems like Lu Kai is signaling someone. Lu Yufei waved off Mr. Zhao's comment, appearing unconcerned. It doesn't matter. If he didn't tip anyone off, I wouldn't have the chance to deal with the vice principal's issues. Their brazenness gives us the opportunity to catch them all at once, doesn't it? The security guard didn't dare to stop them, as the police lights of the Iveco were flashing and the driver, Mr. Wang, honked twice at the lift gate without even rolling down the windows. Then the lift gate was raised, and the vehicle turned towards the training field. Once the Iveco parked, everyone got out. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Lu Kai had already approached, without his usual modest demeanor, showing a mix of confusion and faint anger, and directly confronted Lu Yufei. You are being a bit too much. I cooperated by going with you to make a statement. He Jiahong was my student, my best one, and her death pains me deeply. I'm eager to help you catch the killer to comfort He Jiahong. But these kids, some are preparing for the sports exam next January, others are competing for provincial rankings. They need my support. I'm willing to go with you now, but don't disturb their mental state by coming to the school. I'm asking you to leave. Lu Kai spoke eloquently, even his voice thickening with a heavy nasal sound toward the end, his protective nature towards the students moving. Zhou Ning's gaze fell on the faces behind him, sweeping over each young face without finding the one Mr. Chu had shown him earlier. Just as Zhou Ning felt confused, a familiar voice rang out, a tall figure making a scene and rushing behind Lu Kai with the other boys. Even the police can't bully our coach. Zhou Ning looked at the person and a smile crossed his face. Having previously harbored doubts, now seeing his nearly 190 centimeters stature and hearing that familiar voice, the truth was just begging to be unveiled. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 514 to 485. The substitute Crown Prince _1. Chapter 514. Chapter 485. The substitute Crown Prince _1. Zhou Ning raised his hand to stop Lu Yufei, who was about to lose her temper and suddenly changed his original plan. Facing such a provocative person, there was no need to be discreet. He knew everything clearly in his heart. Zhou Ning smiled at Lu Kai. Sorry, we're not looking for you, nor for the students, and we won't interfere with your training. We're just here for him, to collect his fingerprints and blood samples. Of course, he'll need to come with us for a while. As for why, Are you sure you want me to explain it here? Lu Kai, with a face of nonchalance, wasn't intimidated by Zhou Ning's words. He sneered and raised his hand to block his son behind him. I'm just a coach. These kids have shed blood and sweat following me, striving for good results. I know too well what each of them has sacrificed. I can't do much and am not that gentle. You want to use my son to threaten me? Make me help fabricate evidence? Mr. Zhao laughed, swaggered to the front, waved his hands, and said with a smile, "Buddy, quit with the dramatics. You don't need to wait for the vice principal's wife to come and save you. Police duty is at stake. If we weren't wearing these uniforms, we would have knocked you down a long time ago and not let you yap this long. What Lu Nian did, what you did, what your family did, you're more than clear about it. You all can disperse now. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. If you want to learn about the rules of obstruction of justice, I can enlighten you, and I won't say anything else. As for the college entrance exam, don't even think about participating." At those words, everyone was stunned, no longer eager to rush forward as before. From the direction of the teaching building, a group of people was already rushing over, their voices audible before their arrival. "What are you doing? Where's the security? Are they dead? Police can't just barge in. Everybody get out." This person, Zhou Ning and the others had guessed, was Lu Nian's mother, Zhang Xiangfan. With such an arrogant attitude, she clearly didn't take the police seriously. Of course, she said that to put on a facade for herself. Lu Yufei waved her hand behind her. "I don't want to waste words. For a criminal case, summoning a suspect for sampling and identification is perfectly reasonable. We are performing official duties. If you're dissatisfied with our work procedure or have a complaint against me personally, you can report it to my superiors. Take note of the reporting phone number, 12389, and my badge number is 020228. Lu Nian is already over 18 and not a minor. Besides, we have already notified his parents and the school. As for the details of the case investigation, I can't disclose that at the moment. Of course, if you intend to obstruct enforcement of the law or incite violence against it, that's a different matter. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhang Xiangfan grabbed Lu Kai, who was about to do something, and reached out to Lu Yufei. "I want to know where Lu Nian is being taken and when the investigation will be completed." Lu Yufei smiled. "According to normal procedure, after collecting blood and fingerprints, we wait for the comparison report. If the DNA comparison fails and the statement has no issues, Lu Nian will be cleared of suspicion and can be returned at any time. Bring Lu Nian out." The athletic team's members were all staring intently at Lu Kai, as if waiting for his command, ready to surge forward at any moment. And standing in the middle, Lu Nian involuntarily took a step back, looking towards Zhang Xiangfan in disbelief. "I won't go." Zhang Xiangfan seemed about to say something. Just as she was about to speak, Lu Yufei had already gestured with her hand. Someone came over to pull at Lu Nian's arm. Lu Nian still fixed his gaze on his parents, like a puppy abandoned by its owner, with neither of them showing much guilt or remorse. "Get in the car for the sampling first." Lu Yufei's tone was indifferent, but the detectives did not go easy on him, lifting Lu Nian from both sides and heading toward the Iveco. Even though he was robust and tall, after all, he was just an 18-year-old student and couldn't break free from Fong Mu and the others' hold as they took him to the car. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. As seconds and minutes ticked by, no one moved, even as the school bell started to ring and the athletic team members remained behind Lu Kai. However, the atmosphere began to take on a strange twist. Previously, they might have thought Lu Kai was trying earnestly to protect them, so they didn't back down. But now the situation had changed. The police weren't looking for them, just calling Lu Nian aside, but Lu Kai kept including them, with a clear intent to stir things up. They weren't brainless. Especially since they only needed samples from Lu Nian and hadn't troubled them, the team members began to whisper among themselves. At that moment, Zhou Ning's phone rang. He received a comparison photo via WeChat, with 2 lines of text below. Boss, the comparison is complete. Of the incomplete fingerprints found on the car window, 3 are Lun Yan's, and the blood sample is also fully collected. As for the DNA comparison, we'll have to wait. What do we do now? Zhou Ning handed his phone to Lu Yufei, who glanced at it and a smile spread across her lips. She beckoned Lu Kai and Zhang Xiangfen with her fingers. The 2 looked at each other and stepped forward. Just to let you know, since you are Lun Yan's parents and school authorities, after comparing fingerprints, we found Lun Yan's on the suspect's vehicle. We need to wait further for DNA test results, and we need to take him now. All right, everyone withdraw. She turned to leave as she spoke. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. Lu Kai rushed up close to Lu Yufei, seemingly about to grab her. But thinking better of it, he quickly released his hand and whispered, Comrade Police, can we talk? Lu Yufei raised an eyebrow. Talk about what? Zhang Xiangfen also leaned closer, her expression a mix of sincerity and obligingness. Let's go to my office first. Even if we have to take the child away, we don't oppose it. But I would like to have a word with you alone, and then you do what you need to do, all right? Lu Yufei glanced at the Iveco, gestured to Fang Mu, and walked away. Get out of the car, we can talk here. When Lu Yufei said this, Zhang Xiangfen's eyes lit up. Zhou Ning slightly bowed her head, not for any other reason, but because anyone with eyes could see what Zhang Xiangfen and Lu Kai meant. They were attempting to offer a bribe. If they went to the office and left evidence of bribery, there would be much to argue about. The situation could also take another direction. People's attention would shift from the case to the Qidong City Bureau Special Case Team police demanding bribes, coercing, and even implicating Lun Yan as being guilty. But they didn't realize that the Iveco had been outfitted with dash cams in the front, inside, and back because of a close call last time. This was to be prepared for any unexpected needs, something Lu Yufei of course knew full well. When Zhou Ning came back to her senses, Fang Mu had already pulled Lun Yan out of the car. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. The young man's face was dark, and he looked disdainfully at Lu Yufei. The driver, Mr. Wang, and Mr. Zhao distanced themselves from the vehicle, leaving only Lu Yufei and the couple Zhang Xiangfen to enter the car. Everyone, as if having been trained, kept their distance from the vehicle and turned their backs to the Iveco, waiting. It wasn't long before Lu Yufei opened the car door and gestured to Fang Mu, not coming out herself and instead trapping the couple inside. She raised her hand, holding up a card, and shook it at the crowd. Hurry up, Zhang Xiangfen and Lu Kai are offering a bribe. Get the content of the recording equipment storage card from inside the car copied immediately. They don't have to get out, take them both in custody. Also, draw their blood and have it tested right away. This sudden turn of events left the 2 spouses following them completely dumbfounded. After all the smooth talk, how did things change so abruptly? And how on earth were there cameras inside the car? Was the female cop ranting nonsense, or had they been set up from the start? Zhang Xiangfen was now totally flustered, squinting her eyes and kicking violently at Lu Yufei without any regard for her own image or her family's interests. You did this on purpose? You don't hurry to take away my son, but trap us instead? You're the one soliciting bribes. Don't try to pin anything on me. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. Lu Yufei simply sidestepped slightly, then leaned against the edge of the car door frame, trapping Zhang Xiangfen's leg. The detectives had already pounced on them, and without a word from Lu Yufei, they quickly handcuffed her hands behind her back. Lu Yufei laughed outright. Great, the family is all together now. First, let's draw blood and send it all for testing. I'm curious, although Lun Yan shares 1/4 blood relation with Zhu Xiaoguang and Zhu Xiaoming, why is there no match in the DNA results? Could it be that Lun Yan was adopted? At this statement, Zhang Xiangfen frowned slightly and spat at Lu Yufei. Cut the crap. Don't think you've got anything on me. What I said earlier was crystal clear. This is entrapment. You deliberately induced me to give you the card. This is extortion, and you're confused if you think handcuffing me was easy. If you want to let me go, you'll have to peel off your own skin. Lu Yufei casually cleaned her ear and then glanced at Lu Kai, whose face was filled with shock and unable to hide his panic. Without saying another word, she just waved her hand dismissively. Get in touch, and if Mr. Sean and the others have finished the escort, have them come over quickly. I don't want these two riding with us back in the Iveco. Director Zhou has a thing about cleanliness. Using their vehicle to transport suspects is really bad luck. Zhou Ning rubbed his nose, thinking Lu Yufei's ability to deflect blame was only surpassed by Su Daiwan's. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. After a short wait, the blood testing team returned for the third time. Seeing Lu Yufei almost in tears, they didn't waste words and quickly took their leave again. On Jingping Avenue outside of the high school, several police cars rushed in, sirens wailing. This time, the security guards proactively lifted the barrier, and the police cars drove straight to the training grounds. Mr. Sean led his team quickly towards them, and Fang Mu had already begun to give orders to separately escort Zhang Xiangfen, Lu Kai, and Lu Nian onto the vehicles. The police cars sped off again shortly thereafter, and the athletes who had been watching didn't rush forward this time. One young girl, looking puzzled, asked, "Officer, what exactly is going on here? Are they the killers of He Jiahong?" Mr. Zhao turned back to look at her and gave a smile. "Continue with your training as usual and don't be affected by this incident. Your school will make necessary adjustments soon, and the coach will be temporarily replaced. As for the case, once it's adjudicated, the police will make a public announcement." With complex looks in their eyes, the team members watched as Lu Yufei gestured for everyone to get in the car. When the Iveco finally left the high school, there was no sign of any other school leaders. Clearly, they wanted nothing to do with the incident. Mr. Zhao rubbed his belly and looked at Lu Yufei with a mournful expression. "Mrs. Fei, it's past noon, /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Are you going to go straight back to the interrogation? These past few days, working on the case with you, I haven't had a proper meal. Everything now depends on the test results, so how about we go eat first? Leaving those folks to stew for a bit might actually be beneficial." Lu Yufei smiled genuinely and replied, "You're right, there's no rush now. Let's wait for the test results. A surprise interrogation could be more effective after letting them cool their heels. By the way, Director Zhou, do you think Lu Nian could be the other culprit?" Zhou Ning put down her phone, pausing the image on the screen, which was the shadow of a man by a pond next to a black car. "Judging from the height, weight, and voice analysis, it's very possible that it could be Lu Nian. I think the DNA results will be conclusive evidence. However, I can't figure out why there is no DNA link between Lu Nian and the Zhu brothers." Mr. Zhao grinned, nudging Zhou Ning. "This family has such a complex web of relationships. Even twins can find someone to take the fall for them. I wouldn't be surprised by any outcome at this point. Maybe Lu Nian was adopted, or perhaps there was a child substitution at birth." Gao Tai didn't follow and looked up in confusion, moving closer. "Child substitution? Whose child was switched? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Chapter 515 to 486. If you don't speak up, it'll give the opportunity to someone else _1 Chapter 515, Chapter 486. If you don't speak up, it'll give the opportunity to someone else _1 1737. The printer churned out a hefty stack of documents, and Mr. Chu, brimming with excitement, handed the materials to Zhou Ning. "Boss, lots of forensic reports have come in. Take a look." At those words, Lu Yufei, Fang Mu, Mr. Yang, and Mr. Zhao all crowded around. After a glance through the reports, Zhou Ning's eyes widened, and Lu Yufei urged anxiously, "Come on, what does it say? Your expression is making me even more anxious." Zhou Ning quickly responded, 1. Soil samples taken from the vehicle's tires, floor mats, and the pond at Zhuluofeng Park, after comparison, belong to the same category. 2. The substances extracted from He Jiahong's lungs and those found in the water samples from Zhuluofeng Park during the diatom test are exactly the same. She inhaled water in the pond at Zhuluofeng Park. 3. One male DNA found on the steering wheel, inside the car seat, and within the victim's body, after comparison, is an exact match with Lu Nian's DNA. The fingernail found in the crevice of the car window was identified as He Jiahong's, and Lu Nian's DNA was also collected from the outside edge of the nail. 4/P break time equals 300 ms. / prosody / speak, prosody, P. The other two male DNAs with a kinship relationship found inside the victim, after comparison, are an exact match with Zhu Xiaoguang and Zhu Xiaoming. Fingerprints of 4 people found on the Polaroids are Zhu Xiaoguang, Zhu Xiaoming, Lu Nian, and He Jiahong. 5. DNAs of Zhu Xiaoguang, Zhu Xiaoming, and He Jiahong were found in samples from the vehicle's steering wheel, car window glass, and seat cushions. He Jiahong's hair was found on the seat cushion. 6. Blood found in the floor crevices of the first crime scene at the salt company community, after comparison, belongs to He Jiahong, and a mixed methylene blue solution with Lu Nian's, Zhu Xiaoguang's, and Zhu Xiaoming's DNAs was collected on the back of the floorboards sent for inspection. 7. This is the most shocking to me. Zhu Xiaoming and Zhu Xiaoguang have no blood relationship with Zhu Yongping, but have a biological mother-son relationship with Zheng Xiangfen. Lu Nian has no blood relationship with Zheng Xiangfang, but has a biological father-son relationship with Lu Kai. Upon hearing this, Mr. Zhao's eyes bulged in disbelief. Damn, I guessed it right. This family is a real mess. Twins with different fathers and the biological father unknown, just picking any divorced man as the scapegoat. A son that seems to be of one's flesh and blood, but actually isn't, and instead is the result of the little husband's affair. Isn't this too dramatic? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak, prosody, P. Lu Yufei let out a sigh of relief, took the report, and saw the place Zhou Ning had marked, vigorously nodding her head. All right, everything has surfaced. The rest doesn't matter much in relation to the case. Lu Nian and the Zhu brothers are definitely the murderers. It's just a matter of who masterminded it, who helped them cover up the evidence after the incident, and who controlled the police station chief, even the entire police station, to shield them and had the forensic doctor forge the autopsy report. We need to investigate who gave those orders. Fang Mu nodded, leaned in closer, and asked, Director Liu, you give the orders. Are we going to break each of them individually, or are we splitting into groups to interrogate our respective targets? Lu Yufei thought for a moment. First, we'll eat our boxed meals, then question them one by one. Just like Director Zhou always says, from the simple to the complicated, we'll follow the same order, starting with the Zhu brothers and breaking each of them down. After all, such paternity results are hard for these privileged young masters to accept. Mr. Zhao jumped up and hurriedly ran to the door to distribute the boxed meals. Listen to Director Liu, hurry up and eat. I personally ordered these boxed meals. Who knows what you guys buy, I still have an upset stomach. Everyone ate quickly without chatter. Mr. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak, prosody, P. Zhao's boxed meals might not have been much more expensive, but each dish inside was delicate, with tastes mixed perfectly, far from the usual boxed meal quality. Fang Mu ate the fastest, finishing in less than 2 minutes, and stood up directly. I'll go bring the people over. Mr. Shan, follow and act as the clerk, okay? Director Liu and I will conduct the interrogations. Lu Yufei nodded, and Mr. Shan hastened his movements, a bashful and bitter smile on his face. Looks like my hand is going to be ruined today, making so many records for all these people. Isn't there some software that can do this job? Mr. Chu pulled out a mouse from his pocket and handed it to Mr. Shan. Try using this in a bit, just hold it down for voice input. It can recognize several dozen local dialects, including the Ludong dialect. We've tried it a few times for recording meetings, and it's not bad after some improvements. We haven't yet tried it during interrogations. If there are errors, just amend them promptly. It has a learning function for names, so once you correct it, it'll know the next time. Mr. Sean's eyes lit up as he eagerly took it. Thank you, Mr. Chu. This is just in time. Is it something developed by you guys? Mr. Chu waved his hand. It's designed by a software company. There are some weaknesses, but eventually, they came to the Qidong Research and Development Center to collaborate with us. I just helped improve it a bit. This is just for experimenting, so give us feedback. Mr./P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody. P. Sean eagerly inquired about how to use the mouse and then quickly followed Lu Yufei and Fong Mu to the interrogation room. At this time, in the observation room, Mr. Chu had already installed a temporary camera in the next interrogation room and had even connected a computer here to monitor the facial expressions of the person being interrogated. He had also connected a speaker, so there was no need to listen with headphones. Mr. Zhao pulled a chair over for Zhou Ning and handed him a cup of coffee. He too held a cup and sat beside Zhou Ning, leisurely letting out a long sigh. That's it, we've done what we had to. The culprits have been identified, and now let's just enjoy the interrogation conducted by Lu De and his team. It's just like watching a live-action movie. Mr. Yang slapped Mr. Zhao on the back and began to laugh, with everyone's face carrying a relaxed expression, except for Zhou Ning, whose brows were still tightly furrowed. Seeing Zhou Ning's expression, Mr. Zhao immediately dropped his smile. What's up, Zhou Xiaogo? Do you think they still have room to recant their confessions? Zhou Ning shook his head. I just don't understand why He Jiahong got into their car that night, even being threatened to go upstairs. Could it be that they had some dirt on her? As for Tang Jianhai, how much did he know? The gathering, the withdrawal of money, going out to eat again. Just how did he happen to run into He Jiahong at the food street? Could all this really be a coincidence? Mr./P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhao was silent for a moment, then placed his hand on Zhou Ning's shoulder. I saw Lu Yufei has brought Tang Jianghai here too. They probably plan to interrogate him again. Not to mention anything else, they must know something about Lu Kai and his son Lu Nian. I think the reason Lu Nian was not our focus at the beginning was because of Lu Kai's cover-up. Zhou Ning sighed and did not speak further. He had a feeling that people in the track and field team knew some things, more or less, but would definitely not stand up and speak out. After all, Lu Nian's father was the coach, and his mother was the vice principal. Within the family, his uncles and aunts held such statuses. In such a small town, it was nearly the same as having absolute control of everything. Perhaps this was the reason He Jiahong dared not resist. Without waiting too long, Zhu Xiaoming was brought in. He had lost all the defiance he had in the morning, and his eyes were filled with panic, especially when his handcuffs were removed and replaced with the chained ones attached to the chair. He became even more flustered and swallowed nervously. Fong Mu stood up and placed a photo in front of Zhu Xiaoming. There are several people who need to be interrogated, and I do not want to waste time with you. Let's cut to the chase. /P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody. P. Both of your brothers, your parents, the family of 3 from Lu Nian's household, even Chief Zheng from Juquan Police Station and Dr. Zheng, they have all been arrested, and we need to complete the interrogations overnight. So let's not delay each other's time. Without solid evidence, we could not have closed our net. Speak up voluntarily, at least clarify the major and minor roles. You still have a chance for leniency. Of course, if you do not seize this opportunity, we don't mind either. Let's take a look, though the face is not shown, but in this photo, the female is He Jiahong, and the male is you. All the characteristics match, like the scar from your inguinal hernia surgery, your skin color, and the color of your hair. Of course, we can also reveal some information to you that you might not know. Zhu Xiaoming was taken aback, looking at Fong Mu with a puzzled expression. Clearly, the last few words had grabbed his attention. What information? Fong Mu smiled. Do you want to know? Zhu Xiaoming nodded subconsciously but, after nodding, appeared somewhat irritated, as if he had cooperated too much. Fang Mu showed the DNA test report to Zhu Xiaoming. It's not much related to the case, but I think since we have done a comparison, I should inform you. Your mother is Zhang Xiangfan. No mistake there, but Zhu Yongping is not your father. /p break time equals 300 ms /prosody /speak. Speak, prosody, p. The biological father of you and Zhu Xiaoguang would be a carrier of a DNA defect that is recessively inherited, including genes for albinism in the family. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiaoming's expression hardened, and he was in disbelief, even scoffing. Pfft, you're trying to fool me, right? My dad told me he has mixed-race genes. That's why my older brother and I have lighter hair and skin closer to Caucasians. Before Zhu Xiaoming could finish, the report was placed in front of him. Although he was not well educated, he could still understand the last line, stating the non-biological father-son relationship, leaving Zhu Xiaoming to swallow the rest of his words. Seeing this, Feng Mu exchanged a glance with Lu Yufei and continued in an indifferent tone. Going back 20 years, why would your mother choose your father, a man with no money, no status, and a widower with a child to marry? Such a simple reason, I don't need to tell you. Besides, isn't it true that your father and older brother doted on you too excessively, while being very strict with Zhu Xiaoxia? Even though you haven't read much and aren't ambitious, having dealt with society, you couldn't possibly be ignorant of the meaning behind the words to destroy by indulging, right? Your reckless behavior has your father and brother's unconditional support, but this isn't love. Zhu Xiaoming looked somewhat undone, the words from Fang Mu making his gaze drift. After all, everything matched exactly what Fang Mu had said. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody /speak. Speak, prosody, p. Fang Mu sighed. Alright, let's talk in detail. Neighbors in the salt company community saw you abduct He Jiahong into the building. They were just too scared to say anything before, especially since the police station told them to shut up. Moreover, during our investigation, we found a video in Zhuluofeng Park where you forced He Jiahong into the water. All the threatening words Lun Yan said. We have the video evidence under control. We're giving you a chance to talk now because we want to know the exact process of how He Jiahong was killed. Who decided to wait in the community for He Jiahong? Who smashed He Jiahong's head with a brick? Who decided to dispose of the body and stage a suicide? No offense, but you're not capable of planning all this. Speak up. Zhu Xiaoming stared at Fang Mu, gesturing frantically with his hands. It wasn't me, I didn't hit anyone, I tried to stop them, but I couldn't persuade them, so that's why. Fang Mu leaned in close, resting his hands on the edge of the table, staring intently at Zhu Xiaoming's face with a smile on his. Don't squeeze it out like toothpaste. If you want to talk, do it quickly, or it'll give this opportunity to speak to the other two. What do you think they'll say, huh? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody /speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 516 to 487. Where did it bite? _1 Chapter 516. Chapter 487. Where did it bite? _1. After such a rant, Zhou Ning almost wanted to applaud him. He was truly the one Lu Yufei and Su Deyuan had their eyes on. In just over a month, this guy had changed so much. His interrogation skills had improved by leaps and bounds. Zhu Xiaoming had never seen such a setup before. It's likely that he usually strutted around arrogantly, with his mother and uncles protecting him. Even if he caused trouble, there were always people to clean up after him. But coddling is still coddling after all. Where should I start? Zhu Xiaoming said while crying, completely lacking the previous arrogance. Start with the photos. How did He Jiahong agree to take such pictures with you? And what exactly is her relationship with you and your brother? Zhu Xiaoming thought for a moment and quickly wiped the corner of his eye before speaking. Last year, my sister came home and said her friend was bullied. She asked us to stand up for her and restore her dignity, so we beat up the guy who was bullying He Jiahong. Afterwards, my sister organized a dinner for everyone, and that's when we met He Jiahong. It was around the summer vacation. I forget the exact date. She was pretty, Just my type, so I got her drunk, and then things happened between us. She didn't say anything, and she didn't even ask to be my girlfriend like other girls would, which surprised me. So, we kept seeing each other, and the number of dates increased. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p, but He Jiahong couldn't tell me and Zhu Xiaoguang apart. Once, Zhu Xiaoguang pretended to be me, and she didn't even notice. We had a lot of fun trading places. Most of the time, our dates would take place in that attic, the dormitory building where you caught me. Sometimes, we'd go to the 5th floor of the salt company. That was where my eldest brother rented a place for Lun Yan and his friends. In reality, that place was where Lun Yan and his bunch of bad friends stayed. Had pretty much had his way with every girl in school who was even slightly attractive, and he had even confessed his feelings to He Jiahong. I was angry. Afterwards, I confronted her and we argued. I told her we should stop contacting each other, but she didn't fight back, she just cried. I felt a bit soft-hearted for a moment, and then I demanded that she listen to me and do everything I wanted, just once. She didn't refuse, and I could tell she liked me. We went to the attic, drank a lot, and tried positions and spots we'd never tried before. She didn't refuse, and she even let me take photos. Of course, I gave her a copy of the photos too. During that, Zhu Xiaoguang came by wanting to join us, and Jiahong, drunk, didn't resist. She didn't realize that she had played so wildly with the two of us that time. Afterwards, I gave her the photos, both mine and Zhu Xiaoguang's, and she naively couldn't tell them apart, just took the photos and left. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Our relationship ended around this year's spring festival after she found out about our trickery and tried to resist when Zhu Xiaoguang hit her. Later, my sister asked us what we had done to He Jiahong because she hadn't been hanging out with her much recently. We didn't say anything, and after that, we barely saw her, especially since there were plenty of girls around us. On March 24th, Lun Yan came to our attic to hang out and came across the photos. Zhu Xiaoguang challenged him to guess who the girl was. Lun Yan recognized her instantly. Zhu Xiaoguang said he must be interested in her, or else he wouldn't have recognized her so quickly. Lun Yan said we had ruined the girl he liked. To punish us, he said we should find He Jiahong and have a foursome to explore all the unexplored. He was going to get things ready. I objected, saying we had broken up and hadn't been in touch for over a month. Lun Yan grabbed Zhu Xiaoguang by the collar and said not to talk nonsense. They had a gathering next Wednesday and wanted us to arrange a car to go together. Lun Yan is crazy. If he wants something and doesn't get it, he destroys it. I know that very well. Even though he's 2 years younger than us, he was the type who dared to pull a knife on someone when he was just 12 or 13. We didn't dare to object. On March 27th, Lun Yan had his friends take He Jiahong away from the gathering to go to the food street for dinner. When we drove there, He Jiahong was standing outside. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Lun Yan rolled down the window and called her over. She didn't want to pay attention, but Lun Yan shouted at her, "If you don't get in the car, I'll scatter your photos in front of the number 5 middle school teaching building and let everyone see that you're a worn-out shoe, a broken shoe played out by people. Forget about the college entrance exam and dreaming of Qingbei University." I wanted to stop Lun Yan because although He Jiahong had left a good impression on me and we had never made a fuss when we broke up, we didn't expect him to pull such a stunt. Plus, there were a lot of people on the street. Hearing Lun Yan yell, they all turned to look over, and only then did He Jiahong get in the car. We had just left when we spotted Lun Yan's friend chasing after us. Not sure if he was worried about He Jiahong or wanted to get involved, he chased us to the edge of the automobile city. The guy stopped the car and He Jiahong got on his motorcycle with him. Lun Yan wasn't pleased, but he didn't say anything, and we just followed behind them. It wasn't until we watched them enter the number 5 middle school that Lun Yan stopped the car and climbed over the wall to get inside. Shortly after, we saw He Jiahong run out. Zhu Xiaoguang and I discussed whether we should just drive away. That way Lu Nian wouldn't be able to do anything more, but Zhu Xiaoguang said if we left now, Lu Nian could very well come to my house tomorrow and torch the place. It's not like he hasn't done that before. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. We didn't have to wait long before Lu Nian climbed back over the wall, his mouth smeared with blood. None of us dared to ask, but it was obvious he had been hit, considering the palm print was still visible. I guessed he found He Jiahong. He Jiahong hit him, so Lu Nian went even crazier chasing after He Jiahong. After driving for a while, we saw He Jiahong dash into Zhiliufeng Park. We drove straight in, almost plunging into the pond. Zhu Xiaoguang and I were scared out of our wits and stumbled out of the car, only to find He Jiahong had fallen into the water while Lu Nian was yelling from the shore. He said, "You want to drown? Well, wait for you to die and then fish you out of there. We can do it right by the shore. The video's been sold. We can probably make some money." He Jiahong started cursing at him, nearly drowning as she bobbed in and out of the water. Zhu Xiaoguang said this girl grew up by the Tuojiang River. She's a good swimmer and won't drown easily, or else we should have gone up to his apartment. Then we left. I was scared. I wanted to go home. Lu Nian tossed me a pack of pills. The blue little tablets, you all know what those are, right? He forced us each to take 2. We couldn't resist and just swallowed them, feeling so bloated it was uncomfortable, and even walking was laborious. We hid the car and went to the second-floor loft of building number 3. We waited for who knows how long until we heard footsteps coming upstairs. Lu Nian pulled out a knife. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. At that moment, Zhu Xiaoguang and I were terrified. We hadn't expected him to actually bring a knife. If we didn't listen to him, would be the ones getting stabbed to death. Lu Nian threatened us, saying that if we didn't obey, we wouldn't be able to escape tonight either. What could we say? We obediently followed along, feeling bloated and uncomfortable. At that point, I couldn't care less if it was He Jiahong or some old lady. I could go for anyone. Zhe Xiaoming got carried away in his story, seemingly about to describe how he felt at that moment, but he shivered at a glance from Feng Mu and quickly got back to the main point. He Jiahong came upstairs. She didn't expect us to be lying in wait for her. Just as she was about to open the door, Lu Nian sprang forward and grabbed her hair. He Jiahong scratched his ear. Lu Nian got impatient and threatened her with the knife to her neck. He said if she screamed, he would go inside and kill her mentally ill mother first. Hearing this, He Jiahong didn't fight back. The key was tossed between the 2 gates. We followed him up to the rooftop. As soon as she got upstairs, He Jiahong bit Lu Nian. He didn't pay attention and let go. He Jiahong broke free. She said if we pushed her to the edge, she'd jump. Lu Nian told her to jump then. She started to charge forward. I was petrified, grabbing He Jiahong by the waist and begging her not to be rash, pleading for her to appease Lu Nian a little. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. He was insane, and when he lost his temper, not even his own parents could stop him. As she struggled, her shoe flew off and dropped to the ground below. Later, when she was out of strength, we both fell to the rooftop. I grabbed her hand and made her touch me below, saying, "Look what he's done to me with drugs, and am even his cousin. So, let's just go along with him, just get through tonight. Well, stop making trouble and, well, not break up. Isn't that enough?" He Jiahong cursed me as a coward and said we were all animals. Just then, Lu Nian came up from behind, picked up a brick, and smashed it down on He Jiahong's head. I was so scared I almost pissed myself. Even so, that thing down there still wouldn't go soft. He Jiahong passed out, and there wasn't much blood on the ground. Zhu Xiaoguang started crying, asking him what on earth he planned to do. He said he wanted to do her, then pushed us aside and went to the west apartment on the 5th floor, laid her on the bed, and messed around for a while. Hearing their noises, Zhu Xiaoguang and I felt even worse since we'd taken the drugs. After Lu Nian was done, we each took our turn venting on her. In between, He Jiahong briefly regained consciousness, but she was confused, then just passed out again. After it was all over, Lu Nian dragged us away. Back at the loft, I was scared and decided to call my uncle, who was the track and field coach Lu Kai. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. About half an hour later, my uncle arrived, and as soon as he walked in, he slapped each of us, then gave Lu Nian a shot, which made him drowsy and fall asleep. He handed us each a set of clothes, you know, the kind they wear in hospitals, with long blue gowns that tie at the back. He said Lu Nian had gone crazy and dragged us into trouble. We were too scared to say anything. It wasn't until we got to the west apartment on the 5th floor of building number 3 that we realized He Jiahong wasn't breathing anymore, and she couldn't be woken up. Even when we shone the flashlight from the phone in her eyes, there was no reaction. Her arm was already stiff. My uncle ordered us to fetch water and rinse He Jiahong off, saying there shouldn't be any traces left. We had no choice but to follow his instructions. After a hasty wash, he carried He Jiahong to the rooftop. We didn't expect it, but he threw He Jiahong's body down from the west side. Then he told us He Jiahong had committed suicide by jumping off. If one day the police came knocking, we should just say we dated her before and knew nothing else. As for that night, we stayed at our grandfather's house. He would explain things to the family. Lu Nian was asleep in the dorm and was clueless. He told us to hurry home and take a shower. As for this place, he would have someone clean it up. We could only nod. After all, my uncle's glare wasn't much better than Lu Nian's. Apart from what we did with He Jiahong, we really didn't do anything. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. As for how my uncle dealt with the aftermath, their house renovations, I had no idea. I'm not lying. None of this really had anything to do with us. Fong Mu glanced at Lu Yufei and, seeing Lu Yufei nod, confirmed that Zhu Xiaoming wasn't lying. Lu Yufei stood up, walked over, and asked coldly, "You said He Jiahong bit Lu Nian. Do you know where she bit him? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 517 to 488. Mental illness _1 Chapter 517. Chapter 488. Mental illness _1 Zhu Xiaoming lifted both of his arms, as if he thought for a moment before speaking. On the inside of my left arm, close to the armpit, the lower cut is quite deep. I saw that piece of flesh was almost falling off. Lu Yufei waved her hand, and Mr. Shan on the other side let out a sigh of relief. He made an okay gesture with his hand, and at that moment, he was printing quickly, checking it over, and passing the transcript to Fong Mu. Fong Mu placed the transcript and a pen in Zhu Xiaoming's hands, while holding an ink pad in his other hand. Check it over. If there are no mistakes, sign your name and make a fingerprint. Zhu Xiaoming glanced at it, having no intention of studying the content carefully. He looked at Fong Mu with some concern. I didn't kill anyone, I won't be convicted, right? Fong Mu shook his head, and upon seeing this gesture, Zhu Xiaoming smiled, hastily signed his name, and made his fingerprint. Fong Mu said leisurely, "We are just criminal police, responsible for investigating the course of the incident, collecting relevant evidence, and ensuring that each suspect is apprehended without omission, and that we don't wrongfully accuse an innocent person. Whether or not you will be convicted is up to the judge. Someone, come in and take him away. Let's move on to the next one." Zhu Xiaoming was dumbfounded, not knowing what to say, and even forgot to resist. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. 2 criminal police officers came in and put handcuffs on him. Then he began to understand the situation. It was not a scenario where explaining everything meant he could go home. His eyes became bloodshot, and tears and snot streamed down his face. He almost looked like he was having a drug withdrawal. "No, don't drag me away. I want to go home. I want to go home." Fong Mu gestured with his hand and glanced outside. As Zhu Xiaoming was led away, Zhu Xiaoguang was brought in. Seeing Zhu Xiaoming's frantic and panicked state, Zhu Xiaoguang was also dumbfounded, filled with fear that had reached its peak. The interrogation room was being arranged for a new occupant, and the door to the observation room swung open as several people walked in. Seeing who it was, Zhou Ning quickly got up and tapped Mr. Zhao to move over and make room. "Mr. Hu, what brings you here?" Hu Guangjian nodded and gestured towards the people behind him. "You've worked hard. With such a big case, how could we not come over? You all go on with your tasks." That so-called accident-prone station chief, as well as Zheng Xianghua and that forensic doctor, should all be interrogated thoroughly. By tomorrow morning, I want to see the materials. Zhou Ning recognized those people. They were leaders from the city bureau, and one of them was the head of the inspection brigade. Knowing his superiors had come over like this, Zhou Ning felt reassured. Evidently, Mr./P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P, who had already communicated with the city leaders, and they were tackling the issue from multiple angles. The people currently present were just a part of the team. "Mr. Zhao, could you prepare a copy of the materials we have organized? And the evidence secured by Mr. Chu should be copied for the leaders." Having said that, everyone got busy. Taking the materials, they left swiftly, leaving only Hu Guangjian behind. Mr. Zhao stood behind him, offering his seat to Hu Guangjian, who sat down. "Tell me, how is the progress?" Zhou Ning swiftly briefed him and then looked towards the interrogation room. "We are currently interrogating Zhu Xiaoguang, the second son of the Zhu family. Based on the testimony just given by Zhu Xiaoming, this Zhu Xiaoguang is also an accessory. I was just about to have Mr. Zhao check Lunyan's arm when you arrived." Hu Guangjian nodded. "To have reached this point in such a short time, you've done more than I could have imagined. Go ahead, Mr. Chu. You need to compare the bite marks, right? Have the impressions of the deceased's teeth been made?" Mr. Chu raised his hand and quickly spoke up. "We have the scanned images and pictures of the wounds. We can start the comparison. The impression of the bite marks can be taken later. This method has higher accuracy because we can create a three-dimensional form." Hu Guangjian let out a long sigh and gestured with his hand. Mr. Zhao quickly took Mr. Sun to take the photographs. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. With the leadership present, they were all nervous. After glancing inside the interrogation room, Hu Guangjian spoke. "Yesterday, after Yufei reported, we began our investigation and discovered that several pending petitions had all been suppressed by Zheng Xianghua. This was negligence on my part. It seems that our previous disciplinary work was not thorough. I have already reported this to the city leaders, and comrades from the Discipline Inspection Commission have taken Zheng Xianghua away for investigation." Zhou Ning had an epiphany. It seemed that after arranging things with the high-ranking officials, they had come over. As he was thinking, Mr. Zhao pushed the door in, holding the camera up to Mr. Chu. Hu Guangjian stood up, giving them space, which left Mr. Zhao utterly confused. "You should stay seated, sir. Suddenly standing up like this is quite startling." Hu Guangjian slapped Mr. Zhao on the back, making his flesh tremble. "Mr. Zhao, you've been so busy these days. How have you not lost any weight?" Mr. Zhao grimaced, looking grievously at Hu Guangjian. "Boss, that's a low blow, isn't it? I've been so stressed that I can't eat. Instead, I'm drinking more water, and that's making me swollen." Everyone couldn't help it and burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Mr. Chu had already imported the photographs taken by Mr. Zhao into the computer and began comparing them with the previously collected 3D images of the victim's teeth. /P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. After a few adjustments, the 3D image was resized to match the scale of the photograph, becoming a cross-sectional image of the teeth in biting position. The two images slowly merged. Their position, size, and depth matched exactly, fitting together perfectly. Mr. Zhao swung his fist excitedly. His face lit up with excitement. Although it was just a comparison of photographs, everyone was already certain that these were the bite marks inflicted by He Jiahong. The tooth marks are an exact match. Zhou Ning, with his arms crossed, didn't share the same excitement. The bite marks had not been sutured. The wounds showed a slight everted margin, and the biting pattern position was overall raised above the skin. This condition indicated that after being bitten, no suturing treatment had been done. It should be noted that bite wounds are very difficult to heal. Unlike cuts, bite wounds nearly always have tissue deficits, and since the wounds can't be completely realigned, they tend to heal more easily. It seems that he didn't go to the hospital for wound cleaning and treatment after the bite. This makes it very difficult to prove when Lu Nian was injured. Although we can prove that it was a bite from He Jiahong, we cannot prove that it happened at the time of the crime. Hu Guangjian heard Zhou Ning analyze the case so calmly for the first time, nodding constantly. If he intends to deny the murder and push the mastermind role onto those two brothers, this will indeed be hard to prove. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. If we can't provide concrete evidence and the three of them keep shifting the blame onto each other, this case could drag on for 2 or 3 years with just a bit of new evidence surfacing now and then. Hence, send someone to the school now to find students, preferably those who shared a dorm room with Lu Nian. Without Lu Kai's threats and bribes, these people might tell the truth, proving whether Lu Nian was in the dormitory on the night of March 27th and whether he returned with injuries. Zhou Ning glanced around the observation room where only Mr. Chu, Mr. Zhao, Mr. Sun, and Mr. Yang were present. It seemed easy to talk about going to number 5 high school, but could they really be the ones to carry out the investigation? Before Zhou Ning could speak, Hu Guangjian had already called Lu Yufei's phone, and after a moment, Lu Yufei answered. Mr. Hu, have you arrived? Yes, I'm in the adjacent observation room. Just let that kid surnamed Fong handle the interrogation. I think he's doing fine. Step out for a moment. We have some tasks to arrange. Lu Yufei had already hung up the phone and gestured to Fong Mu before leaving the room directly. Zhu Xiaodong, who was sitting on the interrogation chair, looked confused. Seeing Lu Yufei leave, he quickly grabbed Fong Mu's hand. Officer, I'll talk. Just don't switch interrogators. I'll tell you everything. Fong Mu shook off his hand and gave him a nod of his chin. Then talk. I advise you to tell the truth. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I can clearly tell you that your youngest brother has already confessed to the process, and even the video of you all chasing He Jiahong near the pond, we have it under control. People have seen and heard you dragging He Jiahong in the corridor. We also have a witness. If you lie, there's no need to waste time. I'll just switch to the next person. Understand? Zhu Xiaoguang nodded hurriedly and proceeded to explain the process step by step, guided by Fong Mu, which was not much different from what Zhu Xiaoming had narrated. Zhou Ning breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Zhu Xiaoming hadn't lied. By this time, Lu Yufei had already finished communicating with Mr. Hu, and she called Mr. Sun and Mr. Yang to leave with her. Zhou Ning didn't ask further, as there were not many people available at the moment. Soon after, Lu Yufei returned. Mr. Hu, is there any news from Director Zhang Tianlong and Deputy Director Mr. Zheng? Hu Guangjian nodded. I know what you want to ask. Don't beat around the bush with me. The Discipline Inspection Commission's people arrived even before us. Zhang Xianghua and Zhang Xianghua are both over there now. This time, they'll conduct a thorough investigation. Don't interrogate one by one like this. Just open a couple more interrogation rooms and speed up the process. Lu Yufei shook her head. We can only open 2 more interrogation rooms at most. The remaining people, none of them are easy to deal with. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. That coach Lu Kai managed to deceive his wife and even swapped their child, and he kept it a secret in his heart for 18 years. You don't need me to tell you how deep his scheming is, right? The rest are similar. Only Fong Mu and I can handle them. Hu Guangjian nodded in agreement. He glanced towards the next room where the interrogation was nearing its end. This one's starting to sign as well. Call Lu Nian over then. Both suspects said he's crazy and acts without considering the consequences, so let's hear it for ourselves. Lu Yufei hurried to make arrangements. Moments later, Zhu Xiaoguang was led out of the doorway, while Lu Nian was dragged by the police to stand at the entrance. As the interrogation room door opened, Lu Nian sharply lifted his leg and kicked Zhu Xiaoguang in the abdomen. Zhu Xiaoguang flew backwards 3 or 4 meters before crashing to the ground with a smack. The force behind the kick was considerable. Fong Mu jumped on him along with the 2 police officers, pinning Lu Nian to the ground. Even with his hands cuffed behind his back and in agonizing pain, he still gritted his teeth, glaring at Zhu Xiaoguang with a look that was as ferocious as a demon from hell. "You've got some nerve. I just heard what you said, didn't I? You're pinning all the blame on me, saying I'm mentally ill, right? Should I thank you for branding me as mentally ill so that I can be exempt from legal responsibility? You all can rot in prison, not one less. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Lu Yufei approached, grabbed the cuff of Lu Nian's handcuffed wrist, kicked him behind one of his knees, and pulled up on the cuff in the opposite direction. This action caused Lu Nian to let out a piercing scream of pain. "Didn't you hear the police say to shut up? How can you be so careless? You can't even stand properly. Quickly take the other person away." Fong Mu personally locked Lu Nian in the interrogation chair and checked it thoroughly after securing him. The chair seemed a bit too small for Lu Nian. There wasn't even enough room to stretch out his legs. Lu Yufei glanced at the chair before she arranged for someone to go to number 5 high school and went to interrogate Lu Kai herself. Once Zhu Xiaodong was seated, Fong Mu approached with a report in his hand, lifting the cover and the first page to show Lu Nian. What was supposed to be a routine screen turned out to be an unexpected discovery for us. This is the DNA test report of you and your parents. Your biological father is indeed your father, but your biological mother is not Zheng Xiangfan. What do you think your mother would do if she knew about this? Do you want to take a closer look at the report? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 518 to 489 conclusive evidence _1 Chapter 518. Chapter 489 conclusive evidence _1 Lu Nian was stunned. This introduction had caused him to lose the ability to think. He stared at Fong Mu with the dumbfounded eyes of an idiot, but Fong Mu just opened the DNA comparison report and pointed to the last line for him to see. After clearly seeing the handwriting on it, Lu Nian laughed. "You must be sick. Do I need you to confirm who my own parents are with something like this? Do you think I'm an idiot?" Fong Mu didn't get angry. He too started laughing and glanced at his watch. "Later, this report will be brought to the interrogation room next door, and your mother will also see this report. What do you think she would do if she knew the son she raised for 18 years was a product of her husband's affair with another woman and has been mistakenly cherished in place of her own son?" Lu Nian's breathing became rapid, and he didn't speak for a long time. Hu Guangjian frowned slightly and with some concern, glanced at Zhou Ning beside him and said, "Can interrogation like this work? Lu Nian knows his mother is not his biological mother. Wouldn't this force him to stubbornly refuse to answer?" Zhou Ning shook his head. "I don't think so. If Mr. Dui says this, he must have his reason." In the eyes of Zhu Xiaoming and Zhu Xiaoguang, Lu Nian is a lunatic, a madman. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. This doesn't mean he is really ill, but rather that this man is very paranoid, and even I think, regarding his origins, he knows something. His father, Lu Kai, perhaps told him the truth. He just doesn't want this secret to be known by others, especially his mother. If his mother found out, then she would truly abandon him, and the Zhang family would also abandon him. In such a case, all the past indulgence and tolerance would be gone forever. Hearing Zhou Ning say this, Hu Guangjian paused briefly before laughing as well. "Then let's see how you young folks interrogate. No wonder Mr. Su says you all are smart and have your own way of doing things." Zhou Ning didn't bite at the bait. His previous words were a bit impulsive, after all, who was a high-ranking official, and he was just a forensic doctor. It was a mistake he couldn't suppress, and he couldn't help but feel nervous inside. He stole a glance at Hu Guangjian, who seemed to be just quietly staring at the room next door, without any particular expression. Zhou Ning's worried heart relaxed a bit, and he also looked towards the interrogation room. The silence of Lun Yan did not make Fang Mu show any change in expression. On the contrary, it was Lun Yan who kept looking at Fang Mu and the others with an exploratory gaze, even directing a few glances towards the one-way mirror. The agony inside had reached its peak. After an unknown amount of time, Lun Yan sighed and lifted his head. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, I'll confess, but I have a condition. This report cannot be shown to my mother. Fang Mu tore the report in half and threw it directly into the trash bin, an action that spoke volumes. He pulled up a chair and sat down in front of Fang Mu. Speak, tell me in detail about how you killed He Jiahong and how you managed the aftermath, without omitting a single word. Lun Yan raised his head. His gaze was fixed on Fang Mu, yet unfocused, as if he were recalling the past. I have epilepsy, diagnosed when I was 10. I didn't like the medication for the treatment. It made me feel emotionally unstable every time I took it. But my mom always mixed it into my food, and I never exposed her because I knew she loved me. Still, such medication made it impossible for me to control my emotions, even led to self-harming tendencies, and I began to enjoy the sensation of pain. It was only through that pain that I felt alive. Fang Mu didn't rush him, instead listening intently to Lun Yan's account. The encouraging look in his eyes made Lun Yan speak even more fluently. In the athletics team, most people kept their distance from me, afraid of my outbursts since they had all witnessed my fits of madness. Tang Jiahai only got into number 5 middle school because of my mom and followed my dad's training, so naturally, he was obedient to me. But He Jiahong was the exception. She always avoided me and never stayed alone with me. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, even though others flattered me and tried to please me in all ways, she seemed oblivious. I bullied her, but only to get her attention. Everything changed when she became the girlfriend of those brothers. They stood up for He Jiahong, won her over, and both slept with her using the identity of Zhu Xiaoming alone. They even hung photos on the 5th floor for passers-by to admire and bragged about all this. Because of that, I beat them up twice. Later, when He Jiahong discovered their trickery, she broke up with them. I thought I had a chance. I approached He Jiahong, but she rejected me. She said she wanted to go to Qingbei University and hoped for a better future. At that moment, I lost control of my emotions and quarreled with her. I didn't mind that she had been with 2 men, but she rejected me, and I wanted revenge. I suppose you know about that plan. I had Tang Jiahai invite her for a meal after a banquet. She would wait until the alcohol odor on her body faded before going home, not wanting to worry her mom. I drove Zhu brothers there, and when we reached the food street, He Jiahong was standing by the roadside. I threatened her to get in the car, planning to take her to the attic to talk, but Tang Jiahai came running to stop the car, probably afraid I'd do something foolish, and for once, argued with me. I just watched her being taken away. Then I jumped the wall, frenzied, and headed straight for the dorm, blocking He Jiahong in the stairwell. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, She slapped me and quickly ran outside, probably scared by my appearance. Then she ran, and we chased. My rage had peaked, and the pursuit led to Zhiliufeng Park. She even hid in the water, so after a brief discussion, we went straight to the Salt Company community. The room Zhu Xiaojun had rented for me was in their building, so we waited in the hallway. Soon enough, she appeared. I dragged her upstairs by her hair and interrogated her, threatening her with her mother's safety. But He Jiahong didn't resist at all, which wasn't like her. I was confused. When we got to the rooftop, I realized the 2 scumbags were suffering from the drugs I had given them. I asked He Jiahong if she actually liked such guys. She said, "Anyone is better than you." I was suddenly bitten on the arm, and only then did I let go. That sentence made my brain short-circuit. I didn't know how I grabbed the brick, how I hit her. When I came to, He Jiahong was already knocked out. Honestly, I didn't expect her to die. I thought she was just pretending, so I decided to make her really wake up. I took He Jiahong back to the western apartment on the 5th floor and began to assault her, tormenting her repeatedly. But she didn't wake up, and I started to get scared, not knowing what to do next. After the others had finished venting, I picked them up and left. Back at the attic, I worried that Zhu Xiaoming might have called my dad. My dad came, beat us up, and gave me an injection. They were wearing surgical clothes. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. My dad said I had epilepsy and wouldn't know anything when I had a seizure. If this didn't get buried, they would be the ones facing legal consequences. Then, they forced them to contact my aunt and uncle. My dad, following my uncle's instructions, threw the body down the building and cleaned up the scene completely, even brought some bleach, diluted it with water, and sprinkled it on the rooftop. They had the two of them scrub it down. After that, we quickly left. Zhou Ning knew there were discrepancies with the brothers' version, but he was aware this was the complete story. In the interrogation room, Fang Mu stared at Lu Nian. He hung his head inside, not knowing whether it was out of frustration or guilt. Regardless, any emotions now were nothing but a joke. Flipping through the records, Lu Kai's call log was indeed clean. After the call from Tang Jianghai just after 10, there was only a call early at 6 o'clock. The number belonged to an officer at Zhuquan Police Station. Whose cell phone did you use to contact your dad? What cell phone did they use to call your uncle? Lu Nian thought for a moment. That night, I didn't know where my phone was. I used Zhu Xiaoguang's phone to call my home's landline, and it just happened to be my dad who answered. As for after my dad arrived on the scene, he also used Zhu Xiaoguang's phone to call my uncle. I don't know what the content was. Did your dad check on He Jiahong at the scene to confirm her death? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Lu Nian nodded and lifted 2 fingers to his nose. Just like that, he held them under her nose to check and said she wasn't breathing. I thought if she had even a breath left, I would have taken her to the hospital or maybe helped her transfer schools to a new environment, preparing for her college entrance exams. Sadly, nothing can be redone. Fang Mu's hand, twirling his pen, paused slightly. I should tell you that the forensic doctor found that when the victim was thrown off the building, she was already dead and in the early stages of rigor mortis, with her arms outstretched. By then, these actions were unnecessary. However, if you had controlled your emotions and not provoked He Jiahong, or immediately sought medical attention after she was knocked down, you might not be here in handcuffs right now. Sign here. With that, he waved to Mr. Shan, who placed the record and pen on the small table. Lu Nian took the record and calmed down, waiting for a moment before looking towards Fang Mu. Can you promise me not to tell my mom about the DNA? Fang Mu nodded, and upon seeing this, Lu Nian took a deep breath and then signed his name and pressed his fingerprint. As the man was taken away, Hu Guangjian breathed a sigh of relief. Not bad. Young people always have their own ideas. It made this old man nervous for a moment. The confession is solid, and the evidence chain is complete. I wonder how Lu Yufei's interrogation of Lu Kai is going. By the way, who's next? Zhou Ning blinked. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. They were just there to listen to the interrogation, somehow acting like he was the chief coordinator. But since the leader asked, he couldn't just not answer, especially since had just confronted Hu Guangjian and didn't have the guts to do it again. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Yufei pushed the door open and entered. Lu Kai has confessed. Out of a father's deep love, he took all the blame upon himself. When he discovered He Jiahong had no breath left, he was the first on the scene. Then he contacted Uncle, the director of the Xinhua City Public Security Bureau, Zhang Xiangua. How to proceed? We followed Uncle's orders. Everything about renovation and cleaning the scene was according to his instructions. Even the station chief's response and the autopsy were arranged by Uncle. The only thing that the twins did on their own was cleaning the terrace. However, their honest confession was under the condition that we would not show the DNA comparison report to Zhang Xiangfen. The group was startled. Lu Yufei was puzzled for a moment, then realized, could his son and he be thinking the same thing? They're truly a father and son pair. It seems they knew everything all along, just Zhang Xiangfen was kept in the dark. Zhou Ning uttered an agreement and hurriedly said, Mr. Lu, Mr. Hu just asked who's next? Lu Yufei thought for a moment. Just speaking with Mr./P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody P Hus people. They said Zhang Xianghua has also been taken away by the Discipline Inspection Commission, probably going to wait for an investigation just like Zhang Xianghua. But I checked the call logs. Indeed, in the early hours, a call was made from Zhu Xiaoguang's cell phone to Zhang Xianggua's number. Afterwards, Zhang Xianghua contacted Zhang Tianlong, the head of Jiuquan Police Station, and Forensic Doctor Zhang Chang. I've interrogated Zhang Chang before. The records are all there. As for the sisters Zhang Xiangfen and Zhang Xiangfang, I don't think it's necessary for us to interrogate them. Hu Guangjian glanced at the time on his phone. It was now 2 o'clock in the morning. Based on the testimonies and various pieces of evidence, Lu Nian is the principal offender, which is not in dispute. Zhu Xiaoguang, Zhu Xiaojun, and Lu Kai are accomplices. As for others, let's wait until the Discipline Inspection Commission finishes its investigation before proceeding. The investigation into this case is essentially clear now. Zhang Tianlong, Zhang Chang, and some other individuals from the criminal police squad, their crimes of breaking laws while enforcing them, aiding and abetting and destruction, falsification of evidence have all been established. There's not much more to say. When the time comes, we'll organize the materials and submit them to the prosecutorial authorities in one go. For now, let's all rest. Lu Yufei exhaled, feeling some relief, while Mr./P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody P. Zhao commented at the side. There's no issue with the rest, but I'm puzzled. How did Lu Nian get switched with Zhang Xiangfen's son by Lu Kai? And the biological child of Zhang Xiangfen, where has he gone? /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody P. Chapter 519 to 490 huge sum of money _1 Chapter 519. Chapter 490 huge sum of money _1 the following day. Mr. Zhao yawned and rubbed his eyes as he looked at the food before him, shaking his head continuously. This is the first time in my life that I've been surrounded by so much delicious food and had no appetite. It seems staying up late is a bad idea. I wonder if Director Su and their case is going as smoothly as ours. Fang Mu had already finished eating. Seeing Zhou Ning and the others hurry over, he patted Mr. Zhao on the back, greeted him, and wore a smile that seemed to belie any sign that he had stayed up the night before. There's good news. Mr. Zhao yawned again, his eyes almost welling with tears. He perked up and said weakly, the best news right now would be telling me that this case is over and we can all go home. Fang Mu, smiling, replied, pretty much. The Discipline Inspection Commission has communicated with Mr. Hu, and the investigation over there is going very smoothly. Zhang Xianghua and Zhang Xianghua have confessed thoroughly, even revealing the issue of over 60 million in deposits in their family members' accounts. From arranging jobs to the details of handling this case, they've written out more than 40 pages of records. It seems that once the Discipline Inspection Commission took those two away, over a dozen individuals reported them last night, submitting various materials, all very well prepared. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody P. With the facts and evidence laid out before us, the brothers didn't have much to say anymore. They've admitted to everything. Upon hearing this, Mr. Zhao's sleepiness vanished instantly. He made space for Fang Mu to sit down and asked with keen interest, go on, what happened next? Fang Mu didn't leave them hanging, knowing what they were eager to find out, and quickly continued. As for Zhang Xiangfen and Zhang Xiangfang, they also had plenty of issues, illicit profiteering, setting up their own auto repair shop as a designated maintenance point, arranging for students to be admitted into the number 5 middle school, including 2 cases where they altered students' college entrance exam scores, usurping the spots of impoverished students. As for the DNA test report, it was the comrades from the Discipline Inspection Commission who showed it to Zhang Xiangfen. We basically kept our promise not to interfere with Lu Nian's matters. She nearly went mad at the time, urgently asking to meet with Lu Kai, wanting to know where her biological child was. At this point, Zhou Ning also looked at Fang Mu, not understanding this either, as Lu Kai was only in his early 20s when he married Zhang Xiangfen, and he didn't have the means to switch children, let alone have his lover raise Zhang Xiangfen's child. Fang Mu by then had pulled out his phone and flicked to a photo of someone, handing it over for Zhou Ning and the others to see. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. This person is called Sun Tian, a nurse at Xinhua City First Hospital with a history of epilepsy. She was originally Lu Kai's girlfriend, but after Zhang Xiangfen took a fancy to Lu Kai, they officially broke up. However, they continued to see each other in secret, and both even became pregnant at the same time. Because of the epileptic seizure, she and Zhang Xiangfen gave birth on the same day. She delivered in the morning and Zhang Xiangfen in the evening. Both babies were jaundiced and underweight, placed in incubators. Back then, there were no security cameras. When Zhang Xiangfen's son stopped breathing at night, it just so happened that Sun Tian was right outside the neonatal ICU. She switched the 2 babies' newborns, especially premature ones, all red, were only identifiable by the tags on their ankles. She also turned off all kinds of monitoring equipment, so when the baby was discovered the next day, it was already stiff. She didn't notify the maternity ward, so the hospital waived her fees and even adjusted her work. In 1997, she married a foreigner and moved abroad. Before leaving, she told Lu Kai the truth. Lu Kai never expected her to do such a thing, but by then he had been raising the child for 2 years. It was too late to reveal the truth to Zhang Xiangfen. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. After Sun Tian left, he secretly took the child and Zhang Xiangfen's hair to Husheng City for a paternity test and found out that the child was indeed his, but had no blood relation to Zhang Xiangfen, so he kept it a secret. Mr. Zhao blinked in surprise, his mouth hanging open in shock. This is so melodramatic, like saying if I can't have it, then you raise my child, just to see your own son tragically die? Even soap operas wouldn't dare write this. Zhang Xiangfen is daring, isn't she? Her son has epilepsy. Didn't she ever suspect anything? Also, did Lu Kai confess this himself? Fang Mu nodded. If Lu Kai hadn't said anything, how would we have known? As for the epilepsy, the doctor said, it could be due to preterm birth. This can't be explained, so nobody paid it much attention. After all, Lu Nian had many seizures when he was young, and as he grew older, the episodes became less frequent, but he was still quite irritable and didn't like to take his medication. He had an odd personality, and everyone in the family indulged him. Zhou Ning glanced at Hu Guangjian leisurely eating breakfast not far away. Clearly, he was quite at ease now that the investigation was proceeding smoothly, and he was finally able to have a good meal. Thinking about it, Zhou Ning narrowed his eyes. If Sun Tian knew her son had been raised disabled, would she regret her decision back then? Fang Mu shook his head, a motion that drew everyone's attention. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He quickly took a sip of milk, swallowed what was in his mouth, and continued. Sun Tian got in touch last night. After hearing about Lu Nian's situation, she was rather indifferent. She originally had the child just to spite Lu Kai and wouldn't have given birth if not for this. She had no attachment to the child and told us not to contact her. If there's any issue, they should find the biological father. The group fell silent. After a while, Fang Mu finished his last bite, patted his belly contentedly, and looked around at everyone. Why don't you ask me where Luda went? On mentioning this, everyone realized that they hadn't seen Lu Yufei all morning. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 520 to 490 huge amount of money _2 chapter 520. Chapter 490 huge amount of money _2 Mr. Zhao kicked Fong Mu, and at this point, they had become more familiar with each other, losing the formality and distance that had characterized their earlier interactions. At the same time, he noticed the sunny side of Fong Mu's personality and the fact that he didn't seem particularly interested in Lu Yufei, but rather just admired his own boss. Spit it out already, being cagey is asking for a beating. Fong Mu smiled, propping his elbow on the table. Director Zhang and Dr. Zhang, they were both interrogated by Luda, who just sent me a WeChat message. As soon as these two heard that the eldest and second eldest of the Zhang family had been spoken to by the disciplinary committee and that so much bribery money had been found, they confessed without much questioning. When the wall falls, everyone pushes it over. Both of them were wise enough to record phone calls, and in some vague instructions, they purposely clarified what needed to be done to what extent, including the purpose and results of the discussions with Dr. Zhang, threats of violence from He Hongjian, and the detentions. These details were all included. As for the deputy captain of the criminal investigation team, Lu Mo, his confession was truly unexpected. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He said that the DNA left inside the body, the brick on the roof, the remaining surveillance camera in the auto repair shop, and the screenshots of these surveillance points were all clues he had deliberately left behind. He, with his limited abilities, couldn't resist the Zhang family alone, so all he could do was to help He Hongjian leave clues behind. Even the petitioning content came from him because otherwise, even if it were brought before Qidong, there would be no evidence to be found. Just half an hour ago, Luda asked me to contact He Hongjian to learn about the situation. He Hongjian gave me a number, saying it belonged to someone who had been secretly helping him without revealing their name. After checking the number, we realized Lu Mo hadn't lied. It was indeed him on WeChat with the full content of the contact, a result that surprised us all. Everyone fell silent. Within this system, we encountered so many people abusing their power, neglect of duty, fabricating evidence, bending the law for personal gain, intimidation and threats, even illegal detention. This was exactly as Mr. Hu had said. It wasn't just a problem with one or two people, but a family that had built its own faction. But when it came to Lu Mo, it was hard to clearly articulate in a few words whether he was truly helping He Hongjian or just covering his own tracks. It was difficult to judge, especially since He Hongjian hadn't revealed a word during the investigation. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. It was only when the disciplinary committee showed up, claiming to have found solid evidence, that Lu Mo came forward, which couldn't help but raise suspicions. However, without the preservation of this evidence or the content of He Hongjian's petitions, the case would not have been solved so quickly. Zhou Ning shifted his neck and stood up abruptly. These aren't for us to worry about. Let's quickly organize the materials. With so many suspects and various pieces of evidence, we need to compile each dossier and hand it over to Mr. Dui and the others. As for whether to transfer to the local procuratorate or the Qidong City Procuratorate, Mr. Dui and his team will report to Mr. Hu. Everyone got up and headed outside. Hu Guangjian stopped Zhou Ning. Don't rush, Zhou. Let the chubby guys prepare the materials. Mr. Zhao looked at Zhou Ning with an expression that seemed to say God help me, and quickly led Mr. Yang and the others away with Fong Mu. Zhou Ning approached Hu Guangjian and pulled up a chair to sit down, now alone with him. Mr. Hu, do you have any instructions for me? Seeing Zhou Ning's somewhat anxious face, Hu Guangjian laughed, but his laughter soon took on a hint of helplessness. Once the case here is resolved, there will be a big change in the personnel at Xinhua Municipal Bureau. I'm thinking of transferring a few people from the original municipal bureau to give this place a change of blood. Regarding the forensic field, do you have any recommendations? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. Zhou Ning thought for a moment. In fact, many people disliked working down here. In the technical department of the Municipal Bureau, the division of labor is clear, but coming here, especially to a place like Xinhua Municipal Bureau, all the work has to be done by one person. Even the temporary help brought in is just making up numbers. The hardware conditions are practically non-existent. The Municipal Bureau's funds are in place, but autopsies are still performed at the mortuary. The Municipal Bureau building is pretty enough, but there's simply no space reserved for forensic work. Who would want to come? After considering, yet unable to outright refuse, Zhou Ning scratched his head, looking a bit troubled as he spoke. Mr. Hu, the people are the easy part. Among the interns we're currently training, some who went to deal with cases alongside Zhu Xingxing and others who followed the second and third teams, all have pretty good personal skills and are quite well-rounded. If I call any one of them out, they should be able to hold up the work on this side. Mr. Hu nodded and poured a glass of water for Zhou Ning, which he presented to him. Keep talking. I know you have more to say. Lay it all out in one go. Zhou Ning scratched his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. I've been here for a few days now, and especially after doing the autopsies at the funeral home, I've had many thoughts. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. To be honest, the situation here is even worse than before Qidong was demoted from county to district. The forensic work is not valued, the management in the bureau is chaotic, and everything is handled based on connections. Of course, I know that the Municipal Bureau has invested a lot in each district and city, but where has the investment gone here? Where is the equipment that was invested in? This is not something a mere forensic doctor like me can explain clearly. I'm fine with arranging anyone to come here, but will they be able to work after they arrive? Do they have the necessary hardware to utilize their abilities? At least we shouldn't have to rely on the Municipal Bureau for support every time a case comes up. We would be the ones to handle all big and small matters. If that's the case, there's no point in having a forensic department here at all. Mr. Hu nodded and patted Zhou Ning's arm. Not bad. Being honest is good. Think about who you would like to arrange here, then give me a plan later. For the time being, we'd still need your support in cases that come up here. As for this place, I'm thinking of bringing Tao Zhinshan over to clean up this mess. The affairs involving the four Zhang siblings are far from over, and what has surfaced now may just be the tip of the iceberg. I believe that as news spreads, more people will come forward to testify, even to the point of overturning cases, so there's a large amount of follow-up work to be done. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. As for the hardware conditions and the equipment and funds previously allocated by the districts and cities, I'm looking into it now. I asked about it, and they said when they were building the Municipal Bureau's main building, they constructed an annex for the criminal police team and the forensic department. However, that area has not been renovated yet, so we'll take care of it gradually, one thing after another. Zhou Ning listened and just nodded in agreement, without adding anything else. In fact, Mr. Hu's words were also a reflection for himself. Was he completely unaware of Zenggua's problems? Perhaps he just didn't know where to start. Maybe this case had provided him with an opportunity to clean house. After reflecting, Mr. Hu gave some instructions and then left directly in his car. It looked like he was heading over to the Discipline Commission to check on the progress. Zhou Ning walked downstairs, and at that moment, the driver Mr. Wang was cleaning the car. The exterior of the Iveco, not to mention being spotlessly clean, had also had its floor mat scrubbed, appearing quite neat. Mr. Wang, prepare the vehicle. We'll be able to head back this afternoon. The car is clean enough. Mr. Wang grinned and quickly nodded. I've already filled it up with fuel, so we can leave at any time. Yesterday, we transported a suspect in the car, and there was blood drawn and such. Although I'm not germophobic, I still felt it was disturbing, so I cleaned it up. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Now, it feels like a new car. It's comfortable to drive and ride in, isn't it? Zhou Ning paused, glanced at Mr. Wang, and suddenly felt that his words were also applicable to the current situation. If it's not clean and doesn't handle well, making you feel nauseated, then just clean it up thoroughly. Take care of all the dirty and concealed spots, perform maintenance, refuel the car, and it's still a good car. It can run and carry people just fine. There's no need to fret about whether the dirt was ever there. Zhou Ning squinted, lifting his head towards the sunlight. The gloom he felt during these past days was completely dispelled by the sunshine. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 521 to 491 Nightmare_1 Chapter 521. Chapter 491 Nightmare_1 April 30th, 2013 The alarm clock went off. Zhou Ning reached out, fumbled around, turned off the alarm clock, then covered his head with a pillow and closed his eyes again. There was a knock on the door, urgent and persistent. Zhou Ning sighed, sat up straight away. He grabbed a t-shirt and threw it on before opening the door. His aunt stood there holding a bowl of seafood porridge. Hurry up and eat the porridge, then you can go back to sleep. You didn't eat anything when you came back last night, and you already have a weak stomach. You've lost a lot of weight after being away for so many days. Have some seafood porridge to replenish your strength. I put a sea cucumber and 2 abalones in it. Thank you, Aunt. What time did you come? Zhou Ning smiled at his aunt, took the tray, put it on the small table, and then pulled open the curtains. It's only 8:30. Don't open the curtains, you can continue to sleep after eating. Shansuan said that he would take us out for some fun, and the old man will join us too. In the kitchen fridge, there are meal boxes. I cooked braised pork, salted fish cakes, stir-fried tofu, and there is also a pot of washed dipping vegetables. The meat sauce is right next to them. After you have had enough sleep, swing by the Xia family. Since you're back, with Momo not here, a mother-in-law should act like a real mother. Go and check on them for Momo. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. They might not actually need you to do anything. Just sit there, buy some fruit, have a chat, that's all. Zhou Ning felt a lump in his throat and hugged his aunt from behind. She paused, her incessant talking stopped, and she glanced over with some concern, then smiled and patted Zhou Ning on the arm as she saw him bury his face in her neck. All right, boy, no need to get emotional. Go and have your porridge, then get some more sleep. Thank you, Aunt. Zhou Ning got a grip on his emotions, stood up and smiled at his aunt. She did not linger, but went straight to the door. Don't be so formal with me. Take your time eating, I'm going ahead. Shansuan is waiting downstairs. His aunt hurried downstairs, voices of Xiao Yu and Mr. He came from outside, and soon, with the sound of car doors closing, all the noise disappeared. Holding the bowl of porridge, Zhou Ning ate while walking downstairs, staring in the direction of the small square outside the window. His mind kept drifting to the past. As he was lost in thought, drowsiness overtook him, and he dozed off on the sofa. In his sleep, Zhou Ning held Xia Momo's hand, walking in the residential garden. Under the dim streetlights, their warm glow fell on her face. Zhou Ning pinched her face gently, and her incessant talking finally stopped. He gazed at Xia Momo in silence, without a single impure thought in his mind, wanting only to really look at her and wondering how she had been during her time away on a business trip. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhou Ning, why are you staring at me like that? Nothing. I see dark circles under your eyes. Haven't you been sleeping well while away? Xia Momo gave a wry smile. Don't worry, it's just that there's a lot to deal with for the case, especially the need to recreate animations for the collision processes of every incident. Although software can handle it, each car accident is different, and the angles of impact are strange, so we can't simply apply a particular program without some difficulties. Zhou Ning kissed her lightly on the lips, then tousled Xia Momo's hair. I'm glad you're almost done. I thought it would take a long time before you could come back. I was even considering if I should go over and help sort things out. After all, it's Zhu Xingxing's first time going out with Director Su, and I'm not sure how the autopsies went. Of course, you are what I'm most worried about. The two chatted and continued holding hands as they strolled on the pebble path in the garden. It felt like there were endless things to say after not seeing each other for many days. Although they weren't overly affectionate, Zhou Ning liked this feeling and wasn't the least bit resistant to it. When they were nearing the east side of the building, a shadow in sports attire appeared, wearing a peaked cap. The person clutched the railing, already hanging at the east side window, seemingly about to break in any second. Zhou Ning instinctively shouted out, "Hey, police! What are you doing there? Come down, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p." The shock of his voice startled the person, who just looked back at Zhou Ning before leaping away to the north side of the building. Zhou Ning pushed Xia Momo and yelled, "Get inside the building fast, call the police, call Su Dayuan, tell him to send someone over, hurry." Xia Momo paled, but instead of screaming like other girls might, she made a call, apparently already in touch with Su Dayuan, and she hurried towards the building entrance. Zhou Ning quickly pursued in the direction the shadow had vanished, and spotting a brick on the roadside, he picked it up. After a search, he didn't find anything suspicious. There were no traps or surveillance devices around the building. Zhou Ning felt puzzled, even doubting if he was overthinking it, and took out his phone to call Mr. Chu. "Mr. Chu, check the surveillance around my building." There was a shadow climbing up the east side window. "I don't know if he's a burglar or what he wants to do inside. See if you can spot him on the footage." Ending the call, he seemed to hear the sound of sirens. In the quiet of the night, it was so clear, gradually calming his agitated heart. He walked towards the building, reached for the door, found it unlocked, which made Zhou Ning pause. Could Xia Momo have been too rushed and failed to lock the door? Without giving it much more thought, the door was already open. In the dimly lit living room, a shadow stood with his back to the light, his face impossible to discern. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. However, the peaked cap stood out conspicuously. This was not the same person that had been at the window. And he was grabbing Xia Momo's neck, controlling her with one hand so she couldn't scream. It seemed that he noticed Zhou Ning entering. He raised his hand towards Zhou Ning and even laughed, his voice filled with scorn. "Heh, you've actually found out, so there's no need to hide anymore. Today, you can all die, along with everyone you know. You should have died 17 years ago. It's good that everything is getting back on track now. It's just a pity that such a pretty girl didn't even let me taste her." As he spoke, an object in his hand aimed at Zhou Ning's chest, and with a loud bang, Zhou Ning slowly fell down. Xia Momo struggled hard, crying and shouting in madness. The laugh from the man in the duckbill cap, and the sound of footsteps coming from the staircase, all seemed to be fading away. Zhou Ning collapsed to the ground. The pain wasn't as intense as expected, but he couldn't move or breathe. The duckbill-capped man was already clutching Xia Momo's hair, holding her hostage in his embrace, stepping back and aiming a gun at the second aunt and grandfather rushing down the stairs. At this moment, footsteps also came from the entrance. Zhou Ning couldn't turn his head, but he knew the police must have arrived. Perhaps Su Dayuan had brought people with him. All he hoped for at that moment was for Xia Momo to be safe, for his grandfather and others to be unharmed. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. This was the only obsession left in Zhou Ning's mind. But it seemed as if the man in the duckbill cap could sense Zhou Ning's thoughts, approaching him and slightly lowering his head, the dim light revealing scarred skin pockmarked and uneven on the man's jaw and cheek. "Don't worry, I won't let anyone go. No one can escape. Let's die together." With that, the gun in the man's hand fell, and at some point, he had grabbed something resembling a remote control, pressing a red button. An eye-piercing white flash followed by a deafening explosion filled the room. Zhou Ning's eyes snapped open, and he rolled off the couch. He was covered in sweat. His chest still seemed to bear the residual pain of being shot. Glancing around, he realized he was sitting on the living room carpet, a breeze fluttering, the room eerily quiet. After calming down, Zhou Ning got up from the floor and walked to the window, closing all of them. He knew that it had just been a dream, but it was too vivid. The pain in his chest seemed real, and the uneasiness made Zhou Ning very uncomfortable. Thinking back, he could not see the face of the man in the duckbill cap clearly, but could vaguely remember the pitted scars on his chin and cheeks, not like acne marks, but seemingly connected scars. In all his years at work, he had never felt such fear, not because he was killed in the dream, but because the threat to the people he loved most left him unsettled for a long time. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. In the 3 years at work, he had encountered numerous cases. If any of the families of the perpetrators or someone released sought revenge to the extreme, Su Dayuan was aware. However, he couldn't afford to leave any security threats unaddressed. With this thought, Zhou Ning hurriedly rushed to the 3rd floor, found his phone, and saw that there were 2 missed calls, one from Su Dayuan and another from an unknown number. Zhou Ning didn't rush to reply. Instead, he directly dialed Mr. Chu's number. "Boss? Is there a case?" Zhou Ning exhaled, only then remembering that today was the last day of the May Day holiday, and calling at such an hour might make people think it was urgent. He adjusted his mood to sound as nonchalant as possible. "No case, I just have a personal matter to consult with you." On the other side of the phone, Mr. Chu obviously sighed in relief. "You scared me. I'm picking cherries in Yingtaiga Valley. I thought there was a case." "What's up, boss?" "I'm listening." Zhou Ning, feeling apologetic, glanced out the window and quickly said, "It's like this. I want to install surveillance cameras around my townhouse, as well as those anti-vandalism alarms that directly connect to the command center, not the community property management. Is there any regulation in the city against extra installs? And can I personally install security bars at home, even just on the inside?" Mr. Chu was clearly surprised, exclaimed, and quickly asked, "What's wrong, boss? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Do you feel threatened by someone, or are there other unsafe factors around?" Zhou Ning paused, as he couldn't say he was making precautions because of a dream that would be too absurd to voice out. "I don't know how to explain it. Having handled so many cases, although the criminals have been caught, I'm worried about their families seeking revenge, which could endanger my family. Especially now that I live here and everyone around knows I'm a forensic doctor and I've appeared on TV, I'm concerned about my family's safety." Mr. Chu had an epiphany and after some thought, said, "Boss, how about this? I've got someone to set up a security system for your house. We'll install covert surveillance cameras all around, the wireless transmission kind, and fit every window with an alarm system that will signal if tampered with from the outside. Regarding the security bars, I'll have someone take a look. If I remember correctly, your townhouse has a Chinese-style decor, so we can arrange something of the same style. I know a company that specializes in this. They're registered with the police department." Zhou Ning smiled with satisfaction. "Great, let me know when it's arranged, and I will go to Momo's place in a bit, and I'll be back in the afternoon. They can come over at any time." "Okay, well, contact you by phone to set it up." After hanging up the phone, Zhou Ning breathed a sigh of relief, took a bath, and changed into clean clothes before sending Xia Momo a WeChat message. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Zhou Ning, are you still busy? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Chapter 522 to 492. Spend money once. Get 2 things done _1. Chapter 522. Chapter 492. Spend money once. Get 2 things done _1 soon. The phone chirped twice, and it was a message from Xia Momo. "Xia Momo, done with work, thinking of you." Zhou Ning's lips curved upward, feeling a warm glow in his heart from such an understanding girlfriend, who could reply with such tenderness even with just occasional contact. Zhou Ning, can't you finish up today? I miss you too. Xia Momo, it will probably take a few more days to finish. Zhu Xingxing got praised by Director Su. When she gets busy, she really resembles you. But the case here is a bit complicated. We have a massive amount of DNA to compare and are waiting for Mrs. Cui's report. Have you gone home? Zhou Ning, I came back last night, just woke up, and am about to tidy up and go visit your house, especially since I haven't been there for so long and you're not there. I have to act the part of the future son-in-law. Xia Momo, just don't show off your cooking skills, it'd backfire. They should be home today. When I called yesterday, they said they're not going out. Don't buy a bunch of stuff. Mr. Xia might feel burdened. Zhou Ning laughed. The anxiety and unhappiness that the nightmare had brought seemed to dissipate at that moment. Zhou Ning, don't worry, you go busy yourself. I'll get ready and leave soon. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p tells you Xingxing to ask for help if needed, as I'm free now. Xia Momo, okay, then I'm off to work. Zhou Ning sent a waving goodbye emoji, and the two ended their chat. Glancing at his reflection in the mirror, Zhou Ning was quite satisfied. Today, dressed in a short-sleeved white t-shirt, jeans, and white sneakers without his police uniform, he still had a bit of a student vibe. He grabbed his car keys and phone, went downstairs, locked the door, and drove to the market to buy some seafood and fruits like cherries. He called Mrs. Xia before driving to their residence. He didn't know where he had lost the car pass, but as soon as he neared the gate, the barrier lifted and the guards saluted him directly. Zhou Ning shook his head. Those guards really had a tough job, needing to remember the important car numbers of each family. A minor oversight could offend the leaders. After finding a parking spot, Zhou Ning got out of the car with the items. Mrs. Xia had come out in slippers, smiling broadly as she took the things from him, her satisfaction and pride almost overflowing. Momo told me that you went on a business trip to Xinhua City and came back late last night. Why rush here without resting properly? We feel bad for you. Come in, I've cooked your favorite braised pork and seafood in clay pot. Mr. Xia is waiting for you too. Zhou Ning smiled, carrying the box of seafood as he followed Mrs. Xia's steps indoors. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p with Momo not around, and now that I'm finally free, I had to come and check on you. How have you been? Shall I get a doctor to examine you? As they spoke, they had already entered the room. After changing their shoes, Mrs. Xia took the seafood. I'm doing well. I just didn't manage my blood pressure well because of being busy with work, but there's nothing wrong now. Go wash your hands. Mr. Xia, come out and see who's here. Zhou Ning peered and didn't see Mr. Xia, so he headed straight to the washroom to wash his hands. When he came out, he saw Mr. Xia, Xia Shouchang, sitting in the living room, waving at him. Zhou Ning hurried over. Having visited many times before, he no longer felt as nervous. Zhou Ning took over the teapot and began adeptly washing cups and making tea with calm efficiency. Placing the teacup in front of Xia Shouchang, it was then that Xia Shouchang stared at Zhou Ning and spoke. I've heard about the Xinhua incident. You all have really got yourselves deep into quite a few complications because of that case. Zhou Ning nodded. We just handle the case. When Mr. Hu went there, he was accompanied by the leaders of the disciplinary committee. We only got the evidence we needed from them. I didn't inquire about the rest, knowing too much isn't good for the job. Using a popular phrase from the internet, the world may be full of holes, but there are always people patching them up. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, PID like to think of myself as one of those who can patch things up, especially since we're faced with society's darkest aspects every day. Xia Shouchang was taken aback, looked at Zhou Ning with some surprise, and then smiled, clearly approving of Zhou Ning's words. You've got a high level of awareness and a proper understanding indeed. Each day, you all deal with all sorts of deceased victims and criminals. It's truly not easy to unravel the clues and evidence to unveil the truth of the cases, and the psychological pressure is immense. Just like this recent event, after hearing about it, I couldn't sleep well all night. It's completely unimaginable. Among teachers and officials, there could be such people. Seems like we need to take serious measures to clean up within the group of educators and civil servants, ensuring self-examination and correction. Additionally, those of you under high stress and intense workloads should receive some economic compensation and support, as well as necessary psychological counseling. Furthermore, addressing concerns about the future is essential to help you all immerse yourselves more fully in your work. Especially for the policemen who reach middle age at the grassroots level, they face huge pressures in both work and life. The government needs to take practical steps to address these difficulties and provide adequate support. Zhou Ning nodded, feeling a bit embarrassed. I was just speaking off the cuff. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody. P. Xia Shouchong waved his hand and laughed along. Let's not talk about that. By the way, I was at Qin University the other day and met with Professor Li Chumbin there. He gave a public lecture, which was well received. He chatted with me for a while and mentioned that Mr. who had contacted him about recruiting some talent. He's already made the connection. The candidate is a dual doctorate holder, but his condition is to be affiliated with the Qidong Research and Development Center. Of course, he can also teach. His work can be seconded to the Municipal Bureau to join your lab team. I don't know what your opinion on this is, as Mr. Liu said he should ask you. I wasn't aware of that. Zhou Ning blinked in surprise. Indeed, he had been so busy these past few days that he hadn't even checked any social media apps. He quickly opened MSN and sure enough saw many messages from his teacher along with the related file introductions. Looking at the person's profile, Zhou Ning was somewhat dumbstruck. Not only was the individual a genuine PhD holder, but they also specialized exactly in what he was looking for, entomology and botany. What was more interesting was that this person had also studied forensic knowledge, greatly admired Professor Li Chumbin, had worked as an assistant for half a year, and had even worked at the Mi Country Mason Laboratory for a year. This place was like a gold seal of approval, tantamount to an authoritative forensic identification center in Hua Country. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody. P. Zhou Ning's eyes brightened as he finished reading. He immediately replied to Professor Li Chumbin. Xia Shouchong could tell at a glance that this completely met Zhou Ning's expectations. Is he really that impressive? Zhou Ning nodded and quickly handed the profile to Xia Shouchong to take a look. Of course, he read the Chinese version, while he gave Xia Shouchong the English version, the reason for that he couldn't clearly explain. Xia Shouchong took off his glasses and looked it over carefully, a touch of puzzlement in his eyes. A Hua Country national? Zhou Ning nodded. Not everyone who studies in Mi Country wants to stay there. Finding someone so specialized and aligned with our needs is truly not easy. Does Mr. Xiao's Qin University have teaching needs for these two disciplines? Xia Shouchong laughed. Of course, there is a demand. I heard from Mr. Liu that the expansion plan for next year has been released. 17 new majors are being added, most of which are related to forensic science, criminal investigation, medicine, and biology. His timing is indeed perfect. I will ask Mr. Liu to talk to him. Zhou Ning nodded and glanced again at the materials in his hand. The person's name was Peng Xinyan, 30 years old, indeed a very artistic name. He wondered if there was someone adept at poetry in his family, as surnames with the character Xinyan were rare in family trees. I've been so busy these past days that I haven't had the chance to discuss this with my teacher. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody. P. Has Dr. Peng already arrived here, or is he still in Mi Country, awaiting our response before deciding to come over? Xia Shouchong rubbed his nose, and this time, he laughed outright with his head thrown back. It seems you really haven't been in touch with Li Chumbin. Professor Li came over to give lectures, and Dr. Peng came along with him. It's precisely because he saw the scale of the research and development center here, along with all the hardware and software provisions, that he proactively approached Professor Lee with the desire to stay. I've met him. He's quite short and skinny, extremely enthusiastic about everything. He's turned over the entire garden of the school, seemingly in search of some insect and plant samples, got that little bit of a researcher's mania. Zhou Ning was somewhat surprised. Xia Xiaocheng's assessment seemed to strike a chord of recognition, yet Zhou Ning hadn't perceived it at all. He was about to speak when his phone rang. The caller was Li Chengbin, and Xia Xiaocheng glanced over, smiling and waving it off. That man really can't help but nag. Just mentioned him a few times and there he is calling. Ask him if he has eaten, and if not, invite him over for a visit. Zhou Ning answered the phone with a smile. Hello, teacher. Zhou Ning, have you finished your work? Zhou Ning, afraid that he would bring up something else, quickly took the initiative. All done. I came back in the middle of the night yesterday. I'm currently at Mr. Xia's place, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p, we've just been talking about your student Ping Xinian. I was checking MSN when your call came through. Mr. Xia says he wants to invite you over for a meal. That's not sincere. If you were inviting, you could have told me yesterday. Ping Xinian has dragged me to Tangshan, in sightseeing while he's collecting various specimens. I don't think he'll make it back before nightfall. By the way, have you looked at the materials I sent? I'm not sure exactly what kind of person you're looking for, whether a specialist in plant science and entomology alone or someone for comprehensive research to be part of the development center. Zhou Ning felt somewhat embarrassed. His teacher's assistant was a double PhD holder, not on the same level as his half-baked self, like how those full English profiles seemed almost like an alien language to him, especially since he had given back all his English foundations from his postgraduate entrance exams. That's why you're the teacher. I'm looking for someone with forensic knowledge and research in entomology and botany, preferably with the ability to apply this knowledge to forensic inspection. This would be of great help not only to the education at Qin University, but also to the research direction of the lab and the daily processing of cases. Li Chengbin hummed in acknowledgement and laughed. I understand. You want to spend money on one thing and accomplish two tasks. Since you're satisfied, let's meet tomorrow, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody, p greater than I don't have class in the morning anyway. I'll head straight to your technical department to have a look at your workplace. Great, I'll have someone pick you up tomorrow morning. With that, he hung up. Xia Xiaocheng leaned in a little closer, his gaze toward Zhou Ning now containing a hint of admiration. Tomorrow, I'll have Mr. Liu take them. As for the salary issue, let him negotiate. We need to do everything necessary when bringing in top talent so that it can serve as a reference for future personnel arrangements. All right, let's have dinner. Otherwise, your aunt is going to start scolding. Mrs. Xia came out of the kitchen just then, giving Xia Xiaocheng a glance and looking at Zhou Ning with a warm gaze. Xiao Ning, come and eat, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Chapter 523 to 493 you could say something, _1 Chapter 523, Chapter 493 you could say something, _1 Mrs. Xia's feeding made Zhou Ning feel stuffed, but after sleeping so long and having only a sip of porridge in the morning, his appetite was actually quite good. Mrs. Xia was smiling at him lovingly the whole time, her gaze no less affectionate than his second aunt's toward her own children. After the meal, Zhou Ning chatted with Xia Xiaocheng for over an hour before standing up to say goodbye. As the car was approaching Qin University, Mr. Chu's call came through. Boss, are you free now? I am. I'll be home in 10 minutes. Are you guys coming over now? My crew and I are already at your townhouse. I just remembered. Does the new house at Building 7 on the 3rd floor also need security measures? Zhou Ning slapped the steering wheel, annoyed at himself for forgetting this detail. Thanks for the reminder. There are workers on the 3rd floor. You can start there. I will be there shortly. All right, don't rush. Well, first take a look at Building 7. It's more convenient to make changes now since it's under renovation. Zhou Ning thanked him a couple of times, hung up the phone, and sped up, driving towards home. Just as he was about to turn from Hong Kong East Road onto Qin University Road, Zhou Ning glanced at the rearview mirror and noticed a black car following behind, which seemed to be the same one he had seen when leaving the party committee compound. /P. Break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhou Ning turned off the turn signal and kept driving. Just as the dashed line between the middle and right turn lanes was about to become a solid line, he quickly signaled and changed lanes. Looking at the rearview mirror again, the black car had disappeared. As the horn sounded, Zhou Ning realized the red light had turned green and hurriedly made the right turn, though he felt a bit puzzled. Had he seen wrong? Pushing the doubts aside, he parked the car in front of the townhouse where a van door opened and Mr. Chu and a few people jumped out. "Boss, that was quick." They shook hands and Mr. Chu made the introductions. "We have checked out the third floor, asked them to leave space for the windows, and briefly communicated with the designer. Once the design is ready for your review, we'll proceed with the construction." Zhou Ning nodded, smiling and leading the group into the townhouse. "I feel bad for disturbing you over the May Day holiday, but I've been on trips and only have today off. Let me start with my requirements." Half an hour later, they had a design plan ready, and Zhou Ning was very satisfied. This innovative design was not just slightly better than his initial ideas, it was also very aesthetically pleasing. He signed the contract and felt relieved. "Then proceed with the construction as soon as possible. I'll leave you to it. We have children at home. Is the construction noise going to be loud?" The long-haired designer with Mr. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Chu waved his hand and quickly explained, "Don't worry, there will hardly be any loud noise during the construction. Well, barely needed drill, and it will all be done in about half an hour. We can work while the kids are playing in the yard to minimize disturbance. If it's okay with you, we'll follow the contract and install it in 3 days. As for the surrounding surveillance, we can set that up in just a moment." "Great, I have no objections. Is the password lock really not safe?" The man laughed. "No lock is foolproof to a professional. Rest assured, once the security system is installed, it'll upgrade your lock to include facial recognition. Any unrecognized person won't just be warned by a sound if they linger, but if they stay too long, it'll directly connect to the alarm system." Zhou Ning was surprised, but felt this was somehow related to their own system. Mr. Chu, looking somewhat embarrassed, hurriedly explained, "Boss, their company is also a collaborative partner of Qin University. Part of the software functionality has been applied to this recognition system. We've tried it with makeup, masks, or disguised hair, and it can still perform identification pretty well." Zhou Ning smiled, noticing Mr. Chu's evasive gaze, and spoke with understanding. "So, it hasn't hit the market yet. I'm just a guinea pig, huh? Well, I'm willing to give it a try. Since it can recognize faces and directly alert the police, it sounds like a promising direction." Mr. Chu smiled. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. It's just a simplified version after all. We're worried about others cracking the software. But I'm not concerned. The database isn't accessible to just anyone. That's where our key strength lies." Zhou Ning nodded. "That settles it then. Call me before installation, and I'll make sure someone is at home." After the group left, Zhou Ning returned to his room, thought for a moment, and dialed Su Daiwan's mobile phone. The ringing nearly reached 10 counts before being answered, and the voice that came was almost unrecognizable to Zhou Ning. "Boy, you finally remembered to call and check if I'm still alive, huh?" Zhou Ning was taken aback. "Director Su, what happened to you? Do you have a cold, or did complications with the case get you irritated?" "Momo told me this morning that even though your workload is quite heavy, things are progressing smoothly. Zhu Xingxing and Zhu Wezhong have been perfect collaborators. Is there something Momo doesn't know?" Su Daiyuan coughed several times, his wheezing sounding quite severe as if he was about to cough up his lungs. "Don't even mention it. It was pouring during the crime scene investigation. To preserve the evidence intact, I had to cover the area with a rainproof tarp with my team. Age doesn't forgive. I never expected to catch such a nasty cold from that bit of trouble. Zhou Ning blinked and carefully deciphered Su Daiwan's implication. Are you hinting that you want me to come over to help you? Su Daiyuan laughed. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p forget it. I know you only returned last night too, and I heard that the case wasn't going smoothly, with the disciplinary committee's people still not having left, right? Zhou Ning responded with a hum. The issues involved are numerous. The case alone is already quite complex. Mr. Hu even went there personally. This time at Rudong, did Zhu Xingxing and Zhu Zhuozhang perform well at work? Don't even mention it. Zhu Xingxing surprised me quite a bit. I guess she's encountered many cases working with you. It was she who discovered the issue during the autopsy. Otherwise, in cases disguised as car accidents, it would be very difficult to make a determination. And your Mr. Xia's set of mechanical animation simulation devices, it really opened my eyes. Every car, according to the impact site, the damage to the vehicle, and the position of the botus injuries, could provide a complete set of analysis. Otherwise, this case probably would have taken 8 to 10 days to find a lead. Now it's good, the test results have already come out, and after handling the follow-up affairs, we can go back tonight. The formalities have been completed. Now tell me, what's the matter with the call that made it so difficult for you to speak up? Zhou Ning sighed and, sensing Su Daiwan's keenness, knew that he must have something on his mind. He sighed again and then spoke. Actually, it's nothing much. I don't know if it's just me being overly sensitive, but I've been feeling like someone's been following me lately. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p today, when I got back from Xia Momo's home, I noticed a black car trailing me the whole way. On purpose, I lost them when making a turn on Qin University Road. But in the blink of an eye, the car had disappeared. I've even wondered if I'm just being overly tense. However, that feeling of being watched still lingers, so I had Mr. Chu install security systems in both of my homes, as well as special anti-burglary windows. I've set you as my emergency contact person. I wanted to inform you about this, just in case you get a message and don't know what it's about. Su Daiyuan asked anxiously, did anyone check the car's license plate? Or rather, did you see what kind of car it was? I didn't get a clear look. The car had no plates. All I remember is that it had a very dark tint, making it impossible to see inside the car. As for the surveillance, I didn't have Mr. Chu check. I do hope I'm just being overly nervous, but that feeling of being watched still worries me. Also, upon reflection, it seems that ever since Xiaoyu gave birth, someone has often been running at night near my home, wearing a duckbill cap, dressed in a black hoodie, but I've never seen their face. Later, I asked the property management of the residential community. The garden falls into a surveillance blind spot and I couldn't find the person. Additionally, I asked the residents and no one seemed to know of anyone who jogs at night. Su Daiyuan fell silent for a good while, then reassured, I've got it. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p during this period, I'll talk to the public security police patrol and adjust the route of the mobile patrol vehicles, making a fixed patrol point around your community and stop by several times every day. If nothing else, it should deter any ill-intentioned persons from trying anything. Zhou Ning breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, he had been hesitant, because it was just a dream after all, coupled with the events of today and before, which had unsettled him. Receiving Su Daiwan's promise alleviated some of his worries. Then I won't be polite with the leader. After all, it's my family that I'm most worried about. If I were the only one in danger, I wouldn't be so fearful, but I don't want my family to encounter any danger. Understood. Don't nag me. I'll arrange it in a bit. If there's nothing else, I'm going to hang up. There's still some wrap-up work to do here, so we can head back earlier. Okay, I won't bother you any longer, leader. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Ning let out another sigh of relief. In fact, regarding the night runner in the neighborhood, he had checked before but hadn't paid it much mind. After all, the location was on the north side of Qin University. Perhaps some students had climbed over the wall for exercise. But putting all the events together still gave him chills. Glancing at the time, Zhou Ning prepared to steam rice, since his second aunt and the others would be back soon. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. There were plenty of vegetables in the fridge, but his cooking skills were limited to boiling noodles. Steaming rice was also a recent skill. Just as he had started washing the rice, the second aunt and the others entered, and upon seeing Zhou Ning with an apron, the second aunt hurriedly waved her hands. Stop washing the rice. If you're busy, go ahead. If not, go rest properly. Have a chat with your grandfather, he'll cook. Zhou Ning didn't put up any resistance, as cooking was indeed somewhat challenging for him. Okay, I didn't touch the vegetables in the fridge, just make a little less. After washing her hands, the second aunt checked the fridge and looked over at Zhou Ning with some confusion. Didn't you eat lunch? When you went to the Xia family's, did you eat there? Zhou Ning gave a thumbs up. Second aunt, you're really like Sherlock Holmes. I went to Momo's place and had a meal there, chatting with the old couple before coming back. As he spoke, he took Xiaoyu's child from her arms. Although the little one was small, he never stinted on smiling brightly whenever Zhou Ning held him, which made he feel somewhat jealous. Hey, why does my son always fuss and cry when I hold him, but smiles so happily when you do? Zhou Xiaoyu handed the backpack to He Shansuan and gave him a look. Quit your yapping and tidy up. My brother is good-looking, and you want to compete with that? My son just likes pretty people. Momo even held him casually when she visited. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. He Shansuan gave his nose a rub, took the backpack, and after dinner, sat with Zhou Ning in front of the old man talking about their day out. The old man was delighted, but age spares no one, and he went upstairs early to wash up and sleep. He Shansuan, with a look of mystery, leaned close to Zhou Ning and whispered, Dr. Chen confessed his feelings today. Guess what happened? Zhou Ning glanced at He Shansuan. Looks like he got turned down. He Shankun's expression stiffened, and he rolled his eyes indelicately. Really now, you've killed my enthusiasm for telling the story. Zhou Xiaoyu joined in. Apparently the child had been taken by the second aunt to be coaxed to sleep, affording her a bit of free time and sparking her curiosity. She asked gossipingly, Isn't Dr. Chen in love with my brother's colleague? That Liu Yufei from Luda? Stop beating around the bush. What really happened? Out with it. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak prosody p. Chapter 524 to 494 poet_1 Chapter 524 Chapter 494 poet_1 He Shansuan shook his head. I don't know the specifics, but at noon, Chen Cheng called me, said he was in a bad mood, and asked if I had time to drink with him. I said I was in Tangshan and asked what was up. He said it was just an unsuccessful confession, but he wouldn't give up. I have no idea what she said to him to make him so upset. Chen Cheng is a good guy and really cares about Liu Yufei. They even went on a few dates at the beginning, and we all thought things would work out. I don't know why she refused. Could her family be opposed? Zhou Ning waved his hand. Mr. Zhao is very keen on bringing those two together, but I think Mrs. Fei's mind is on her work and not on personal matters. I don't know why she didn't agree. We don't know much about her family, considering we were transferred over when Mrs. Fei was already part of the first unit. Zhou Xiaoyu leaned in and handed Zhou Ning a peeled apple. I think I saw this person when we got married. You all call her Mrs. Fei. Is she older than you? Zhou Ning laughed. It's just a nickname. Everyone calls her that. Actually, Liu Yufei is a year younger than me. Before, there was a Mr. Zhang in the team who pursued Mrs. Fei fiercely, but the guy's capabilities were unstable back then, and he was transferred to the Tangshan Sub-Bureau. We saw each other again during a case, and he seemed to have changed, but apart from that, I haven't seen anyone else dare to pursue Mrs. Fei. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / Speak, prosody, p. He Shansuan looked puzzled and waved his hand, deciding to think no more about it. Forget it, if Qin Cheng wants to pursue her, let him. I won't worry about it anymore. Let's get some sleep, we have to get up early for work tomorrow. May 2nd, 2013. Early in the morning, Zhou Ning drove to the technical department, checked the time, and didn't rush upstairs. Instead, he waited patiently downstairs. Mr. Wang and Mr. Zhao went together to Qin University to pick up Professor Li Qingbin and the double doctorate holder. Zhou Ning was quite excited about that. After a while, Xia Momo's car was the first to drive in, followed by an Iveco. When the cars stopped, Zhou Ning hurried forward. Lu Qingxian was the first to jump down, then he reached out to help Professor Li down. The two of them seemed like brothers, smiling towards Zhou Ning. Finally, we've been looking forward to your arrival, Professor and Mr. Liu. Professor Li smiled and waved his hand, pulling Lu Qingxian in closer. Zhou Ning is calling you Mr. Liu. This is the first time I've heard it. Zhou Ning felt a bit embarrassed and rubbed his nose, just in time to see Ping Shinian, whom he recognized from the photos, getting out of the car. He smiled and nodded as they hadn't been formally introduced yet. Lu Chengxian dismissed it with a wave of his hand, his face unconcerned. Zhou Ning can call me anything, we're that close. Don't try to cause discord. This research and development center is built for him. Mr. Liu indeed, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Without him, I'm nothing. Cut the chit-chat and introduce Peng Shinian to Zhou Ning. He's a doctoral student of yours. Zhou Ning extended his hands warmly, firmly shaking hands with Peng Shinian and even patting his arm. Welcome, I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. My name's Zhou Ning. Peng Shinian looked a bit embarrassed. Don't be so polite, it makes me uncomfortable. Professor Li interrupted them and gestured towards the small building of the technical department with his hands behind his back. Neither of us is particularly good at empty pleasantries. A quick introduction is enough. Little Ping will stay and you two can get to know each other better later. First, take me for a tour of your technical department. This is my first visit. Zhou Ning hurriedly led everyone into the technical department. After all, an announcement had been made the day before that the entire technical department had been cleaned up early. The place had already been renovated last year and was definitely spacious, with top-notch equipment and facilities. Especially the laboratory, although they hadn't found personnel in botany and biology yet. As soon as Mr. Peng took over, he made sure all sorts of test equipment were ready, abiding by one principle, only by the best. Seeing all of this, Professor Li kept nodding his head. I tell you, Mr. Liu, this preparation work doesn't look like it was done at the last minute. Zhou Ning must have planned this long ago. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Little Ping, are you satisfied? Peng Shinian's face was somewhat flushed, not from nervousness. Zhou Ning understood this expression very well. He was excited. A double doctorate holder still wanting to be Professor Li's assistant, for one reason only: interest and passion. If one could combine their field of study with their passion, then the job would be the ideal match, much like meeting the partner of your dreams on a blind date, who then enlists eagerly in your embrace in that moment. The feeling is indistinguishable from being on a high. Satisfied, very satisfied. I didn't expect the lab to be all ready. At the sight of Peng Shinian's stuttering words, Lu Chengxian and Professor Li looked at each other and burst into laughter. Peng Shinian also looked slightly embarrassed, a reaction Zhou Ning found very satisfying. To be honest, the one thing Zhou Ning was most worried about in letting Li Qingbin recruit someone was the fear that they might end up hiring a banana person, someone who looks like they're from Hua country, but whose thinking and various values are entirely Western. A person like that, no matter how skilled, is not suitable, because character is always more important than technical ability. That was also why Zhou Ning let Mr. Hu make the offer. In this way, getting a recruit through Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P, who could be seen as an official act, and the candidate was also keen on taking a position at Qin University, which provided a guarantee for their academic capabilities, as well as a secure income. With such conditions, Zhou Ning felt somewhat more reassured. I've been looking forward to this for a long time. The lab here is essentially an extension of the Qidong Research and Development Center. Although we're currently focusing on software development, I have some very long-term plans for the future development and planning, and of course, gathering talent is the first step. Ping Shinian nodded vigorously, as though only such a gesture could convey his feelings at that moment. I've heard a part of those plans from Professor Li, just a part, and it made me very eager to join and hope for a chance to be involved. Li Chengbin was very pleased and patted Peng Shinian on the shoulder. Truthfully, there are many dual doctorates these days, and plenty of people specialize in forensic science, but after much consideration, one very important reason for inviting you here is that you are from Hua country. You take pride in that. And unlike many other students who choose to stay abroad, you are set on returning. That's what I value most. I hope you and Zhou Ning can cooperate well. From now on, when I recount case studies, I want to be able to use the cases you handle as examples. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p greater than. I also hope your research center will see substantial development, as Zhou Ning said before, not to catch up, but to become the rule setters, to raise the industry standards in Hua country, and to match or even surpass international levels. Ping Shinian's eyes lit up with stars as he looked at Zhou Ning with admiration. Li Chengbin was a legendary figure in Mi country, and to work with his proudest student on research was enough for him to boast about for a lifetime. I suddenly realize my Chinese has gotten a lot worse, and I don't know how to express myself. All I can say is, I'll give it my all. Regarding the various insect and plant species in the Qidong region, I've made a thorough summary and even created a distribution map. I can't cover the entire country yet, but I hope I can complete this map someday. For now, consider it a gift to you. As he spoke, Peng Shinian took out a scroll from his backpack and handed it to Zhou Ning with both hands. Zhou Ning unrolled it and almost had a panic attack on the spot at the sight of the densely packed images and names of various insects and plants. But he still looked interested, and the sheer number on the chicken-shaped map made him shudder. Thank you. You put a lot of work into this map. I hope your dream comes true. Li Chengbin glanced at his watch and waved at Lu Chengxian. All right, after seeing Qin University and this place, I'm at ease. As for your accommodation, Mr. Lu will give you the best arrangements. Well, Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. Lu, please take me to the airport. We still have some things to discuss. You guys stay here. Zhou Ning had a few more words with Li Chengbin before sending him downstairs. Watching the car drive away, Peng Shinian came over, shaking the keys in his hand. Mr. Lu says, we are neighbors. This revelation was somewhat unexpected to Zhou Ning. Mr. Zhao came over, slung an arm around Peng Shinian's shoulder. Xiao Nian Nian, let's go upstairs and talk. Which building are you in? Are you in the same compound as Zhou Ning or in the expert building behind? As he spoke, he dashed to the stairs. Zhou Ning shook his head with a smile and followed behind. They reached the lab, and along the way, Mr. Zhao's ability to communicate shone through. He chatted with Ping Shinian as if they were long-lost friends, and soon work passes and uniforms on a tray were presented by Mr. Chu. Welcome to our lab. Call me Mr. Chu. I'm in charge of the software tracking and internet-related applications. Ping Shinian nodded firmly and shook hands with Mr. Chu. Then, one by one, everyone came forward to introduce themselves. Ping Shinian did his best to remember everyone and said with a somewhat awkward smile, actually, Mr. Lu had told me about you before I came and even showed me your photos, but I'm a bit face-blind, so it's quite difficult for me to remember everyone. I hope you won't mind, but I'm very familiar with your names. Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. Zhao leaned in, pointing at himself and said, don't bother with the full name, just remember the nickname. It's easier to remember and has character. Oh, by the way, Where are you from originally? I can't place your accent. Ping Shinian seemed to find these people very approachable and opened up readily, sitting down and saying with a smile, I'm from Fuping. My parents passed away before my college entrance exams. After I graduated, I sold our house and went to study in my country. After learning both disciplines, I felt that just burying my head in the lab was too dull and didn't showcase my capabilities. After much thought, I approached Professor Li Chinbin, followed him around many places, and began to understand more about forensic science. I hadn't expected that later, Professor Li would tell me about Kindeo's search for someone like me, and so here I am. By speaking so freely of his personal history, he was clearly letting his guard down. Mr. Zhao came closer, wrapping an arm around his shoulder. Let's forget the unhappy things. Being able to work back home is a good thing. The house Qin University provides is also nice. Maybe if you make some achievements, they might even give you a house, so let's just focus on our work. Welcome to the team. Ping Shinian smiled, and just as he was about to say something, Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhao seemed to remember something else and continued, right, calling you by your full name all the time seems too formal, and with outsiders around, I can't call you Xiao Nian Nian. Let's all think of a nickname for Xiao Nian Nian, something catchy and that sounds impressive. Gao Dai chimed in, cautiously suggesting, I have an idea, why not call him Poet/P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Chapter 525 to 495. Don't speak. Turn up the volume _1 Chapter 525. Chapter 495. Don't speak. Turn up the volume _1 in the midst of joyful commotion. The nickname became settled. After being called out a few times, everyone felt it rolled off the tongue easily. Ping Shinian adapted very quickly. First, he chatted with Mrs. Cui in the examination department, and then he familiarized himself with the environment, beginning to analyze the moss on the bricks from a previous Xinhua case, as well as the mineral residues at the gripping positions. Mr. Zhao placed the boxed meal in front of Zhou Ning, giving him an extra look or two. What's that supposed to mean, spacing out every now and then? Are you worried about Mr. Xia? Zhou Ning shook his head. Director Su and the others originally said they would be back last night, but something held them up. They should be heading back this afternoon and I could see them by tonight, so there's nothing much to worry about. Mr. Zhao supported himself on the table with both hands, his plump face moving closer, ready to press for an answer till the end. Talk, what's it about then? Zhou Ning shook his head, but Mr. Zhao's look of determination signaled that Zhou Ning knew he wouldn't get past today without spilling something. Out of options, Zhou Ning sighed and openly shared his dream and the previous encounters with the person running at night. Hearing that Mr. Chu had already arranged for construction, Mr. Zhao finally breathed a sigh of relief. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. This worry isn't unfounded. We're dealing with more and more cases now, and it's quite possible that a family member of one of the perpetrators might be seeking revenge. Remember Qin Hui and his 3 friends. But we can't be on guard day and night. Didn't they check the neighborhood surveillance? The night runner couldn't have just dropped from the sky. Have left traces coming in and out. Zhou Ning shook his head. Too much time has passed, there's no surveillance footage left. Within the time frame we can check, we didn't see that person's shadow. I'm just hoping I'm overthinking it now. Alright, let's drop the subject so as not to dampen the mood. Mr. Zhao nodded, glancing toward the door. Seeing as they were the only 2 in the office, Mr. Zhao was obviously about to discuss something he didn't want others to hear. What's with all the secrecy? Mr. Zhao leaned close in front of Zhou Ning, his expression grave as he spoke. Did you get a clear look at the face? Any feeling of familiarity? Zhou Ning thought carefully for a moment, then gently shook his head. I encountered him 2 or 3 times, one of which he bumped into me. I didn't pay attention at the time, but thinking back, it seemed to be the same person each time. I didn't see his face, it was night, and he was wearing all black with a cap. Mr. Zhao waved his hand. Don't rush, think back carefully. The bump means he was very close to you. Was he taller or shorter compared to you? Seeing Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhao, so concerned. Zhou Ning didn't reject his kindness and closed his eyes to recall carefully. That time, while walking Xia Momo home, he bumped into the person. It seemed the hoodie's drawstring even hit his neck, feeling cool and metallic against his skin. As for the height, about my height or slightly shorter, just by a little bit. When he bumped into me, the drawstring of his hoodie flapped onto my neck. He didn't flinch. I stepped back and he just walked away without a word. But, interested, Mr. Zhao widened his eyes, leaning into Zhou Ning's face and eagerly pressed on. But what? Was he bulky? Or did he have any distinctive smell? When Mr. Zhao mentioned smell, Zhou Ning slightly furrowed his brow and thought back carefully. Indeed, that person had a scent, a memorable one. Perhaps it was that particular odor. I can't pinpoint the smell, it's indescribable. A mix of body odor and perfume? Zhou Ning shook his head. Can't describe it, it's not an odor. I'm quite sensitive to smells. I can tell apart even the faintest scent of decay or the smell scattered around a highly decomposed body. If it was an odor, I would recognize it. Mr. Zhao sighed. Then let's not think about it anymore. Let nature take its course. If you smell it again, maybe it'll jog your memory. My only worry is that this person isn't related to that scar-eyed man, Wang Guanli. If it's just the family of those we've convicted seeking revenge, at least we have traces to follow. Zhou Ning nodded, patting Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhao's shoulder, touched by his genuine concern. All right, let's not talk about my problems anymore. Hopefully, I'm just being overly anxious. Check your email. It seems all the reports for Zhu Xingxing's case haven't been sorted. Get Mr. Sun and the others to organize them. Mr. Zhao stood up and finally went downstairs. Zhou Ning, holding a teacup, stood at the window looking out into the courtyard where Mr. Wang, the driver, was washing the car. Not sure how long he had been standing there, Zhou Ning's mobile phone rang, the caller ID giving him pause. Editor Guan Jian. Zhou Ning didn't hesitate and quickly hit the button to answer. Hello, Editor Guan. Dr. Zhou, hello, oh no, look at my memory. I should be calling you Director Zhou, right? Dr. Zhou is fine. What's the matter? Is there something you need? Skipping the pleasantries, the editor on the other end was somewhat uncomfortable and quickly said with a smile, I guess your first day back at work after the holiday is very busy, so we'll keep it short. I'm here to urge you for an update. When will you hand in the second part of your manuscript? The phones in the editorial department are being blown up by readers asking when the second part will be published. I don't even know how to respond to them. Don't tell me you haven't written it yet? Zhou Ning rubbed his nose, somewhat embarrassed, and then said, I did write, not just the second part. I've pretty much finished all 6 parts, nearly 2 million words in total. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. It's just that I haven't proofread them yet. After all, there are many professional terms, and I think it's better to include annotations. Let me organize it. How about I give it to you over the weekend? Hearing Zhou Ning say this, Guan Jian became anxious. Leave the proofreading to me. I have editors here who can help you with proofreading, as we have to do it before publishing anyway. You saw last time any changes made were screenshot and shown to you. As for the explanations of terms you mentioned, just organize them a bit. How about you take the trouble to send it to me now? After I get the professional terms organized, I can search for them myself and then add them in, okay? Zhou Ning thought about it and didn't put up a struggle. It seemed he really had dragged it out a bit too long. If he were to organize and proofread the remaining parts of the book himself, it would probably take a month to finish. Handing over professional tasks to professionals, that wasn't a problem at all. Seeing Zhou Ning silent, editor Guan Jian became anxious again. Oh, by the way, the first part has been reprinted 3 times. Finance will transfer your royalty payments shortly. Zhou Ning couldn't help but laugh. He quite liked this method of urging him to update. All right, then I'll send it to you shortly. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Ning opened his computer, quickly compressed the files, and sent them off. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p of course. He had organized a whole bunch of professional terms related to cases he had been involved in, like post-mortem hyperemia, rigor mortis, putrefactive blisters, body temperature estimation, and so on. Shortly after sending the files, a message arrived on WeChat. Director Zhou, I've received the manuscript. I will have the editors proofread it. Any areas that need to be changed will be screenshot and sent to you for confirmation. Once confirmed, we will proceed with the final draft. Please make sure to respond promptly when you see the message. Zhou Ning replied with an okay, stood up, stretched his neck, and took a walk around the lab, where he found Mr. Zhao enthusiastically chatting with someone. He joined in as well. What's going on? Mr. Zhao, with an excited face, raised his eyebrows towards Zhou Ning, his grin positively wicked. Come here, bro, I've got something to share with you. Don't get on a high horse, I'm just showing you. But first, promise me you won't get angry. We really need your help to authenticate something. Zhou Ning nodded, and Mr. Chu looked rather embarrassed, poking Mr. Zhao to suggest he shouldn't talk about it. But Mr. Zhao pushed Mr. Chu away and turned the laptop towards Zhou Ning. It's a long story. Remember Liang Honggang? Used to be from Qidong, but transferred to the city bureau last year, now serving as the captain of the Public Security Brigade. They raided a porn site yesterday. It's full of videos posted by users who registered on the site. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The content is even more thrilling than many AV films. Zhou Ning glanced at the screen and indeed saw a salacious website with animations in the corners, the kind that could make one's blood surge with a single look. He averted his gaze and coughed before turning to Mr. Zhao. This is what you're sharing with me? Mr. Zhao waved his hands. Seeing Zhou Ning's face about to darken, he quickly explained, What are you thinking? Our city bureau's Public Security Brigade doesn't have that kind of position. What's it called again, Mr. Chu? Pornography Identifier. Mr. Zhao nodded vigorously. Right, that's it. It's been sent to the technical department and Mr. Chu to help us identify and sort things out. After all, the uploader needs to be identified through facial recognition so we can investigate each person. The number is massive, and we didn't really have other things to do, so Mr. Chu pulled us in to lend a hand. As for the content, half of it is from stolen shots, from hotels, homes, you name it, probably mostly staged. Some are first-person perspectives, just like those photos of He Jiahong that were taken before, shot by themselves, and these kinds of videos without visible faces are hard to search. Mr. Chu is looking for faces. But we were looking at one particularly odd video. The tech department flagged it, saying it didn't look normal. The woman wasn't moving at all, different from those violent assault videos. Plus, it was uploaded early this morning. Could you take a look? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhou Ning nodded, and Mr. Chu, looking very awkward, quickly found the video and clicked play. In the video, a woman lay on a white bed, her long hair partially covering her face. The shaky camera showed her eyes closed, her body naked without a trace of clothing, as if she were asleep. A man positioned her legs in an M shape, likely holding the phone with one hand to record, causing the frame to shake violently. Moans, the sound of the mattress moving, the headboard hitting the wall, all were incessant, but the woman showed no reaction, not struggling or screaming, as if she were asleep, just being jostled by the man's thrusts. After a few minutes, Zhou Ning stared at the screen without saying a word. Mr. Chu coughed awkwardly, wanting to ask if they could stop, but Mr. Zhao slapped him. Don't talk. Turn up the volume. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 526 to 496. The leading lady of the little movie _1 Chapter 526. Chapter 496. The leading lady of the little movie _1 seeing Mr. Zhou and Zhou Ning with solemn expressions on their faces, Mr. Chu felt somewhat embarrassed. It seemed his thoughts had been improper. He quickly tucked away his remaining awkwardness and raised his voice. Zhou Ning slightly frowned and waved his hand. Play the video on the big screen, turn the volume to the maximum, and listen carefully. Identify what sounds you can hear. Don't apply noise reduction. Start from the beginning with the original audio. Mr. Chu hurriedly did as instructed. At that time, Peng Xinyan, who was analyzing the various bottles and jars nearby, pushed up his glasses and moved closer to the big screen, folding his arms without saying much. The video played again, and as Mr. Zhao's ambiguous mood dissipated, everyone stared intently at the woman's reaction. The 10+ minutes video finally reached the end, and just then, a dripping sound echoed at the laboratory's door. By the time Zhou Ning turned around, Mr. Chu had already paused the video. Su Dayuan, Xia Momo, and Lu Yongxin strode in swiftly. Su Dayuan glanced around and his gaze fell directly on the big screen. He hesitated in his steps and then looked straight at Mr. Zhao. "You rascal, what are you doing?" Mr. Zhao's expression was akin to that of constipation, with his hands spread and a face full of grievance. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I say, boss. This room is full of people. Why are you shouting at me? Even if I'm inappropriate, it's not like we'd watch an adult film here in the lab, especially with everyone else around, right? Su Dayuan coughed, and Mr. Chu quickly minimized the video. Xia Momo didn't say anything, she just walked up to Zhou Ning. Noticing a new face, she glanced at Peng Xinyan. "Is this the fellow with dual doctorates?" Zhou Ning stood up and introduced everyone. Peng Xinyan, he's one of Professor Li Qingbin's students as well, holding doctorates in biology and entomology. Mr. Zhao gave him the nickname Poet, which he seems to quite like. "This is Deputy Chief Su Dayuan, whom I've mentioned before, and this is my mentor Lu Yongxin. This lady is my girlfriend Xia Momo, also one of the project leaders at Qidong Research and Development Center. You can just call her Mr. Xia." Peng Xinyan quickly came forward with both hands outstretched, then folded one, and Su Dayuan, with a smile, firmly shook Peng Xinyan's hand. "Welcome aboard, Poet." Lu Yongxin and Xia Momo also extended their welcome after a brief introduction. Peng Xinyan took a few steps back. He knew that the leader was upset about the video, but it seemed that due to his newcomer status, the leader hadn't continued to express his anger. However, an explanation was still necessary. Zhou Ning glanced at Xia Momo and walked over, rubbing his nose as he spoke. "Why don't you go rest in my office? Have some water, lie down for a bit. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. We need to analyze this case, and I don't want you to watch this man heaving and Hawaiian G." Xia Momo nodded her head. She didn't engage in idle talk. Taking the keys from Zhou Ning, she headed straight out. With the door closing behind her, Mr. Zhao heaved a sigh of relief and quickly recounted the entire story without any exaggeration. After he finished, everyone turned to look at Zhou Ning. Zhou Ning took the mouse from Mr. Chu, found a frame focusing on the woman's facial features, and paused the video. Mr. Chu caught on and quickly took a screenshot, then enlarged the image. Lu Yongxin stepped up to the big screen, staring at the image for a long time before turning around with a look of surprise. "This girl is dead." Zhou Ning nodded, pointing to the image and saying, "The video played twice with the original audio, without any noise reduction. There were only male voices. The female didn't react at all, not even breathing sounds. Most of her face is covered by her hair. This shot shows the most of her face, only revealing part of her left cheek. From this angle, you can see pressure marks on her cheekbone, faint post-mortem lividity on the side of her neck, and the skin around her mouth and nose appears paler. There are petechial hemorrhages around the lower eyelid, and in a previous frame, when the male pinched the female's chin, her mouth was slightly open, revealing gingival petechiae. 1. So, this female is dead, and the time of death is within 48 hours, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p rigor mortis in the limbs isn't prominent, which seems to have been deliberately disrupted. As for the cause of death, it's suspected to be asphyxiation due to blockage of the mouth and nose. Lu Yongxin kept nodding beside him, clearly agreeing with Zhou Ning's assessment, but he still sighed. It's a pity. The lighting in the shot is too dim, and many details are indiscernible. With only this part of the deceased's face visible, software probably won't be able to perform a search, right? Mr. Chu let out a sigh. I've already captured the frame and adjusted the female's face to a horizontal position, as well as simulated the other side of her face to scale. But her eyes are tightly closed, and that skips 50% of the comparison points. The search results are over 70,000. Su Dayuan rubbed his nose and stared at the screen, waving his hand. I'll contact Liang Honggang to come over. When it comes to website searches, they surely have more information than you do. As for the video, study it more closely. You can reduce the noise and analyze the man's accent and other characteristics, especially this room, which doesn't seem like a hotel. Furthermore, there must be a reason why these people upload videos to this website. Is it because they get paid for posting videos, or what? If it involves payments, is it possible to investigate through banking transaction information? Mr. Chu let out a long sigh. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The puzzling part is just that. The website is non-profit, with registration requiring only an email address. It's like a sharing platform with no financial transactions to be traced. Right now, the uploader's information is only a Tom email with a name called Stole. Su Dayuan made a call to Liang Honggang, explaining the findings here, and soon hung up the phone. Zhou Ning signaled to Mr. Chu to play the video again. This time everyone was eager to examine it, as if they were holding magnifying glasses. 7 minutes into the video, Mr. Zhao slapped Mr. Chu's back, and Mr. Chu quickly paused it. He pointed towards the top of the wall where a corner of a promotional poster was visible, featuring a skull and the line One Piece, followed by a hand on a hip and part of a red outfit, next to a woman's waist, and said, Pirate King. This is a promotional poster of One Piece from 2012. Don't rush, I think I have this one. It wasn't easy to get a hold of at the time. As he said this, Mr. Zhao flipped through his phone's photo album. After a while, he lifted his phone up to show Su Dayuan and Zhou Ning that the corner was indeed identical. This was indeed a promotional poster for One Piece. However, such a poster didn't really explain anything, as its circulation was impossible to estimate. It only proved that the room's occupant liked One Piece. Zhou Ning looked towards the big screen, where the room's lights were off. It seemed that the only light was a wall lamp on the right side of the bed. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Below the lamp, next to the bedside table on the wall, there was a control panel with light switches and track sockets, everything you'd find in the design of a 5-star hotel. At that moment, the camera was paused facing to the left. The bed looked like it was 2 by 2.4 meters, quite large. The white sheets featured vertical stripes with a hidden pattern, the kind made of damask fabric, which was of excellent quality. There were 2 white pillows of the same design on one side of the bed. The headboard was an old European style, and in the video on the left side, one could see a portion of a window. There was just a bedside table between the bed and the window. The 2 layers of curtains were not entirely drawn. The inner bronze curtains were fully open, and white sheer curtains covered most of the window. The outside light was dim. But it wasn't nighttime, just gloomy daylight. Outside the window, a partial silhouette of a shadowy structure appeared to be a building with a spire. At the edge of the sheer curtain, which seemed to be blowing in the breeze from an open window, the leaves of a tree could be seen shaking. Upon closer examination, it seemed that no tree trunk was visible. Zhou Ning paused, then quickly turned to Peng Xinian, who was watching the excitement. Poet, by looking at the leaves, can you tell what kind of tree it is? Peng Xinian moved closer, asking Mr. Chu to rewind the video, watching it frame by frame, and then he stood up. That's not a tree. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. Zhou Ning paused, and Mr. Zhao also looked astonished. The leaves in the video seemed to be fluttering in the wind, as the sheer curtain was moving as well. If it's not a tree, then what is it? Ping Shinian pushed up his glasses and spoke very seriously. That's ivy, native to Europe, Asia, and North Africa. It belongs to the genus Hedera in the Araliaceae family, with small shrubs usually having trilobed, triangular ovate leaves. This one is trilobed. Ping Shinian was fixated on the few moving leaf shadows, talking nonstop, and after finishing, he stood up straight and noticed that Zhou Ning and the others were staring at him. For a few seconds, his mind went blank since he hadn't been back in the country long. Although there were no problems with communication, this reaction left him a bit perplexed. What's up? Mr. Zhao coughed and wrapped an arm around Peng Shinian's shoulder, speaking with earnestness. Look, poet, I know you're a double doctorate with real knowledge and talent. But you have to consider that those of us listening to your explanation have a very basic understanding of botany, at best reaching the level of stamens and pistils. When you talk about entire margins and trilobed, can you put it in terms we can understand? Like our leader always likes to say, can you talk human? Ping Shinian laughed, the term talk human being something he just learned about in a casual chat with Mr. Zhao that morning. He instantly understood Mr. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhao's point, and quickly clasped his hands together before saying swiftly, simply put, this kind of plant is very common in Qidong, especially near the 100-year-old ancient villas by the seaside, or in some of the old houses with less environmental disturbances. Many of these buildings are covered in green vines, and that's the ivy. Zhou Ning narrowed his eyes. Old houses? Villas? As if a thought struck him, Zhou Ning placed his hand on Mr. Chu's shoulder. Process that screenshot, and the sharp building in the distance outside the window, it looks familiar to me. Adjust it, ID like more contrast to see if I can recognize. Where is this? With a spark of motivation, Mr. Chu began clicking away rapidly. The screenshot underwent numerous changes in shade and color depth. With the adjustments, the sharp, black silhouette of the building outside became clearer, transformed into a high-contrast black image. With such adjustments, nobody needed to tell Zhou Ning. Mr. Zhao moved closer, his eyes wide with astonishment. Wow, with it adjusted to this extent, you don't need to tell, I know, that's the customs building. The sharp tip on top, I initially thought it was St. Michael's Church from the northwest, looking southeast, but it's surrounded by flat ground, and you can't see an angle like this. As he said this, Mr. Zhao's brows furrowed, and he glanced at Zhou Ning. Look, we found 3 points, all trivial. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. All over Qidong, there are countless views of the customs building, and for ivy, just go to any old coastal neighborhood, it's practically everywhere. After all, it's impossible to eradicate completely, it can reroot and sprout again next year. And the One Piece poster, what more is there to say? Zhou Ning shook his finger. Each by itself is ordinary, but when you put the 3 together, it's not ordinary. It at least points us in a direction. Su Daiwan's eyes lit up as if he had just thought of something. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Chapter 527 to 497. Inference _1 Chapter 527. Chapter 497. Inference _1 Zhou Xiao's meaning is that by combining the 3 known elements, we can determine the direction of the search, said Zhou Ning, with a slight shake of his head. There's more than just 3 known pieces of information. The victim died within 48 hours, which is a relatively conservative estimate. Of course, it's possible for the body to reach this state in as little as 24 hours. The time that this netizen named Stole uploaded the video is. Mr. Chu quickly flipped through his notes to find the time of upload. The upload time is May 1st, 2013, at 2:29 a.m. Zhou Ning nodded in satisfaction. We can't infer the exact time of upload, we can only estimate the earliest possible time the video was shot. If we go back 24 hours from the upload time, that would be April 30th, 2013, at 2:29 a.m. Mr. Zhao is now checking the weather conditions before this time to determine which day was overcast or even gloomy at sunset. After all, the visibility outside the window is not high, and it must have been a sudden weather change, given that the customs building in the distance is without lights. Zhou Ning spoke slowly, but his analysis left everyone in a stunned silence. Mr. Zhao had already called the Meteorological Bureau, since hourly weather data could not be found online. After hanging up, he received some data moments later. His WeChat notification chimed away for quite a while. Picking it up to check, Mr./P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhao immediately said. The Meteorological Bureau sent a message. On April 29, 2013, from 4:34 p.m. to 5:37 p.m., the weather in the coastal regions of Gola District underwent a sudden change, with short-term rainfall in localized areas, accompanied by cloudy conditions and strong winds. Most of the Qidong city area was overcast, as if engulfed by night. Zhou Ning let out a small smile, satisfied that their analysis had not been in vain and that they seemed to have pinpointed the time the video was shot. As he spoke, the alarm at the entrance of the laboratory sounded. Apparently, someone had decided to ignore the access control and force their way in. Su Dayuan slapped his forehead and quickly ran towards the door, where Liang Honggang entered with a grin, swinging his broad shoulders and a teasing demeanor. Wow, I searched through so many offices before finding out you guys were here in the lab. But what do you need me for? Have you finished looking at those video clips? Zhou Ning glanced over. He had seen Liang Honggang once before, during the time Xia Momo's student was threatening to jump off a building. Su Dayuan had given him quite the hard time then, although he looked much leaner than Zhou remembered. Cut the chatter. There were too many people over there earlier for me to explain in detail. In the videos you sent, we found something troubling. A female victim in the video had been dead for 24 to 48 hours, and the male was violating the corpse/P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. Liang Honggang paused, hurriedly reached into his pocket for his glasses, put them on, and leaned over the computer to let Mr. Chu play it for him. After watching, Liang Honggang kept shaking his head, attracting a glare from Su Dayuan. What are you shaking your head for? Come on, say something. Are you just dropping this case on me? Liang Honggang didn't mind Su Dayuan's tone at all and said with a sigh, I need to report this to Mr. Hu and suggest that our team be equipped with some computer experts or technicians. With a video like this, not to mention the staff below, even I myself probably wouldn't have noticed that the woman was dead. Su Dayuan waved his hand dismissively. Enough with the talk, and don't beat around the bush with me. I know you too well, you sly fox. Criminal cases are our responsibility. You don't need to play games with me. However, we've analyzed the case and concluded that the clues are too scant. We may need to conduct a comprehensive search of the area. You'll have to pull in personnel to participate, but that shouldn't be a problem, should it? No problem at all, of course not. I'll start rallying the troops right now. But where should we begin the search? Su Dayuan waved his hand again. Just gather the manpower and we'll discuss it later in the meeting room, where we'll devise a search plan. I need to consult with the tech team about the video first. Having a defined area will make it easier to search further, right? /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. Without wasting another word, Liang Honggang, fully aware of the severity of the situation, quickly left to make arrangements. Mr. Chu looked at Zhou Ning, seemingly hesitant and unsure about how to speak. If you have an idea, just spit it out. Don't dawdle, said Zhou Ning straightforwardly. Mr. Chu pointed to a video screenshot and quickly said, I think we should ask Mr. Xia to attempt a facial reconstruction for the female victim. If a direct search yields nothing, we could try reconstructing her features using the bone defect method. Zhou Ning nodded slightly. He had just sent Xia Momo away, mainly to prevent him from feeling awkward, but Mr. Chu's point was well taken. Okay, then go ahead and try to reconstruct it. Also, on the victim's right wrist, at the carpal area, there's a birthmark shaped like a petal. I want the exact shape. Later, send a screenshot to Director Su. Holding his laptop, Mr. Chu briskly walked away, while Mr. Zhao, at this moment, opened a map. I checked, and you can see the spire of the customs building from the window. The distance from the building to the video camera wouldn't be excessively close, but if there are no obstructions in between, then the terrain at this position wouldn't be very high. As for the plant in the window, I'm not sure how high it can climb. Ping Xinian, who had not spoken until then, raised his hand. With a gesture from Zhou Ning, he quickly spoke up, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The Qidong area is directly regulated by the marine environment and is influenced by the southeast monsoon, ocean currents, and water masses coming across the sea. Thus it exhibits distinct maritime climate characteristics. The air is moist, the temperature moderate, and the seasons are clearly defined. In such a climate, ivy cannot remain evergreen throughout the year, and its growth is somewhat limited. After all, although this plant is good at climbing walls, the clearly defined seasons affect its growth speed. Mr. Zhao nudged Peng Xinian, interrupting his speech. Say, poet, can we skip the specialized vocabulary and the introduction and just state the results and judgment? Look at Director Zhu's fists. They're already clenched. He would be roaring at you if he wasn't so unfamiliar with you. Su Dayuan glared at Mr. Zhao and then gestured for Ping Xinian to continue. Ping Xinian shrank back a little, saw Su Dayuan threatening Mr. Zhao with his gaze, and instinctively moved a step closer to Zhou Ning. He then cautiously organized his thoughts before speaking. Based on my understanding these past few days, ivy in the Qidong area, reaching the height of a 3-story building, is already at its limit. Moreover, for a window to be completely encased like this, it would need over 20 years of growth and coverage. Therefore, this building is not new. The location where the video was shot is at most on the 3rd floor. Su Daiwan's eyes lit up, and he quickly motioned to Mr. Zhao, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Based on the poet's statement, filter out the multi-story buildings that were built before 1993 where you can see the customs building from, and which are not very low and unobstructed. See what sort of range we have and how many buildings we're dealing with. Mr. Yao's hands didn't stop. Perhaps because he had been in contact with Zhou Xiao often, Zhou Ning noticed that he had become more proficient in using the computer. After a round of filtering, he identified 2 fan-shaped areas. Director Su, we can see the approximate areas, but would need to go to the scene for observation. After all, whether the buildings are covered in ivy cannot be seen on the map. However, this area consists of those old neighborhoods and villa areas built before 1993 with a large distance between buildings, built on the slope of a hill, with no obstructions, and despite being old areas, they are very pricey. Zhou Ning glanced again at the still frame of the video. Even though the full exterior of the room couldn't be seen, one could make out the large size of the bed, the carved headboard, as well as the rotatable wall lamps and central control panel above the bedside tables on either side. This room seems to have been newly renovated, judging by the wallpaper, lighting fixtures, control panel, bed, curtains, and such details. The interior design must have cost a lot of money. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. After all, I'm currently renovating my place, especially that track socket. It's almost non-existent domestically, a type of thing that designers in Sapporo particularly favor. It's easy to disassemble and add to, quite handy. Just as pricey, too. An ordinary socket's most expensive one is around 20 or 30 yuan, but this kind starts in the thousands. Su Dayuan made a note of it, as this was indeed a very important point. Mr. Zhao sighed. Su Dayuan looked up at him and urged, "Don't make noise. If you have any thoughts, just speak up. I don't have time for guessing games." Mr. Zhao coughed and said seriously, Promise you won't hit me before I speak. Talk. Actually, I'm just lamenting that the guy hummed and hawed all this time without speaking a word. It's impossible to distinguish his accent. However, watching his posture changes, especially when he was holding the phone and not forgetting to adjust various angles around the victim, I can tell that this person would neither be too old nor too young. Su Dayuan glanced at Mr. Zhao, who defiantly stuck out his neck, saying, "I'm talking serious business here. Don't hit me. Even the boss can't hit people, and you can't go complaining to my parents." Zhou Ning held back a laugh and nodded along. After all, such fancy posture changes did indeed seem more characteristic of someone not too old, but rather familiar with the ways of men and women. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Upon playing the video again in slow motion, Zhou Ning paused and rewound at the key moments, then looked up and said, "I agree with Mr. Zhao's assessment. The person probably isn't too young, between 25 to 35 years old. He must have watched plenty of adult films to know how to unlock so many positions. His excitement makes me think that the victim was someone he had long sought after but never obtained, although an extremely disturbed individual is also a possibility." I want to add something else. Based on the proportions of the bed, the female victim was over 165 centimeters tall, with a slender figure and no extra fat, weighing around 45 kilograms. The second, third, and fourth toes of both feet had calluses on the joint surfaces, likely from wearing high heels for extended periods. Her age is between 20 and 28. Her abdomen was flat with no pregnancy stretch marks or cesarean scars, and her genitals had no episiotomy or tearing scars, which suggests that she had not given birth. As for the male filmer, he had dense pubic hair and abundant hair on his fingers, wrists, legs, and chest. He had a slight paunch, particularly the stomach area protruding slightly, not from being overweight, but because of the video angle. It's just lack of exercise. Comparing his legs to the females, the man is estimated to be around 175 centimeters tall and weight about 68 kilograms. Another point is that this person was born without a foreskin, and it was entirely exposed. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The percentage of such individuals in Hua country is not very high, around 0.04 to 0.08%. Finding this suspect is indeed a significant filtering criterion. Su Dayuan summed it up, setting down his pen and no longer frowning deeply. Now let me summarize. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 528 to 498. Murdering own husband _1 Chapter 528, Chapter 498. Murdering own husband _1 Su Dayuan held his notebook and looked at his own records before saying, "Based on the judgments you have provided, I have summarized as follows. The female victim is over 165 centimeters tall, weighs around 100 g, has long hair, has a birthmark or mole on the inch wrist part of the right wrist, wears high heels for long periods, between the ages of 20 to 28, childless. The male victim is around 175 centimeters tall, around 150 g, lacks abdominal muscles, is not fat but doesn't work out often. His body doesn't have excess flab, has severe body hair, is naturally uncircumcised, and is between the ages of 25 to 35. As for the characteristics of the house, it is an old building constructed before 1993, with a multi-story structure, located on the third floor or below. The exterior walls are largely covered with ivy, situated on high ground, with a view of the customs building, and the surrounding area is unobstructed. Additionally, the interior design of the house is very new and not cheap, designed by a professional, which also indicates a high property price. Is there anything else to add? Zhou Ning and Mr. Zhao shook their heads, and upon seeing their action, Peng Xinyan followed suit. All right then, I'll go and start the search now. At least one missing person in each jurisdiction should be scouted out. You keep on analyzing and contact me as soon as there are new findings or when Mr./P break time equals 300 ms. / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, Xia has the rendered image ready. Su Dayuan left, his movements as quick as when he arrived. Mr. Zhao rubbed his chin and glanced at the large screen, sighing as he said, "This thing, when watched inadvertently for the first time, still feels quite a sensory shock. After watching dozens of times, especially at such slow speed, it really is a form of torture. Poet, having spent so many years in me country, have you seen many foreign beauties?" Mr. Zhao's eyebrows twitched twice, his implication clear without stating it. Ping Shinian gave a slight shrug, an Americanized gesture, and said with an air of nonchalance, "At first, I thought it was quite exciting and liberating, but you never know who might be sick or on drugs. After all, me country champions freedom. Parents aren't as strict as in Hua country. Once you turn 18, you go wherever you please. If you like studying, you work and pay your own tuition, and even if you end up waiting tables later in life, that's your choice." I initially found it novel and even bought some videos to watch, but after a few times, I started feeling nauseous, especially the close contact with classmates. Their body odors indescribable, not the pungent perfume scents, but rather a mix of clammy, sweaty odors that I couldn't enjoy. Mr. Zhao became interested and moved closer to Peng Shinian. "That bad, huh?" Peng Shinian pushed up his glasses and nodded seriously as he replied. "An indescribable scent. I've studied this issue deliberately. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P.S. East Asians, due to migration and climate change, have undergone genetic selection, changing the 538th base's CC gene to the TT gene. This genetic variation causes the entire ABCC11 to change, so the body odor isn't severe. Only 5% of East Asians retain this gene, which leads to a strong body odor, commonly known as body bromidrosis. Of course, those with a strong odor also have wet and sticky earwax, which is brown and carries a pungent scent as well." Mr. Zhao shivered, stepping away and glanced at the time. Thankfully, it's only past 11, so this odorous conversation can end now. I wonder, are all academics this serious? Zhou Ning laughed and said nothing, but Peng Shinian's earnestness was quite comforting. Being an academic requires a serious demeanor, and only by being earnest can one pursue improvement. This team they were in now needed to strive for greater development, especially considering the commitments he had made in front of Mr. Hu. They needed an earnest spirit to progress in a different way. "Let's go and check on Mr. Chu and Momo's progress. If we can find information on the victims, the screening process could be sped up." Of course, there were no objections. Peng Shinian, carrying his notebook computer, followed behind the two and headed directly to Zhou Ning's office. The office wasn't luxuriously furnished, not much different from the second lab, except for a desk in the corner. Most of the room was occupied by a large screen and a whiteboard. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, Xia Momo was standing in front of the large screen, controlling the mouse, while on the screen, a woman's face was being modified continuously. Peng Shinian glanced at it inadvertently, then widened his eyes and exclaimed in surprise, "My God, this is actually restored." Mr. Zhao hastily grabbed Peng Shinian's arm, covering his mouth with a laugh. "Don't make such a fuss. You're disturbing Mr. Xia's work. Isn't this normal? Haven't you seen it before?" Peng Shinian shook his head, and when Mr. Zhao let go, he found his palm was smeared with Peng Shinian's saliva, so he quickly wiped it on Peng Shinian's clothes. "I have been following Professor Li for a while, and in the labs we collaborated with in me country, there were software to assemble facial features, but I haven't seen anything like this before." Mr. Zhao pulled him aside and patiently explained Xia Momo's abilities. Peng Shinian's eyes brightened. He nodded continuously and finally let out a deep sigh. "Before coming here, Professor Li told me about your capabilities, and to be honest, I thought he was somewhat exaggerating. But now I see it's not an exaggeration. Rather, he didn't clarify the details. Perhaps he never witnessed how you handle cases. I'm very fortunate to be here. Mr. Zhao was beaming with pride, giving Peng Shinian a nudge. You have an eye for it, youngster. Now that you're here, show us your full potential. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Everyone here holds several patents and research projects. They are all top-notch people, myself excluded, of course. Zhou Ning glanced at Mr. Zhao, who quickly raised his hand, stopping his words. Zhou Xiao, if you're a friend, don't talk to me about the postgraduate entrance exam. I really can't do it, man. You asked me to take those certification exams, and I did, but the entrance exam requires English. Do you think I know that stuff? Peng Shinian waved his hand. The easiest thing to learn is this. I'll teach you, guaranteeing that within 3 months, you'll reach the standard for the postgraduate exam, and without any stress. Zhou Ning raised an eyebrow and made an okay gesture. Then it's happily decided. If you pass the entrance exam, I have a reward for you. Leave English to the poet. Mr. Zhao rolled his eyes. Hey, here you go again. I haven't spoken, and you've already decided on my life's big event. I disagree. Before he had finished speaking, someone pushed the door open and, standing right behind Mr. Zhao, pinched his lower back, causing Mr. Zhao to leap up in pain. Peng Shinian was startled and rushed to Zhou Ning's side. Mr. Zhao howled and turned around, shouting, Zhu Xingxing, are you trying to kill me? No, this counts as murdering your own husband? Cut the crap. The boss is paving the way for you, and you're dragging your feet instead of taking the opportunity. You're really asking for a beating. Cut the crap and prepare for the entrance exam together. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. With the great opportunity from Qin University, do you really think we should just rest on our laurels here? It's better to take the exam while working to improve our abilities. Go and see. Anyone who wants to join the technical department now needs to have a postgraduate degree. What else do you have to complain about? If you don't want to take the exam, perhaps you shouldn't even get married. Tonight, I'll go to your place and tell your mom about your plans. I won't get into a deadlock with you two anymore. Zhu Xingxing wasn't too excited, and his calm words actually left Mr. Zhao in a bit of a panic. Mr. Zhao cleared his throat, moved up next to Zhu Xingxing, and said in a quieter tone, It's urgent, isn't it? I just wanted to please you briefly with words. I want to be with you. Forget it, since the poet has just reported for duty today, let's welcome him and also have a master-apprentice feast. I'll treat everyone to dinner. What do you think about that? Zhou Ning didn't look their way again, and Peng Shinian seemed to have figured out the relationship, slapping his head in realization. That scared me to death. So she's your girlfriend. I almost called the police. Mr. Zhao bared his teeth at him and quickly introduced Zhu Xingxing. Zhou Ning walked over to Xia Momo, who was not interrupted at all and was seriously adjusting the features of the woman on the big screen, finishing the last part. Xia Momo finally exhaled in relief. Zhou Ning, take a look. Does it resemble the deceased? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhou Ning nodded. Although the deceased's eyes are closed, I think the image you've recreated resembles her appearance when she was alive more closely. Try searching it. Xia Momo nodded eagerly and clicked to search. However, the search result was not as easy as imagined. Xia Momo wasn't discouraged and once again modified the size of the deceased's palpable fissures, this time retrieving 4 results. When the identity information appeared, everyone gathered around. Not to say that these individuals' appearances were incredibly similar, they were all very slim, with big eyes, oval faces, full foreheads, and prominent cheekbones, aged between 22 to 28 years old. For people, one named Ma Danqing, 23, from Dayou City, another named Wanning Hong, 25, from Husheng City. The remaining 2 were from Jin City Wubei District, Chuanyu Province, respectively Shinshui, 26, and Shinkaijun, 22. All 4 were Han Chinese. Extract the information and send it directly to Director Zhou. Thankfully, all 4 have second-generation identity cards with contact numbers. It shouldn't be hard, whether in finding local staff to verify or in making phone calls. Mr. Zhao stared at the screen, rubbing his chin. Is it because of makeup? How can these 4 people from different regions look so alike? At that moment, Xia Momo looked at Mr. Zhao and smiled appreciatively, giving him a thumbs up. It's because you're observant. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than. I carefully watched the video and noticed the deceased had undergone bone shaving and nose surgery. In one of the shots, you can see a faint white mark at the location of the woman's nostrils. I think if she wore a little makeup, it would be undetectable. Among these similar faces, besides the one from Husheng City, Wanning Hong, the other 3 had also undergone these 2 surgeries. Look at the dates they changed their identity cards. They're all within the year 2012. Mr. Zhao had a realization. Assembly line beauties, huh? Seeing that Zhou Ning hadn't spoken, Mr. Zhao nudged him. Zhou Xiao, what are you pondering? It's noon. How about we have lunch first and wait for news from Director Zhou? After providing 4 people's information, the screening should go quickly, and then we'll be busy. Zhou Ning squinted his eyes, looking at a still screenshot on Mr. Chu's screen. It was the deceased's toes, held by the wrist by a male photographer, lifted high, the calluses worn and swollen. In thinking, what profession requires wearing high heels for long periods, to the point where the feet get worn down like this, without the possibility of switching them? She's not tall enough to be a model, and for a dancer, the worn areas seem wrong. If she's an ordinary service worker, it seems she couldn't afford such cosmetology expenses. Could it be /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak? Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 529 to 499. My stomach Mrs. Home _1 Chapter 529. Chapter 499. My stomach Mrs. Home _1. Mr. Zhao's eyes widened with excitement as he stood up, interrupting Zhou Ning mid-sentence. He was clear about not wanting Zhou Ning to provide the answer, hoping to try and guess by himself. Could it be the air hostesses? Hurry up. Mr. Chu, use your computer to check whether any of these individuals' household registration information includes their place of employment, or, even simpler, just look up their social security information with their ID numbers. That way, we can find out directly where they work. Mr. Chu quickly got to work, but even before he could find anything, Su Daiwan's call came through. Zhou Ning answered the call, and Su Dayuan spoke rapidly. I just made contact with Wanning Ong from Husheng City. She confirmed she's the person, and I've instructed her to go to the local police station to verify her identity with her ID card, and also mentioned that we have a case here involving a victim who resembles her, hoping for her cooperation. She didn't refuse, and after verification, it was indeed Wanning Hong herself. As for the remaining 3, I couldn't get in touch with any of them. Can you provide some additional information? I'll send people to their doors to verify, but that takes time, and I don't want to wait. Zhou Ning held his forehead. Su Dayuan was still as impatient as ever. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. After all, they had spent the whole morning deploying personnel to search for the building from the video, and despite narrowing down the search area, it was still like looking for a needle in a haystack. No wonder he was anxious. Director Zhou, don't worry, we've found some information. I'll call you back shortly. The call ended with a click, and everyone hung their heads to stifle their laughter. Even Ping Xinian looked at Zhou Ning and gave him a thumbs up. You're impressive. Not many dare to be that direct with their superiors. Mr. Zhao waved his hand dismissively. You don't understand. If Zhou Xiaoluo doesn't hang up, Director Zhou will go on and on. It's more efficient this way. By this time, Mr. Chu had stopped searching, as 3 pieces of information appeared on the screen. He quickly screenshotted all 3 and sent them to Su Dayuan, then connected to the big screen. Everyone looked up at the big screen and saw the first piece of information, which got Mr. Zhao incredibly excited. Damn, 2 of them are air hostesses, which matches the occupation I guessed earlier. After a moment of silence, Zhou Ning glanced at Zhu Xingxing. Go and prepare boxed lunches. We'll eat lunch as quickly as possible. I think we should be receiving news soon. Zhu Xingxing finally caught on and hurried outside, bumping into Sun Gaodai and his group. He called over a few guys to go get food together. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Su Daiwan's call was taking a while to come through, leaving everyone wondering if there were issues with contacting those individuals. Zhou Ning didn't say anything, while Mr. Zhao was visibly anxious, pacing back and forth. Ping Shinian didn't dare speak up, keeping busy typing away at his computer. When the office door opened, everyone looked to see Sun Gaodai and his group walk in, letting out a collective sigh of relief. Zhu Xingxing, entering last, quickly urged, "Everyone, hurry up and eat. Don't think about anything else." One by one, they went up to get their boxed lunches, with Mr. Zhao holding 3. He walked over to Zhou Ning, Xia Momo, and Lu Yongxin to distribute them, rushing them. Eat quickly. We've got their workplaces, but we're still not getting through to their phones. It might take longer to confirm. Opening their lunch boxes, Peng Shinian let out a wow, causing everyone to look his way. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, but enduring the awkwardness, he pointed at his boxed lunch and asked, "Is this standard because we're working on a case and it's a special nutritional meal arrangement, or is it always like this?" Before Mr. Zhao could reply, Zhu Xingxing leaned in, glanced at Peng Shinian's lunch and saw nothing amiss, quickly responding, "Do you have any dietary restrictions? If you do, you can let them know, and next time they prepare boxed lunches, they'll make a special one for you. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Today was a bit rushed. We got there late and the canteen only had a few dishes left, so it's a bit simple. Just make do with it for now." Ping Shinian pursed his lips and didn't say anything else, simply bowing his head to eat. After he finished, Mr. Zhao noticed the newcomer's expression was off. "What's up, poet? What's with your face?" Ping Shinian shook his head, his face full of emotion. "It's nothing, just that I'm feeling very sentimental. Do you know why I rushed back home as soon as Professor Li mentioned there was a suitable job for me in China?" Mr. Zhao glanced at Peng Shinian's empty lunchbox, which was scraped clean with chopstick marks all going in one direction. It seemed as if Mr. Zhao understood in a moment and hugged Peng Shinian's shoulder, laughing. "Poet, could it be because you couldn't adapt to the food in me country? Ha ha. Did a single box lunch conquer you? Don't hit me, I'll stop laughing. Just half a month ago, a friend of mine went through something similar. He spent years studying abroad, and the day he finished his courses and got his diploma, he flew straight back home, not willing to stay a minute longer. We all asked him why he was in such a rush to get back, and he said his stomach was homesick." Ping Shinian nodded vigorously. "Those who've never been abroad can't understand what it feels like." Zhu Xingxing was puzzled. Based on Mr. Zhao's introduction, Ping Shinian arrived from me country with Li Chengbin, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. If that was the case, why was he feeling so sentimental today only after a few days back? "What have you been eating these past few days?" Ping Shinian sighed and then showed dissatisfaction on his face. "Don't mention it. We're staying in a 5-star hotel opposite to the school. I don't know who arranged our 3 meals a day, but it's either milk and bread or steak, salad, tomatoes with soybeans, grilled sausages, still following that same American setup, and the prices are absurdly expensive. Eating a meal even comes with a 15% service fee." Mr. Zhao laughed and patted his belly, then patted Peng Shinian's shoulder. "No wonder. I heard Mr. Lu say that he has already arranged accommodation for you. You can move in tonight. I'll mention to him later to issue you a meal card. You can go and eat at the school faculty cafeteria before going back. They have night snacks available until midnight with Lu cuisine, Cantonese cuisine, Sichuan cuisine, and various local snacks. Whatever you want to eat, they've got it." Ping Shinian was overjoyed, the kind of happiness that comes from deep within. Great, that's fantastic. As they were talking, the door was pushed open. Su Dayuan and Lu Yufei strode in. Su Dayuan was on the phone, speaking politely with someone about arranging a visit, and everyone quickly fell silent. After a moment, he hung up the phone, threw his hat on the table, and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Give me a boxed meal, I'm starving, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhu Xingxing gestured to Zhou Jialing with his chin, who hurriedly brought over 2 boxed meals. Seeing the food, Su Dayuan took a deep breath. Yufei, sit down quickly. I knew it, they would have prepared food for us. Mr. Zhao came over, hugging his thermos, and blew on the red beans inside. Following Lu Yongxin's influence, these young people, despite their tender age, all paid great attention to their health. Each one had goji berries steeping in their thermos. None indulged in heavy drinking or cold foods, they were all very restrained. The only indulgence was their talkative nature. I'm telling you, Director Su, you come in and start eating without a word. What's up? Did you face some setbacks? Or should I guess? Among the 4 suspects, you've largely narrowed down the direction, right? Maybe we're still waiting for a bit of time, like someone who is on a flight and can't be confirmed immediately? Hearing Mr. Zhao's comments, Su Dayuan glanced at Zhou Ning and snorted twice. He neither admitted nor denied it and hastily finished the boxed meal in front of him. After swallowing the last bite, Zhou Jialong had already brought over a cup of warm water with several well-soaked red beans floating in it. Su Dayuan took the cup and sighed. Damn it, I'm just a workhorse. Yufei, you heard that, right? Zhou Xiao must have been a fortune teller in his past life. He can guess a thing or two before we even uncover anything. Lu Yongxin laughed and leaned towards Su Dayuan. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Don't say that. This time you actually got it wrong. Mr. Zhao analyzed the profession, and then Mr. Xia checked their employers through the social security information. That's how we found out 2 of them are flight attendants. According to Mr. Xia, among the 4 people, 3 are similar because of plastic surgery, bone shaving, nose jobs, and such major operations. I guess there must be quite a few flight attendants who have done the same, right? Su Dayuan sighed and for once gave Mr. Zhao a thumbs up before continuing. Not bad, you've made progress. You guessed correctly. We have another 40 minutes until the flight docks, which means arriving at Qidong Airport. Fang Mu has already taken people over there. They'll bring them back soon. Everyone was a bit puzzled to hear Su Dayuan say this. They were merely investigating whether these individuals had met with misfortune. If the people were unharmed, there was no need to bring them in for verification, as identifying the victim was the essential goal. Zhou Ning stepped forward, looked at Su Dayuan, and spoke after a brief contemplation. It couldn't be that the 2 flight attendants from Jin City in Chuanyu Province with the same surname, Shen Kaijun and Shen Shui, know each other and are on the same flight, could it? Su Dayuan nodded, his immunity to Zhou Ning's ability having already built up, no longer showing much surprise. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. They are part of the same crew and they're said to be as similar as twin sisters, almost identical in appearance, figure, and build. Their department has a deep impression of them. They were both selected for Sichuan Airlines' promotional video at one point, but that particular footage was never broadcast. I've requested the video. Mr. Zhao scratched his head, clearly puzzled. Hold on a second, boss. If the 2 are that similar and are part of the same crew, flying on the same flight, then who exactly is Fang Mu going to pick up? Who is present and who is missing? I'm totally confused. Are we going to bring the whole crew over here? Lu Yufei tried to hold back her laughter as she approached Mr. Zhao, realizing that Su Dayuan wasn't clear. Before Su Dayuan could get annoyed, she quickly added, according to Sichuan Airlines roster, Shen Shui was on duty today, and Shen Kaijun took a leave of absence. So, it's highly likely that the victim is Shen Kaijun. We want to ask Shen Shui and the rest of the crew over to talk about the last time they saw Shen Kaijun and to learn more about her social relationships. Mr. Zhao had an epiphany and quickly sat back down. Got it. So we wait. Let's rest for a bit. Once the people arrive and we find out if the victim has any friends in Qidong or places she frequented, then we can proceed with the on-site search. That's the idea, right? Su Dayuan stood up and patted his belly. That's right. You guys rest. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p zhou xiaozhou. Come with me to walk off the meal, and then wait at the front. Fong Mu should be arriving soon, especially since Lu Airlines flights often arrive a good many minutes early. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Yufei's phone rang. She opened it to find a WeChat photo from Fong Mu, showing a van full of gorgeous women in flight attendant uniforms, with the scenery outside the window a blur, indicating they were already on the move. Director Su, Fong Mu and his team have picked up the people. They should be arriving soon. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 530 to 500 petal birthmark _1 chapter 530. Chapter 500 petal birthmark _1 Mr. Zhao leaned over, glanced at the photo on Lu Yufei's phone, flashed a toothy grin, and waved his hand at everyone. Prepare everything you need for the scene investigation, and then take some time to rest. I'll go with Zhou Xiao and the leaders to have a look, as fingerprint comparison and blood sampling are necessary. Zhu Xingxing rolled her eyes dismissively, but considering Su Dayuan and the others were present, she didn't expose Zhao's zinless intentions and turned to leave. Su Dayuan gave Mr. Zhao a glance, noticed no reaction from him, and, after giving him a nudge with his foot, left as well. Zhou Ning patted Peng Xinian, who stood up, took the laptop from Mr. Chu, and gestured for Peng Xinian to sit down. You and Mr. Chu take a rest here. Mr. Chu, inform the poet about our schedule. The poet can come to the scene later if he wishes. Hearing this, Peng Xinian was delighted and quickly sat down beside Mr. Chu. Zhou Ning hurried downstairs, catching up with the pace of Su Dayuan and the others. The four arrived at the front building, and after a short wait, a message from Fong Mu came through WeChat, and Lu Yufei promptly stood up. Director Su and the others have arrived. Will I talk to them in the neighboring interview room, or will you? Su Dayuan waved his hand. You have the talk with Fong Mu. I'll be in the next room watching. Zhou Xiao's laptop is with them. The video is on it, right? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p Zhou Ning nodded, handed the laptop to Lu Yufei, who without wasting words, took it and entered the next room's interview room. The main difference here from an interrogation room was the lack of that metal chair welded to the floor, but the oppressive atmosphere was still very strong. Moments later, a woman in her 30s was brought in, wearing meticulous makeup and a Sichuan Airlines uniform that fit perfectly. She glanced at Lu Yufei and the others and promptly sat down at the indication of Fong Mu. She did not scream arrogantly nor ask any excessive questions. Her cooperative attitude was very apparent. Fong Mu quickly began to speak. I didn't explain well on the way here, but we have already notified the relevant departments of Sichuan Airlines about a criminal case. We need to verify some information with you, and I hope you will not withhold anything you know and will clarify as much as possible. The woman nodded. Okay. Could you tell us your personal information? Zhang Fan, female, 29 years old, chief attendant of Sichuan Airlines Flight 3U8935, have been flying on the Sichuan-Qin route for 28 months, from Yuzhong City, Chuanyu Province, married. My husband is a pilot. My ID number is on the documents I just gave you. My son just started kindergarten this year. Is there anything else I need to introduce? Her introduction was straightforward, and Lu Yufei was very pleased, nodding her head and immediately standing up. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p glancing at Zhang Fan's ID card. Although her appearance was not stunning, she looked very comfortable and competent. Not to mention, being able to stay so calm in a police station was truly not easy. We have found a deceased person and through facial recognition, we have 4 suspects. I hope you can help us identify if the person is someone you know. Liu Yufei pressed the remote, and the large screen in the interview room began to play the video. Of course, the sound was muted. When the camera panned to the female victim's face, Liu Yufei swiftly hit the pause button. Then, turning to Zhang Fan, she indicated that she could stand up and take a closer look if necessary. Zhang Fan did not hesitate, quickly standing up and walking over to the screen. She scrutinized it for a moment, her eyes growing increasingly surprised until she covered her mouth in shock. Do you recognize who it is? Zhang Fan frowned slightly but nodded. At first glance, it looked like Shen Shui, but you said the person is deceased, and today Shen Shui was on my flight. So, this person must be Shen Kaijun. However, don't worry, just speak your mind. This isn't taking a statement, nor are we asking you to testify. We just want to investigate a bit. Chewing on her lip, Zhang Fan hesitated before speaking. Let's put it this way, I can't usually tell Shen Kaijun and Shen Shui apart. From their hairstyles and actions, to their accents and mannerisms, they're too similar. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. I've heard others say they went abroad for plastic surgery and came back looking like twins. However, Shen Shui has a birthmark on her wrist that looks like a flower petal. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ning immediately stood up. Mr. Zhao, send the screenshot to Mrs. Fei. Mr. Zhao quickly found the snapshot of the deceased woman's wrist and sent it to Liu Yufei. At the same time, in the next room, Liu Yufei glanced at her phone and handed it to Zhang Fan. Take a look at this. Is this the birthmark you mentioned? Zhang Fan took the phone, examined it carefully, and astonishment spread across her face. After a while, she looked up at Liu Yufei and nodded. This birthmark is indeed Shen Shui's, but... Liu Yufei patted Zhang Fan's arm, signaling her not to get too excited. As long as we can be sure of that, I have another question for you. Are Shen Shui's and Shen Kaijun's social relationships complex, especially in the Qidong area? Do they have friends, or people they often keep in touch with? You know what I mean, right? Zhang Fan nodded, trying to calm herself down. I understand. In our line of work, many girls spend a lot of effort and money on their appearance. There's only one reason. They hope to find a rich man to marry, and that's understandable. However, society doesn't think highly of us, also because some aren't aiming for marriage. Mistresses and other women are all too common. I suppose you've heard similar stories. As for Shen Shui, I have a good impression of her. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Although she doesn't have much of an age advantage, her character is quite decent. She's a typical Chuanyu girl, very straightforward and open-hearted, and tolerates others well. She has a high school classmate who is settled in Qidong, and they have a good relationship. It's only because of the man's parents' objections that they didn't end up together. As for boyfriends, I don't know if she has one, but with her personality, she would tell us outright and even share with us. She's the kind who speaks her mind openly and doesn't hide anything. Everyone in our group likes her a lot. Shen Kaijun, however, is different. How should I put it? This girl is delicate and always knows how to act cute and coquettish. She's been with our group for 7 or 8 months and has grown very close to Shen Shui since they look so alike. They even jokingly imitate each other sometimes. We don't know much about her, only that she has lots of admirers. When we rest in Qingdao, she disappears, only to show up just in time for boarding the next morning. But as for personal matters, we can't interfere as long as it doesn't affect work. Liu Yufei understood. Zhang Fan had some opinions about this Shen Kaijun. As a woman, what she hated the most were those who pretended to be innocent and virtuous. It seemed that Shen Kaijun had both traits, always clinging to Shen Shui. I understand. According to your records, Shen Shui was the one on duty today in the cabin crew, right? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Shen Kaijun took a leave of absence? Zhang Fan nodded. Yes, Shin Kai-jun sent me a WeChat message on April 27th in the afternoon. She had wanted to take her annual leave when she first joined our group at the end of last year. I wasn't happy about it and didn't approve. She was very angry. This time, she said she would stay in Qidong for a few days to attend someone's wedding, and then spend a few days at the Qidong Peninsula, planning to fly as normal on May 3rd. Without wasting words, Liu Yufei had Feng Mu escort the person out, then called for Shin Shui, who had accompanied this flight. Mr. Zhao was already waiting next door, carrying a suitcase without needing to be told. Shin Shui was brought into the room, her eyes constantly scanning the interrogation room, clearly nervous. Liu Yufei tilted her chin upward and raised an eyebrow at her. Shin Shui, is it? Take a seat. We need to collect blood and fingerprints from every member of the cabin crew for comparison. Shin Shui quickly sat down, asking with a puzzled face, may I ask, what exactly has happened? Liu Yufei pulled up a chair and sat down across from Shin Shui, crossed her legs casually, and stared intently into Shin Shui's eyes. I'm only asking once, who are you? The person opposite, although somewhat panicked, blurted out in response, what's there to ask? My name is Shin Shui, 26 years old, from Wubei District, Jin City, Chuanyu Province. My ID number is 51011319870304141. Do you need to know about my family? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Both my parents are retired teachers, formerly of Jin City No. 3 Middle School. I'm an only child with no siblings and unmarried. Shin Shui kept raising her voice as she spoke, and even appeared slightly aggrieved. Liu Yufei watched and laughed, gesturing to Mr. Zhao to come forward. Come here, let's take your fingerprints. I also need to draw your blood. Which arm will you choose? She was startled, crossed her arms, and stood up abruptly. Really, this is sick. If I haven't stolen or robbed, you, as police officers, can't treat me like this. At the very least, I have the right to know what's going on. What's with drawing blood and taking fingerprints without saying anything? What exactly is this for? Liu Yufei slammed her hand onto the table with such a loud noise that the irate Shin Shui immediately quieted down, and Liu Yufei glared at her angrily. Stop whining at me. This is Qidong City Criminal Police Brigade. Cases that don't involve fatalities don't come here. You are a citizen of Hua country, and cooperating with police investigations is your duty. If you think our work infringes on your privacy, or you have complaints about our attitude, you can file a complaint or sue me. However, you should do what we tell you to and cut the whining. I'm not going to explain the case to you. To put it nicely, you are under investigation. To put it bluntly, we can consider you a suspect since you are currently suspicious. Are you Miss Shin Kai-jun? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The woman was taken aback, wanting to say something but bit her lip, holding back. Mr. Zhao stepped forward, rolled up Shin Kai-jun's sleeve, and glanced at her right wrist. Sure enough, there was a brown petal-shaped birthmark similar to the victim's. As if he didn't mean to, Mr. Zhao grabbed her wrist and rolled her sleeve up further, smudging the birthmark as his fingers brushed over it. Mr. Zhao chuckled, starting to draw blood while commenting, your makeup skills aren't bad, miss. No need to draw that birthmark. Next time, use waterproof makeup so it doesn't wipe off so easily, TSK. While talking, he had finished drawing blood. He had her press on the puncture site and began collecting fingerprints. Mr. Zhao worked quickly, and after he was done, he immediately searched for the information on the police terminal. Once found, he handed the police terminal to Liu Yufei. Seeing the information, Liu Yufei gestured for Mr. Zhao to leave. As the door closed, Liu Yufei tossed her pen onto the desk, stood up, and slowly walked in front of the woman. Talk, Shin Kai-jun. Why are you impersonating Shin Shui? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 531 to 501. The information revealed behind the photo _1 Chapter 531. Chapter 501. The information revealed behind the photo _1. The interrogation room was exceptionally quiet. After an unknown period of time passed, Shin Kai-jun raised her head, her face devoid of much emotion. There's nothing much to explain. When I first joined this crew, I urgently needed to take annual leave, but the chief attendant wouldn't grant it. He said that since I had just arrived, I couldn't start off by taking an annual leave. But I really had a matter to attend to. It was so infuriating that I was trembling all over. At that time, Shin Shui pulled me aside and told me not to argue with the chief attendant. If I was in such a hurry to take leave, she would give me hers, since she hadn't taken any last year. She told me that whenever she had something to deal with, she would let me take her place under her name. Lu Yufei stared into Shin Kai-jun's eyes, unblinkingly watching her. Even if you look alike, after less than a month of acquaintance, and there are differences in the way you talk and behave, especially with your very different personalities, did no one notice? Shin Kai-jun shook her head with disdain. Shin Shui is such a nice person. To impersonate her, all you need to do is smile all the time, be obliging to guests and colleagues, and no one would suspect anything. As for her pretending to be me, it's even easier. Just maintain a cold and distant demeanor. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. After all, we had practiced for 2 flights, and no one noticed anything then. This story seemed seamless, but Zhou Ning's brows were tightly furrowed. A colleague who only knew you for a month would go so far to help you out? Moreover, this supposed identity swap was just their side of the story. Whether others noticed or whether the swap even happened was still up for debate. Su Dayuan crossed his arms and rubbed his chin. This person doesn't tell a single truth. The computer in front of Fong Mu is almost blinding. Mr. Zhao leaned against the one-way glass and glanced at the computer in front of Fong Mu, letting out an involuntary laugh. Growing impatient, Su Dayuan threw his hat at Mr. Zhao. I'm going to swap Fong Mu out. Tell Zhou Xiaozhou to have him take statements from every member of their crew, including the captain and co-pilot. I have a feeling this girl is the so-called green tea you talk about. Her personal life can't be simple. Then urge Zhang Ping to get a move on with those call records and WeChat messages. Get them all out. Without waiting for Zhou Ning to respond, Su Dayuan had already taken quick strides into the room, gesturing to Fong Mu and pointing next door. Fong Mu promptly came over, and Zhou Ning had already written down the tasks listed by Su Dayuan and handed them to Fong Mu, who took one look inside. This girl is young but exudes a strong presence, and she doesn't seem to know fear at all. Every word she speaks is a lie. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I thought. The software was broken. Now, looking at it, not a single word is true. No more talk. I'm going now to take their statements. I'll get Zhang Ping to send over the call logs and WeChat messages as soon as possible. If they really did swap identities, could their chat records still be intact? Zhou Ning raised a hand, stopping Fong Mu. Forget about WeChat. Tell Zhang Ping to just check the call logs. I'll have Mr. Chu contact the tech people. They'll get in touch with WeChat, and that way, even deleted messages can be recovered. Otherwise, if the phones are switched, it's hard to see the content. Fong Mu smiled, nodded, and hurried off. When Su Dayuan entered the room, that Shin Kai-jun kept staring at him. However, Su Daiwan's commanding presence and rugged features seemed quite intimidating, making Shin Kai-jun avert her gaze subconsciously. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a shiny pair of silver handcuffs, tossing them onto the table with a clang that demanded attention. It seems you don't like dealing with issues in the interrogation room, so how about we switch to an interrogation room where you can wear handcuffs? After all, having come to the criminal police brigade, you might as well see what an interrogation chair looks like. What do you say? Shin Kai-jun remained silent, her gaze lowered. Su Dayuan walked up to her, hands on his hips, and looked down at Shin Kai-jun. Look up at me when I'm talking to you. I want you to look at me. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Let me tell you, cases not involving the death of a person don't get investigated by the criminal police brigade. I can send a letter to your airline right now, requesting that they halt the flight and that everyone cooperates with the investigation. Moreover, to specifically point out your significant involvement in this case, hoping for cooperation, do you think that once you leave here, even without any trouble, how will your airline deal with you? Don't tell me you can work the same elsewhere. Would any other airline accept a person with a bad record? Shin Kaijun suddenly raised her head, glaring at Su Daiyuan, a look no longer indifferent or pitiable, but one that seemed as if she wished her gaze could penetrate him. You're abusing your power. I can see you for this. Su Daiyuan crossed his arms with a snort of laughter. You can sue me. It's every citizen's duty to cooperate with the police investigation. What I'm doing completely follows work procedures. And it's all just telling it like it is. If I were to send the recording of your interrogation just now to your company, your dismissal would be the least of your worries. Switching identities to work on a flight, what if the other person was a terrorist? Wouldn't that endanger the lives of everyone on the plane? You think I'm playing games with you? Shin Kaijun looked deflated, her head drooping and her eyes reddening after a moment. What do you want to ask? Go ahead and ask, otherwise how am I supposed to know how to cooperate? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Su Doyuan stopped smiling, his expression darkened, and he turned the notebook on the table toward Shin Kaijun. I want to hear the truth. Do you think we're fools? From the moment you entered this room, the polygraph software has been flashing. You haven't told a single truth. Let us ask questions? Ask what, when you can't even give a straight answer? If you can't adjust your attitude, there's no need to ask any questions. I can tell you clearly that right now we're investigating the murder of Shin Shui and the search for her body. Every word and action of yours assists the criminal suspect in evading responsibility. If we can't catch the suspect, you are at least guilty of harboring a criminal. Do I need to educate you on the law? Providing the criminal with a place to hide, properties, helping them escape or make false proofs of alibi, if serious, these crimes are punishable by 3 to 10 years of imprisonment. Making false testimony, deceiving the police, disrupting the investigation process, you do understand that these are considered serious circumstances, right? Shin Kaijun cried, truly frightened now, her face noticeably pale. However, she glanced at Su Daiyuan and Lu Yufei, who were not looking at her, and Mr. Shan, who was responsible for recording, didn't even lift his head as he continuously typed on the computer keyboard, which caused her to panic. Dead? Shen Shui is dead? What are you talking about? What exactly happened? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Su Daiyuan waved his hand, and Lu Yufei clicked play. The screen in the interrogation room started playing a video, not the whole thing, but when the camera focused on the woman's face, Lu Yufei paused the video, then pointed at the screen and said, the birthmark on her arm and this facial appearance. You can't possibly fail to recognize them, can you? Shin Kaijun covered her mouth, her eyes widened, and tears streamed down incessantly, not from crying, but from extreme fear. How could this be? I saw her just a few days ago. We worked together. Su Daiyuan raised his hand to stop Shin Kaijun from talking. I'm asking you, were you too close? When was the last time you saw Shin Shui? Shin Kaijun pulled out her phone, unlocked the screen, opened WeChat, found a chat, and handed it over to Su Daiyuan. When we exchanged identities, we swapped everything, including phones and keys. After all, we lived close to each other, both residing in Tianfu Mingyuan, Wubei District, Jin City, and our rented homes were opposite each other. It was convenient for commuting to and from work near the airport. Moreover, we both had keys to each other's homes. It didn't matter where we chose to sleep. As for the last time I saw her, it was April 27th at noon, after 3U8935 arrived at Qidong Airport. She changed her clothes and left. The last message in WeChat was her taking a cab and sending me a selfie. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Although the phone and WeChat account were mine, as for the phone number, we both have a personal number that has nothing to do with work. If you need it, I can give it to you. Su Dayuan glanced at the last message, which was a selfie taken in a car, probably using some photo-taking app that Mr. Chu talked about. Anyhow, the person looked fair and beautiful, somewhat different from the actual photo. Su Dayuan zoomed in on the photo, examined it carefully, then tossed the phone to Lu Yufei. Send the photo to Mr. Zhao. Let him look up information based on the photo to see if there's anything to find. The car is a private vehicle with leather seats, looks expensive, and get Mr. Chu to check the surveillance footage. As soon as he heard his name, Mr. Zhao sat upright. Just then, the computer chimed, and he hurriedly opened the photo, with Zhou Ning and Mr. Zhao looking on. Indeed, it was a selfie, and the beauty filter was turned up high. Seeing this, Zhou Ning frowned, knowing that editing the picture meant some of the photo's original information had been erased. Nevertheless, he observed carefully. Shen Shuyi looked happy, with her eyes curved and the corners of her lips slightly raised. It was the passenger seat of a car with black leather seats that looked very expensive. There was a handbag on the rear seat, black with a diamond pattern. As for the brand, he didn't recognize it. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. The rear was very spacious with only 2 seats and the spot for the lower legs seemed to be slightly elevated. An armrest was situated between the 2 seats, appearing to be a dark brown color. Mr. Zhao stared at the photo. His eyes widened, sent a copy to Mr. Chu, then after zooming in and observing it more closely, he exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, I'm very familiar with this car. I saw it at an auto show once, and there was only one like it in the entire exhibition. I even took a close-up photo of it. Its streamlined design, color combination, luxurious style. I remember it vividly." Zhou Ning glanced at him. Mr. Zhao grinned with grateful acknowledgement, but it was clear he was genuinely excited. "Don't beat around the bush, just tell us." Mr. Zhao nodded seriously. "I won't keep you in suspense. I'm just a little excited because it's rare to see such a car on the market. It's a 2012 Maybach 62S Zeppelin. All the fittings of this central armrest are customized. This car is priced between 5.38 and 12.98 million. Each detail is impeccable. This flight attendant has snagged a wealthy guy. To pick such a model for a new car, it's not just about money, but also about status. After all, to my knowledge, there are no more than 20 of these cars in Hua country, making the car owner's information easy to track." Zhou Ning stared at the picture, glancing over at Shin Kaijun. "How many people who own a Zeppelin actually drive themselves? /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. Chapter 532 to 502. So we meet. _1 Chapter 532, Chapter 502, So we meet. _1 Mr. Zhao was stunned for a moment, then his eyes lit up as he gave Zhou Ning a thumbs up. "No wonder you're a leader. You really have a sharp mind, just like that case you handled in Qidong, where that rich young master participated in a race. He chose the Nissan GT-R 2010, which is indeed about experiencing the roar, enjoying the speed, and seeking the thrill of grip in a high-level experience. And this Maybach, especially the Zeppelin series, is indeed intended for chauffeur driving. I'll talk to Mr. Chu right now. It'll be easy to find the vehicle information with surveillance, and I'll also ask around to see who in Qidong has bought this car." As he spoke, Mr. Zhao dialed Mr. Chu's number, pinning the phone between his shoulder and face, then sent the image to Mr. Chu, and at the same time made contact through WeChat with a friend. This was the same person who had previously helped Zhou Ning look into the Xia family's information. Zhou Ning didn't look further, but walked over to the single-pane window, looking into the interrogation room. The interrogation was proceeding very smoothly at this point. Shin Kaijun was quite cooperative, and on the laptop in front of Lu Yufei, the information was no longer scrolling like a marquee. "I've told nothing but the truth. We only exchanged work phone numbers, not personal ones. /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. As for work phones, it's all between colleagues. We all keep work separate from personal life. What's so strange about that?" Go and ask the flight crew, it's the same for everyone. And frankly speaking, we choose this line of work and work hard to not earn much, only to dress ourselves up decently. It's all just to get access to higher-end people, to give ourselves more opportunities for choice. After all, not many are like Zhang Fan who can marry a pilot. I definitely don't want to be in my 30s, still flying around every day with not a single good toenail left, and how many do you see still flying at that age? Su Dayuan, with his arms folded, now displayed none of the coldness from before, and raised his hand to interrupt Shin Kajun's words. You're digressing. Now, try to remember if Shin Shudi had any high school classmates who had developed their career in Qidong. Since you could swap identities, you surely can't be unaware of such things, right? After thinking for a moment, Shin Kaijun scrolled through her phone, then handed it to Su Dayuan. You check it out. I've only received calls on this number, never dialed out. Her classmate seems to be in real estate, not fixed on Qingdao. Honestly, I'm also not clear why. She normally flies to Qingdao but never goes out at night. I don't know what she was up to this time, being so secretive. Su Dayuan was not led astray by Shin Kaijun but kept his gaze on her, placing a piece of paper and a pen in Shin Kaijun's hands. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Didn't you say you all had 2 phone numbers? You know her second number for that phone, right? Write down both numbers and also list all the people you know. Don't say it's inconvenient because there are too many. Just list all friends in Qingdao, including those you know or those who are pursuing you. Shin Kaijun wanted to resist, but meeting Su Daiwan's gaze made her swallow back her words. She placed 2 phones on her lap and started looking through her contacts, quickly listing them down. Seeing the record, Su Dayuan reminded her from behind, write the full names, not just an initial or surname. Shin Kaijun pursed her lips. I don't know that much, I only know their surnames. You said to write down those I know. Many I've just met once or twice and exchanged phone numbers with. Didn't I say before? It's all in reserve. If someone is interested in me, they'll contact me. Mostly it's just a one-time passionate exchange, and then they send me a gift, and that's it. At this moment, the door to the observation room was opened, and Mr. Zhao rushed in, holding his phone as if sending a message, and hurriedly said to Zhou Ning, I found out. There are 2 Maybach 62S Zeppelins in Qingdao, but the prices are worlds apart. I've sent the information on the 2 owners and their drivers to Director Su. I don't know if it'll be useful. Let's see what Director Su makes of it. Shin Kaijun has listed all the people she knows. I'm not sure if there's any overlap. Mr. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhao exhaled heavily, looking somewhat tired after the phone call and the urgency of the moment, as he pulled over a chair to sit down. This flight attendant is certainly goal-oriented and not faking anything, aiming straight for a wealthy husband-to-be. But real rich folks have their circles, and choosing a flight attendant with a surgically altered face, even if it was for love, wouldn't make her a wife. That would be laughed at in their circle. Nobody would risk their business reputation and development like that. Put nicely, she's looking for a long-term meal ticket. Put bluntly, she's offering herself up for the night, hoping to be a high-class escort and at best get kept in luxury. But looking at her, she understands people and circumstances well. Such a person is actually more likely to achieve her desires. Zhou Ning glanced at Mr. Zhao, who just spread his hands. Don't look at me like that. I had a classmate, from a poor family and not favored at home, only pretty enough to score a 7. But she was a great student and she took this step. A big shot supported her to study abroad. She's probably finishing up her PhD by now. The guy visits her abroad monthly, made a few investments for her. With her insight and skills, she's thriving, not even counting what the big shot has invested. She's worth no less than 5,000 alone, has made a name in academia and is a natural in business, all the while not being clingy. She's the one who really figured it out. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Even without that big shot, should be living a comfortable life. Is there a hint of envy I detect? Mr. Zhao grinned, showing his teeth. It's not envy. It's just that I think she has a clear understanding of her position. She doesn't come back to develop in the country mainly because her family is too demanding, and leaving is also to avoid their control. Maybe many look down on her choice, but back then, without taking that step, she would have faced no university education, but rather factory work to provide for her demanding parents and pay for everything for her brother. Without support, the only escape from the hardships of her family was through education, and she needed someone to back her studies. The topic was indeed somber. Everyone knows that being a mistress is wrong and society condemns this behavior, but some people, in order to survive and live with dignity, see this as their only way out, a sad reality indeed. Zhou Ning's mind returned, and his gaze shifted to Su Dayuan. He compared the data again, and whatever he saw, motioned to Lu Yufei with a wave of his hand. He quickly stepped out and, within moments, pushed the door open into the observation room. Mr. Zhao hurriedly jumped up from his chair and stood obediently by Zhou Ning's side. Su Dayuan glanced at it once and circled something on the paper with his pen. These two phone numbers are the same. Have them check them out. Detailed information about this person and, yes, car information too. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P check if this car has entered or exited the airport in the past few days. Zhou Ning dialed Mr. Chu's mobile phone. How's the surveillance going? Mr. Zhao gave you the information about those two cars. Have they been spotted at the airport often? What times did they appear? Boss, don't be in a hurry. We've found the surveillance footage. Just a coincidence, though. Both cars were at the airport on April 27th, only 20 minutes apart. One at the north side international exit and the other at the south side domestic exit. However, because of the buses parked there, the surveillance camera's angles couldn't capture who got into the cars. Zhou Ning narrowed his eyes. Indeed, the airport was like this, with outdated surveillance and cameras that couldn't cover everything. He had encountered such problems before. Can you see the license plates? Yes, according to the information Mr. Zhao gave me, the car at the domestic exit belongs to Conda Holdings, and the car at the international exit belongs to Jinhua Group. I've sent screenshots to Mr. Zhao's WeChat. Do you need me to keep tracking? As he spoke, Mr. Zhao's computer screen flickered, obviously receiving the video. Zhou Ning said not to rush, clicked on the video, and the three leaned in to watch. Indeed, the buses were congested and completely obstructed the view of the Maybach's passenger side. The car didn't stop for long before it drove away. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Such speed at an airport meant they were either waiting right outside or in communication with someone. It looks like we need to start checking the call logs. And the airport surveillance didn't catch any footage of Shenshi? Zhou Ning used the speakerphone, and hearing Su Daiwan's question, he hastily replied, I found two, but I couldn't tell who is who, which is what confuses me. After all, in Qidong, the international and domestic exits are connected internally. This footage at the international exit was taken at 12:31 p.m. After she came out, she stood next to the guide booth, and when she left, I couldn't tell. But during that time, the Jinhua Group's Maybach did indeed stop there. As for the domestic exit, this person appeared at 12:24 p.m., also going straight to the back of the buses, and then disappearing. At the same time, Conda Holdings' Maybach stopped at the gate for less than a minute before driving away. I can't tell who's who among these two people, nor do I know if they got into the luxury cars. Mr. Zhao stared intently at the video, replaying it several times, and then raised his hand to say, I don't know about the people, but I recognize the cars. Contact Jinhua Group. This is the car in the photo. Though they are both Maybach 62SS, they differ in price by several million. The interior is not even in the same league. The color here matches the custom color in the photo. Su Dayuan looked puzzled, but Zhou Ning patted Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P Zhao's shoulder and said into the phone, track down the Maybach that left the international exit. Search for the vehicle's whereabouts throughout the city and inform us immediately of any news. Zhou Ning hung up the phone and looked at Su Dayuan. Leader, I trust Mr. Zhao's judgment. Now that the search range is too wide and Mr. Liang's team hasn't made any progress, why don't we give it a try? You're not hesitating because the other party is Jinhua Group, are you? Su Dayuan gave a sideways glance and grabbed his phone. Quit using reverse psychology on me. I'll have someone check these phone numbers for any connection to Jinhua Group. Get Mr. Wang ready. Be prepared to go out at a moment's notice. Once done, Su Dayuan went out, said something to Lu Yufei back in the conference room, and left. Lu Yufei then directly approached Shin Kaijun. Out with it. Do you know the person who drives the Maybach? Shin Kaijun involuntarily shook her head, to which Lu Yufei turned the computer screen directly towards Shin Kaijun. Stop shaking your head. This lie detector software is practically flashing. Do you think the police are big fools, that you can deceive us however you want? Speak the truth now or you won't get another chance later. Shin Kaijun pursed her lips tightly, and after a long moment, she finally nodded. I suppose I do. Who do you know? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody, P. Chapter 533 to 503. Always ready to take action _1 Chapter 533. Chapter 503. Always ready to take action _1 Shin Kaijun still pressed her lips together. But Lu Yufei didn't hurry her, just glanced at the time. Let's not delay each other. I've explained everything earlier. I don't want to waste time. Say whoever you know if you want. If not, well, leave now, and you'll be temporarily detained, understand? Don't rush me, actually. I don't know what that person's name is. He's in the information I just wrote. He was in first class with an old man. The old man called him Mubai. They seemed very close, but I think he's just an assistant or something. I gave him my work phone number when he asked for it. When we left the airport, we happened to see this person in the parking lot. He was loading all sorts of luggage into the car. He even waved at me. I don't recognize the car emblem. It looked like a Zongzi. Later, I searched it and found it to be a Maybach. Honestly, I have regrets. But I haven't seen the person again, nor have they contacted me. During the Spring Festival, I sent a blessing text message but got no response. I'm telling the truth. There's no lie. You can check if that software isn't flickering now, right? Lu Yufei nodded, took notes, had Mr. Shan get Shin Kaijun to sign and fingerprint, and called someone from outside the door to take Shin Kaijun away. As she was being taken away, Shin Kaijun continued to shout something. At this moment, Mr. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody, P. Zhao raised his phone. His friend Sangu had sent him a work ID photo of a handsome young man, namely Mubai. No wonder Shin Kaijun didn't try to hook up then. After all, those rich heirs from big corporations, the second-generation ones, their looks are rather disappointing. Only those from the third generation onwards tend to be more presentable. This is Li Mubai, the driver for the Jinhua Group chairman, but his work number isn't among these phone numbers. Su Dayuan nodded, glanced at the time with a slight frown. The interrogation took too long. It was past 7 o'clock, and going to the company to arrest someone after hours meant they might have already gone home, which would require alerting the company and could easily startle the prey. Let's stop here for today. Yufei, send someone to investigate whether Li Mubai is in Qidong. Zhou Ning, withdraw with your team. Tomorrow morning, the technical unit will follow up and extract DNA and fingerprints as soon as possible. Although the case was urgent, everyone understood that everything would wait until tomorrow morning, and they quickly left work without further discussion. The next morning, at 7:30, Zhou Ning came down from the technical unit. By this time, Mr. Wang, the driver, was already standing in front of the vehicle, with several other people inside, including Mr. Sun, Mr. Yang, Mr. Wang, Zhu Xingxing, Mr. Chu, and the poet, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The rest of the people had not come down, and aside from the poet who was a bit nervous and excited, the others seemed quite calm. Did you bring all the necessary items? Mr. Wang nodded. Your 2 cases and all sorts of equipment for handling high levels of decay. We've got it all. Shall we depart now? Get in and wait. Once Director Su and Lu De come down, we'll leave. Before his words had faded, Lu Yufei and Su Dayuan arrived, and they got straight into the Iveco with Zhou Ning. Mr. Zhou gave them a look but didn't dare to speak. What are you looking at? Shin Kaijun is in the car ahead. Mr. Wang, let's depart and follow the convoy straight out the main gate. Mr. Wang quickly started the car, heading out the back exit towards the main building entrance, and the convoy drove north. Su Dayuan kept making calls, one to inform Liang Honggang of their movements and another to coordinate with the local police station to contact Jinhua Group. As they were almost there, Su Daiwan's phone rang, saying that someone was already arranged to meet them. As the car stopped in front of a building, Zhou Ning looked up, realizing for the first time the building belonged to Jinhua Group. As they got out of the car, 2 local policemen and a woman in a skirt suit with black-framed glasses quickly approached, looking neat with an air of precision. After brief introductions, the woman, surnamed Lu, one of Mr. Fang's executive assistants, politely escorted Su Dayuan and the others upstairs. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Upon reaching the 15th floor conference room, a girl brought in bottled water, but Mr. Lu quickly waved her off, asking for tea to be prepared, which was declined by Su Dayuan. No need for tea, we're here on a case and it's urgent. I believe the police already contacted you. We're looking for someone. The person's name is Li Mubai. Our investigation indicates he's the chairman's driver. I want to know where this person is. Mr. Lu didn't show any sign of panic and smiled at Su Dayuan. Please be patient, leader. This person has taken our chairman to inspect a subsidiary, and they are on their way back. I've just asked the special assistant. ITLL take about 15 more minutes to arrive. Please wait a moment. I didn't mention your investigation to them. Here, going to the chairman's office would be the proper procedure. Once the person reaches downstairs, I shall inform you immediately. How's that? Su Dayuan nodded in satisfaction, as if he thought of something else. He then asked, I'd also like to inquire about a personal matter regarding your chairman. In the covered area including Guizhou Road, Zaitong Gorge Road, Dexian Road, Xiufu Road by the seaside, does he personally own any older residences? Similar to villas near Badagwan with high terrain, even with a sea view, the kind of old standalone properties with their own courtyard? Mr. Lu paused, pondered for a moment, took out his phone to make a call, appearing to give instructions. Shortly after, someone came with a file box. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Mr. Lu took it and looked at Su Dayuan. I'm aware you're the leaders of the Criminal Investigation Division, and the case is the priority, but may I ask, what exactly are you investigating? Does it relate to our group? After all, we are a listed company. Any negative news is a big deal for us. Su Dayuan laughed, appreciating the direct approach. I can share part of it with you, he said. We're investigating a homicide. The victim's last contact might have been Li Mubai, and it could be related to your group through the Maybach the victim rode in. Mr. Lu had a moment of realization, and his expression turned serious. He quickly opened the file box and found a property deed along with several photographs. Our chairman has acquired quite a few old villas in Qidong. Many were purchased early on, not as investments or for profit, but because he grew up near St. Michael's Church. I think he probably wants to preserve some memories of his childhood and doesn't wish to see these places demolished. Since the investment was made early, many are now very valuable, but he has no intention of selling. Last year, these villas were also successively repaired and renovated. The exteriors kept their original style, while the interiors were redesigned in a modern style. We arrange accommodations there for especially important clients. Based on the locations mentioned, these 2 houses should fit the description. One is at number 24 Pingdu Road, Qidong District, and the other is at No/P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P for Anhui Road, Qidong District. Here are the photos of the 2 buildings. Su Dayuan took the photographs, gave them a quick glance, and passed them on for Zhou Ning and the others to examine. Zhou Ning paused when he saw the pictures. The two villas were unlike the concept he had in mind. They weren't small courtyards with lush, floral surroundings and a central building. The one on Anhui Road was a two-story building facing the street, painted yellow with a red tile roof, typical German-style windows, and clean window frames with no ivy wrapping around. It was also significantly shorter than the surrounding structures. As for the villa on Pingda Road, it was a three-story building that seemed to be built in an L shape along the street, more exquisite, also without any ivy, just two large trees in front of the door. Zhou Ning flipped through the photos. There were many, but he didn't find any that were valuable. When Su Dayuan saw Zhou Ning's expression, he leaned over. Not matching? Zhou Ning nodded and glanced at Peng Shinian, about to speak when Peng Shinian suddenly exclaimed, which made everyone gather around. What's wrong? I noticed these photos are all taken from the street. Are there any of the other side? And this three-story building, from the angle of the sunlight, it should be an east-facing house, right? Mr. Liu shook his head. Sorry, I'm only aware of these places, but have never actually visited them. Can you tell me what exactly you're looking for in a house? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhou Ning and Peng Shinian looked to Su Dayuan, as whether they could disclose this depended on his judgment. Just then, footsteps were heard. Mr. Liu stood up and gestured downward, whispering to them. Please wait here for a moment, leaders. I'll go check if it might be the chairman returning. If Driverly comes up with him, I'll find a way to send him away and speak to the chairman. After that, you can inquire with Driverly in here. This arrangement was quite good, and it was clear that Mr. Liu didn't have much tolerance for Li Mubai, even seeming quite pleased about the police investigation. Zhou Ning watched Mr. Liu closely and asked in a low voice. Can I ask if driver Li Mubai has done anything excessive within your group? Mr. Liu was taken aback by Zhou Ning's question, then revealed a comfortable smile, distinctly different from the professional one he wore before. All of us assistants in the secretarial department, as well as several beautiful girls from the branch offices, regardless of age, were harassed by this driver Li. But don't underestimate him for being just a driver. His father once saved Mr. Feng's life, and he also holds original shares in the group, so the group had an epiphany. It was no wonder Li could behave so inappropriately within the group and still be safe. Being in the favor of the chairman and having a particular history meant that such a person, unless they made a severe mistake, was unlikely to be dismissed from the group. Similarly, whether Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Fong would cooperate with the police investigation into this individual was unknown. Even with his favoritism, such a significant issue should warrant clear thinking, right? When Zhou Ning snapped back from his thoughts, Mr. Liu had already left, the door shut behind him. Liu Yufei stood at the door, seemingly ready to act should footsteps approach the meeting room. Mr. Liu's voice could be heard. Li, you go rest in our office. There are some foreign clients in the meeting room, talking with Mr. Liu and Mr. Fong. Mr. Fong is here too? Yes, he came with Mr. Liu. Okay. If Mr. Fong needs the car, just call me. Everyone realized who had been outside the door just now. It was undoubtedly Li Mubai, who almost entered the room. Peng Shinian started to get up, but Mr. Zhao held him back. In the room, only Su Dayuan and Liu Yufei were in uniform. The technical and laboratory staff were all in casual clothes, having come in a rush with no time to prepare. As they were thinking, the meeting room door opened, and Liu Yufei stood ready behind it. Mr. Liu looked at Su Dayuan and nodded slightly. Please follow me. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. Chapter 534 to 504. So what's next? _1 Chapter 534. Chapter 504. So what's next? _1 Su Dayuan and Liu Yufei went into the director's office. Mr. Zhao stood up, walked to the door to listen for a moment, and then tiptoed back. This assistant Liu is no simple character. She knew right away that we were here for something big and understood to strike the snake at its 7 inches. It's likely Li Mubai has stirred up plenty of trouble in the group before, while she has always played the peacemaker. Otherwise, with just a hint from her just now that Li Mubai was about to bolt, but he obediently left instead. Mr. Yang tilted his head slightly and asked in a low voice, "Mr. Fong? Could it be a family business and this Mr. Fong is Mr. Fang's son?" Mr. Zhao, holding his phone, checked Huajin Group's organizational structure. He easily accessed the relevant information through the police service network and said with a slightly curled lip, "I actually found it. Fong Shiping is the only son of Mr. Fong, the chairman of Huajin Group, and is the general manager of Huajin Real Estate. Although Huajin Real Estate hasn't developed many properties, they do have a lot of land holdings. Are they waiting for the prices to rise before developing them? They really are rich." Mr. Yang exclaimed softly and moved closer. "Where's the land?" "Right next to our place. They've fenced it off, but haven't developed or constructed anything. I was saying if they build new properties there, ID swap for a new house, /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. The rich really do know how to play." Zhou Ning remained silent, his mind dwelling on Assistant Liu's words. Where there are many people, there's naturally competition. He wasn't concerned with that and didn't want to waste energy pondering such relationships, but the suggestive nature of that person's speech was too strong, making one doubt their motives. He walked to the window, with Mr. Yang and Mr. Zhao's idle chatter behind him. After a long wait, there was finally some movement at the door. Zhou Ning turned around to see Su Deyuan with no particular expression on his face. "I've explained to Mr. Fong and Mr. Fong the situation. Mr. Chu will arrange the space and conduct a quick interrogation here. Then, as soon as we get Li Mubai's phone, we must check his call and chat history. Recover whatever is found. Mr. Chu can restore the content, right?" Mr. Chu nodded his head. "I can recover it. We'll need to keep the camera on for recording, right?" Su Deyuan hummed an affirmation, and Mr. Chu swiftly got to work. Mr. Wang came over to help, and Zhou Ning approached, but Su Deyuan waved him away. "The Maybach is just downstairs. I think if Shen Shui had ridden in that car, she would have cleaned thoroughly, but I still hope you all can inspect it. As for the villa, we have a lead. It's at number 24 Pingde Road, Qidong District. The house is street-facing, appearing to be L-shaped from the outside. There's a garden in the middle and some open space, /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Of course, there is a main building inside, a stone house that's old and unwhitewashed because the exterior walls are covered with greenery." He said he wasn't sure if it was ivy. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ning perked up, and Mr. Zhao was even more enthusiastic, pulling up the electronic map and finding the location. He stared at the satellite image for a long time, but couldn't make out the details when zooming in. "Leader, why don't we go there now and have Mr. Chu check the nearby surveillance to see if the Maybach has been there?" Su Deyuan gestured dismissively. "No rush. When we find the person, nothing is urgent. After all, it's only a 5-minute drive. We'll discuss everything once I finish interrogating Li Mubai. Mr. Zhao and Mr. Yang, take some people to inspect the Maybach first." Mr. Zhao saluted gleefully. Getting to inspect such an expensive car up close was more than just a work matter to him. "Understood. You guys come with me. Zhu Xingxing, assist Mr. Chu and set up several law enforcement recorders." The setup was quickly completed, and Lu Yufei led Li Mubai in. Upon entering the room and seeing so many people, Li Mubai instinctively paused, wanting to step back, but Lu Yufei pushed him forward. "Sit down." Li Mubai wobbled, affecting a look of indifference. "So many of you here to bully me, is it? Let's see who dares to touch me. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Su Deyuan eyed Li Mubai. This guy seemed not very bright, seeing so many police officers and remaining unflustered, but rather so resistant, was somewhat puzzling. Sit down, I have a few questions for you. Asking them here is already sparing you some dignity. If I cuff you and take you into the criminal police brigade for questioning, even if you're innocent, you'd still feel humiliated, right? A listed company like yours, what you fear most are negative headlines. Don't you consider that for your chairman? Li Mubai calmed down, thought for a moment, then sat down boldly, rolling up his sleeves. Ask away. Name, age, time of employment, place of work, ID number, and home address. Recite them in turn. Li Mubai, 26 years old, working for 5.5 years. No need to mention the place of work, right? You're standing right here. I can't remember my ID number, so I'll show it to you. Saying this, he took out his driving license, picked out his ID card from it, and as he did so, a fairy stick fell out. He didn't seem embarrassed at all, picked it up and put it back in his pocket. Unlocked the phone and handed over to our colleague. Li Mubai was quite cooperative, unlocking the phone and passing it to Liu Yufei, who had approached him. On April 27th, what were you doing at the airport? Dropping someone off. Whom did you drop off? Li Mubai smirked, staring at Su Dayuan as if to challenge him. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Liu Yufei lifted her leg and kicked Li Mubai's raised leg, nearly causing him to fall, and he glared back at her. What's that for? Sit tight, seriously answer my questions. As I just told you, we are from the Qidong City Criminal Police Brigade investigating a criminal case. If you fail to clarify issues or lie to us, the consequences will be very serious. Don't be nonchalant. Answer the questions seriously without drivel. Li Mubai was visibly upset but stopped glaring at Liu Yufei, apparently realizing the gravity of the situation. I was picking up our chairman and Mr. Ping, who had business to attend to in the Malay country. I collected them from the airport on the morning of May 1st. What time was the flight that left Qidong? The flight was at 12:40. I arrived at the airport around 11:10 because they wanted to enter early to have a meal. I have call records, you can look at my phone. I mean on WeChat. After the chairman went in, he sent me a message to get the car serviced. Going to the Malay country, why were you seen at the domestic arrivals gate at 12:24? As he spoke, Su Dayuan gestured, and Liu Yufei had already found a screenshot from the surveillance video. Li Mubai glanced at it, then fell silent. Don't want to talk? Li Mubai shook his head. I had an appointment with a girl, a flight attendant. She's from Chuanyu province. I met her on a flight before, she's a twin. I had planned this a long time ago, to take her out while the chairman was abroad. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. None seemed to expect Li Mubai to mention the flight attendant so casually, and Zhou Ning also turned to look at Li Mubai. A few days' trip, was it arranged? Li Mubai nodded, pointing to his phone. On that rarely used phone, there's a WeChat account. When I plan to take girls out, I usually use that account for contact, as well as that number. But after we agreed to meet, we had a meal, and she left abruptly. I don't even know what happened. What's the girl's name? Shin Kaijun. After speaking, Li Mubai looked somewhat puzzled, not understanding why Su Dayuan would ask such a question. Continue. How can you be sure she's Shin Kaijun? Did she tell you herself, or did you see some ID? And why would she leave in the middle of the meal? I understand her luggage was still in your trunk. Could she have opened it on her own and left without finishing the meal? Li Mubai spread his hands, with a touch of anger. I really don't understand either. We got along great before. I met the sisters during the National Day holiday and talked online for half a year before we arranged to meet. Initially, I wanted to sleep with her, but after getting to know her more, I started to like Shin Kaijun better. She's not only beautiful but also has a great personality. She's nothing like the local girls in Qidong. She would never shout at you, always gentle. I was upfront with her about my situation. I seem impressive, driving a luxury car and frequenting high-end places, but I'm just a driver. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. P. She didn't see it as a problem and kept comforting me, suggesting I become more responsible. Being trusted and close to the chairman, I should learn something useful. Can't stay a driver forever, right? I think she's right, and I am currently learning about investment. The chairman even praised me for having a good eye and invested with me in a project in the Malay country. Although my investment is small, the returns will be good, and I keep myself updated. This statement completely contradicted what Mr. Liu had previously conveyed. Zhou Ning's face filled with doubt as he glanced at the notebook computer in front of Liu Yufei. There was no reaction from the software, meaning Li Mubai wasn't lying and the situation was getting more complicated. Could it be that Mr. Liu lied? Why? Su Daiwan's attitude softened a lot. He raised his hand to stop Li Mubai and corrected him. You're going off topic. Carefully recount everything that happened at the airport after you met Shin Kaijun. The more detail, the better. We'll be the ones to judge. Li Mubai paused and put away his flippant demeanor, looking at Su Dayuan with some concern. Why do you keep asking about Shin Kaijun? Could it be that she's had an accident? Su Dayuan didn't reply, just looked up at him. Answer the questions. Once you've confirmed everything you've said, I'll answer your question. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. Li Mubai tugged at his collar, picked up another phone, opened WeChat, and handed it over to Su Dayuan, then said, "This is the WeChat account we use to chat. Honestly, I was a jerk before, no different from my boorish friends, have met plenty of beautiful women, and have been with quite a few. Most of them were interested because I drove a Maybach, and I enjoyed that feeling. Spending some money didn't bother me, after all, they were the ones throwing themselves at me. Their intentions were so transparent, I had no reason to be polite. But after meeting Shin Kaijun, I changed. I cleaned up that WeChat account, only kept her. On the morning of April 27th, Shin Kaijun messaged me, asking if I was prepared. She said she was heading to the airport. I replied asking if she was ready, saying I was poor. She sent me a shy emoji, and after that said she would be out around 12:20. I dropped off the chairman and Mr. Ping according to schedule, then drove around, knowing how small Qidong Airport's parking lot is. When the time was right, I headed to the curb near the domestic arrivals gate, surrounded by buses. But just after I stopped, I saw her come out. I hugged her, helped with her luggage, loaded up the car, and we quickly left. I was so nervous at that moment, my hand sweating as I held hers. She took some photos, but I didn't dare be in them. I don't know whether she posted them on Moments or told someone. I took her to eat first. I don't remember much of our conversation. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Whenever she looked up at me, I felt nervous. She said she had kept something from me and wasn't sure whether to come clean. At that point, I was extremely anxious, thinking she might have a boyfriend, the kind ready to marry, and that meeting me left her dissatisfied. Zhou Ning had an epiphany, guessing that at the time, Shin Shui was likely setting the stage to level with Li Mubai, having used Shin Kaijun's identity to interact with him all along. Seeing Li Mubai pause, Su Dayuan waved at him. Don't stop, keep talking. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 535 to 505. Related parties _1 Chapter 535, Chapter 505. Related parties _1 Li Mubai was indeed obedient. He just took a deep breath and then continued saying, however, she didn't go on. She said that she needed to muster the courage to be honest, and asked me to take her for a walk by the seaside. I asked if she shouldn't put down her luggage first. She said, let's talk about it later, and then we went to Shirlaran and drove to Yonko, walking around Cha Mount. I took her to Villa number 24, that's Pingda Road number 24. It's not open to the public, it's for internal hosting. The private dining there is excellent, the accommodations are of a high standard, very private and more upscale. I escorted her to her room, which was number 288 in Stone Building. I had just entered the room when I got a phone call. I hurried to answer it, and the call was a bit long, took about 20 minutes or so. When I got back to the room, I found it empty, so I went straight to look around the courtyard and the entrance, but there was no sign of anyone, and the gatekeeper was gone too. I panicked at that time and was very confused. We had agreed to hang out. She wouldn't just leave without saying goodbye, right? Moreover, she came here with me. She knew what it meant. I dialed her cell phone, and the call was hung up. I rushed to the front desk. There was no one there, but there was a girl who was on one side when I brought Shin Kai-jun in. I asked her where Miss Shin, who came with me, had gone. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The door to her room was open. How could she have left? She glanced at the photo on my phone and seemed to recall something. She said, Miss Shin came downstairs about 15 minutes ago, standing behind me. It seemed that she heard the content of my conversation, and she appeared very unhappy. She went upstairs with her luggage and left. She asked if it was a black trolley case. At that moment, I was dumbstruck. She walked out after hearing my phone call? Then I thought carefully. The call was with Mr. Liu's assistant, and in the end, I spoke a few words with Mr. Liu himself. Their film company needed to arrange for 3 young stars to meet with a big shot, and the meeting was supposed to take place at a villa in the Mashan scenic area. Thinking about it, the conversation I had just had with Mr. Liu's assistant could be easily misunderstood. During the selection of personnel, I had boasted about who had larger breasts, who had a rounder butt, and was even ready with makeup, knowing full well how rotten that circle is. But I didn't know she would misunderstand me. After all, this is what I do for work, and I had been honest with her about it. Why would she just walk away? Shouldn't she have asked me face to face? At the very least, I deserved a chance to explain, especially since we had a nice chat all afternoon. I was not willing to give up, so I sent her a lot of WeChat messages to explain, but got no response. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I don't know how much later. Shin Kai-jun finally replied with a WeChat message. She said to stop contacting her, that she had already boarded the plane, we were not compatible, and she did not want to be with someone so full of vices. She might have had hope for me before, but this time she was thoroughly disillusioned. I immediately dialed her number. The prompt tone indicated that it was out of service. I thought that meant she had blacklisted me. I quickly replied on WeChat, telling her not to rush boarding the plane and that everything just now was a misunderstanding and was merely about arranging some affairs for the group's leadership. But as the message was sent, I discovered that WeChat had blacklisted me too, leaving only a red exclamation mark. At that point, I was really angry. Everything had been fine, and then this phone call had to come at this time, making such suggestive remarks. But what else could I do? I could only drive home. Su Dayuan was looking through Li Mubai's WeChat history with Shin Kai-jun and all the timestamps. Indeed, just as Li Mubai had said, there was no lying. Looking at the timing of the phone calls, he noted that the most concentrated period of outgoing calls started after 1933, while the exclamation mark in the WeChat message appeared at 23:17. Su Dayuan raised his eyes, staring at Li Mubai. The villa number 24 you mentioned, does it have surveillance? Didn't you think of checking the surveillance footage at that time? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Li Mubai was taken aback, raised his hand as if to gesticulate something, but eventually slapped his thigh. I was so flustered at the time, I didn't think of that. I've told you everything truthfully, just tell me what you're investigating. Can you tell me now? Has Shin Kai-jun had an accident? Su Dayuan glanced at Zhou Ning, who remained silent. From the entire questioning process, it was evident that Li Mubai had not lied. However, perhaps Li Mubai did not know that the person he had been meeting and contacting all this time was not called Shin Kai-jun, but Shin Shi. However, Zhou Ning was puzzled. According to what Shin Kai-jun had said before, she had been in contact with Li Mubai, and Li Mubai hadn't even paid much attention to her, not responding to a New Year greeting, leaving it unanswered like a stone sinking into the sea. So when had they made contact? It was almost impossible for them to be separated while being in the same cabin crew. Zhou Ning edited his thoughts into a text message and sent it to Su Dayuan. Su Dayuan glanced at his phone, walked over to Lu Yufei and found 2 photos in the notebook. He turned the laptop screen to show Li Mubai. Just now you said you preferred the younger of the 2 sisters. Looking at these 2 people together, can you tell who is who? Li Mubai glanced at the screen, didn't distinguish for long, and pointed at one of them, saying, "This one is Shin Kaijun. She looks gentler, and there's a cowlick right here at the widow's peak. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p." Su Dayuan looked towards Lu Yufei, who nodded. "This is Shin Shudi." Li Mubai was startled, his face a picture of disbelief. "What are you talking about?" "This is Shin Kaijun." Su Dayuan wasn't swayed by Li Mubai's emotions and asked again, "Do you know of any other distinguishing features on Shin Kaijun's body? Like birthmarks, moles, or scars?" Li Mubai thought for a moment, then pointed to his own phone and said, "We've talked a lot. She sent me a photo of a birthmark on her wrist. It's brown and shaped like a flower petal, very pretty and easy to recognize. As for moles, she said she had them removed from her face, but there's one behind her left ear. She sent me a photo of that too." Lu Yufei picked up Li Mubai's phone, found the photo, and then sent it to Ma Ying. Soon, Ma Ying replied that the real Shin Kaijun did not have that mole behind her left ear. She also said that Shin Shui had a mole behind her ear. Following Lu Yufei's instruction, Ma Ying soon brought Shin Kaijun upstairs. As soon as she entered the conference room, Li Mubai stood up, took a couple of glances, and then sat down again. "This isn't Shin Kaijun." Shin Kaijun snorted, visibly very antagonistic toward Li Mubai's attitude. "I'm saying, how do you know I'm not Shin Kaijun? Also, I sent you a WeChat message, why didn't you respond?" Lu Yufei glanced at Shin Kaijun, finding her initially full of elegance, but now realizing she actually lacked capacity in her brain, preoccupied with how to charm men. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Knowing that the police were investigating Shin Shui's murder case, she still had the leisure to talk about such things, which left Lu Yufei speechless. Turning to Li Mubai, she quickly confirmed, "You're sure she's not the Shin Kaijun you know, right?" Li Mubai nodded and, before Shin Kaijun could speak, Lu Yufei had already waved her hand to signal Ma Ying to take people out. Only then did Su Dayuan approach Li Mubai. "The person you just saw is the real Shin Kaijun. The one you knew is actually called Shin Shui. The 2 aren't sisters, but because of plastic surgery, they look very alike. They were closely acquainted, so they deliberately imitated each other, which is why many people thought they were twins. The Shin Shui you knew disappeared on April 27th. If you're not lying, that means she vanished after she left the villa at number 24. According to the video footage we have, we can confirm she is dead. It's just that the body hasn't been found." Li Mubai's eyes widened, his eye sockets already reddening, his chest heaving visibly. "Then what are you standing there for? It'll take you to the villa at number 24. If I had persisted that night, or called the police directly, perhaps she wouldn't have met with trouble. It's all my fault." With that, Li Mubai grabbed his own hair and slapped himself twice on the face, very hard, his cheeks flushing red. Su Dayuan glanced at Zhou Ning, who quickly made a call to Mr. Zhao. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. That guy went to inspect the vehicle, but why was it taking so long with no news? Zhou Ning seriously suspected Mr. Zhao was using the inspection as an excuse to thoroughly examine the car. After a few rings, Mr. Zhao finally answered. "Zhou Xiao, have you finished the interrogation?" "I've just finished with the investigation myself. We found several long hairs on the car, a chestnut brown color, with intact follicles, suitable for DNA extraction. As for fingerprints, we found many, and we've also made matches. There are indeed remnants of Shin Shui's fingerprints on the passenger side. As for the trunk and the back seat, there are no particular findings for now. We've also collected soil samples from the tire treads. Shin Kaijun's fingerprints were not found, but there are quite a few other samples collected, which have already been sent for examination." "Are we heading up?" Zhou Ning glanced at Su Dayuan and, seeing him shake his head, he quickly said, "No need, wait for us downstairs, we'll be right down." With a wave from Su Dayuan, Li Mubai stood up and offered, "Take me with you, I'll go with you." I remember the waitress I saw that night. She was unfamiliar, but I remember her. Su Dayuan didn't refuse. Zhou Ning, exceptionally, got up and stood in front of Li Mubai to stop him. "Hold on, I have a question for you. The villa at number 24 serves as a private restaurant for entertaining guests and as a special residence for your group, right?" Li Mubai nodded, looking at Zhou Ning. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p, that's right. So, who has the authority to take guests there to stay? Is it necessary to sign for it? Moreover, when you took Shinshui there on the evening of the 27th, did you encounter any acquaintances besides the waitstaff? Li Mubai thought for a moment and then shook his head slightly. No, the lights were on in the small Huang building ahead, but I didn't see any familiar cars in front or in the backyard. I have memorized all the car numbers that can be called upon both inside and outside the group. I wouldn't miss it. Zhou Ning nodded, withdrawing his hand that had been blocking, and everyone took the elevator downstairs. While waiting for the elevator, someone peeked from the corridor, and Zhou Ning took a glance. It was one of the girl assistants who had gone to pour water. However, recalling Mr. Liu's introduction to Li Mubai earlier, Zhou Ning's brow furrowed. Though it was only a simple inquiry, Li Mubai didn't seem like someone who could hide his emotions. The disdain and indifference from when he first entered, the sweetness of the online romance, and the confusion and anger after suddenly leaving upon meeting, all were evident on his face. Maybe he used to play around and liked to flirt with pretty girls, but it was obvious that his fondness for Shinshui was sincere, and he had become more reserved. He even started learning investment tactics, which was quite different from what Mr. Liu had described. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p took the elevator downstairs. Li Mubai was escorted into a car by Liu Yufei and Zhang Ping. Although he was not handcuffed, it attracted a lot of attention. Zhou Ning pulled Su Dayuan aside, passing him his phone with his own suspicions written on it. Su Dayuan looked at Zhou Ning with a smile, leaned in and whispered, "Same as what I was thinking. Don't worry, Mr. Chu had just checked the company records. This Mr. Liu is also a related party, but apparently has some capability, having been by Mr. Feng's side for 3 years now. She solves some personal matters for Mr. Feng's son and family." Zhou Ning paused slightly, grasping the key point of the statement. Related party, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p chapter 536 to 506 stop babbling to me _1 chapter 536. Chapter 506 Stop babbling to me _1 Su Dayuan grabbed Mr. Chu, who was about to walk by, giving him a scare that almost made him drop the computer. Su Dayuan quickly caught the computer and gestured towards Mr. Chu. "What's up, boss?" "Nothing's up. Get in the van and tell Zhou Xiao what you just found out." Mr. Chu made an acknowledging sound, quite obediently sat in the Iveco next to Zhou Ning, opened up his computer, and showed Zhou Ning the information. After glancing at the content, Zhou Ning was slightly surprised. Lucina, Mr. Liu's full name, graduated from Yanshan University with a degree in economics, was 26 years old. Her involvement with Huajin Group was primarily through Mr. Liu Taisong, who she had referred to as Mr. Liu. He served as the general manager of the subsidiary Jinhua Film and Television, which had produced shows like Jing City Past Events. The following section was densely packed with shooting details, which Zhou Ning didn't examine closely. According to this introduction of Lucina, it seemed she looked down on this Li Mubai because he got into the group through nepotism, his father having saved Mr. Feng's life, and he was known for flirting everywhere. Seeing Zhou Ning so focused, Mr. Zhao came over too, while Su Dayuan turned his head and smiled at Zhou Ning. "How is it? Complicated, right? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. I've asked Fong Mu to stay behind, work with the local police station, and do an internal investigation within the group. We need to see if Li Mubai really has been womanizing as Lucina described, and we also need to look into their relationship. Of course, most importantly, we need to keep an eye on Lucina. I always felt like she's up to something. This arrangement was quite meticulous. Mr. Zhao, rubbing his chin like a love expert, said thoughtfully, "It can't be a case of love turned to hate, right? A rejected confession, watching the man she likes chase after pretty girls and being indifferent to her? That kind of blow is devastating. But this has nothing to do with the case at hand now, does it?" Su Daoyuan didn't respond to Mr. Zhao and turned to Mr. Chu. On the 27th, as per the time frame he mentioned, is there really a call record on Li Mubai's mobile phone? Yes, I just confirmed it. That phone number does indeed belong to Lu Taisong, but... Keep going, what's with the hesitation? Mr. Chu scratched his head and gave an awkward smile. I can't quite articulate it, but it just feels odd for the boss of a film company and the driver of a group chairman to have seemingly no need to communicate or arrange anything work-related. Zhou Ning nodded, continuing Mr. Chu's train of thought. For a group ranked in the top 3 of Qidong, the divisions of labor among departments are very detailed, with not much overlap. According to what Li Mubai said, even if it were borrowing Mr./P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P Fang's private house for a party, Lu Taisong could directly contact the assistants instead. Giving tasks to the chairman's driver seems like reaching over the stove to make the bed an unnecessary step. Mr. Chu quickly agreed. That's exactly what I mean. Even if the big boss is away on a trip, the driver should just stick to his driving duties. Li Mubai didn't refuse or say anything, which suggests this wasn't just a random occurrence. Mr. Zhao, leaning over the seat, caught on to their conversation and gave Mr. Chu a pat on the head. You've got a sharp mind there, Mr. Chu. If Mr. Fong had left instructions before he left, then what Lu Taisong did was fine. If not, then it's quite a distasteful matter. But from your discussion, it seems Li Mubai can be ruled out as a suspect? Su Daoyuan and Zhou Ning shook their heads together. Su Daoyuan was in a good mood and imitated the interrogation process and what Li Mubai had said, startling Mr. Zhao. A living person who can make a call and just disappear like that, there's no network for the surveillance, right? Mr. Chu nodded. It's not an externally operating hotel, so the police station didn't mandate networking. We can't retrieve any check-in information and have to go there to see for ourselves. At this moment, they clearly felt they were climbing a slope, and after the bump of a speed breaker, the driver, Mr. Wang, said, "We've arrived. Are we following the lead car into the backyard too? Let's follow, /P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. As the vehicle came to a stop, someone approached. Zhou Ning had seen clearly earlier that the leading police car took advantage of a gate moment when another vehicle was exiting. The boom barrier wasn't lowered, and it drove straight through. Since it was a police car, it was assumed the other side didn't dare to put up resistance, and the following vehicles also entered. If one were to pass by outside, they would never imagine that the ordinary-looking yellow building facing the street hid such a wonder inside. The courtyard was not small, with a little cherub peeing fountain sculpture in the center, reminiscent of the one in Brussels, the capital of Belgium. However, the surroundings were quite fancy, with the cherub standing on flowers and fierce animals, and it seemed the sculpture had been around for a while. Beside the courtyard were many European-style statues, hidden among the trees, with stone paths winding from the main gate to the exterior L-shaped yellow building, extending finally to the front of the central stone building. Called the stone building at first glance, one could see big stone chunks only in the staircase and base parts. The rest of the stone building's exterior, apart from the window openings, was enveloped in ivy, making it look like a green building. The exposed stones through the gaps showed very clear historical traces. While the others were relatively calm, Peng Xinian was bubbling with excitement, just about to speak when Mr./P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, Prosody P. Zhao grabbed his neck and whispered a warning. Poet, stop staring already. We will go in to check the scene in a moment. I know what you mean. These plants here are very similar to those in the video, aren't they? Ping Shinian nodded vigorously and averted his gaze. By this time, some people were already gathering around. However, upon seeing Li Mubai standing with Lu Yufei, they all paused mid-step and quickly nodded in greeting. Mr. Li, good day. May I ask if you require accommodations or if you need a private dining room to be prepared? Li Mubai shook his head, his expression one of barely suppressed fury. I've brought the police over for a visit. Also, where is the surveillance room? We need to check the video as a guest has lost an item. And bring me the registration books for guests who have checked in and dined here, including which executive arranged everything. I want to know it all. Don't go. What's the hurry? I haven't finished giving instructions. Check who is on duty on April 27th, just here at Mr. Huang's service desk. There was a short girl, very thin, with quite a number of pimples on her face and a Ludong Western region accent. The man who looked like a manager had a troubled look and shook his head while pointing to his earpiece. Mr. Li, how about I call out every staff member from the 24th so you can see if the person you spoke of is among them, okay? /P. Break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody P. Li Mubai glanced at Su Dayuan and, seeing him nod in agreement, spoke firmly, let's head to the main hall on the first floor of the stone building. You, take us to the surveillance room. The manager hurriedly relayed the order through the walkie-talkie, and Mr. Chu and Zhang Ping had already approached him. He was very polite, leading the two towards a corner of Mr. Huang's building. Li Mubai led Su Dayuan and the rest into the stone building. The first floor was spacious, with many old photos on the wall. It was apparent that these were pictures of the villa from the past. A few famous actors taking photos in the courtyard were also displayed on the walls. Before long, one after another, girls came in. Each wore a cheongsam, not revealing much flesh, but oozing charm. They all had name tags: Baiji, Dragon Hollyhock, Zissou, Linglan, Suyi, Qiusong, Peilon, Qingdai. Zhou Ning raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over these girls. Such appearances and figures seemed a bit too much for mere service staff. Why give them such poetically charged names of medicinal herbs and have such people as service staff? The implications were self-evident. Lu Yufei stepped forward and looked around. Everyone stand in 2 lines and prepare your ID cards. We're going to verify each one. Don't tell me you didn't bring it. Even if you're working here without your original ID, have the person in charge here prepare copies of your IDs. /P. Break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody P. With that statement, everyone started chattering away, but after Lu Yufei cast a look around, the voices of discussion quickly died down. Seeing that things had quieted down, Lu Yufei didn't say anything else, but glanced at Li Mubai beside her. You ask, okay? Li Mubai had already given the room a once-over, and the flurry on his face had already indicated that none of the many people standing there was the girl who had spoken to him that night. Zhou Ning looked around. Could it be that there were also shift rotations here, and that person was on the night shift? Where is the person who went to get the shift schedule? Just as Li Mubai was asking, the manager from outside ran in, holding 2 folders. One was opened to reveal employee registration forms. Each form was filled in by the employee, and an ID card copy was attached. The other folder contained the shift attendance information. After a glance, prompted by Su Dayuan, Li Mubai quickly asked, I need to know who is at the front desk of Mr. Huang's building on April 27th, the girl who received me. And information about the guests she received these past days. Why didn't you bring that? Instead of the expected panic, the manager smiled cryptically, spreading his hands and saying, I don't know who Mr. Li is referring to. Our personnel turnover here is extremely high. Forget a few days. It's possible for someone to come today and not show up tomorrow. /P. Break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody P. This place isn't open to the public and everyone knows what these girls are staying here for. Do I need to spell it out? Isn't it because they value the Huajin Group brand and hope to be discovered by some director or film company and get a chance for publicity? For a better future, these unspoken things, do you really want to recite them to the police? Li Mubai seemed not to have recovered, being catered to respectfully every time he came here. This was the first time someone spoke to him like this. Li Mubai became irate, his eyes bulging. Cut the crap. I know whose man you are. The police are here, and you're not cooperating. Isn't that interesting? With that, he stepped back and stood next to Su Dayuan, who watched the manager and extended his hand. Your ID card and the check-in and dining records from April 27th to today. Bring them to me within 5 minutes. Also, find a waiter to unlock all upstairs rooms. We need to conduct an inspection. We're from the Criminal Investigation Division, not the Public Security Brigade. Do you understand what the Criminal Investigation Division does? Hindering a case investigation and being detained for a few days is not a big deal. I can satisfy your curiosity. Of course, if you don't wish to comply, then don't make me repeat myself. The manager raised his hand and quickly instructed someone over the walkie-talkie. Soon after, someone brought over a notebook. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Meanwhile, Liu Yufei finished verifying and, holding a sign-in book, walked up to the manager and pointed at a name. What's the real name of this Banksia and why? After clocking in on the morning of April 27th. Is there no fingerprint information for clocking out or leaving the station that night? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Chapter 537 to 507 window _1 Chapter 537. Chapter 507 window _1 As they were speaking, Mr. Chu and his group walked in and went straight to the sides of Su Dayuan and Liu Yufei, lifting up a laptop for them to see. On the screen was a screenshot. Li Mubai was standing at the front desk with a girl who was talking to him. The girl was very pretty, but extremely petite, not taller than 160 centimeters and looking as if she weighed less than 80 pounds. Clearly, this was the girl that Li Mubai had met that day. Su Dayuan waved a hand, beckoning the manager to come over. Come here and see if this person is that Banksia, he said. The manager walked over and glanced at the video. Yes, that's her. This girl was here for less than 10 days, and she didn't show up on the morning of the 28th, which is considered a resignation since she didn't even claim her salary. We didn't lose anything either, so we didn't really pay it much mind. In fact, there are many such occurrences, particularly since many people from film and television companies come over, each pursuing their own futures. We can't exactly stop them. Furthermore, whatever means they use is beyond our control. Many people, chasing fame and development, come here with fake identities. I do have a registry here, but the ID cards look nothing like the person in the pictures. At this point, the manager paused and flipped open the employee registry, rifling from the back forward, and not long after, pulled out a form and handed it to Su Dayuan. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Su Dayuan took a look and saw that the girl in the ID photo was very ordinary looking, someone who wouldn't stand out in a crowd. Her appearance was indeed markedly different from the one in the surveillance screenshot. The girl was named Zhang Meng, from Yimeng City in the western part of Ludong Province, her educational institution listed as UXIN Film and Television Art Academy, 22 years old. The interests section of the form was filled with many items, and a mobile phone number was registered. Liu Yufei glanced at it and dialed immediately, but the call went directly to a message stating the phone was either switched off or unreachable. Zhou Ning had also come closer by now. Liu Yufei quickly made room for him to look. Comparing the ID photo with the screenshot, the eyes, nose, and mouth seemed completely different. However, He Shansuan had previously explained to him the various methods of cosmetic surgery, and, through the double child suicide case, he had acquired a certain understanding. Altering the teeth and the upper jawbone could greatly affect the appearance of the mouth. As for the eyes and nose, Rhinoplasty and epicanthoplasty were also possible to achieve. After all, her education and major were somewhat relevant to the date on the 24th. Send the video and ID information to Mr. Xia for a comparison, and also contact the Academy to look up Zhang Meng's records. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than. I believe there will be more photos on file, especially given that this ID photo seems to be from when she was 18, Su Dayuan instructed. Mr. Chu promptly followed through. Su Dayuan gestured to Li Mubai, who hurried over. Take our people and check out the room you booked, and call the manager over here. We need to inspect every room, Su directed. The manager hesitated, not moving, and after a moment, said, It's not that we're unwilling to cooperate with the police, but there are 2 guests staying on the 3rd floor, and as far as I know, they just came back in the early morning. They're probably still sleeping, and it would be rude to disturb them, right? Su Dayuan waved his hand dismissively. No problem, well explain. I discussed this with Mr. Fong before we came. He also stated that he would cooperate fully. Do you need me to call him now to relay the instructions? As Su Dayuan pretended to look for the number, the manager had already smiled, stepped aside from the stair entrance, signaled a room service staff member to come forward, and whispered a few instructions before attempting to back away. However, Su Dayuan stopped him. We don't know your honored surname yet, he said. The surname is Liu. My name is Lu Liwei, the manager responded. Manager Liu, please accompany us. We will be recording everything with our law enforcement recorder, but it's better to have your staff with us, to avoid any misunderstandings, Su Dayuan said. Lu Liwei had no chance to object, as Mr. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhao and Mr. Yang had already taken hold of the manager, one on each side, and were leading him upstairs. Meanwhile, Mr. Chu received a message. Xia Momo was the first to reply. She believed there were differences in their facial bones, but after analyzing the cranial shape, the hairline, and a mole inside the eyebrow, she concluded that they were the same person. Zhou Ning's face was practically pressed against the screen, yet he hadn't noticed a mole in the girl's eyebrow in the video. Mr. Chu rubbed his nose, holding back laughter. Mr. Xia is able to do the comparison. The R&AMP Winking and Laughing Center developed a special comparison software for her to analyze bone and facial similarities. It's not installed on my computer, but Mr. Xia mentioned it's because you often need related comparisons, so it was developed especially for you. Apparently, quite a few people are interested, Mr. Chu told Zhou Ning. Now it was Zhou Ning's turn to be surprised. He couldn't believe this was linked to him. He felt somewhat embarrassed, for after all, he knew the shame of taking credit for others' work. It was Xia Momo's doing, and he couldn't take the credit. However, this wasn't the time to discuss that. If you're certain, then search for this person's information. Shen Shui disappeared here on the 27th, and the next day she didn't show up for work. Obviously, there's a connection to the previous disappearances, Zhou Ning said. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He paused, then leaned close to Su Dayuan and whispered, We're encountering quite a few people with the surname Liu today. Su Dayuan patted Zhou Ning's shoulder, indicating that he understood, and then tapped the information from the employee registry, revealing a form with Lu Liwei's details. Clearly, Su Dayuan had already considered this point, and Zhou Ning breathed a sigh of relief. Director Su, you can proceed with the questioning. I'm going to lead Peng Xinyan upstairs to have a look and also compare with the video, Zhou Ning said. Su Dayuan nodded. Lu Yufei had already started to call names as people stepped forward to be interviewed. Some of the ladies were still whispering amongst themselves. The presence of the police didn't seem to alarm them. Peng Xinyan followed Zhou Ning to the 2nd floor. Lu Liwei, along with Mr. Zhao and the others, stood at the farthest end of the eastern corridor. The small building did not look modest from outside, but it did not house many rooms per floor. Upon counting, there were a total of 9 rooms on the 2nd floor, with a small hall in the center. Zhou Ning did not go directly to where Mr. Zhao and his group were. He opened the map on his phone, located the customs building, and then walked to the window of the small hall. The window here was not large, and unlike the typical protruding German-style windows, it was slightly set back, which made it less likely for Ivy to obstruct the view. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. Peng Xinian stepped up beside him, looked out of the window, and then at the screenshot on Zhou Ning's phone. The angle we have of that building from here seems incorrect. Zhou Ning nodded. Although the terrain is high, from this angle, one cannot see the customs building unless pressing against the window. So, the height is right, but the angle is slightly off. Tell them to start with the rooms on the south side of the second floor. Peng Xinian hurriedly went to give the order. Mr. Zhao and Mr. Yang didn't say anything, but Li Mubai became anxious. I booked this room specifically. It's this room that can have her clues. What's the point of looking anywhere else if not here? Lu Liwei lowered his head slightly and ran his fingers through the hair at his forehead. Zhou Ning glanced at him from the corner of his eye. The man was clearly nervous. It seemed he might know something but was not willing to speak. Of course, it was also possible that, before their arrival, Lu Liwei had already been informed on how to cooperate with the police, or perhaps on how not to cooperate. Mr. Zhao patted Li Mubai on the shoulder, signaling for him to be patient. Don't worry, we are professionals. Mr. Sun, take Li Mubai downstairs. We'll follow Zhou Xiao up. The manager and this waiter will come with us. The waiter looked at Lu Liwei, but Mr. Yang pushed him slightly. Stop looking, your manager doesn't call the shots on this matter. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. Besides, the guests are resting on the third floor, and we are not disturbing them on the second floor. Isn't that good enough? Lu Liwei glared at the waiter, and everyone followed Zhou Ning to the south end of the second floor's corridor. Upon opening the first room on the south side, Zhou Ning immediately knew it wasn't the right place as soon as he saw the room's layout. The room had too many windows. It was spacious, but with the bed positioned against the north wall, it was impossible to film from the windows. He promptly left the room. He called the waiter and moved on to the second room. Before they could open the door, Lu Liwei stepped forward with a smile, blocking the waiter's action. Hold on a moment. This room is reserved by the film and television company. There are no guests inside, but we need notice to clean it. We don't usually enter. Zhou Ning nodded. No problem, we just want to have a look. He brushed aside Lu Liwei's hand, took the master key from the waiter's hand, and directly unlocked the door. With a beep beep, the door lock opened. Zhou Ning didn't rush in but instead took out gloves, put them on, followed by shoe covers and a mask. His actions prompted the others to quickly do the same. Ma Liang pulled Lu Liwei and the waiter back, positioning them in the corner, as Zhou Ning got ready and was the first to enter. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody. To the right upon entry was the bathroom. A few steps further inside revealed a modest-sized window with sheer white curtains blowing gently, flanked by bronze-colored drapes. On the left side was a TV and a vanity, with a small circular table and 2 chairs placed in front of the bathroom wall. By the window stood a large bed, different from the other rooms. This one was 2 meters by 2.4 meters. The bedside tables, headboard, wall lamps, and bed linen matched perfectly with those in the video. Mr. Zhao was visibly excited and quickly pulled out his camera. He gestured at Ma Liang at the door, who got the hint and closed the room's door. Mr. Zhao then eagerly exclaimed, "It's identical to the room layout in the video, Zhou Xiaozhou." Zhou Ning smiled, and Peng Xinian raised his hand. Zhou Ning gestured for him to go ahead and speak. "I'll have a look at the window, may I?" Zhou Ning waved his hand. "Go ahead, just make sure you wear gloves." Upon reaching the window, one could perfectly see the spire of the customs building, and the view from this window was unobstructed. Zhou Ning went to the end of the bed, took out the screenshot on his phone, adjusted the angle, and Mr. Zhao hurried to take pictures. Comparing the 2 adjacent photos, Mr. Zhao pumped his fist triumphantly. This is the place, which means we need a thorough investigation. But based on our assumptions, if the person has been dead for 5 or 6 days, could they still be here? Don't know. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. You conduct a careful investigation. Even knowing this is the same room from the video, we don't know who the killer is or where the body is. Seems we have to check the surveillance. I'll call Mr. Chu up. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 538 to 508. It's actually him _1 Chapter 538. Chapter 508. It's actually him _1 Zhou Ning hurriedly dialed Mr. Chu's number, briefly explained the situation, and asked Mr. Chu to notify Su Dayuan. Not long after, as footsteps approached, someone knocked on the door. Zhou Ning opened it and stepped out. They're conducting an inspection inside. Let's talk in the next room. We need to thoroughly interrogate this manager. He must know who has stayed here. Ma Liang grabbed Lu Liwei by the collar and dragged him along with Su Dayuan and the others to the first room on the south side. Panicking, Lu Liwei struggled, but no matter how much he squirmed, he couldn't escape Ma Liang's grip. I don't know anything. I just know that this room is reserved for the film and television company's long-term use. They don't register at the front desk when they come, nor do they inform us unless they need the room cleaned. Otherwise, no one dares to enter here. Su Dayuan snorted and raised his police terminal, displaying Lu Taisong's information. Do you think police are here just to goof off? You and Lu Taisong are cousins not removed more than 5 generations. You got your job here on the 24th because of this connection. Let me think. Assistant Lu from the group, Lucina. She's your sister, right? What a small world to run into 3 members of the Lu family all at once. I don't know how many more people from your Lu family are in the group. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. Whether Lu Taisong reserved this room or who has stayed here can be checked against the surveillance. It was under your instructions that interfered with Li Mubai, informing him that the flight attendant left, wasn't it? Don't tell me you don't know. I'm giving you a chance now. We've checked the surveillance. You can match the footage with the person yourself. Whether you speak or not doesn't matter much anymore. It's up to you whether you want this chance or not. Lu Liwei remained silent, not uttering a word, just staring fixedly at Mr. Chu's laptop. Mr. Chu had already copied all the surveillance footage from the 24th, but unfortunately, on the 2nd and 3rd floors, there was only one camera near the stairwell in each corridor. Limited by the angles, they couldn't capture the entire hallway. On April 27th at 1907, at the stairwell on the 2nd floor, Li Mubai carried a black 24-inch suitcase upstairs, followed by a woman in a short skirt, with wavy long hair cascading over her shoulders and a slim figure. When she turned her head, her forehead appeared round, her nose prominent, and her jaw sharp. With just a glance, Zhou Ning was certain that this was the deceased, Shin Shui. Then at 1910, Li Mubai was seen on the phone hurrying down the stairs. His pace was quick. Mr. Chu adjusted several cameras and finally found images of Li Mubai in the stone building's lobby, courtyard, and at the entrance. The phone call did indeed last quite a while. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, p. At 1932, Li Mubai hung up, seemingly exhaling a long breath, and then straightened his clothes before returning to the 2nd floor. He hadn't been upstairs for a minute when he hurried to the stairwell, speaking toward the south side. It wasn't possible to see whom he was talking to. Then Li Mubai ran downstairs. He searched around the lobby and the courtyard before running to the entrance. Seeing no one in the security booth, he then proceeded to the front desk, which was unattended. The person they had identified earlier, Zhang Meng, approached Li Mubai. Although he was not skilled in lip reading, Zhou Ning still made out a few words. Zhang Meng asked, "Sir, may I help you?" Li Mubai asked her a series of questions and gestured extensively. At last, he held up his phone, showing a photo. Zhang Ming seemed to realize something, covering her mouth before talking and gesturing at length, making phone and luggage tugging motions. Then she pointed outside the courtyard. Li Mubai appeared frustrated, slapping his own head hard. He hurriedly continued to make phone calls. Watching this, Zhou Ning's brows furrowed tightly, and he quickly pointed at the surveillance camera at the stairwell on the second floor. Play this camera again from 1910 to 1932. We were focusing on Li Mubai's movements earlier and didn't watch it thoroughly. Don't fast forward, play it carefully. Mr. Chu nodded and quickly adjusted the footage to the correct time before clicking play. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. After Li Mubai left the frame, the screen was empty. At 1914, Shen Shuyi came from the north side, without her luggage, just clutching her phone while twirling her hair and looking toward the stairs as if to go down. That's when Shen Shuyi suddenly paused, turned, and looked towards the south corridor, nodding and smiling politely before hesitating and then heading south. After that, there was no movement on the screen. At 1918, Lu Liwei briskly ran up and hurried towards the north side. Within 2 minutes, pressing his earpiece and talking, he quickly went down the stairs, empty-handed. This discovery made Zhou Ning pause. Mr. Chu also let out a surprised exclamation. I thought he went to handle the luggage, but he wasn't carrying anything. Zhou Ning shook his head, signaling him to keep playing. This time they sped up the playback, but until 1932 when Li Mubai ran upstairs, the stairwell camera continued to show nothing. Fast forward, just this one camera. Mr. Chu filled the entire screen with the playback of this single surveillance video. Li Mubai came up again, and everything quieted down. At 21:31, a male server carrying 2 large trays came up. The trays were stacked, with 4 dishes wrapped in cling film and some bowls and chopsticks beside them. Following him was another server holding a soup basin. The two headed towards the south corridor together. After a while, they returned empty-handed. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Near the stairwell, the two seemed to chat leisurely before taking out their phones to play. At 21:57, Lu Liwei came upstairs. The 2 servers quickly stood up. Lu Liwei scolded them and led them towards the south corridor. Not long after, they came back carrying the trays and some leftover food. Following Zhou Ning's instructions, Mr. Chu quickly clicked pause. Count how many bowls and pairs of chopsticks there are. Mr. Chu counted. 4 bowls and 3 pairs of chopsticks. I'm dizzy with how many people might have eaten here. Zhou Ning didn't respond. The delivered dishes were plentiful, including a soup, with 2 bowls for drinking soup and 2 for eating. Among the 3 pairs of chopsticks, if one was serving chopsticks, then it made sense. In other words, there might be 2 people in the room. He gestured for Mr. Chu to continue, and time swiftly passed by. At 23:45, Lu Liwei came up, holding something in his hand, heading towards the north side, and at 23:47, he went downstairs with a black plastic bag. See where he went? That shape looks like a 24-inch suitcase, very similar to the one Shen Shuyi had. They paused the surveillance video and switched to the one downstairs to find Lu Liwei carrying it directly out of the stone building, loading it into a car, and then driving away. Upon seeing this, Zhou Ning dialed Su Daiwan's cell phone. Director Su, interrogate Lu Liwei. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. It looks like he disposed of Shen Shuyi's suitcase at 23:47, carrying it in a black plastic bag downstairs and then leaving by car. Got it. Go next door and see how Mr. Zhao and the others are doing. Zhou Ning hummed a response and hung up the phone without rushing to act. Continue. Go back to the second floor surveillance and fast forward. Pause if there's any personnel movement. Mr. Chu hastily clicked to play, speeding through the footage rapidly. After dawn on the 28th, there were quite a few people going upstairs, but only 3 men headed toward the south side corridor of the second floor, two of whom were still the waitstaff that had come to deliver meals at noon and in the evening. As for the other man, he didn't draw their attention, given that he was pulling a suitcase and yawning as he walked. When the time jumped to April 29th at 5:22, someone came upstairs, holding a large suitcase almost the size of 29 inches. The person was very tall and burly, heading straight for the south side corridor. The suitcase, swaying in his hand, seemed empty from the way it swung. At 5:37, the man came out, pulling the suitcase. He reached the stairwell, retracted the suitcase handle, squatted down, lifted it, and in doing so, he staggered a bit. Then he hastened downstairs, to the first floor with the suitcase, out the main entrance, and at the entrance steps, the man even hiked up his pants before he continued to carry the suitcase. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He went downstairs, loaded it into a car, and drove away, with Mr. Chu capturing the car's number plate. Continuing to watch the second-floor surveillance, at 6:17, two fully equipped men came out from the southern corridor. Even in such weather that wasn't cold at all, they were still wearing snapback hats, overcoats, and pants, and went directly downstairs. In the lobby's surveillance on the first floor, they captured images of the two. The men were about the same height, one with a larger belly, the other very thin. Then they got into a car. Mr. Chu, check the license plates. Also, check the surveillance before 1910 on April 27th to see if there are any images of them coming in. Mr. Chu operated two laptops at once, and in no time, results appeared on both. The vehicle belonged to Huajin Film and Television Company. The entrance footage showed up at 18:32 on April 27th. Both men were dressed the same as they were when they left the next morning. The one who brought them over was the same burly man lifting the suitcase in the early morning. Judging by their wavering steps, both had clearly had quite a bit to drink. As they turned around on the second floor, the hat of the man with the big belly fell off. The burly man helped pick it up, and in the moment he looked up to put the hat on, Mr. Chu captured his face, adjusted the image, and started a search in the system. In a short while, the search results appeared. Only one result came up. Seeing the name, Zhou Ning squinted his eyes. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. It's Lu Tai Song. Mr. Chu nodded. Boss, should we call Mr. Zhao and the others next door? Do we no longer need to collect thoroughly over there? Zhou Ning shook his head. I'll take a look myself. You search the information for the two vehicles and see where they went on the night of the 27th and in the early morning of the 28th. If we can locate the body with the direction we have, we will have leads in this case. Right now, it's pointless to say anything. If we can't find the body, we can't determine the nature of this case. As Zhou Ning walked outside, he dialed Su Daiwan's cell phone and entered the room next door. Everyone there stopped their work and looked at Zhou Ning. Zhou Ning briefly explained his recent findings and the process of having Mr. Chu search for the vehicle's whereabouts. Hearing to the end, Su Dayuan also couldn't help but shiver. Have Mr. Chu send me the screenshot of the license plates. It'll get Mr. Liang and his team to contact the traffic police department. Whether we can find the dumping site or not, we must at least ascertain the current specific locations of the two vehicles and 3 individuals. As for the investigation, let's put a hold on it. Okay, you continue with the interrogation. Lu Liwei and Lucina could know something. Lucina might be covering for Lu Tai Song, but since Lu Liwei was willing to dispose of the suitcase, he must consider it a trivial task, perhaps not his first time doing this kind of thing. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Ning looked at Mr. Zhao and the others. How did the inspection go? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 539 to 509. Beneath the cliff _1 Chapter 539. Chapter 509. Beneath the cliff _1 Mr. Zhao hurried over, holding up his camera and said, We've collected quite a few fingerprints, and we've been comparing them as we go. On the armrest of this loop chair, we found 2 incomplete fingerprints that belong to Shin Shuyi. She must have sat here. Fortunately, the armrests weren't thoroughly wiped clean. As for other places, there were too many fingerprints found. Did you check the sheets and the duvet covers? Mr. Zhou nodded and grabbed a pillow without a pillowcase. All the bedding has been replaced with new ones, but the pillow core wasn't changed. I've found a pale yellow area on it, with the middle slightly reddish, which seems to be lipstick. There are also traces that look like bodily fluids. They don't show color when wet, but become visible once dry. Zhou Ning scrutinized it and fully agreed with Mr. Zhao's judgment. Send the pillow core directly for examination. For the ivy outside the poet's window, can you confirm that it matches the one in the video? Ping Shinian nodded firmly. I just compared it carefully. From the same angle, the photo I took closely matches the position of most of the ivy leaves in the video screenshot. What makes me certain is that on this swaying branch, there is half a leaf that is identical to the one in the video. I can confirm it's the same window. Zhou Ning nodded his head in satisfaction. The clear and perfect answer was very comforting to him. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Now he just had to wait for the search results from Liang Honggang's side. However, since they had gone to Huajin Group, would Lucina tip them off? Zhou Ning gestured to Mr. Zhao and handed over the phone, showing a picture of a burly man to Mr. Zhao. Go find Li Mubai. Let him take a look at this burly man and confirm if he is the same Mr. Liu's assistant he spoke with over the phone. Mr. Zhao quickly sent screenshots of the 3 men to Zhang Ping, then sent a voice message, and soon received a voice reply. Mr. Zhao, tell Director Su, Li Mubai just said, this burly man is Mr. Liu's assistant Ma Detsai. The one with the big belly is Lu Taisong himself, and as for the person with Lu Taisong, he looks familiar, but isn't sure. He seems to be a director from Huajin Film and Television Company. The response was quite detailed. Zhou Xiao had already logged into Huajin Group's system and found detailed personnel records. As the identity information was searched, everyone gathered around. This Lu Taisong had a friendly expression, his suit was sharp, and he looked the part of a successful man, aged 41. As for his assistant, Ma Detsai, he was 30, and his home address seemed familiar to Zhou Ning at a glance. Mr. Zhao, holding his police device, searched on his own and, surprised by what he found, exclaimed, "Wow, is this group a family business of Lu Taisong? I feel this guy, despite being rough around the edges, has a look similar to Lu Taisong. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. On checking, I find that Ma Deke's mother is Lu Taisong's aunt. What a tangled web of relationships, it's enough to make my head spin. Let's recap. Mr. Fang's assistant Lucina is his cousin, the manager of the 24th, Lu Liwei, is his cousin as well, and his assistant Ma Detsai is also his cousin. I wonder if there are any more of their people in Huajin Group. Not to mention the arrangement of so many people just for the sake of salaries. Zhao's sinless implication was clear to everyone, and Su Dayuan had already stood up, beckoning to Lu Yufei. Look into Lu Taisong and his assistant Ma Detsai. Feng Mu was left in Huajin Group's building. Ask him to find out where these 2 people are. Send him their personnel information and go ahead with the arrest. Once you have them, bring them back to the station for interrogation. Take Lucina into custody as well. I don't have time for fishing right now. Lu Yufei quickly went to make a phone call. Clearly, Su Dayuan was in a hurry. He glanced at Zhou Xiao and saw he was still searching on the computer. Su Dayuan moved closer. Have you found the person seen with Lu Taisong? Zhou Xiao shook his head. I've found 4 directors from Huajin Film and Television Company. I am about to search for their residential records, just not sure how to compare them. Zhou Ning was silent for a moment before suddenly lifting his head, surprising Su Dayuan, who immediately halted his actions. Zhou Xiao, speak directly about whatever comes to mind. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p greater than I don't need proof. Just give me a direction. Speak about whatever you are thinking of. Without hesitation, Zhou Ning promptly said, when Li Mubai was being questioned. He said just after he went up to room 288 on the second floor of Stone Building, he received a call from Mr. Liu's assistant, Ma Dicai. This man was chatty, asking to borrow the villa and also looking for 3 young actresses to accompany someone important. At the time, they mentioned a place. Su Dayuan had a eureka moment, pondered for a few seconds, and then his eyes lit up. The villas near Mashan Scenic Area are all named under Mr. Fong, as collecting various old villas is one of his hobbies. I remember when we were at the group's building, Lucina took out a file box that was left in the meeting room, which contained photos and property information of all of Mr. Feng's villas. As Su Dayuan spoke, he called Fong Mu and quickly instructed him to check that file box to see if there was a villa near Mashan Scenic Area. Fong Mu soon found it and sent Su Dayuan the location and some photos. The photos showed several villas with an exotic feel, tiered among the trees on a cliffside by the sea. Seeing the location, Su Dayuan clenched his teeth. Lu Yufei leaned in and, seeing Su Daiwan's expression, hurriedly said, someone reported that Lu Taisong and Julie and Ma Dicai were rushing back from the film and television city in Jinko District. /p break time equals 300 ms. / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody P. Someone just tried to get him to sign something, saying they were about to go through the tunnel, and they estimated it would take an hour to get to the film and television company. I'm going right now with some people. I'll have Fong Mu join me for the arrest, but about this search warrant. Go now. I'll have someone prepare the search warrant. As for the villa over there, as well as Lu Taisong and Ma Dicai, we need to search all those people's homes. I feel like we might find something. Of course, this home might not necessarily be their residence. We can check any property under their names. After hanging up the phone, Su Dayuan quickly made arrangements. The search warrant was ready to be issued at any moment. There was no need to worry about that. Just arrange for someone to deliver it directly. As for the location, it could be a bit vague. As long as they took along the names of the personnel, that would be sufficient. Once all was arranged, Su Dayuan waved his hand. All right, Fong Mu and Lu Yufei will make the arrest. I'll take these people back for interrogation. Zhang Ping will lead people to follow Director Zhou to the villa in Mashan Scenic Area. Just go straight there. I'm applying for a police dog now and will send it to you later. Mr. Chu, on the road, check the relevant surveillance. You've already got a handle on the license plate numbers. Listen to Director Zhou for the rest. On the way, I'll call your master and the others for support in the search after the arrest. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody P greater than I think you should leave a few of the newbies behind. Alert them in advance by phone so they're prepared. I'll send them the location directly. Zhou Ning did not object. If Luda and the others were here, these words wouldn't be spoken to him, but now everything was too chaotic, and there were too many places that needed arresting and searching. Okay, I'll make the calls right away. Director Su, we're heading out. In an instant, everyone dispersed. Lu Liwei was led away with his hands cuffed behind his back, and Li Mubai, though not handcuffed, got into the police car with Lu Yufei. After all, he knew these people. Bringing them in would make the job half as difficult. Ma Liang was temporarily assigned to meet with Liang Honggang. They were off to find Zhang Meng and had learned from other waitstaff that she had a rental place in Donghai district. Though this matter could earn her some money, it didn't justify a sudden move. After all, without the guidance of this waiter, Li Mubai would not have believed that Shin Shui had left. She must have been instructed, and only by finding her could they find out who had directed her. Zhou Ning and the others boarded the Iveco. Zhang Ping seemed to contact the K9 unit. Mr. Zhao gave Mr. Wang the address, and the Iveco, leading the way, headed north toward Tangshan. 2 police cars followed, their sirens blaring, and thus many vehicles gave way, their speed very fast. Along the way, Mr. Chu's search never stopped. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. His fingers tapped rapidly, and Zhou Ning didn't disturb him, instead resting with closed eyes, because he knew the upcoming work would be extremely tiring. Choosing such a location, the likelihood of a body being dumped in the wilderness was high. The victim had been dead for at least 5 days. In this weather, decay had already started. They didn't have any personal items of Shinshi either. Reliance on the police dogs alone would be difficult. The sooner they found the body, the more traces they could discover. Seeing Zhou Ning resting with closed eyes, no one spoke. The only sound was Mr. Chu's typing. After an unknown amount of time, Zhou Ning's arm was tapped, and Mr. Zhao's chubby face came close. Zhou Xiao, wake up. Mr. Chu has found something. Also, we're almost near the villa. Once we cross this mountain, it will be right there. Zhou Ning put on his glasses and looked at Mr. Chu, who turned the laptop around to show several screenshots of surveillance footage. In the dim morning light with a faint mist, they could see the license plate numbers and the time on the surveillance footage. Is this the car of that assistant, Ma Deke's car? Mr. Chu nodded. Yes, the surveillance footage shows it was captured at 7:17 a.m., but the time they left 24th Villa was at 5:37 a.m. That's a 100-minute difference in time. It only took us 70 minutes to get out from 24th during the peak hour. There is a discrepancy here. Mr./P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody. P. Zhao brought his chubby face closer and said seriously, are you suggesting that all the way here, he was thinking about where to properly discard the body? Mr. Chu nodded again. The surveillance is densely spaced along the way, with fewer cameras only at the entrance to Moshan's scenic area. Moreover, the terrain here is quite complicated. To reach that villa, one needs to cross 3 mountains, and there's even a cliffside stretch with giant boulders beneath by the seaside. I believe this location is the perfect spot for dumping a body and destroying evidence. Plus, look here. From this bend in the road before the entrance to the second mountain's road entrance, the distance is only 1,700 meters, but it took Ma Deke's car 12 minutes between the 2 surveillance sightings. So, I have reason to suspect that he disposed of the case right here. Zhou Ning nodded, highly approving of Mr. Chu's deduction. Then let's stop by the cliff edge for a moment, take a look at the scene, and see if there is any path that goes down. If they threw it directly into the sea, then the difficulty of the search, as well as the possibility of recovery, would be very low. Mr. Zhao rubbed his chin. Mr. Chu, check the direction of the current, will you? I can't recall the professional term for that thing. Sun Gao came over, raising his hand excitedly. Mr. Wang brought a set of diving equipment. Can we use it now? /P break time equals 300 ms/prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. Chapter 540 to 510. Found someone, guess who? _1 Chapter 540, Chapter 510. Found someone, guess who? _1 slap. Mr. Zhao smacked Sun Gao's head. Completely puzzled, Sun Gao glanced at Mr. Zhao and saw him grinding his teeth, which calmed his anger. What's wrong, Mr. Zhao? What's wrong? Can't you think before you speak? Quickly spit, 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 and then touch the wall, saying bad luck won't come, good luck will come. Have you forgotten our traditional beliefs? Are you really in this profession? Don't you know something should not be said? You want to go diving? Can you go down and salvage? Are you a frogman? Sun Gao immediately kept silent and, following Mr. Zhao's instructions, spat 3 times, touched the inner wall of the car and solemnly repeated that phrase 3 times. After finishing, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At this point, the vehicle also came to a stop. Everyone got out, except for Mr. Chu, who remained to check the driving route of Lu Taisong's car. Standing at the edge of the cliff, the danger of the area was indeed prominent. Zhou Ning had heard from his grandfather that hundreds of years ago, when pirates attacked Qidong, this place was a critical stronghold, impenetrable by thousands. Along this section of the cliff, there were 2 guardrails, and a convex mirror had been installed, considering that the edge of the cliff was also at a bend. With that mirror, it was possible to see the oncoming road conditions. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The only pity was that there was no surveillance. Of course, if there were, no one would choose this place to dump a body. Clinging to the railing, Zhou Ning looked down. It hadn't seemed windy in the city, but here, if you didn't hold on to something, the wind seemed strong enough to blow you away. Below, one could see waves crashing against the rocks. The cliff edge wasn't a sheer drop-off, but an incline at an angle of about 70 degrees, with large boulders strewn across it. The cliff was over 30 meters above the water, and as the waves broke, a fine spray could be felt on the face. Amidst such complex terrain, Zhou Ning looked out but didn't see any box. His eyebrows furrowed slightly. Could it be true, as Sun Gaodai suggested, that they'd have to go down to the seaside to dredge? Even if they found the body, there wouldn't be much evidence left, especially since the luggage appeared to be made of canvas, not a highly sealed type of suitcase. As he pondered, Mr. Zhao had already pushed through the crowd and squatted down, looking toward the edge of the guardrail. "Stand back, all of you, move away." Hearing the shout, Zhou Ning quickly moved closer. It was only upon approaching that he saw the footprints that Mr. Zhao was photographing. They were much larger than those of an average person, at least size 46 to begin with, and the prints were deep. The gravel had been pushed to one side, exposing the finer gravel underneath. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Someone has forcefully stomped here. It looks like a size 46 to 47 to me. With this depth and the force applied, look at the marks I make when I stomp. Mr. Zhao stepped back, took a running start, and forcefully kicked the gravel at the edge of the guardrail. Even though some stones were dislodged, it didn't leave a clear impression like that footprint, which showed a distinctive twist and a sideways movement. I weigh 220 pounds, and even with a running start, I couldn't leave such a clear mark. And with this kind of twist and the lateral kicking marks, I think someone stood on the edge of the guardrail and swung their upper body to push the gravel underneath their feet. Moreover, this person must weigh much more than I do. I suspect it was Moditsai. Holding the suitcase, his weight combined with that of the suitcase would be at least over 300 pounds, which could create such an impression. Mr. Yang, take the sample. This analysis was quite reliable. Zhou Ning stepped beside Mr. Zhao and carefully observed the impression, performing a leftward twist and then a rightward twist. Mr. Zhao snapped his fingers at the side. Stop, it's that leftward twisting motion. Could this person be left-handed? A high toss with such rotation means the strength in the left arm must be stronger than the right. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhou Ning nodded without saying a word, his gaze following under his feet, looking down the steep slope to the left. Just as his gaze was about to reach the waves, a small piece of navy blue caught his eye. Excitedly pulling out a laser pointer, he pointed and said, "Look down there, isn't that a bit of dark blue peeking out?" "Mr. Chu, in the control room, what color is the suitcase? Can you see it clearly?" Mr. Chu had already stuck his head out from the car, holding up a notebook for everyone to see. "It appears black, but compared with a black garbage bag, it's a bit lighter. I think it's dark blue." Zhou Ning waved his hand and took a deep breath, not smelling the familiar scent of advanced decomposition. However, having found this spot, it was certain they would need to go down for a look, but this was a cliff, and they lacked professional equipment. "Zhongping, contact the fire brigade for support. Explain the situation. As for the K9 unit." Before Zhou Ning could finish, Zhongping smiled and said, "Director Zhou, I know what you mean, but the K9 unit's team will be here soon. They'll first gather at the villa. Besides, the deceased's suitcase hasn't been found yet. If there's a body below, they might as well search for the suitcase too, right?" Mr. Chu nodded. "I just checked. Lu Liwei went straight home on the night of the 28th, and the suitcase was left in his car. It was only on the afternoon of the 29th that he made a trip to Mashan Scenic Area. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Judging the speed between surveillance cameras, he didn't stop at the edge of the cliff. Zhou Ning sighed deeply and got back into the car to wait. About an hour later, the fire brigade team arrived. Mr. Zhao and the others had gone to inspect the villa, leaving only Zhou Ning and Zhang Ping to wait by the cliff. Zhou Ning didn't recognize the newcomers, but seeing how familiar Zhang Ping was with them, it was clear they knew each other well. "Old comrade, we need your help again this time. We need your cooperation to check if what's wedged between the rocks below is a suitcase. But it's too steep, we don't have the equipment to go down. You also need to be careful." "Why so polite?" "All right, you all step back. I'll send someone down to take a look." Zhou Ning found a corner to stand in while the firefighters barricaded both sides of the road. After inspecting the guardrail, they began to secure it and then lowered the rope to investigate the slope. To the eye, the steep incline was barely distinguishable from a vertical drop, especially with the large, jutting rocks giving the scene a hair-raising intensity. It took nearly 10 minutes for the small firefighter who was scouting ahead to reach the designated spot. Standing on a rock, he lifted his cell phone and took a photo. The head of the fire brigade quickly handed the photo over to Zhou Ning and Zhang Ping for them to look at. Indeed, it was a huge navy blue canvas suitcase, looking to be around 29 inches in size. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody /speak. Speak, prosody p. Upon seeing this, Zhang Ping couldn't contain his excitement and exclaimed, "Fantastic, that's the one. But the suitcase needs to be carefully packaged before bringing it up. If our guess is right, there should be a female corpse inside." That person shuddered, remained stunned for 3 seconds, then waved back toward his comrades. "Come on, old comrade, why didn't you tell us all at once?" My little soldiers had no idea what this was about. Zhang Ping bared his teeth in a smile. "At first, we weren't certain. Besides, saying it earlier would have scared you more. Get to work quickly." The person didn't dally, promptly calling over another heavy-set individual. This time, having learned the lay of the path, the descent was much quicker. Once at the bottom, they tied the suitcase with ropes and then pulled the small firefighter back up first. Upon surfacing, the man was still full of bewilderment, anxiously saying, "What's the rush to pull me up? The suitcase isn't light, I reckon it's nearly 180 pounds. If it gets stuck on the way up, we could provide some assistance." The head of the brigade glared. "Get out of the way and hurry to pull up the suitcase. Be careful not to knock it against the rocks. The path up has some distance from Old Chang's. Pay attention to adjusting the direction." Seeing that he did not offer further explanation, Zhou Ning and Zhang Ping naturally refrained from saying more. With so many people around, even the driver Mr. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody /speak. Speak, prosody p. Wang went up to help, and they eventually managed to pull the suitcase up. When it reached the edge, Mr. Wang had already crossed the guardrail, his legs fixed in place, and with gloves on, he lifted the suitcase. Others reached out to help, but he stopped them. "That's fine. Everyone hands off the suitcase. Let's pull up the others first. There's a corpse inside this." With that one sentence, it was as if a mute button had been hit. Everyone fell silent. Old Chung was hauled up, panting heavily. Mr. Wang glanced over and checked that both men who went down were wearing lined gloves, as they could increase friction. Only then did he relax a bit and place the suitcase on plastic sheeting to load it into the vehicle. Zhou Ning walked over to the rear of the vehicle, inserted a pen into the zipper of the suitcase, and lightly poked it open just a bit. Through the gap, he could clearly see a white bedsheet with a pattern of dark stripes and traces of transparent tape. This sight was unmistakably that of a corpse. Zhou Ning also breathed a sigh of relief. At last, they had found the body. Zhang Ping began handing out bottles of mineral water. Some opened them immediately and started drinking. Zhang Ping's cheeks twitched slightly. Zhou Ning suppressed a laugh and quickly waved over to Mr. Wang, who was already carrying over a large barrel of water, telling everyone to stand where there were no footprints before saying, "Line up one by one to wash your hands. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody /speak." Speak, prosody, P. Given the emergency just now, we weren't entirely sure this suitcase contained a corpse. Let's dispel the bad luck. The person in charge smiled and gave Zhang Ping a friendly punch. Enough with the fuss. Isn't the suitcase going to be opened for a look? Zhang Ping glanced at Zhou Ning. Seeing him shake his head, he said, "The deceased has been dead for several days now. We can't perform an autopsy here, and the situation is unclear. Let's discuss everything back at the station. I won't say thank you too much. Do you want a banner or a letter of commendation?" The man laughed even more heartily, showing an understanding as he gestured to the people behind him. "A banner will do. Just make sure it's properly labeled for us at the Tongshan Fire Brigade. We'll be on our way. You've still got work to do, so let's not stand on ceremony." The man was straightforward, leading the firefighters away quickly. Mr. Wang tidied up the large barrel of water and then joined Zhou Ning and the others. "Director Zhou, shall we head to the villa?" Zhou Ning nodded. "Let's go." Mr. Zhao and the others might have made a discovery. There's been no phone call, which at least means everything is going smoothly. I also wonder if Mr. Chu has found out where Lu Liwei dumped the suitcase. The group got into their car and sped off to the villa, which was not just a single building, but a cluster of villas built along the mountainside. At the entrance to the villa complex hung a sign that read, "Moshan Scenic Area Villas, /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. No need for directions. Several police cars were already parked in front of the largest stone villa. Speaking of Mr. Fang's aesthetic taste, it seems he has a particular fondness for stone houses. The car had barely stopped when Mr. Zhao came running out, beaming with glee. One could tell there had been a discovery. "Did you find the suitcase, or did you find Lu Taisong's fingerprints?" Surprisingly, Mr. Zhao didn't nod but gave a proud shake of his head, wearing an incredibly smug expression. "We found a person guess who, /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Chapter 541 to 511. Pinhole on the cigarette, but _1 Chapter 541. Chapter 511. Pinhole on the cigarette, but _1. Zhou Ning narrowed his eyes slightly. Based on the timeline, Lu Taisong and his assistant Ma Tsai wouldn't be here. After all, they were coming from Jinko District, and after passing through the tunnel into the city center, they must have already reached the Huajin group by now. In this case, there weren't many people left unfound. Of course, the most mysterious was the girl who had been coerced into showing the way, Zhang Ming. This girl clearly wanted an opportunity to audition and tried to climb the ranks within room 24, even hoping to be taken advantage of because those who made it to the top were few and far between. "Zhang Ming?" Mr. Zhao reined in his smile and let out a slight sigh, poking Mr. Yang at his side. "How about that? I told you Zhou Xiao just isn't any fun. You figure it out, and you just figure it out. Can't you pretend to be surprised a little? Let us have a sense of accomplishment. It's no fun." Zhou Ning rubbed his nose, apparently getting a bit anxious just now. "Next time, I'll try hard to pretend I don't know." Mr. Yang couldn't stop laughing and quickly cleared the way at the door. "Don't joke around with the boss. Isn't Mr. Zhang going to interrogate her first? I guess Zhang Ming probably has nowhere to go." According to the reception, it was Lu Liwei who brought her here. "As for the box, we found it. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. The location Zhang Ming pointed out to us was buried in the flower bed in the villa's backyard." Zhou Ning thought about it and realized that after Zhang Ming left that evening, her whereabouts had not been tracked. As for Lu Liwei, he didn't arrive at the villa in the Moshan Scenic Area until the 29th. It seemed that they must be more than just acquaintances, in fact, quite familiar with each other. Hence, he brought her here to avoid the limelight, not just to send her away with some money. Zhou Ning was about to leave when he noticed Zhang Ping tugging at his sleeve. "Director Zhou, come with me to listen in, will you? I don't have much experience with interrogation." Mr. Zhao spit disdainfully and squeezed in between the two. "Pa, don't start. What's wrong with you guys in the detachment from top to bottom, treating our Zhou Xiao like a mascot all the time, right? We're in a hurry to get back to the autopsy. Got the box up yet? Zhou Ning nodded and glanced at his watch. It was already 17:10. Find a room and ask her some questions. I'll accompany you to listen. Actually, I think Zhang Meng won't put up much of a fight. She's been dumped in the wilderness for several days now, cut off from the outside world. Just say this, you've been hiding here. If no one pointed the way, how could we have found you? I think she'll put together a whole bunch of content on her own. Even if it's some relative or something, it doesn't matter. Who would want to be involved in a murder case, right? /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhangping's eyes glinted as if enlightened by Zhou Ning's words, and he immediately waved at his subordinates who had arrived earlier. No more nonsense, bring her here quick, no need to be polite, just 10 minutes. The men hurried into action. Zhou Ning didn't rush inside. Sun Gout carried out the box, and indeed, the black plastic bag wrapped around the outside still had some soil on it and a smell of fertilizer. Load it in the car, put it with the suitcase, but don't stack them, place them separately. Having said that, Zhou Ning entered the villa and discovered as soon as he stepped inside that it was a world apart, much like walking into an 18th century castle, with all the decorations made of stone carvings. In the middle of the grand hall, a bull skull hung from the ceiling, below which stood two metallic-colored European suits of armor. Even the carpet was a single piece of animal hide that looked like bear skin. Zhou Ning was somewhat taken aback. These items didn't seem fake at a glance, and such a setup undoubtedly spoke of luxury. To own such a villa and to lend it so readily to Liu Taisong of Huajin Film and Television Company, Mr. Fong was not just wealthy. Did he not know what kind of business these subsidiary companies were engaged in? That was obviously impossible. Was it then his instruction or his tacit consent? A flurry of footsteps interrupted Zhou Ning's train of thought. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P greater than a girl dressed in sportswear was being brought downstairs, her panicked gaze saying it all. Zhang Ping led the girl directly to the open space in front of the villa. Here, the sunshine was plentiful. It seemed as if she had suddenly come into the particularly glaring sunlight. Zhang Ming instinctively used her hand to shield her eyes and even unconsciously let out a breath, tears almost coming out. Seeing her state, Zhou Ning narrowed his eyes. He moved to Zhang Ming's side and rolled up her sleeves, revealing the insides of her arms. There were no needle marks, but the dark circles under her eyes looked like they couldn't be covered with a thick layer of makeup. Zhang Ming was flustered and exhausted, trying to pull her arm back in panic. Zhang Ping didn't know what Zhou Ning's intentions were and looked at him with a questioning face. Zhou Ning pulled the corners of his mouth and then said to Zhang Ming, "Lu Liwei sent you here, right?" Zhang Ming nodded. "He arranged for you to say those things to Li Mubai? And told you not to go over the next day, and picked you up on the 29th to bring you here, right?" Zhang Ming nodded again. Zhou Ning looked at Zhang Ping and waved his hand dismissively. "I don't think there's anything to ask. She's not very lucid right now. Mr. Zhao, draw blood and send it for testing immediately. I think she must have been drugged. Although the amount wasn't large, quitting is too hard. /p break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. When the withdrawal symptoms hit back at home, she'd confess everything without interrogation. Upon hearing Zhou Ning's words, Zhang Ming was stupefied. She rubbed her eyes, then began slapping her cheeks forcefully as if trying to sober up. "What are you talking about, drugs? I've never touched those things, I really haven't. Whatever you want to ask, just ask me directly, I'll say it. Do I have to wait for you to ask before I can even say it?" Zhang Ping glanced at Zhang Ming, noticing that the developments were indeed moving too quickly. If it's about being drugged, he was somewhat at a loss. "You mean drugged?" Zhou Ning rubbed his nose and nodded slightly toward Zhang Ming. "You have the smell of tobacco on you smoke, don't you? Where are the cigarettes? Bring them out for me to see." Zhang Ming seemed to realize something and her face turned 2 shades paler. She trembled as she took out a pack of hard-case cigarettes and a lighter from her pocket. Mr. Yao came over, put on gloves, and placed the cigarettes and lighter on a tray before opening the cigarette box. He inspected each cigarette, and sure enough, at the edge of every filter, he saw needle holes and small damp spots. Zhou Ning stood to the side, tears already streaming down her foolish, stunned face. Zhang Ping looked and understood as well. Very professional technique. You must know who gave you the cigarettes. We're pressed for time, so if there's anything you want to say it quickly. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. How much money did they give you, and what did they tell you to say? Confess quickly so I can report your situation as soon as possible. Otherwise, before you get picked up by the detox center, if your addiction kicks in, you're the one who's going to suffer. Zhang Ming clutched at her collar. Although she hadn't felt so bad before, with all the evidence right in front of her, there was no denying it, and the more she thought about it, the harder it seemed to breathe. I'll please find me a doctor, save me. I really don't know anything. I met Lu Liwei online. He said they were recruiting actors, so I added him. After going over there, the villa on the 24th was painted in such a rosy light that I stayed. I also saw those beautiful girls offering themselves up. I knew that if I wanted to be famous, to have an audition opportunity, for people like us with no natural advantages and no connections, it meant making sacrifices. Otherwise, there was no chance to make it big. But when someone asked me for services, I backed off. Lu Liwei talked to me once, telling me to adjust my attitude and stuffed a pack of cigarettes into my hand, saying that if I felt stressed, I should smoke one or two. I felt guilty and thought I was letting him down, but that was also when I became addicted to smoking. It was just after 7 p.m. on April 28th when Lu Liwei found me. He seemed very anxious and pulled me into the courtyard, away from the bustling staff, to talk alone. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. He said to wait at the bar area, and when Li Mubai came by and asked if I saw a beautiful girl, I should say, oh, that miss? She already left with her luggage in a taxi, looking somewhat angry, and just point in a general direction. I felt a little stunned by the request, but Lu Liwei slapped 10,000 yuan into my hand. You must know, after graduation, I've never seen so much money, whether from working extras or waitressing, and I really needed it. Despite my doubts, I accepted the deal. I quickly hid the money and stood near the front desk, only then realizing that the chattering girls around me had disappeared. I figured it meant that the private dining area got some important guests and the girls, one by one, wanted to make an appearance. It wasn't the first time such a thing had happened. While I was lost in thought, Li Mubai ran over, showed me a photo on his phone, and asked about Miss Shin, who checked in, wondering where she had gone. I told him what I saw. Just minutes before, she left with her suitcase, looking unhappy, and took a taxi away, heading towards the sea. Li Mubai rushed out to search frantically inside Villa 24, and that's when I realized that this mission was important to Li Mubai. I felt there might be some conspiracy going on. I didn't see that beautiful girl enter, but lying to Li Mubai that she had left made me feel like the 10,000 yuan was burning a hole in my pocket. That night I returned to my place and didn't dare go out. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Later, Lu Liwei sent me a message telling me not to worry, it was just a joke. But since I did well, I wouldn't need to work at Villa 24 anymore and could go to the villa in Mashan scenic area. Lu Liwei picked me up on the 29th. He left me here, telling me to just enjoy myself without going out, and he gave me 2 packs of cigarettes, saying I shouldn't save them, that he would give me more later. This place only serves a guest or 2 each month, and then he left. Indeed, that night 2 groups of guests arrived, followed by a few girls. There's no need for me to explain what happened. Suffice it to say, the music and shouting from upstairs didn't stop all night. The next day, the girls were carried out. I sneaked a peek and saw one girl with bruises all over her neck and arms. I was terrified, but those people left the next day, and then there was no trouble. I wasn't paying attention to how long it had been before you guys showed up. Now Zhang Ping's mind was racing, and he quickly asked, both groups of guests were men, right? How many people in total? Did you see them clearly? Also, isn't there a manager or service staff for this villa? Our guys searched all around, but it seems empty here. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 542 to 512 Zhao Xinli makes a statement _1 Chapter 542. Chapter 512 Zhao Xinli makes a statement _1 Zhang Ming tilted her head and thought. Her expression somewhat dull, as if her brain was not entirely functioning. Clearly, the cigarette she had smoked contained more than just hallucinogens. There were two groups, for men in total. The first two who came spoke with a Qidong accent. I couldn't see their faces, I guess they were very young, no, I should say not very old. As for the two who came later, they spoke Cantonese. I don't know exactly where they were from, but both were balding, very skinny old men. In this villa, there are service staff, but only 2 men. Did you not see them when you came in? Hey, look, those 2 are the staff. Following the direction of Zhang Ming's finger, 2 men had just fastened their motorcycle helmets, their backs to the villa, ready to drive off. Zhang Ping pointed in the direction of the motorcycle and shouted down, "Stop those 2, they're the villa's service staff, quick." Although it was a good idea, and the 2 were only a short distance away, this was a villa complex built on a hill. Though it seemed close, it was separated by the height of 2 villas, and all the officers were around the villa. By the time anyone thought of pursuing, it was too late. Zhang Ping, flanked by an officer, became anxious. The officer reached for his waist, but Zhang Ping stopped him. What are you doing? Don't you know to follow orders? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Quickly dispatch someone to intercept them. You drive to chase. While he was speaking, driver Mr. Wang, who knows when, had already squatted by the villa's roadside, holding something in his hand, and threw it towards the 2 departing men. Bang, bang, 2 sounds rang out, and the motorcycle wobbled before crashing into a stone sculpture beside the road, the 2 men tumbling over it. Now, no more needed to be said. Some people jumped down, others took cars to circle around. They quickly subdued the 2 men. Zhang Ping gave driver Mr. Wang a thumbs up, and Mr. Zhao came over with an incredulous smile. Master Wang, your skills are amazing, turning stones into something like throwing darts. If it were a shooting target, this would have been a perfect score. Driver Mr. Wang was indifferent, dusting his hands nonchalantly, then pulled out a towel to wipe them, smiling at everyone. What skill? It's just that I grew up by the river as a child. We all liked to skim stones, and I was the best at it among kids my age. When I became a soldier, I had patrol duties. Guarding the border, we barely saw people but plenty of wild animals. We couldn't use bullets casually, so each time we went out, we carried a handful of stones. Boss, I hope those 2 aren't injured. We won't have to compensate, will we? Zhou Ning held back her laughter while Zhang Ping couldn't contain his joy. Don't worry, Mr. Zhang will handle everything. I could tell you were holding back your strength. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Otherwise, those 2 might tumble down the hill. Mr. Zhao embraced Master Wang's neck, dragging him away while continuously inquiring about the technique for skimming stones. Zhang Ping glanced at Zhang Ming sitting on the ground. By then, she had started yawning. He sighed and helped her get up. Were those 2 answering to Lu Liwei? Zhang Ming nodded. I don't really know, but every time Lu Liwei called them, they would step out to answer since they saw me nearby. When Lu Liwei came to the villa, they always gathered around him. They seemed very familiar with each other. Zhang Ping nodded and gestured to the officer beside him. Send the recording to Mr. Shan. Let him arrange it. After we get back to the bureau, have the transcript sorted out, get Zhang Ming to sign it, and then have someone take her to the rehab center. Let's hope it's not too late. But you'll never be able to enter the entertainment industry again. Zhang Ming cried, overwhelmed by either her discomfort or the realization of her predicament, sobbing miserably while continuously gesturing to Zhang Ping. Officer, can I get clean? Is my life over? Zhang Ping remained silent as another detective took Zhang Ming to the car. Mr. Zhao returned and urged everyone to prepare to leave. Approaching Zhou Ning and Zhang Ping, he blinked, sensing the change in their moods. What's going on? Aren't we in a hurry to get back? Zhang Ping sighed and reached out his hand to Zhou Ning, signaling him to get in the car. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P let's go, let's get in the car. We can't blame it on bad company alone. Wanting to take shortcuts, trying to game the system, and getting cheated and harmed in the process, while it's pitiful and infuriating, it ultimately was her own choice. Zhou Ning grunted affirmatively and walked toward the car, sparing a glance at the police car Zhang Ming had boarded. Some things, once you get involved, can ruin your life forever. It's not a matter of weak will, but rather these substances are like demons. Maybe rehab centers can cure the addiction, but once you're out, depending on what kind it is, the relapse rate can be 60 to 80%. Her case, starting with high concentration, has already developed such a deep dependency in 3 days. She might have to fight against drugs for life, either succumbing or forever detoxing, unless she is isolated from society forever. That would prevent relapse, but wouldn't that be like a life sentence? Everyone fell silent, understanding that Zhang Ming's situation could not simply be explained away with meeting the wrong people. While there were external factors, everything resulted from her personal choices. The car sped along the road as Zhou Ning sent a WeChat message to Su Dayuan, briefing him about the situation. 1. The body was found below the cliff and the suitcase appeared intact, with the correct weight. 2. Zhang Ming, who had shown Li Mu by the way, had been found. Her statement was complete and sent to Mr. Shan for voice recognition. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. After returning, they planned to conduct an autopsy immediately. The results would be shared with Su Dayuan as soon as possible. Furthermore, they needed to collect blood and fingerprints from Lu Taisong and Ma Dicai since the evidence gathered at the crime scene required comparison. The traces found inside and on the body of the deceased also needed analysis. A moment later, Su Dayuan replied to the message. They had caught the 2 individuals. During the arrest at Huajin Group, the suspects had tried to drive past the encirclement like maniacs, and Lu Yufei along with several officers were injured. They are now being taken to the central hospital. Zhou Ning was startled and quickly made a call. Director Su, are Fei's injuries serious? At these words, everyone perked up their ears and looked toward Zhou Ning in surprise, knowing that something had gone wrong. It's nothing serious. Lu Yufei jumped to the side when she was hit, but she fell on a staircase with her arm. It's uncertain whether it's a fracture or a dislocation, but she can't move her right arm at all. The other 2 are more seriously injured, probably with broken legs. I can't leave here, so inform He Shansuan that they will probably arrive at the hospital soon. All right. Having hung up the call, before Zhou Ning could dial out, Mr. Zhao had already contacted Dr. Chen. Chen Cheng, are you at the hospital? Hurry and organize the medical staff. Zhou Xiao hasn't called Mr. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P he yet, and some of our people are injured, hit by the suspect's vehicle. Among them, Mrs. Fei is injured. She can't move her arm. We are too far to reach there in time. Yufei is injured. Is it serious? Never mind. I won't ask you about it. Tell Director Zhou there's no need to call Mr. He. He's right beside me. Well, organize the rescue teams immediately and we'll keep you posted on any news, Dr. Chen responded. With that, he hung up the phone with a click. Zhou Ning looked worried. Although Su Dayuan had spoken lightly, it was clear from the urgency of the situation that the event had been grave. Given Lu Yufei's skills, it would be a challenge for an ordinary person not just to hurt her, but even to get close. Furthermore, one car had managed to injure 3 people, indicating that the suspects knew what the consequences of their capture would be. Zhang Ping turned around, leaning on the backrest of the chair to face Zhou Ning. Should we make a trip to the central hospital to see for ourselves? Zhou Ning shook his head and glanced out of the car window, noticing the car's speed picking up. He looked toward the driver, Mr. Wang, at the front. Mr. Wang, there's no need to rush. Safety comes first. With Mr. He and Shin Chung at the hospital, we won't be much help with the medical treatment. Right now, we need to focus on our work, conducting the autopsy and collecting samples for comparison as soon as possible. That's how we can be of help. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. The people in the car fell silent, understanding that Zhou Ning was right, but they were all eager, given that several people were seriously injured. Over 40 minutes later, they arrived at the city bureau. Zhang Ping and the others were dropped off at the front door while the Iveco van went straight to the backyard. The people who had stayed behind were already waiting in the yard, and the dolly was ready. Without needing instructions, everyone hurried forward to help. The 2 suitcases were swiftly pushed into the autopsy room. Zhou Ning gave Xia Momo a reassuring smile as she looked on from the car. Is there anything to eat? We'll start with the autopsy. Prepare something for us to eat, then send someone to Mrs. Cuisine Place and have them wait a moment. I'll be sending over the samples for testing shortly. It's urgent. Xia Momo quickly replied, Don't worry, everything here is ready. Mrs. Cui made a special trip over and said they won't leave for now, waiting for your autopsy and sample delivery. As for the blood and fingerprint samples of Lu Tai Song and Ma Ditsai, they've already been sent over for comparison. The boxed meals are ordered and will be delivered shortly. Zhou Ning nodded and waved to the others behind him. Let's go, work first. Without a word, they all got to their tasks with precision. The suitcases were placed on the autopsy tables, and everyone donned their protective gear. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhu Xingxing and the others followed inside, visibly taken aback upon seeing the 2 suitcases. 2 bodies? Mr. Zhao gave her a look. Don't talk nonsense. That one is the deceased suitcase. You and Mr. Young take Mr. Hen and Mr. Zhou, Mr. Peng to check it. Even the exterior of the suitcase needs to be fingerprinted. They got to work. The suitcase containing the body had burst open, and Sun Gaotai carefully began to recover fingerprints from the zipper pull and handle, without rushing to open it entirely. The suitcase's corners and lifting straps were all scrupulously checked for DNA, given that such material doesn't easily retain fingerprints. After the collection was complete and photos were taken, Lu Yongxin entered, strode over to the autopsy table, and after a look, gestured at Zhu Xingxing. You go help Zhou Ning with the autopsy, I'll keep an eye on things here. Zhu Xingxing was naturally pleased to help Sun Gaotai open the suitcase. As they caught sight of the bodice condition inside, everyone gasped in shock. Although they had glimpsed some details through the gaps before, the full sight of the victim wrapped in a white sheet, folded into an N shape to fill the suitcase, stunned everyone. They moved forward with clear rolls, lifting the body as a whole before removing the suitcase underneath. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Sun Gaotai located the beginning of the duct tape, started unwinding it with a plastic board, and as the sheet was carefully undone layer by layer, the state of the victim became apparent to all. The limbs were soft, with rigor mortis completely dissipated, and faint signs of marbling were visible on the abdomen. Upon seeing this, Zhou Ning breathed a sigh of relief and motioned to Zhao Xinli. Zhao Xinli, state the observations. Prepare to record the autopsy video. After the introduction is complete, position the body in supine. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Chapter 543 to 513. Mysterious Man _1 Chapter 543. Chapter 513. Mysterious Man _1 Zhao Xinli stated the facts swiftly. Skilled in articulation, he had a general understanding of the entire case. Having reported, Zhou Ning began to perform the external examination of the body. The deceased, Shin Shui, bore the same serene expression as in the videos, with her mouth slightly open, the color around her lips pale and slightly different from the other parts of her cheeks. Her eyelids were not closed, and the cornea peeking out had already become cloudy and opaque. The lividity on the body was primarily distributed on the back and the heels. After surveying the body, samples were collected from around the lips, and content was extracted from the deceased's lower body, mouth, and fingernails for testing. Zhou Ning, holding the scalpel, nodded towards Sun Gaodai, signaling him to make records. He then summarized, "From the external examination, we can see that the lividity around the deceased's mouth and nostrils is pale, with petechial hemorrhages around the neck. 3 fibrous strands were found inside the nostrils. It is preliminarily determined that the deceased died from asphyxiation. Skin flakes were found under the deceased's fingernails. 1 nail on each hand was partially broken, indicating clear signs of struggle. There was significant hair loss due to external forceful tearing. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. There are scratch marks on the deceased's vaginal area but no bleeding, indicating postmortem violation. There are multiple bite marks on the waist and chest area. The left R tooth is missing, and the lower R halo is torn without bleeding. We're now starting the dissection." After opening the 3 body cavities, Zhou Ning started with the esophagus, the digestive tract, and then the trachea and major organs, thoroughly examining and sampling each, especially scraping the cervix area, before proceeding to clean and suture the body. With the recording equipment turned off, Zhou Ning slightly shook his neck. "Has Director Su contacted the deceased's family?" Mr. Zhao twitched his mouth, hanging the camera around his neck, lifting up a WeChat conversation on his phone, and waved it in front of Zhou Ning. "Yes, they were contacted this morning." Each of the deceased's parents deferred to let the other come over. However, when Director Su contacted the parents this morning, they still hadn't set out. It was only after asking the local police to inquire that we found out. Shen Shui's parents never married legally due to their ages at the time of her birth. Upon seeing that the child was a girl, Shen Shui's grandmother disagreed with her mother being married into the family. Both families had a severe dispute, and soon after, her father married another woman. Feeling deceived, Shen Shui's mother made a scene at the Women's Federation and her father's workplace. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. In the end, nothing came of it, and, in frustration, she left for the south to work, leaving the child to be sent away by the grandmother or abandoned at her father's ancestral home. Out of sympathy for the child, the grandparents, having only one daughter, couldn't bear to abandon her as the mother did. They struggled to raise Shen Shui, who was given her mother's surname. After the grandparents died 4 years ago, Shen Shui relied on herself, working for Sichuan Airlines. It was only then that she reached out to her biological parents. Each had their own families and feared that Shen Shui would claim their property. Neither met with her. So, Shen Shui sold the old house and bought an apartment near the airport to live alone. Upon hearing the news of Shen Shui's potential death, her biological father first asked if Shen Shui had any debts. Shen Shui's mother was even more concerned about the old house, questioning how Shen Shui had the right to sell it, asserting that she was the rightful heir. After finishing the call, Director Su also felt aggrieved. He had never seen such parents. Even without affection, shouldn't they see their daughter one last time after her death? Zhou Ning sighed, gestured for Sun Gaodai to take the body away, took off his gear, and glanced at the indignant Zhao Xinli. A child cannot choose their parents. This isn't the first time we've seen such a case. Let's not dwell on it. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. What we can do for Shen Shui now is find her killer, clarify the motive and process, and uncover the truth of the case. She had been talking to Li Mubai for so long, she must have believed in love to come meet him. Let's look at her personal belongings. Zhao Xinli sighed. On another autopsy table, a suitcase had been opened, and various items had been categorized and displayed. Zhou Ning scanned them. Beyond clothes, wallet, driver's license, makeup bag, toiletries, charger, and other essentials. There were also 2 gnomish blockers and an envelope. Zhou Ning put on a new pair of gloves and picked up the envelope labeled personal from Li Mubai. He glanced at Mr. Yang, who simply shook his head. We have collected fingerprints from all the items, including this envelope. They all belong to Shinshui. It seems that Lu Liwei did not open this suitcase. As for the envelope, I haven't opened it. Zhou Ning pulled out the letter and read it. The letter was lengthy, spanning 4 to 5 pages, and was full of sincere language, detailing all her hardships and life experiences. There wasn't much about Li Mubai, just a little at the beginning and end. The gist of it was, I do not have a comfortable life and my family background is very complex. Although we've only met once or twice, after half a year of getting to know you, I've developed affection for you. You were so bright, so excellent, and so insightful, all of which make me feel very insecure. I can't control these feelings. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Before meeting you, I thought about staying single forever, donating all my assets to society upon my death, and not acknowledging my biological parents. Whether they live or die is none of my concern. Moreover, my real name is Shinshui, not Shinkaijun. I was covering for a colleague then. That's why I couldn't explain. After knowing all this about me, I wonder if you'll still like me. I didn't have the courage to tell you this face to face. I grew up amidst ridicule, unwanted by my own parents. I want to find someone who can love all of me. If you don't mind, let's keep dating. After reading the letter, Zhou Ning felt as if a boulder were pressing on his chest. The girl's life had been too tragic. She finally found someone she liked, only for this disaster to occur. However, remembering Shinshui nodding at someone at the stairway of the villa on the 24th, Zhou Ning paused slightly. He had felt that perhaps she recognized Lu Tai's song or Ma Dicai. Thinking of the identity exchange with Shinkaijun, a bold idea surfaced in Zhou Ning's mind. Could it be that Lu Tai Song and others had also mistaken the identity? Could they have confused Shinshui for Shinkaijun? So, Shinkaijun must have lied then, since Lu Tai Song and Ma Dicai weren't included in the list of acquaintances in Qidong she provided, right? Thinking of this, Zhou Ning took off his gloves and turned around to instruct Mr. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Yang and the others. Take all the evidence to the evidence department for registration and preservation. Everything else here is intact, except the victim's cell phone is missing. It seems the murderer has destroyed it. By the way, where's Mr. Chu? Lu Yongxin raised a hand and pointed upstairs, saying, when you guys came to do the autopsy, Mr. Chu went straight up. He said he wanted to check some phone records, probably orders from Director Su. Zhou Ning nodded, pushed the door open, and left. Mr. Zhao and Lu Yongxin followed closely, while Mr. Yang sighed. Don't just stand there stunned. Check everything again to see if it's ready to be sent for inspection. Pack these evidence items as they are untouched. After the case is closed and when the victim's family comes to claim the body, hand it all over to them. Zhu Xingxing shook her head. The family? They all shun it like the plague. Would anyone come to claim Shinshui's body? Wait, perhaps if they knew about her property, they might just scramble for it. At this remark, everyone was stunned and fell silent, not saying another word. Zhou Ning pushed the door and entered the office, where several people surrounded Mr. Chu, including Feng Mu, Zhang Ping, and Ma Yang. Seeing these three there, Zhou Ning paused momentarily, but they quickly stood up and greeted him as soon as they spotted him. Director Zhou, is the autopsy done? Was the cause of death asphyxiation? Zhou Ning nodded. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Shinshui died of asphyxiation, and there was a struggle during the process of her death. 2 of her artificial nails were broken off. Mr. Zhao and the others didn't find the broken nails in room 218 on the 24th, so I think the room must have been cleaned carefully. Moreover, the murderer might have scratches on his body, although we'll have to wait for the final forensic report. Feng Mu's eyes were a bit red, and his face wore a tired expression. The earlier interrogation made no progress. Lu Taisong simply wasn't cooperative. He didn't utter a single word in the interrogation room, not even his name. The only thing he said when they were bringing them in was to tell us not to falsely accuse him, and that his lawyer would be arriving soon. Zhou Ning frowned slightly, and Fong Mu continued, "As for that assistant Ma Detsai, he's even tougher than Lu Taisong, sticking his neck out and claiming that the vehicle went out of control. He wasn't being stubborn on purpose and certainly had no intention of hitting a cop. He's not stupid, after all. However, the injury doesn't matter. He can contact the insurance company, and as long as he pays the right amount of money, that's it." His words were tough indeed. At that time, we almost rushed up and beat him, but Director Su told us to control our emotions and asked Mrs. Sun, who is in charge of political and pedagogical work, to go and give them some ideological education. Lu Liwei is personally reviewing the case with Director Su, /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak, prosody p. Everything now depends on the outcome from your side, and of course, there's also the phone records of these few individuals. Zhou Ning glanced at Mr. Chu. Previously, when Tauto was here, he was the one who went to the various telecom companies to inquire, but it looks like that's no longer necessary now. It will take some time for Mrs. Cui and her team. I estimate getting the results by 2200 hours would be quick. How's the search for the phone records going? Mr. Chu pointed in the direction of the printer, speaking with a world-weary countenance. Right now, I've pulled up the phone and WeChat records for 4 individuals. The records for Zhang Meng and Lu Liwei are relatively simple and much fewer in number, matching with our previous analysis of the various time periods. The one who contacted Ma Detsai most was Lu Liwei, with at least 5 calls a day. The rest were from various departments or branch offices of Huajin Group. There's nothing else. As for Lu Taisong, I just can't manage it. He has over 50 call logs starting point every day, with phone numbers from all over the country. For those under real name registration, some identities can be checked, but there are quite a few numbers that aren't real name registered. Mr. DUI was just saying that we could verify each phone number one by one, but I don't think it's feasible. After all, according to the video analysis, there was another man in room 218 with Lu Taisong, who's about the same height but a bit slimmer than Lu Taisong. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak, prosody p. Fong Mu sighed deeply. I'm a bit at a loss now. Mrs. Fei is hurt. Everyone's acting like a bunch of headless flies. I know I'm getting anxious, but who is this mysterious man? We don't have any direction at all. The longer we drag our feet, the harder the investigation becomes. If he's fled abroad, what are we supposed to do? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak, prosody p. Chapter 544 to 514. Am I in trouble? _1 Chapter 544. Chapter 514. Am I in trouble? _1 Zhou Ning glanced at the group and patted Fong Mu on the shoulder. I was in a hurry for the autopsy just now and only asked Mr. He and the others to focus on treating Mrs. Fei and the rest. What exactly happened at the scene? Did he intentionally hit someone during the arrest? Fong Mu nodded. After we split up, Luda and I each led a team to the Huajin Group. We set up in both the underground garage and the ground parking lot. Director Su was in touch with Mr. Fong, the chairman of their group. I don't know what was said, but he agreed to cooperate as much as possible. However, the wait was too long. It was supposed to be about 20 minutes, but we waited for over an hour before seeing the target vehicle enter the parking lot. We immediately proceeded to surround it. That Ma Detsai was very alert. As soon as we got close, he reacted, speeding directly toward another exit. Although vehicles were blocking that side too, his car was powerful enough to smash through and attempt an escape. Just as they were about to take to the road, our 5 vehicles managed to stop him. 2 police cars were wrecked in the process. Luda and I got out of the car, ordering Ma Detsai to exit his vehicle. He wouldn't even turn off the ignition, not caring even though his head was injured. Lu Taisong in the back seat was making calls the whole time. I just had Mr. Chu check, and turns out he was talking to Mr./P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P Fong the whole time. We don't know the content of their conversation, but it lasted for about 4 or 5 minutes until we prepared to break the windows, at which point he hung up. At that moment, the tools arrived, and Luda counted to 3. As the rear car door's safety lock was being disengaged, we all thought they were giving up the resistance. Just as I touched the door, the car suddenly reversed at high speed, knocking us all to the ground. The car smashed through the police car behind it, reversing 30 or 40 meters before accelerating to make a getaway. Luda got up, gun in hand, and charged at the car. The tires were shot out, and the car lost control, swerving and accelerating toward us. Luda pushed me out of the way, and she was sent flying, injuring her elbow when she hit the ground. I got up in a frenzy, smashed the driver's side window with my gun, and forced the car to stop. Then I yanked the person out. That's when I saw a pile of bodies behind me. Several colleagues came to assist me in subduing the 2 men, and we escorted them back to the precinct. I left Ma Liang in charge of the scene and rushed to take them to the hospital. Mr. Zhao had also entered by now and, having heard the whole story, patted his chest. It's more intense than a movie scene. How badly are you hurt? Fong Mu unconsciously hid his arm behind his back, shaking his head in annoyance. My reaction wasn't as quick as Luda's. To be protected by a woman, I really feel ashamed. /P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. I'm fine. I just got a cut from breaking the glass, and it's already been bandaged. Don't worry about me. Zhou Ning stepped forward, unbuttoning Fong Mu's shirt cuff to take a look. The bandage wrapped from the palm to the elbow was more serious than a simple wrap, with some seepage of blood at the side of the radius. If it's not serious, then no more nonsense. Call Zhu Xingxing up here to treat the wound, as it started to come apart. If it needs stitches, you'll have to go to the hospital. Since Lu Taisong has been captured, no matter who the mysterious man is, we will definitely find him. You don't need to worry, the results will take a few hours anyway. Mr. Zhao had already made the call, and Zhu Xingxing hurried in, carrying a medical kit, and immediately began to tend to Fong Mu's wound. Zhou Ning looked over Lu Taisong's phone record, which was as indecipherable as a book from heaven. Among them, Qidong numbers weren't many, but one stood out for its frequency, especially on April 27th at noon and the evening of April 29th, when there were 7 or 8 calls between the two. This detail gave Zhou Ning pause, and he approached Mr. Chu, clapping him on the shoulder. The surveillance footage from the villa on the 24th, you've copied it all, right? Check when Lu Taisong and his group arrived on April 27th. Also, Shin Kajin's contact list, you have a screenshot of that, don't you? Look for this number, will you? Mr./P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. Chu looked at the number, which was not a set of repeating digits, too ordinary to be memorable. He then opened the details for the number. It's a campus card, not registered under a real name. It has been in use since September 2nd, 2012, and was bought at a store near Qin University. Seems like it might belong to a student, but this person has prepaid quite a bit of phone credit, even having over 500 yuan left. Zhou Ning narrowed his eyes. What student would prepay 500 yuan of phone credit? Check the call records for this person, especially those related to Lu Taisong and Ma Dicai. Mr. Chu quickly began to search, soon filtering the results. The number was indeed sizable. Since September 2nd, 2012, it had been in contact with Lu Taisong, frequently thereafter. This discovery puzzled Zhou Ning. Unable to hold back, Mr. Zhao exclaimed, they've been in contact so often. For calls on the day the number was activated, the frequency matching that of a couple. Did this number register for WeChat? At this question, everyone looked at Mr. Chu, who gestured and then sighed before hurrying to another laptop to begin operations. The phones of Lu Taisong and Ma Dicai have been cracked open already. No problems in their WeChat contents. I've checked what was deleted on the computer. A lot of exchanges with Lu Liwei about agreed times and places, and names of interested people. You all visited Villa number 24, didn't you? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. All the waitstaff used names of Chinese medicinal herbs instead of number tags, and this was Lu Taisong's idea. I don't know which director thought of it. However, recent chat content suggests a major investment. Zhou Ning raised his hand to interrupt Mr. Chu's words, but Mr. Chu kept working on the laptop. Seeing Zhou Ning deep in thought, Mr. Chu hurriedly began attempting to crack the password. After Zhang Meng was caught during the visit to the villa in the Mashan scenic area, she confessed that on the evening of the 29th, Lu Taisong and Ma Ditsai hosted a few people at that villa for fun, and even brought over some girls. The man was skinny, not tall, spoke Cantonese, and was a balding old man. Mr. Zhao looked surprised. He hadn't heard this part before. So, what are we waiting for? If Lu Taisong won't talk, then ask those at Huajin Film and Television which director or screenwriter from the Cantonese-speaking regions has been here or has any big productions planned. I refuse to believe no one in the company knows about this. And the reason they brought people to that place for entertainment is precisely because it's secluded for safety, so I can guarantee you, this bald old man is married. Mr. Yao's analysis made a lot of sense. Zhou Ning looked at Feng Mu, who was already dialing a phone number, clearly leaving someone behind at the film company. After waiting for around 10 minutes, they finally received some feedback information. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. They said it was a famous director who made a name in Hollywood and was invited by Lu Taisong to direct a Lunar New Year blockbuster embodying faith. The preparations have all been made, just waiting for the final contract signing. This person arrived in Qidong on the evening of the 29th, flew to Husheng City at noon on May 1st, to attend the film festival opening ceremony there. While speaking, Feng Mu raised his mobile phone, showing Zhou Ning a brief glance at a photo. Zhou Ning indeed recognized the man's very familiar forehead and instantly remembered the movies he had directed. He was indeed a once famous director, but now out of the limelight. Zhou Ning stood up and turned around twice. Seeing everyone looking at him, he waved his hand dismissively. Let's all go have lunch on the 3rd floor. After eating, we'll continue our discussion. Then ask Director Su about the results of Lu Liwei's interrogation, and that Shen Kaijun. She definitely has something to hide, and she might know Lu Taisong or that mysterious man. Mr. Zhao nodded. Nothing is more important than eating. Mr. Chu, with the laptop in your arms, let's head to lunch. After lunch, Zhou Ning sent Su Dayuan a very detailed WeChat message, sharing all the information they discovered about the unregistered mobile number and the director, one by one. Meanwhile, Mr. Chu, still grappling with his laptop, seemed to have discovered something. Boss, it looks like this mobile number is registered on WeChat. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I just tried to log into this person's WeChat and managed to crack the password after a struggle. I didn't even log in for 2 minutes before I got kicked out, which means the other party is also logging into this WeChat. Did I cause trouble? Just then, Su Dayuan walked in, pushing Mr. Wao aside without much courtesy, sat himself down in a chair, and hastily ate a boxed meal. After drinking some water and patting his chest, he finally let out a relieved breath. I've read what you sent. You've made significant progress here. Tell me everything in detail. Zhou Ning looked at Mr. Zhao, who was good at this kind of task. Upon receiving the cue, Mr. Zhao quickly stood up and narrated their findings here and Mr. Chu's recent action that might have alarmed the quarry. Su Dayuan, after listening, was also somewhat stunned. Don't rush. Let me summarize. You suspect that the mystery man, who has been frequently contacting Lu Taisong since he got the phone card last September, called him 4 times and often stayed in touch. You suspect that this person is the mystery man. He might live on the east side of Qin University, or be very familiar with the surrounding area, a bona fide Qidao local, and not someone short on money. someone who could be held in high regard by Lu Taisong, and even after killing Shinshudi, could calmly handle things for him? Su Dayuan paused. Even before Mr. Zhao could react, Zhou Ning lowered his eyes slightly, and his mind raced with thoughts. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. From what Li Mubai said, one could feel that Lu Taisong was valued within the company and could control Huajin Film and Television Company, being a direct descendant of Mr. Fong. And Li Mubai's relationship with Mr. Fong was based on his father's life-saving act, so logically, they should get along well. However, inside the villa on the 24th, Lu Taisong or the mystery man did not care that Shin Shui was brought by Li Mubai and had her taken away directly, killed her, and stayed in the villa for 2 more days, filming and uploading a video, and continued to work normally afterward with such a psychological quality. So fearless, so confident, Lu Taisong was even willing to confront the police. The identity of this mysterious man was becoming more and more connected to Mr. Feng's family. Zhou Ning had already thought of someone. He glanced at Su Dayuan, who was frowning and looking at him, knowing that Su Dayuan was awaiting his view, and without hesitation, he was in his own office after all. To be able to command Lu Taisong, arrange all this, let Shin Kaijun fall into his arms willingly, control the police's movements, and even have a few minutes to talk with their chairman before Lu Taisong was arrested, that might have been a negotiation. I think this mystery person could possibly be the son of the chairman of Huajin Group, Fang Shiping. Fang Mu stood up immediately. Although Su Dayuan didn't say anything, his look already affirmed Zhou Ning's words. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Fang Mu, without the slightest hesitation, spoke up. I'll go arrest him. Su Dayuan reached out to stop him and smiled at him reassuringly. Don't rush, have someone keep an eye on him. Once we find solid evidence here, it's not too late to arrest him. However, before that, we have one thing to do. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. Chapter 545 to 515. Can we arrest people now? _1 Chapter 545, Chapter 515. Can we arrest people now? _1 Interrogation room. Shin Kaijun, handcuffed, sat in the interrogation chair, which was firmly welded to the floor. The room doubled her sense of fear, and she had lost the calm composure she had in the morning. Her makeup was smudged, her mascara smeared black under her eyes. At the moment, she looked nothing like the word beautiful. Su Dayuan crossed his arms and glanced at the time. The family situation you previously confessed, it wasn't Shinshudi's, was it? We contacted her parents, both of whom have remarried, and her father isn't even surnamed Shin. They both shirked when asked to identify the body. Jean City No. 3 Middle School. What if I use them to contact your parents? Shin Kaijun lifted her head abruptly, her face filled with anger. Su Dayuan remained expressionless and continued. 10 minutes ago, I contacted Sichuan Airlines. You've been temporarily grounded to fully cooperate with the investigation. Whether you can keep your job at Sichuan Airlines depends on your performance. I think this job means more to you than just a job, right? So stop beating around the bush. If we manage to track you down, it's because we have new findings. We also found video footage from before Shin Shui's incident and have identified several suspects in the case. We have apprehended 3, and 1 is still at large. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody p. What do you think the suspect would do if he knew about the identity swap, that he had been deceived, and that the real you isn't dead? Moreover, the WeChat account you gave us isn't the one you used to interact with the opposite sex. You met other people in Qidong too. I'm giving you one last chance to confess, it's up to you. Shin Kaijun kept shaking her head, her panic not feigned. I've met a lot of people and I haven't kept a record of some. After all, some are just one-night stands, and even if they leave an identity, it's fake. I can't provide that. I'm not trying to lie. I understand the seriousness of the matter. Please don't tell our airline about this. Otherwise, I really will get fired. Su Dayuan raised an eyebrow. Oh? So you're saying you might remember them if you saw their photos? Shin Kaijun nodded, but her expression was far from confident, and she bit her lip as she spoke. Well, not every flight in business class has passengers who like to chat up air hostesses. Most of the time, I just keep in touch with those I already know. Of course, sometimes they invite me to dinner, introduce me to male friends. There are many such people. I generally use my rest time to meet and dine with them, and, of course, one-night stands happen a lot too. Some people are just looking for a thrill, so why would they leave their real names? Sometimes, I drink a lot, and my memory of these people isn't deep. By the end, Shin Kaijun could no longer continue. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Such promiscuous behavior was scorned in the eyes of ordinary Hua country citizens. Su Dayuan, however, said nothing and just waved his hand at Zhang Ping. An A4 paper with 4 ID photos printed side by side, numbered 1234 below. Shin Kaijun looked confused. She looked at Su Dayuan and lifted her handcuffed wrists, pointing and asking, "Do I need to identify them? Take a look, see if you recognize anyone or perhaps a one-night stand." Shin Kaijun picked up the paper. As she looked at the photos of Ma Dicai and Lu Liwei, there was no change in her expression. But when she saw Lu Taisong and Feng Shiping, her fingers visibly trembled uncontrollably. Shin Kaijun looked up and saw Su Daiwan's gaze had never left her. His stare seemed tangible, as if it could see through her body. Shin Kaijun shivered again, pursed her lips tightly, and remained silent for a moment. Su Dayuan didn't rush her. After a while, Shin Kaijun licked her lips, as if making up her mind. She said, "I've met these 2 men. This middle-aged man is wealthy. I only know his surname is Liu. They were with a film crew flying back to Qidong. After boarding the plane, he was on the phone for a long time. Before takeoff, I stood by and listened. It seemed to be about investment deals. I gently advised Mr. Liu to hang up, and when he looked at me, his gaze was very gentle. Even while scolding someone on the call, he politely turned off his phone. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. During service, I passed him a small note with my name and phone number. About a week later, he called me. He asked if I flew to Qingdao daily. When I said yes, he offered to invite me to his beachside villa, asked me to add him on WeChat to send me the address, or to have someone pick me up from the airport. To avoid my colleagues' suspicions, they can be as gossipy as tabloid journalists, I took a cab alone to the villa. Did you know that villa was antique? I thought I had struck gold at that moment. During dinner, I was prepared to be his mistress. But that night, I was dumbfounded. He didn't rush me. At first, I thought he was a gentleman. Later, I realized he'd prepared a box, filled with all sorts of sex toys, and he wanted me to undress and perform for him, ensuring I reached climax. Seeing no reaction from me, he pulled out his phone and transferred 10,000 yuan through Alipay, telling me good performances come with continuous rewards. I was scared to death, but seeing that he didn't even get aroused, I suddenly thought maybe he had some erectile dysfunction and just wanted the thrill of a live performance, the kind you can imagine. Then I started undressing to music from my phone, and Mr. Liu thoughtfully adjusted the lighting. Whether it was the alcohol or the first time being watched like that, I went on for quite a while. He was satisfied as transfer notifications kept ringing on my phone. Finally, I was too exhausted and overly stimulated. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p greater than I don't even know when I fell asleep, but I knew he had recorded me. At that point, I was too powerless to resist anything. He didn't contact me for a long time after that, and of course, I didn't receive any extortion calls. To be honest, I felt a bit down because I made over 300,000 yuan that night. During this year's spring festival, he contacted me and asked me to go to that seaside villa again. This time, he didn't say anyone would pick me up, but he asked what cuisine I preferred and had someone prepare it to be delivered. He mentioned he had a friend who wanted to meet me. a young admirer who really enjoyed my videos and wanted to see me perform in person. Su Dayuan raised his hand, interrupting Shin Kaijun's narrative. Where is this seaside villa? Log into the phone's WeChat that you used to contact him. Let me see the location. Shin Kaijun quickly took the phone that Ma Liang had brought, logged in, found the chat, and scrolled to the map. Sure enough, the location was the Moshan Scenic Area Villa. All right, I know this place. Continue. Did you go there for the spring festival to meet this younger guy? Yes, it was to meet him. I had been to the villa once before, and especially since Mr. Liu didn't touch me, I had a general idea of their demands. They just wanted to see someone like me perform more explicitly. After all, for someone with that kind of wealth, what type of woman hasn't he seen? I'm aware of that. I regretted it that night. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. He wanted me to call him master, stuff things in my mouth, put a collar around my neck, and led me around the villa on all fours like a dog. Several people watched, and they even laid a blanket on the snow outside the villa, whipping me with a leather whip and using the handle to abuse me. It wasn't about any kink, it was genuine whipping with a horsewhip. If you don't believe me, you can have a policewoman check my back. I kept calling for help, but no one came to save me. I don't know if he took some drugs, but he tormented me for over 2 hours, and eventually, he fell asleep in the room. I was terrified, so I got dressed, grabbed my shoes, and climbed out of the villa through a window. Below was a cliff, and the villa district was behind. There was only one road, and I saw no cars. I didn't dare to steal a car. After jumping out of the yard, I saw an electric scooter at the pavilion near the villa entrance, and I used it to escape. As she said this, Shin Kaijun burst into tears, her body shaking terribly, sobbing uncontrollably. Clearly, this event was like a nightmare to her. Zhou Ning narrowed his eyes. Both men were more twisted than the other. Perhaps because of this incident, they bore a grudge against Shin Kaijun, so when they saw her in the hotel, they naturally couldn't let her go. Of course, they didn't know that this Shin Kaijun was actually Shin Shui in disguise. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. After a long time, Shin Kaijun finally gained control of her emotions, and then continued, I don't know how long I ran for. My body was already frozen stiff, and the electric scooter had run out of battery. It was then that I found a road with street lights. It looked less desolate. I abandoned the scooter and called my colleague to pick me up in a taxi and sent him my location. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. It's the flight attendant from our crew. Su Dayuan stared at Shin Kaijun. By now, he understood why Fang Ximping and Lu Taisong, upon encountering Shin Shui at Villa number 24, immediately contacted Ma Detsai and Li Mubai. This was merely to divert Li Mubai's attention and then create a chance encounter, subsequently taking Shin Shui to room 218. It was unknown whether Shin Shui knew she was losing her life because of Shin Kaijun's unfortunate connections when she died. As for the flight attendant, Su Dayuan sent a message on WeChat and soon received a reply. After questioning, the attendant confirmed receiving a call at 3:28 on February 12, 2013, and the location sent via WeChat to pick up Shin Kaijun. Su Dayuan nodded, while Shin Kaijun's eyes kept darting about, looking pitifully at Su Dayuan. Is everything clear now? I indeed didn't lie. Can I go now? Su Dayuan waved his hand, signaling Mr. Shan to come over and have Shin Kaijun sign, and before she could say more, she was led away. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Su Dayuan made a phone call and, stretching his neck, walked into the next observation room. At this point, the time was 22:12. Before long, the call connected, and on the other end, Fang Mu immediately answered. Director Su, can we make the arrest now? Are you sure Fang Shiping is within your surveillance range? Confirmed, he's at home. He hasn't left since he drove back at 21:42. Observing through the window, he's in the second-floor room, and we've got people watching the exit of their home's underground parking. No one has entered or exited. As for Mr. Fang, he's also been at home. Go ahead with the arrest. Yes, sir. Fong Mi's yes was decisively clear. You could sense from his voice that he had been holding back frustration all day, particularly because the arrest that afternoon could have gone without Lu Yufei getting hurt, if not for trying to save him. He felt very guilty about it. Su Daiyuan looked at Zhou Ning. It's past 10 o'clock. There hasn't been any movement from Cui Lily's side, has there? Zhou Ning glanced at his phone and shook his head slightly. Usually, she can get out in 4 hours. It's best not to rush her. The more we hurry her, the more anxious Mrs. Cui gets. She wants to give us the results as soon as possible. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p, chapter 546 to 516. Unexpected gain _1 chapter 546, chapter 516. Unexpected gain _1 Su Daiyuan smiled. I'm not in a hurry, so you guys hurry home and rest. Come over early tomorrow. Mr. Sun or Mr. Zhou, one of you stay to draw blood and collect fingerprints from Fang Ximping. Don't both stay here burning the midnight oil. We've really worked too hard today. Even I'm starting to feel it. Zhou Ning nodded, seeming to understand Su Daiyuan's intention. He wanted to play the long game. Once the person was brought in, he didn't want to show his face just yet. Find someone with a loud voice, then choose someone persistent for the night shift to educate Fang Ximping. After a whole night, the man's mental state would definitely be different. He turned to look at Mr. Zhao and instructed, call Mr. Zhou and tell him to stay for the night shift. As soon as the person arrives, take the blood and fingerprints immediately, then send them for testing. As for the reports, don't rush Mrs. Cui. Mr. Zhao quickly made the call, and the two of them walked towards the back building together. Tonight was going to be a sleepless night here. The next morning, Zhou Ning drove to the technical department, and after getting out of the car with breakfast in hand, he pulled out his phone to check his email, only to find his inbox completely empty. This made Zhou Ning pause in his tracks. Could there be a problem with the samples sent for testing yesterday? Zhou Ning frowned deeply. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. During the autopsy, they made sure the sampling from the wound on the victim's head was complete, scraping cells and even cutting out a part for testing. As for the cervical swab, judging by the characteristics, it was unquestionably meeching liquid. Why was there no test report yet? Confused, Zhou Ning went directly to the second floor's testing department. He hadn't even knocked when Cui Lily opened the door, catching a glimpse of the open window. Apparently, Cui Lily saw Zhou Ning enter through the window, and naturally, the act of him checking his phone was also captured by Cui Lily, making Zhou Ning feel a bit embarrassed for a moment. Mrs. Cui, I wanted to ask about the testing from yesterday. Cui Lily nodded, picked up a large stack of files from the table beside her, and dropped them into Zhou Ning's arms. The router had issues last night and couldn't connect to the external network, so we printed out paper copies instead. We're replacing the router now. I'll email you in a bit, but take these and have a look first. Zhou Ning let out a sigh of relief, looking at Cui Lily's dark under-eye circles, feeling somewhat guilty. He quickly said with a laugh, how are the comparison results? The comparison results showed that we found DNA from 2 people in the remnants at the victim's cervical orifice, Fang Ximping and Lu Taisong. As for the difficulty in extraction, even I find it incredulous. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhou Ning squinted slightly. There seemed to be no problems with the characteristics, which made Mrs. Cui struggle to find the DNA information. That means there's something wrong with the meeching liquid from these 2 men themselves. According to the household registration information we found on Lu Taisong yesterday, his marital status is divorced, and his child lives with his ex-wife in Mi country. As for Fang Ximping, he's the only son of Mr. Fang, spoiled to the point of lawlessness, and even perverse to such extent, which I suspect is related to some disease. Thinking this, Zhou Ning realized, so you're saying that no live or complete meeching seeds were found in the extract. I guess Lu Taisong has had a vasectomy after all. He has a son who is studying in Mi country. And perhaps Feng Shengping's meeching seeds are defective, or perhaps it's due to a genetic disorder causing azoospermia or necrospermia. Chui Lily gave Zhou Ning a thumbs up and smiled. It was truly comfortable to talk to a clever person. A little hint, and they could fill in all the blanks for you. Your analysis is brilliant. I had to run the DNA screening several times and used up all the samples before I was startled to find that not a single meeching seed was found in these 20-something samples. After the shock, I immediately analyzed both individuals' DNAs. I found that Feng Shengping's DNA was defective, and I think he has Young syndrome. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak. Prosody, P. After all, with ordinary azoospermia or necrospermia, there would at least be a few malformed ones present, but his issue is definitively genetic, causing a blockage from the malformation. As for the other DNA, it's the Lu Taisong you mentioned. Everything about him is normal. Seeing his age and after I contacted Director Su, my conclusion was the same as yours. He has had a vasectomy or it's due to an injury, an unintended result of vasectomy. What about the other samples then? Is there anything special about them? For example, the nasal and oral cavities of the victim. Judging by the morphology, I think the victim was suffocated by someone covering the mouth and nose. Were there no findings? Chui Lily rolled her eyes. Go read the report yourself. My head is all muddled right now. I stayed up all night and my blood pressure shot up to 180. I've just taken my medicine. I need to rest a bit. Zhou Ning felt embarrassed and quickly waved to Mrs. Cui. You rest, I'll go find Director Su. Zhou Ning turned and went upstairs. On the way, he sent a message to Su Dayuan. As he entered the office and found everyone had already arrived, Zhou Ning subconsciously glanced at the wall clock. It was only 7 o'clock. He hurried over to Lu Yongxin. Master, what brings you over so early? Lu Yongxin waved his hand, took the report from Zhou Ning's hands, glanced at his breakfast and hurriedly said, You eat first. I'll summarize the test report with Zhu Xingxing. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Once I've finished, I'll tell you about it. Just listen. Zhou Ning didn't argue, sat down quickly, and Mr. Zhao also took out his egg-stuffed pancake, constantly bringing it to his mouth. He nudged Zhou Ning's arm, glanced around, and said, Mr. Xia didn't come? Didn't you two leave together yesterday? Why didn't you come together? Lu Yongxin turned sharply, giving Mr. Zhao a glare. Really sticking your nose into everything. You just can't keep your mouth shut even with food in it. Mr. Zhao quickly shut up. Zhou Ning smiled and whispered. She went to Qin University for a seminar on the new software feature regarding cooperation with the archaeological team. Realizing his mistake, Mr. Zhao quickly finished the pastries he was eating and thoughtfully opened the window to air out the smell. Lu Yongxin had finished sorting through the materials and, after reviewing the results, pushed his flower-patterned glasses down his nose and peered at Zhou Ning over the top. Did you tell Director Su that the test results are out? This doesn't seem like his style. Before he finished speaking, the office door opened, and Su Dayuan and Fong Mu, with red-rimmed eyes, walked in. Seeing the report in Lu Yongxin's hands, the weariness on their faces vanished, replaced by a glimmer in their eyes. I could hear you all the way from down the hall, talking about me. Hurry up and tell me, what are the test results? I've been waiting all night and didn't expect the results only this morning. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Lu Yongxin put his glasses back in place and looked at the flagged content as he began to explain. Giving you the results in the middle of the night was pointless because we still had to make comparisons. Let me read you the report. 1. In the cervical swab sample from the victim, what is suspected to be migrine liquid was found, but no migrine kernels were detected. DNA from 2 males was found, identified as Lu Taisong and Feng Shengping. Additionally, it was found that Feng Shengping's DNA has a defect, suspected to be Young syndrome. 2. On the victim's lips, inside the mouth, on the hair, on the slice from the missing part of the skull, on the neck surface, on the bed sheet wrapping the body, and other extracts, DNA from Lu Taisong and Feng Shiping were detected. Tape collected bore Ma Deke's fingerprints and DNA. 3. On the surface of a sample extracted from victim Shin Shi's suitcase, DNA and fingerprints from Lu Liwei and Li Mubai were identified. In other submitted items, most samples contained only the victim's DNA, but on the power bank, ID card, and wallet, numerous traces of Shin Kajin's DNA were found. 4. On the Maybach Zeppelin, fingerprints and DNA from multiple people were collected, including from Li Mubai, Shin Shui, Lu Taisong, Feng Shiping, and, of course, Fong Jinkin's fingerprints were also found, along with 4 unknown DNA samples, one of which has a genetic relationship with Fong Shiping, presumed to be Fong Jinkin's DNA. 5/P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. Numerous samples were taken from Villa number 24, revealing 8 DNA profiles including that of the victim, Shin Shui, Feng Shiping, Lu Taisong, and Ma Detsai. 2 of them were female. 6. In the samples submitted from the villa in Mashan Scenic Area, 19 DNA samples were found, including Shin Kaijun, Feng Shiping, Lu Taisong, and Ma Detsai, with 14 being female. After comparison with the DNA database, one of them was identified as a missing person from Qidong City. Hearing this last sentence, everyone gasped. Su Dayuan quickly came over. A missing person? At this moment, the computer beeped a few times. The electronic version of the test report was received. Lu Yongxin nodded and gestured towards Mr. Chu. Let Mr. Chu check it out. Everyone gathered around Mr. Chu. Shortly after, Mr. Chu found the comparison result and, of course, the information about the missing person. The missing girl is named Luo Chanying, 19 years old, a sophomore majoring in tourism management at Qidong Vocational and Technical College. She's from Panchon Village in Jinko District, Qidong City. Her parents divorced when she was 1 year old, and she lived with her father. On February 15, 2013, Jinko Branch Bureau received a report from Luo's father stating that Luo Chanying had been out of contact since the previous day. He then provided a comb, preserving DNA, and his DNA was also stored in the database. Then, Mr. Chu pulled up Luo Chanying's identity information, /P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. The moment everyone saw the photo on the identity card, they inevitably thought in the same direction, as the girl was incredibly beautiful, with delicate, expressive features and an enchanting natural charm. Zhou Ning glanced at Su Dayuan and, pointing at Lu Taisong's name, said, Director Su, according to what Shin Kaijun said, she escaped from the villa in Mashan Scenic Area in the early hours of February 12, 2013. This person was found missing on February 15, 2013. I believe she may have been murdered, as Shin Kaijun would have met the same fate if she hadn't escaped. Moreover, this missing person, Luo Chanying, is local to Qidong. If she were not a local, and her family wasn't closely in touch, her father wouldn't even be aware of her whereabouts, and even now no one would have reported it. Besides, with the Huajin Film and Television Company as a calling card, there wouldn't be a shortage of people aiming for stardom or offering themselves on a silver platter. Su Daiwan's expression grew more serious. He hadn't anticipated such rapid developments. Stop the chatter and come with me to interrogate Lu Taisong and Feng Shiping. These two seem to be far too confident. I fear that Mr. Fong, the chairman, is likely to exert pressure. I'll update Mr. Hu first. Su Dayuan quickly took out his phone, grabbed Zhou Ning and Lu Yongxin, and followed him and Fong Mu out. During the descent down the stairs, Su Dayuan finished updating Mr. Hu, then ended the call. /P break time equals 300 ms//prosody/speak. Speak, prosody, P. Su Dayuan exhaled deeply, his expression solemn. Yesterday I discussed this case with Mr. Hu. However, after Feng Shiping was brought in, we didn't receive a call from Feng Jinwan, nor were there any pressures from city leaders. Just now, Mr. Hu said that someone from the provincial department called to reprimand him, and Mr. Hu simply hung up. He said, given the far-reaching implications, we should investigate thoroughly and meticulously, check recent missing persons information from various provinces and cities from the past 2 years, and compare those with DNA available. As for the villa in Mahan Scenic Area, he will dispatch armed police to secure the surrounding area and well-organize manpower, material resources, and K-9 units to conduct a comprehensive search. Zhou Ning rubbed his nose, knowing Mr. Hu was angry. This unexpected discovery caught everyone off guard, but happening to these two individuals, Zhou Ning was not surprised at all. After all, according to Shinkajan's description, both were more twisted than the other. I'll now organize all on-duty trace examiners, have Mr. Zhao lead the team to the villa in Mahan Scenic Area for an inspection, and that cliff area must be searched thoroughly again. Perhaps below, there's something we haven't seen yet. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 547 to 517 Attic Secret Chamber _1 Chapter 547. Chapter 517 Attic Secret Chamber _1 Observation Room. Zhou Ning and Lu Yongxin, with arms folded, watched the interrogation room. Just by looking at Lu Taisong's condition, they could tell that the man had been tormented all night. He was somewhat listless, yet his face still bore a look of disdain, completely unconcerned by Su Daiwan's questioning. Lu Yongxin rubbed his chin, shaking his head slightly. He's a tough nut to crack. Even with the evidence right before his eyes, he's still so arrogantly confident. It seems he's absolutely sure that as long as he refuses to admit anything, the police can't touch him. Moreover, this attitude makes it easier for those outside to find opportunities to interfere, he said. Zhou Ning nodded. He knew this all too well. Just as he was thinking, his phone rang. The caller was Xia Shouchang. Seeing the number, Zhou Ning's brow slightly furrowed. Could it be that he too was calling to advocate on Fang Shengfeng's behalf? While he pondered, the door to the observation room opened, and Mr. Hu walked in. Hearing the ringtone of Zhou Ning's phone and seeing his expression, Mr. Hu came over to take a glance and nonchalantly waved his hand. Don't look so wronged. Just answer the call. That's your father-in-law. Is he going to give you a hard time? Besides, you're just a forensic doctor. Can you influence the case? Zhou Ning smiled. The leader sure knew how to comfort people. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Thinking it over, he was right, and hurriedly answered the phone. Zhou Ning, are you handling a case involving the son of Huajin Group? Yes, it involves not only the son of Huajin Group, but also several individuals connected to Huajin film and television and their related industries. Moreover, as of now, there are already 2 victims. Why are you asking about this, Mr. Xia? Has someone approached you? Xia Shouchang laughed, his voice quite hearty. Yep, which is why I called to ask you, and to tell you to stick to the facts and harshly punish the real criminal. Whoever comes to you or puts pressure on you, don't take it to heart. I've just reported the situation to the leadership, and I recorded the call from the person who came to me. If you need evidence, I can provide it at any time. The leader said that Mr. Hu has already briefed them and mentioned that there are advocates at the provincial department. You just concentrate on the case. The leaders here will coordinate. No matter how influential this enterprise is in Qidong, or whether it's a large taxpayer, it mustn't breach discipline and break the law. Life is at stake here. The law applies equally to all, whether you are a prince or a pauper, so go ahead and investigate freely. The city's stance is to offer you full support without shielding or sparing anyone. Hearing Xia Shouchang's words, Zhou Ning felt greatly encouraged and somewhat ashamed. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Just moments before, he had suspected that Xia Shouchang was also calling to lobby for someone, but it turned out he was supporting their work. Thank you, Mr. Xia. Mr. Hu is right beside me. Do you want to speak to him? No need. I'm not in charge of this matter, and I mentioned it to you because you're my son-in-law, not for official reasons. Go ahead and do your job well. I won't disturb you any further. After saying goodbye, Zhou Ning hung up the phone. Hu Guangjian patted Zhou Ning on the shoulder. Does it feel like a roller coaster in there? Drop the aggrieved look. They may not have confessed yet, but it's only a matter of time. Don't be impatient. It's not us who should be anxious. After all, the initiative is in our hands. Has the crime scene investigation team departed? Zhou Ning nodded and glanced at the interrogation room. Mr. Hu, I request to go to the scene. Besides, there are no other major cases in the forensic department at the moment, except for a few groups dealing with traffic accidents. I'd like to take the rest with me, especially since the villa area in Mashan Scenic Area is too vast, and if it really comes to dealing with a body, they won't be nearby. My staying here would be just like a mascot, not much help. And as for Lu Taisong and Feng Shiping, one has crawled through the rough and tumble of the marketplace for years, and the other has lived in a different stratum since childhood. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. It's unlikely either of them will start talking on their own, and I don't want to waste time. Lu Yongxin nodded in agreement. Zhou Ning is right. I suggest starting the interrogation with Modicai. Let the other two stew. Being silent has a bigger intimidating effect than any lecturing. After all, letting the imagination run wild is the most distressing thing. They can't hear outside information and haven't rested well, which can lead them to overthink, he said. Hu Guangjian thought it over and dialed Su Daiwan's phone. Although Su Daiyuan didn't answer, he came straight to the observation room and ruffled his short hair upon seeing Director Su. You're here, leader. Let Zhou Ning and Mr. Lu organize forces to support the investigation team. Pause the interrogation of Feng Shiping and Lu Taisong, put them in solitary cells, and monitor them closely. Start by interrogating Modicai. Although he's related to Lu Taisong, he's the least influential here and makes a good starting point for a breakthrough, said Director Su. Su Daiyuan glanced at Zhou Ning and nodded in agreement. All right, I'll personally interrogate Modicai. As for these two, I'll find 2 separate interrogation rooms for them, let them cool their heads. Continuously interrogating without progress is not beneficial. Then it's decided. You all set off as soon as possible. An hour later, Mashan Scenic Area. The car stopped steadily, and the driver, Mr. Wang, looked back into the passenger compartment. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Lu Yongxin placed a finger on his lips and made a shushing gesture. Mr. Wang nodded, understanding that their director Zhou was indeed tired. He had gone home after 11 last night and came over before 7 in the morning. With such a big case still unfolding and it appearing that there were more than 2 victims, none could rest well. Just then, Zhou Ning opened his eyes, looked outside the car window, saw the car had stopped, and quickly rubbed his eyes. We're here, let's hurry down. Lu Yongxin patted Zhou Ning on the shoulder. I'm exhausted, just need a little rest. Zhou Ning shook his head. I thought too much last night and didn't sleep well, but I've made up for it on the ride over. Let's go, master, and find Mr. Zhao to see how they're progressing on their end. As soon as they got out of the car, they saw Mr. Zhao waving at Zhou Ning. They were in front of the villa doors in the back row, having just jumped down several 1-meter-high platforms from a small path beside. Zhou Xiao, why are you guys here? Didn't Director Su want you to help with? Lu Yongxin gave Mr. Zhao a cold look, and Mr. Zhao quickly swallowed the words mascot and then grinned with a sheepish smile. But it's good that you came. I've already asked Mr. Chu to help print out the topographic map, from the mountain top down to the seaside, and along the road into the mountain. I think these are all excellent spots for dumping a body. Lu Yongxin stood on the steps, surveying the area with a tight frown. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Although Mr. Zhao's talk is unreliable, this analysis is indeed correct. Around here are stones and ancient trees, and the terrain is complex. The seaside is even full of reef cliffs. Searching won't be easy. At that moment, Mr. Chu came over, excitedly hanging up the phone to say, Director Zhou, let me interrupt for a moment. I've got an idea. Speak. This morning, Mr. Xia asked about our progress here, and I told him we're going to search the villa area in Mashan Scenic Area by the sea. There might be more than 2 victims, and they're likely discarded or buried nearby, given this area is rarely trodden by people. As of now, we don't have a good method, and Director Su has already requested the armed police for a comprehensive search. Mr. Xia mentioned that the science and technology staff from the Meteorology University are also here. They participated in the rescue operations for the Chuanyu earthquake, using drones to investigate the environment. Mr. Xia got in touch with them for equipment, which is already on the way, and it should arrive in about 10 more minutes. My idea is, remember the KG-01 series software we developed for the archaeology team? We can use it for comparison. If the soil has been disturbed, or if there are differences from the surroundings, it will be detected. Zhou Ning slapped his forehead. Momo's idea was indeed good. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p for such a large area. Using this method would at least allow for a process of elimination to find suspicious locations and then conduct a manual check, which would also shorten the search time. That's great. Do you have enough equipment? Mr. Chu smiled and nodded his head. Not much, actually, but Mr. Xia is bringing people from the development center to support. They should arrive any minute. Zhou Ning patted Mr. Chu's shoulder, looking towards Zhang Ping nearby. Prepare the equipment Mr. Chu and his team need. If tables are to be set up, let them work outside immediately. Mr. Zhao, has the villa been completely checked a second time? We found something. After all, this is in the mountains, and the villa area's trash is only collected once every fortnight. In the backyard of this villa, there are over 20 trash cans, and we found several pixie dust blockers and various torn clothes inside. We were too rushed when we came here yesterday and didn't expect to find anything here. We overlooked it. Also, I've sent people to check several other villas nearby. In this villa area, there are 16 villas, 4 of which are furnished and show signs of human activity. Moreover, on the loft, we found a secret chamber behind a bookshelf door. It's a small tool room. How to put it, it's comparable to the setup we found at Hongqi Road number 29, but even with a more extensive and more perverse array, there are even some knives and pincers with bloodstains on them. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhou Ning slightly furrowed his brows, took the map from Mr. Chu and circled an area, then handed it to Lu Yongxin before waving towards Mr. Zhao. Take me upstairs, master. You take command down here. When Momo and the others arrive, tell them to expand the search range. Take photos along the entire coastline, especially near the cliff where we found the victims' bodies. If need be, call the fire department for support immediately. Zhang Ping gave a toothy smile. Director Zhou, don't worry. The armed police that came today, I made them bring all the necessary equipment. You name it, whether it's climbing down cliffs or diving, we're not afraid. Lu Yongxin slapped Zhang Ping on the back of his head and gave him a glare. Spit it out, spit on the ground. How can you talk like that in this line of work? Lu De really went too easy on you guys. Following Mr. Zhao, Zhou Ning headed up to the loft. Calling it a loft was an understatement. The villa was enormous, and the space was very wide. The eastern wall was indeed lined with bookshelves, and Mr. Zhao hurried over to the middle shelf. As Zhou Ning was putting on gloves, Mr. Zhao pulled back on the shelf, sliding it out effortlessly, then pushed it to the side. Zhou Ning was quite surprised by this arrangement. In such a remote place and with such a vast villa space, was there really a need for such a hidden area? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Seeing the investigation mats on the floor, Zhou Ning stepped on them and walked in, only to be taken aback by the room's furnishings and the items on the walls, inhaling sharply. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Chapter 548 to 518. The secret beneath the island platform _1. Chapter 548. Chapter 518. The secret beneath the island platform _1. On the wall were boards with holes. neatly arranged with various tools, varying in utility and size, resembling the standard layout of a surgical theater. But the assortment of items on them sent a chill up one's spine with just one glance. There were knives, saws, pliers, dilators, whips, prostheses of all sizes. Just the prostheses and various electronic toys took up an entire wall, beneath which were tidy boxes containing compatible chargers, all marked with various codes similar to those in a toy store. Zhou Ning took a few steps closer and found neatly arranged plastic boxes on a table next to the wall. To his surprise, they were labeled sterile, containing 4 equipment, syringes of various sizes, tourniquets, urinary catheters, gauzes, orthopedic hooks, and speculums. Mr. Zhao may not have recognized other tools, but a shiver ran down his spine at the sight of the speculum. Damn, I didn't notice before, but there's a whole world inside this box? Are you telling me these items are even sterilized? Zhou Ning just nodded without a word and continued to open the remaining boxes, one after another revealing oddities that no longer surprised them, like whips and bondage ropes. It wasn't until they opened the last box that Zhou Ning paused, because it contained 2 objects he had never seen before, each sealed in a separate plastic bag. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P1 was a black plastic object about 25 centimeters long, with small balls spaced every 3 centimeters, and it seemed to have a handle at the bottom. The other was a small machine resembling an electroacupuncture device, but instead of clamps on its positive and negative poles, there were 2 slender needles with blunt tips, made of a metal that was easily bendable and highly elastic. Zhou Ning looked at Mr. Zhao, who also shook his head. After taking photos and searching for them online, Mr. Zhao's mouth agape at the search results. Holy shit, for men? I've watched plenty of action movies, but I've never seen this gizmo before. How on earth do you use such bizarre stuff? Could there be male victims? Zhou Ning's brows furrowed deeply. According to Shin Kai-jun, the first time Lu Taisong invited her to dinner, he gave her more than 300,000, and although she felt that her performance was energetic, Lu Taisong didn't touch her, right? Mr. Zhao nodded. Yeah, I found it surprising when she was telling that part. Even watching has to have some reaction, right? But there was none at all. That's weird. Plus, Lu Taisong has an ex-wife and a son. Wait. Mr. Zhao paused, his eyes widening before he finally said, could it be that he is indifferent to the normal process and only feels stimulated by either what we see here or if the other party is in a state of death? Damn, isn't that necrophilia? Although Mr./P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. Zhao might seem simple-minded, he had hit the nail on the head today. Necrophilia is a sexual perversion that can appear alone or be associated with many other sexual disorders, like masochism. With these tools in mind, they must belong to the associated category. Of course, there are subtypes within necrophilia as well. For example, those who have lost loved ones and preserve their bodies, turning them into mummies to sleep with or carrying parts of them around, this romantic type of necrophilia. Then there's animal necrophilia, gaining pleasure from abusing animal corpses, and homicidal necrophilia, which likely applies to them. Mr. Zhao was so shocked he couldn't speak. It took him a while to recover, leaning on the stainless steel island in the middle of the chamber. As he gripped it, a snap echoed from the island. Zhou Ning turned his head and noticed the island, faintly hearing a buzzing sound from within. He squatted down and saw that Mr. Zhao's collision had just triggered a lock on the side of the island, with a lock hanging from it. Mr. Zhao also bent down to look and, visibly panicked, turned to Zhou Ning. Zhou Xiao, there's a lock under this island. Could it be hollow, or could there be something inside? Zhou Ning nodded. Find the pliers, let's cut it open and have a look. I think it's about the size of a freezer. Upon hearing the word freezer, Mr. Zhao shuddered, accidentally banging his camera against the metal surface of the island, making a sharp noise. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody P. I'll find the pliers. You sure you'll be okay here on your own? Zhou Ning waved his hand. To tell the truth, This room was quite frightening, especially with all its various objects. It was inaccurate to call it a utility room. It resembled an operating room, one designed for torturing people. Once Mr. Zhou left, the room fell silent. In such quiet, the roaring hum of electrical currents coming from beneath the island was even more palpable. The wait wasn't long before Sun Gaodai rushed back with Mr. Zhou, his head covered in sweat. Upon seeing the contents of the secret chamber, his jaw nearly dropped, and Mr. Zhou nudged him. "If you're scared, stand out of the way and don't block me." Sun Gaodai quickly stepped aside, and Mr. Zhou went forward, using pliers to cut the lock open. From the direction of the stairs came the sound of footsteps once more. Mr. Zhou glanced over and saw Lu Yongxin and Mr. Wang approaching, with Mr. Wang carrying a transport box and a large number of evidence bags of various sizes. With more people arriving, Mr. Zhou mustered his courage, removed the cut lock, and tossed it into the evidence bag prepared by Sun Gaodai, then pulled back the shackle, took a deep breath, and looked at everyone around him. "Don't start screaming, I'm opening it," he said. With that, he lifted forcefully, and the countertop of the island was flipped open. Only upon touching it did he realize that it contained hydraulic assistance. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. After opening, the lid was supported by hydraulic brackets on both sides, preventing it from falling back. He glanced down slightly and saw a large freezer appear before him. Sun Gaodai stepped forward, about to reach out, but Mr. Zhou slapped his hand away. "Step aside, I'll collect the fingerprints first," Mr. Zhou said, and quickly took photographs, then, together with Sun Gaodai, started to collect fingerprints. Lu Yongxin helped on the side, and the pace was quite swift. They finished collecting the dozens of fingerprints left on one side of the freezer. Mr. Zhou opened the freezer, a blast of cold air rushing out, revealing a series of small organizing boxes with numbers and English letters written on them. Zhou Ning looked over them and noticed a pattern. "These appear to be dates and names, some in English and some in Pinyin," he said. As he spoke, Zhou Ning pulled out a box. The freezer hadn't been defrosted in a long time, so thick frost covered each organizing box, concealing the contents within, but the boxes were not heavy. Zhou Ning wiped the side of one box and saw a piece of irregularly shaped flesh, seemingly with some hair on it. A suspicion made Zhou Ning shudder. He placed the organizing box on the side table, opened the clasps on all four sides, and Mr. Zhao's camera moved in to take photos. "What the hell is this?" After taking the photographs, Mr. Zhou looked puzzled because such a piece of flesh was curved and not immediately recognizable. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. Zhou Ning glanced at him. "Have you heard of female genital mutilation in Central Africa? This is a piece of skin from the external female genitalia. Despite being frozen, this tissue has been very well preserved. Based on the edge traces, there are clear signs of vital response, and with hair and blood stuck to the cut surface, this was excised while the victim was still alive." Mr. Zhou shuddered and quickly shut his mouth. Lu Yongxin leaned in, closely examining it under the strong flashlight Mr. Zhou held up, and could hardly hide the shock on his face. "In all my years on the force, I have never heard of someone in Hua country being mutilated like this while still alive. This is different from the ritual circumcisions in Central Africa. This tissue is not merely the labia minora, it carries a part of the vestibular glands with it, and there's the labia majora, several wounds, and the clitoris included. Such pain is inhumane." Zhou Ning didn't say anything as Mr. Zhou patted Lu Yongxin's arm, asking the elder to try to remain calm, given his weak heart. "Mr. Lu, let's not rush. The more evidence we collect now, the better for the investigation. Besides, given the looks of it, there seems to be a lot inside the freezer." Lu Yongxin nodded, took a deep breath, and when he exhaled, it was with a tremble, not out of fear but an anger that came from deep within. Zhou Ning gestured for Sun Gaodai to place all the organizing boxes from the freezer onto the large evidence bag. "P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. speak, prosody, P. Wang had laid out. Even from the dates on the boxes, Zhou Ning narrowed his eyes. Mr. Zhao, take photos. These seem to be dates. Record them in sequence. By the way, what's the name of that missing person from Jinko District, and when did they disappear? The girl's name is Luo Qining, 20 years old. She was reported missing on February 15, 2013. She left her home on February 14, 2013. Are you suspecting that the organizing box we just saw at the top, that it contains a part of Luo Qining? That's not right, though. If we follow your analysis, Feng Shiping and Lu Taisong are those kinds of psychopaths, with both necrophilia and the thrill of killing, and considering all the organizing boxes on the ground, at least parts of 6 people have been excised. Then what part was taken from Shinshudi? Zhou Ning pondered for a moment, then raised his finger as if having an epiphany. There on the left side, that was the part bitten off post-mortem. After all, Shinshudi suffocated to death because her mouth and nose were covered. The event was very brief, and she even lacked time to resist, so it's unrealistic to think of cutting off a piece of her tissues while alive. Mr. Zhao fell silent, but Zhou Ning's reasoning made sense. He observed Zhou Ning examining each organizing box, with Mr. Oya holding up a high-beam flashlight as well and leaning in, deliberately averting his gaze from the upsetting contents. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhou Ning opened each organizing box, not rushing to act, looking at the first box marked 130214LO. The rest were marked similarly, the pattern clear and obvious. Based on this analysis, the earliest was marked 100901 May, indicating a death date of September 1, 2010, and that the name of the deceased was May or contained the relevant letters. Zhou Ning opened that box, inside of which was a hand, long fingers, slim nails without nail polish, beautifully maintained, extend about 2 millimeters beyond the edge of the finger. However, it seemed to have been frozen for too long and was partially desiccated, letting him conclude that the recorded dates were, indeed, accurate. Long-term freezing can cause dehydration after all, as this was not a temperature-controlled cabinet. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Chapter 549 to 519 5 girls and 1 boy _1 Chapter 549. Chapter 519 5 girls and 1 boy _1 At this moment, Lu Yongxin opened the remaining sorting box, which contained ears, fingers, toes, and scalp. One of the boxes held 6 teeth, with bloodstains and bits of flesh still clinging to the roots. Zhou Ning, holding a magnifying glass, examined each one in turn. Finally, he sat down directly on the ground. Get someone to run an errand, have all this stuff transported back first, go to the kitchen to see if there are any foam boxes, and have Mrs. Cui personally extract the DNA from the surface of the wounds and the skin to see if there's DNA from someone other than the victims. Also, check if there are any remnants in the cuts. I still need to test for alcohol and poison reactions. Mr. Zhao went to arrange it, and Lu Yongxin pulled Zhou Ning up to his feet and hurriedly asked, "Do you suspect that these female victims were force-fed a large amount of alcohol before they were killed, so they didn't resist?" Zhou Ning shook his head, and Lu Yongxin was taken aback. "What do you mean?" These victims were probably force-fed alcohol or had taken some kind of banned substance, similar to what was found in Zhang Meng's tobacco. Otherwise, the pain from struggling wouldn't have allowed the cuts to remain smooth. But they're not all women. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Greater than I took a careful look at the box with the ears, and I could see that the skin around the ears had been cut quite a bit, and some of that included sideburns with short hair, as well as some faint stubble. Lu Yongxin was startled and took a close look through the magnifying glass, indeed discovering stubble on the skin in front of the ears. Male? Zhou Ning nodded. As it stands, only this one appears to be male. The others are undetermined for now. We need to do DNA testing to know for sure, but based on the color of these tissues, the freezing time, and the identifiers on the boxes, it belongs to at least 6 people, that is, 5 women and 1 man. Mr. Zhou waved his finger thoughtfully and said, "No, that's not right. It's 6 women and 1 man." Zhou Ning realized his mistake, indeed having omitted Shen Shui from the count, which indeed meant there were at least 7 people, 6 women and 1 man. After Mr. Zhou spoke, his gaze continued to search the island counter's stainless steel surface, even reaching into the investigation box to pull out the luminol reagent. "What did you find?" Mr. Zhou tilted his chin down. "This island counter is made of stainless steel. I knocked on it, and it's a very thick steel plate. However, it has many cuts on it. Some are from knives, and some seem to be from saw blades. These marks crisscross each other. I'm wondering if there were 6 victims here, could they have been dismembered and disposed of? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. As he spoke, the freezer was closed with a lid, and the luminol reagent had been evenly sprayed on the surface of the island counter. All over the island counter, as well as parts of the ground that were sprayed with the luminol solution, began glowing with fluorescence. There were flowing patterns, drop-like patterns, and large mottled spots. Seeing this, everyone understood something. Mr. Zhou handed a bottle to Mr. Wang, and the two of them sprayed all sorts of tools on the wall. Sure enough, the knives and saws showed varying degrees of fluorescence. Everyone fell silent. This room had been cleaned so thoroughly. Lu Taisong and Feng Shiping would not do such things, and their assistant, Ma Detsai, wasn't always coming along, so it seemed likely that the 2 individuals who worked here as service staff were responsible for the cleaning. Therefore, they may also be aware of where the victims were buried. Realizing this, Zhou Ning waved his hand. "Let's tidy up here, categorize and pack all the items, and send everything for inspection. I can't tell where the power source of this freezer is. It seems it was designed to be installed like this from the beginning when the villa's attic was constructed. Check when the villa was last renovated, especially whether it was before September 1st, 2010. Lu Yongxin pounded his lower back a couple of times. After all, squatting like that had given him a bit of a sore back. Heeding Zhou Ning's words, it dawned on him. "Let's quickly go and ask. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. The first box here is marked 100901 If the villa was completed after this date, maybe the remains of this victim were not disposed of here. Of course, if it was before this date, there may be other victims we don't know about in other locations." Mr. Zhou was at a loss for words. Zhou Ning stepped out of the attic's secret chamber, helping Lu Yongxin as they walked outside the villa. Sunlight spilled into the courtyard, seemingly dispelling some of the chill that had emanated from the attic. Mr. Chu was chatting with someone who was holding a joystick and staring at the sky. Zhou Ning knew that this person must be the specialist in drone operation from some University of Technology that was previously mentioned. They did not approach to disturb them. Lu Yongxin rubbed his arms and walked up to Zhou Ning's side. "Apprentice, don't be so stressed. The investigation has reached a significant breakthrough with this case. Let's not even mention the human tissue found in these 6 storage boxes that we discovered later. The evidence regarding Shen Shui we found earlier is already very complete. Even if Feng Shiping and Lu Taisong refuse to confess, they can't overturn the evidence we've already got. So, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Searching for the bodies is like looking for a needle in the ocean. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p. It's not like searching for Shen Shui's body, where we saw Ma Detsai loading the car on surveillance and roughly estimated the spot where he dumped the body based on the car's speed. That's what you call a trail to follow. Take a look at those 6 storage boxes in the freezer, each marked only with a date code in numbers and a name in Pinyin or English, alongside a piece of incomplete tissue. There's just too little useful information. We need to remain calm now. These have already been sent for testing, and we'll first compare them with the DNA of missing people. Once we identify them, we can then determine when they went missing. After all, There's a cliff and the sea below. If the bodies were thrown into the ocean, the earliest ones would have been over 2 years ago, and by this time, their bodies would have decayed, their skeletons covered with barnacles. Zhou Ning nodded. He knew that Liu Yangxin was trying to console him and coax him out of dwelling on a single aspect, especially since there were no surveillance cameras around this remote mountainous, cliffside, and coastal area. An ideal place for disposing of bodies. I think those 2 villa service staff we caught yesterday might know some inside information. They're more likely to have been responsible for cleaning and dealing with the bodies. I'll go and ask Director Su. We took those 2 in for questioning yesterday, too. As for here, let Mr. Chu and his team give it a try. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. I've seen their research, and if the bodies are buried in the south slope of the Moshan scenic area, maybe we'll be able to find them. If they were thrown into the sea, though, then we'll have to apply for divers. By the way, where is Zhangping? As Zhou Ning expressed his doubt, Mr. Wang's voice sounded from behind. He was already coming downstairs carrying 2 huge bags. Mr. Zhang has gone to interrogate the security guard who watches the mountain, the one who operates the gate at the entrance to the villa area. He lives up on the mountain and had gone to the back mountain to pick mushrooms yesterday when we arrived, so he had no idea what had happened here. Following the direction pointed by Mr. Wang, Zhou Ning indeed saw an elderly man with thinning hair, standing opposite Zhang Ping, looking bewildered, with a fishing rod and a basket in his hand, barefoot in a pair of slippers. Zhou Ning curiously walked over because the man's getup was a stark contrast to what one would expect from a security guard. In not lying, I've been brought here to work as a security guard since after the Spring Festival. I was with Huajin Real Estate before, in charge of supervising construction site materials. But I injured my leg and not as strong as before, so at the end of last year, they transferred me to work here. As for the job, it's to watch over the pigeon house at the back and to keep this lift gate operational. /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. When I go to the back mountain or to the seaside to fish, I just raise the gate. When there are guests coming to the villa, the lad over there would tell me in advance, so I'd put on my security uniform and stand by. Normally, not many people come here, just a few times a month at most. They usually stay one night and then leave. When I have nothing to do, I go fishing below the cliff or go to Beishan to pick mushrooms. There are some unique fungi here that are a specialty of Qidong, like the ones in Tangshan scenic area. They're quite expensive when dried. I can pick up about 180 pounds each time. Zhang Ping, hands on hips, had calmed down his breathing by then, likely having worn himself out chasing the old man. At that point, Zhou Ning put away his phone, having messaged Director Su on WeChat. The 2 service staff were questioned, and they cried, claiming innocence and that they had no idea what was going on. They said their ID cards were confiscated, so they dared not quit or leave. They did as they were told, unaware of the dead body, only that Lu Taisong had asked them to bury a suitcase a few days before. Seeing this, Zhou Ning's brow furrowed deeply. It seemed these 2 were trying to play dumb, confident that the others wouldn't find the attic or discover the villa's secret. Zhang Ping's voice brought Zhou Ning back to reality. Why did you run when I chased you? Take a look at these 2 photos. Do you recognize any of them? /P break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, P. Zhang Ping held up his phone, displaying pictures of Lu Taisong, Fang Ximping, Li Mubai, Ma Ditsai, and Fang Jingguan. The security guard looked and pointed at Fang Shiping, saying, "This one's the boss. He's the one who wanted the pigeons. Every time he comes, he demands to eat pigeon blood. As for the rest, they look familiar, but I don't know if I've seen them before." "Oh, the one with the large stomach, he came with the boss." The security guard then pointed at Lu Taisong, adding another comment. Zhang Ping's eyes lit up, looking at Zhou Ning with an expression that pleaded for help. Zhou Ning didn't shy away but gestured to the officers nearby to release the old man's hands. "Uncle, when exactly did you start working here last year? Do you live in this little hut?" There doesn't seem to be anything to start a fire with, and the winters can get pretty cold here in the mountains. The security guard smiled, seemingly feeling Zhou Ning's goodwill, and waved his hand slightly. I came here around the beginning of November. Not long after I started, it snowed once. This glass house is where I stand guard during the day when they come over. I live in that stone house next to the pigeon house, where I can make a fire. We've got plenty of firewood here, and I can burn as much as I want, so the temperature is all right. I just don't have much to eat. Usually, after the boss and others visit, those two lads would give me some leftover food, and they also deliver rice, flour, and vegetables to me. /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak. Speak, prosody, p ultimately, it's up to me to cook for myself. Zhou Ning uttered a no and glanced over to see the stone house next to the pigeon house. It was indeed not easy to notice unless the old man had mentioned it. Having arrived last November, at the very least, the disposal of Luo Chaniying's body, who disappeared on February 14th this year, happened while he was here. Uncle, what exactly do those two lads in the villa do? Are they cooks, or are they responsible for cleaning? Do they work hard? /p break time equals 300 ms / prosody / speak.